Mage among superheroes. Chapter 401. Our mission for the Crimson Angels was completed with only 2 incidents. The heroes hadn't been anticipated, but were a random consequence of doing anything in this city. The Neon Void were more anticipated, but it appeared they mainly intended to go up against the Crimson Angels themselves. Otherwise, they would have brought some sort of epidermis protection, or cold shields. I knew that real tech had trouble with Blizzard, but super tech could probably defend against it. Though I was making some assumptions. It was possible they didn't have the ability to innovate. I wasn't aware of who was making their super tech, though it seemed unique to the Neon Void and their customers. Power-hiding tech seemed pretty custom at first, but a lot of people would probably want it. "How do you always cause so much trouble, even when following the rules?" Calculator complained. But by his own admittance, there was nothing for him to complain about. "Couldn't you have gone a bit easier on them?" "Doubtful," I said, "because of parrots." "Yes, I understand his part of the responsibility." Calculator waved me off. "I would have preferred you start with fixing the mental interference rather than attacking." "I don't think I could have," I shrugged. Midnight backed me up, and he was almost entirely sincere. The mental manipulation was extremely subtle before spiking. There was no time for us to react to it before, well, acting. Just the secondary feedback threw me off. Sorority grunted. "That kid better get probation. Mental manipulation by heroes has to be well controlled." I don't know how he was on the streets with his level of training. One of her was pacing around, while the other stood stoic and cross-armed. I doubted she would display any of her feelings in public, though. And now I've ended up with troublesome enemies. I shrugged. I don't know, only Dull seemed even slightly relevant. The rest were mediocre. I could easily handle Parrot again. "Mockingbird isn't the issue," Sorority said. "None of them are. I'm worried about Castle." "The Bruiser lady?" I asked. "Why? She seemed like a reasonable lady." "Didn't you hear Rook? He's her protégé." "He shouldn't be. He's not very good at things. It's unlikely she'll give up on him over one incident. And even if he's at fault, she might take it as a personal insult that you didn't handle it more smoothly, as the stronger party." "Pretty sure he could have bench-pressed me," I pointed out. She rolled her eyes. "You know what I meant. You practically took 4 people out with one spell. Whether that's because they're weak or because you're strong, you're clearly above them." "So, do I need to prepare to fight Castle now?" I asked. Midnight made a face. "Please don't." Actually, Calculator was the one who came to my rescue. That might be appropriate. "Really?" Sorority turned both of her current bodies towards Calculator, giving him the same look. "If an incident happens, we want Mage to be prepared," Calculator explained, "so that he can react appropriately." I was pulling on a single ankle with all of my might, but my target refused to go down. "Seriously?" Captain Punch asked. "It worked on Tower," I complained. "He just toppled over." "Yeah, well, I'm not Pisa," the executive said. He smacked his fist against the one emblazoned on his chest. "I'm Captain Punch, and I know how to balance." "I do know your name," I pointed out. "How much do you weigh?" 200 pounds. "No way," I said. "Absolutely not. Otherwise, I could drag you around." But after pulling out my mass goggles and converting, he was pretty accurate. So he didn't manipulate his mass, but it was still harder to affect him. Maybe enhanced inertia. Oh right, I was missing one component. Give me a moment. With grease, I managed to drag Captain Punch. But he still didn't fall. In fact, his stance was so solid that I couldn't even cause him to tip slightly. But it appeared that he couldn't create friction. It was still difficult to get him moving, and he didn't keep momentum like he should have. If it was inertia, it was consciously controlled. Maybe, or just a useful automatic reaction. "You're supposed to be learning to deal with Castle," he pointed out. "But you're not really dense," I said. "So I'm not sure if this is useful." "Don't you have anything hard-hitting?" he asked. "I've got lightning and stuff. Are you resistant?" His smirk told me plenty. The worst part was that I probably wouldn't even get decent experience for this because I'd have to do something. Maybe if he was fighting me with reduced power, I could snag a few points, but if he didn't fight back and I couldn't hurt him, it was basically nothing happening. Chain lightning was meant for area. arcing from one target to another. I had the brilliant idea to hit him with it multiple times, bouncing off of nearby targets. The problem? I couldn't get it to go through him, around him, over his skin. Certainly, but nothing that would cause the slightest damage. Well, that's no good. How about that, He flicked his wrist and got a holographic display of probably his phone. Fire shield. It only works defensively, I pointed out. He grinned and cracked his knuckles. Let's see it then. I was pretty sure I got experience for him completely decimating my stone skin. But Fire Shield needed sustained contact to matter, and his one punch threw me across the room. Shouldn't that have gone through my chest? I asked. Even with stone skin it seemed sufficient. I'd also seen him punch through some demons. I'm better than that, obviously, he said. Don't underestimate Francois's work either. You should have felt some of that all the way down to your toes. I nodded. The force of a punch being distributed across the torso made sense. It couldn't feasibly get much further, even if it had been entirely rigid. But it did, because super tech. All right, I guess you'll have to pull out the big stuff. Let's see. It says you can create meteors. We might actually need to be careful with those. Also, they're not very good for inside. I might have enough room for them to descend, but not enough to be out of the explosion. To the quarry, then. Can you teleport into the air? Captain Punch asked. Or the water? You could drop her into the bay, then pop back. It would take her at least a few minutes. Assuming she's not just holding onto my ankle. You should just pop back without her, he shrugged. I was pretty sure it didn't look like that. But why? Can MoveBrain do that? It's well known enough that he can control who goes and who doesn't, Captain Punch confirmed. Now hit me with a meteor. How will I compare this to Castle? I asked. Also, you don't want to see it first. I trust Calculator's assessment. Good enough. I wasn't going to overcap it, though. That was risky for a few reasons. My control wavered at that point, and things grew to concerningly powerful levels sometimes. I might hurt myself with them. And I'd shut off Tower's heart like that, which was fine but could have been not fine. When I threw a meteor at Captain Punch, I didn't know what I expected. Maybe taking it in the chest. But I should have expected him to punch it. It exploded and created a U-shaped crater around him. Hey, I've seen bigger, he said. What happens if you make it higher up? My accuracy goes down, I said. Most of the acceleration is magical and not gravity. Well, that's fine. My assessment? Don't use that on Castle. It's pointless. Also, I should probably warn you about the collateral damage. Right, so you're saying I've got nothing that can hurt her? Maybe. She might have a weakness. Something told me that Captain Punch knew her weakness. But just because your biggest spells don't work doesn't mean you've got nothing. You don't have to hurt her. Just make her bad. Maybe it was because the main bruiser I trained with was Great Girl, but I had kind of forgotten how good Reduce was at making people bad. Right now, I had a very tiny, slow bruiser chasing after me. It was like tag, but if I got grabbed, my arm would be crushed. Or at least, that was Captain Punch's official tagline. I had the feeling he was neither as small nor as slow as he should have been, but both spells worked. Grease was proportionately a larger area for no extra cost. If he jumped, it was in slow motion. And with haste, I could definitely run fast enough to leave him in the dust. I wouldn't be able to protect an objective, but I could at least leave. And presumably with any companions of mine, which would be necessary. I wondered if any of these tactics would work against Dr. Doomsday. He wasn't a bruiser, but he was someone I shouldn't fight. Maybe just slow, but also inverted energy ward if I could determine how he was attacking. Now do it again, Captain Punch said, but make yourself bigger and kick me in the chest. Should I be as strong as possible? I asked. Sure thing, he said. I'd like to see you as a bruiser. Being smaller should make him lighter, which maybe didn't matter, but it might. With that, enlarge and enhance physical, it made me look like a giant bully kicking a baby in the chest. And the results? My foot hurt. But he did slide back a few feet, even without grease. A damn good hit for a squishy sort, he said as he spun me around by my outstretched leg. But I can still toss you. I wasn't really ready to defend myself, but I cast fly before I could actually be tossed. That meant I was immediately able to alter my trajectory, flying up and over the sides of the quarry instead of into the wall. Ha ha! Excellent, he yelled tinily from below. A perfect response. Would that work if you were a bit denser? It should, I said as I floated down to an area above him, out of grabbing height unless he jumped. Can she do that, when she's not touching me? Can she? He raised an eyebrow. This time I couldn't tell if he was speculating, thought I knew something, or did know the answer. I haven't seen anything that would indicate that. But if she threw me, maybe it would take a moment for me to normalize. If she could mix and match the durability her density added, she could send me flying with a lot of momentum to hit a hard wall, or just slam me into the ground while I was low density and presumably fragile. I really didn't think she would. But maybe someone else might try. Perhaps even a barbarian or knight of some sort. Your big spells suck, Captain Punch said. I like these other ones better. You should practice them more. I already have, I pointed out. That's why they're so good. Other ones take longer and are more expensive. And I've had them less long. Actually, proper training wasn't that much longer for high-ranking spells. At least, if that rule still stuck. Maybe breaking magic would have shifted things further from the point-spending side of things. Relatedly, I had masteries and combined spells of lower things, but only divination magic happened to have gotten an advanced version. It was just luck, and maybe having the perfect challenge. I needed to at least get advanced spatial magic soon. It could theoretically happen at any time. I might need more total upgrades, but that clearly wasn't a strict requirement. Maybe another spell? Was there anything good that fit in the range I was looking for? If it was spatial magic, then I could summon more things or learn banishment. Too bad I didn't have the points or targets to improvise on. Except, I probably could. I had a number of extra-dimensional friends who I really shouldn't shove back to their home planes. But what if I brought some here and sent them back? It would be a bit troublesome if they ended up somewhere weird, though. Maybe I could try when there was another portal incident, but that seemed too unreliable. I kind of wanted to achieve growth now. Chapter 4, 102. The magical development goals I had were simple. I wanted another advanced form, like divination. It would allow me to do so much and show me that it wasn't just a fluke and a giant diamond scrying orb that got me that mastery. I didn't necessarily want to be good at divination, but I did want to be good at magic in general. And especially combat magic, because that was one of the biggest ways I would grow overall. I had basic spatial magic and basic energy magic, and enough higher-level spells that theoretically I could get the advanced versions of either. Both categories had one spell that didn't have any natural upgrades. Whether getting a single upgrade in that one remaining spell would be sufficient was another matter. I had a total of 15 and 11 upgrades for the basic versions, and that would actually be the case for energy, if all the upgrades added together fully, and an even bigger if stone skin counted. Then again, stone had worked before, so I just had to hope. Ultimately, I wanted to improve both Fire Shield and summon Moderate Elemental. Rather than choosing one or the other, I figured I could just do both. Do you think Fire Shield getting destroyed would help improve mastery? I asked Midnight. Or do I need to damage something with it? Are either of those strictly necessary? Midnight asked. You just have to get better at it. To make it more fiery, I guess. I nodded. That doesn't really change my plans. Ignis will be a good training partner either way. I could also call upon Shockfire, and I knew the Power Brigade had other pyros, but for double training, this seemed perfectly appropriate. Furthermore, to not run cross-purposes, Midnight and I would each be casting one of the spells. If I wanted Ignis to destroy my Fire Shield and also keep it in place, it was quite possible I would accidentally manipulate one side or the other. Technically, I wanted to manipulate them somehow, but on purpose. It was weird to cast a spell with no upgrades. There was no leeway on what amount of magic was natural to use. The minimum was the maximum, though I could undercast it if I tried to make it weaker. Midnight could do that too because it was pretty natural. Though sometimes the spell would fail entirely if it was too little to form something real. Using more mana was riskier. However things worked, magic didn't like that. But I could still do it. I just had to be conscious about it to not cause trouble. I was happy to settle for what was natural, at least in terms of cost. I didn't want to make things better by spending extra, I wanted them to be more efficient. To improve my understanding, I summoned Ignis first, and Midnight used Fire Shield. I asked him to dismantle the spell, and he was fairly happy to do so, pulling away chunks of flame from the shell of flame around Midnight. Ignis was quite happy in his default fiery form, with no accessories besides his mustache indicating he was the moderate version. The results were pretty expected. Ignis took more mana and couldn't be hurt by fire, so he pretty easily eradicated a fire shield. So while we still had him, "Any idea how I can become better at Summon Elemental?" I asked. Ignis just shrugged. Well, that was about right. I was the manager, and he was just the worker. Why would he know how summoning worked? "Do you get extra energy from eating fire? Do you want to use that energy?" I knew he could do it. It was a pretty efficient way to put out fires, but I wasn't sure if he came out net positive. Ignis nodded. I felt it was a yes to both. I had the training room form, a target, not one meant for accuracy, but solidity. Basically a boulder. "Melt that boulder," I commanded. I tried to do something magic about it without spending more mana. I wasn't sure if that meant anything. What I had in mind was a big cone of flame. Ignis knew better than that, it seemed. He walked up and placed a hand on the small boulder. Ignis was still waist-high even in the moderate form, so of course the hand was small too. Where Ignis touched, the boulder began to glow, and slowly it began to ooze out as Ignis leaned in. Eventually the little fire elemental squashed into the opening and then came out the other side. Ignis wiped his forehead as if he'd done a hard day's work, which he had, though it had only been about a minute, and then disappeared. I had kind of been expecting something more monumental, but on the other hand, melting solid material wasn't that easy. There was a hole around 6 inches across through something, so I couldn't say it didn't work out at all. I wondered how well the training room could reabsorb the material, but they frequently dealt with all sorts of damage, so fire wouldn't be new. No upgrades, though exactly one attempt would have been too easy. Next, I defended against Ignis as directed by Midnight. I tried to hold on to my fire shield without using any extra mana or doing something weird like making it cold. I didn't want to hurt Ignis, even if a summoned being couldn't take permanent damage. Though perhaps that was precisely the sort of manipulation necessary to get mastery. On the various websites I had read, there were frequently versions of Cold Fire Shield. Just because something wasn't naturally the way things worked in my reality didn't mean I couldn't do it. After Ignis predictably devoured my shield, I asked him a few things. If I summoned a cold version of you, would you be able to absorb cold? Ignis gave me a thumbs up. I wondered if that was somehow normal in his world, because it wasn't part of mine. But he was from elemental planes that weren't the ones I knew, or one weird multi-energy plane. There had been multiple portals, but that didn't mean they had to go to different dimensions or whatever. A cold fire shield was blue fire. No, I didn't know why, because usually that was pretty hot, if it involved real fire. However, when Midnight made a cold Ignis, Ignis was not blue fire. Instead, Ignis was holding a rock again. Previously, Midnight had managed that, because Ignis standing in snow seemed problematic. This time, it might have been the elemental's choice. Ignis pressed the rock against my cold fire, and frost began to form around it. Ignis continued to rotate it as it began to be covered by layers of ice. I wasn't sure if there should be this much water in the atmosphere, but it kept layering up. Maybe it wasn't real ice, but magic ice, which didn't have to be made of water. Ignis set the stone on the twice-melted boulder. It hadn't completely cooled, and it suddenly cracked. Ignis clapped before fading away. It took a couple more rounds, swapping out energies as we kept summoning Ignis. It was hard to say how we could train that particular thing without specific resistance, but sending alterations seemed like a good move. Acid and lightning shields worked pretty well. We didn't get to the point of desperation where I had to try something funky, like a stone shield. Would it be better or worse than stone skin? Probably less flexible or mobile and less capable of retribution, but maybe able to take a bigger hit. It didn't matter though, because one after another I felt progress. Turlough, no surname. Level 44. The results were fascinating. The advanced forms completely subsumed the basic mastery. I got precisely one natural upgrade for energy magic instead of all my upgrades put together, but it was quite an acceptable result. Would chain lightning and blizzard suddenly be twice as good? That didn't seem likely, but anything was possible. I would have to test that carefully. Relatedly, they sure subsumed a large number of spells. I had expected many things, but water breathing and fly ended up under advanced energy magic. They certainly didn't fit under spatial magic. For some reason, Midnight was nervous. "What's wrong, buddy? We should just be stronger." Maybe if we ran across some sort of jerk like Parrot, we'd have to be quick with engaging mental freedom, but otherwise it was just better. "Well," he swished his tail slowly, "I was just thinking that the next step is Master, and that involves a few tiers of spells I can't cast. I might just be holding you back now." I gave him a good look to really let my confusion set in. "Why? I feel like we've already been over this, but you're literally only positives." It was true that I didn't need him for some things anymore, but that didn't have anything to do with whether I wanted him around. Also, you're barely short of being able to cast this stuff yourself. It's what, 5 levels at most? That shouldn't even take you another year. Also, you're still better than Bolster even without space lasers. Only because of you. And I only have magic because everyone in my world has a class, I shrugged. It was frankly weirder for you to not have it. I briefly wondered if we could break the familiar bond so he could have his own class stuff. That sounded awful and pointless. We'd literally both be worse off unless he somehow didn't like mage stuff. And I knew he did. "You know what would make you feel better?" I said, throwing lightning at something. "That sounds more like a you thing," Midnight said. But I heard the amusement in his voice. "Come on, you get to be the first person to see if we can completely annihilate reality." I stopped. "But we should go to the quarry." "Why?" "Chain lightning with 12 upgrades might be almost as strong as Meteor Swarm. Actually, it could be numerically stronger. It would take 168 points to get that many upgrades normally. Now it happened to be applying to many different spells. The total point value was through the roof. Teleport wasn't under the domain of advanced spatial magic. It was the 3rd tier. Master, probably. I really wanted to know so I could add the proper terminology to my book. But it was a pretty serious step forward. I could make some assumptions from Rickle's work, but even she didn't directly talk about things like that much. It might be extra forbidden knowledge, and I could see why. Anyway, the point was, teleport wasn't suddenly easier. Dimension Door would be, but that didn't go nearly far enough. As for the results, I honestly couldn't tell. The spells were for very different things. The central impact of Meteor Swarm plus the explosions together was probably stronger. Chain lightning was probably more accurate, and blizzard covered a different area entirely with a different sort of effect. I was pretty sure they came out weaker than a currently unupgraded Meteor Swarm, but not by much. They sure were cheaper though, at barely more than 8 mana from a base of 13, compared to 20. Midnight tried to cast one at full mana cost, and got interesting results. It blasted into the side of the quarry just as before, scattering rocks. It was strong, but it was at most negligibly stronger, instead of more than a 50% increase. "It didn't use most of the rest of the mana?" He tilted his head. I nodded. "We might have hit that theoretical limit. I gathered magic for Blizzard and I could feel it trying to wrestle out of my control. It didn't want to stop at the 13 mana limit either. Midnight might have naturally balanced it, and normally when I was over half mana I did so as well. But this time it simply wasn't. It was a good thing that I had a huge area to throw whatever catastrophe happened at. I focused on remaining conscious until the spell finished forming, so I could make sure that was where it went. Chapter 403. My nose had ice on it. I wasn't even in the area of effect of the blizzard, or at least I shouldn't have been. It seemed that some portion of it rebounded from the far side of the quarry, which was now covered in a thick sheet of ice. I was beginning to see why Meteor Swarm might be one of the best high-level offensive spells. The distance I could use it at was one of the main factors to begin with, but if it was boosted beyond the norm, it would absolutely be required. "I think I'm probably never doing that in a city," I commented to Midnight. I really wasn't fond of the idea of taking the heat for a whole building collapsing. Chain lightning would probably only kill whoever it targeted and leave a hole in the ground, though it might go out of control if it drifted towards overmax mana like that blizzard just had. The most reasonable option here was to just cast spells more cheaply and not worry so much about power. That could be faster too, which was a great boon. And if there was a particularly durable target, the normal versions would likely suffice. Pushing the limits was for if I might die anyway. Yes, that seemed reasonable. Calculator wasn't mad. How could he be? I trained in a training area, but he was very serious. I'd already mentioned I didn't intend to try to do any of that. His purpose was to make sure I didn't tell anyone what I could do. Don't do it. Don't hint that you can. People are already wary enough of your divination abilities. Your threat level increasing will make you a target. Wouldn't people stay away from us, Midnight said, because of the danger? Calculator nodded. The sort of target like Deimos was making you. Anyone who wants you dead will just make sure you're dead, instead of staying on the level of restraint that supers usually engage in. Keeping the secret will let you have an advantage if it comes down to such a situation. Stoneskin shouldn't be visibly stronger, I said, and I suppose it didn't get that many relative increases, but at least 3 more upgrades. That's a good option, Calculator said. I would suggest working at keeping a visually similar level of power for your other abilities. This also explains why your divination is so good. Really? I asked. I've been having so much trouble finding people lately. You literally forced various different groups to develop or adopt new protections, Calculator said, and even then you frequently bypass them. If that's the level of advanced magic with a certain number of upgrades, the next tier might be a bit much. He paused for a moment. Officially, I'm going to adjust your threat rating slightly upwards. Unofficially, you're probably in the high tier. Midnight twitched. Like Dr. Doomsday? No, not yet. Though part of that assessment is more related to your history. Anyway, Calculator shrugged. We can't avoid increasing your assessment, or the city will get on our case the next time you do something visible. But I don't think you want the fame from being one of the youngest to hit the high tier. Stargirl had been in that tier. Could I face her head-on now? Quite possibly. Dark Stargirl might be stronger or less restrained, but at least I was fairly confident in standing up to her. And I might not have to run at full speed from Dr. Doomsday in case he tried to revive his completely unreasonable quarrel with me. 4 individuals sat in a shadowed room. Did the lights go out again somehow? Asked Swiss Arms. I can accommodate for that, she said, as a glow came from her hand. The door was flung open. That won't be necessary. Lady Light stepped into the room, instantly filling it with brightness. She restrained her power just slightly, but even so it was rather uncomfortable for those inside. Yet it would have been worse had there been other sources of light in the room. In different manners, all of them resisted the sudden influx of light. Calculator simply had his own eyes closed. He began to direct the flow of the meeting even as others were still recovering. We've gathered all of us here today. There are only 5 of us, Swiss Arms pointed out. All of us who have relevant things to say on policy, Calculator continued in stride, to discuss recent events. The topic today is those with dimensionally triggered, ordered magical awakening. Portal powers, Swiss Arms declared. None of the ones who matter care what it's called. Mage has gained advanced mastery of 2 combat-relevant fields of magic, Calculator continued. According to calculations, he has encountered one of the theoretical soft limitations on power. It was quite a sudden progression for his most powerful and consistently used attacks. This has surpassed the base capacity of the most powerful magics available in certain circumstances. The upper limits are concerningly high. Movebrain nodded. Thus the increase in assessment hardly requires a meeting, though. I agree, Calculator said. If that were all, however, we must presume others could obtain such abilities. If not immediately, then within a few years. Their growth may be limited by lacking opportunities and different innate growth rates due to these aspects. But in theory, anyone with sufficient focus on a category of magic could develop significant skills. We're looking into how we might accomplish something similar for those within our employ who aren't inclined towards the same sort of magic. Telescope leaned back slightly. Are you talking about Bandage? No, we should imagine that she actually works quite similarly to a mage, just with different categories of advancement, healing among them. If she can get a basic mastery, then she will be able to treat various sorts of wounds and maladies in the field, with little need for assessment. The most famous example of healing magic would be Regrowth, who carries a different strain of magical abilities from the same class system. Her focus appears to be on what would be considered a true master-level spell, Regenerate. She apparently has significant devotion to that singular ability and lacks diversification. But it has netted her quite some fame. We are looking for druids that we can train to have similar abilities, but achieving a steady result takes quite a bit of training. Regrowth seems to have had some fortunate encounters that sped along that process. Calculator took a moment, then continued. The sort of magic I was referring to doesn't appear much like magic at all. But all classes certainly use mana, which would be the basis for magic. We have a few of the Portal Squad with decent combat abilities, but we don't currently see any unification path that would result in sudden growth. One other individual, however, has caught our attention. Herder had quite a useful companion in a Martian rust mole, and then a larger flyer, a dire bat. Certain proclivities led her towards squirrels, not known for their combat prowess, but magical enhancements have been quite good for them. Whether she individually trains her squirrels or ends with some sort of unified companion mastery, she is already effective. Relatedly, a name change for her has been suggested. That's not terribly common, Lady Light said. What's the suggested moniker? Squirrel Swarm, Calculator said. It doesn't appear she will be dissuaded from her current path, and it's not a name that inspires fear. But they shouldn't all have to. Anyone who encounters her will learn caution regardless. There is significant versatility with small, agile, and yet powerful creatures en masse. Each can be presumed to be as capable as a common thug, regardless of their size. It's honestly a better name, Movebrain admitted. The others agreed as well. Should we change him then? Telescope asked. To celebrate his growth? Mage could be Archmage, perhaps. No, Calculator said. That has specific meanings where Mage is from. Regardless of whether he meets certain qualifications, it would not work well for future interactions. But moving on from that topic, we have a headliner that also deserves an official promotion. Letting Great Girl be surpassed by a newbie in relative terms wouldn't be good for our image. And she had shown she is fully capable of controlling her alternative shape-shifting abilities along with her size. Combining her advancement with numerous others would help hide Mage among the rest, instead of singling him out. Lady Light flickered for a moment as she thought, it's a shame we can't promote her squad in the same way. Calculator shrugged. They are quite aware that the popular choice is to have a team geared around supporting a heavy bruiser. They have grown as well, so we can reasonably give them minor assessment increases at the same time, but I doubt Mono will ever particularly change. His accuracy is impeccable, but it's not a power. Normally most would have considered him over-assessed already. I think most of us would rather not be shot by Mono, though, Telescope said as she looked at Movebrain. The man raised an eyebrow. You think I would? I have more than one vital organ, you know. They're all in there. Even with Françoise's invisible head protection, we're not invincible. Swiss Arms stretched out her hands, some of her fingers bending backwards in their artificial joints. Funny thing about that, he also began to develop faster after Mage came around. Mostly because the kid was great at getting injured. François does quite well with people who will let him dress them up as he pleases, Calculator agreed. Our diversified yet cohesive visual state is ultimately good for the brigade. And though Mage is at current the best for mental enhancement because of his mana pool, Bolster is quickly surpassing him in terms of natural upgrades in various assistive options. It helps that she likes doing it, and gains experience from general magical use. Mage happily forges a path for others to follow, while taking on most of the risks himself. We try to keep him alive through that. There were a few spells that could write things down. I could control a pen with Mage's reach, but there wasn't any point in doing that. I could just write stuff on my own if I was going to be performing the motions. I didn't really know how to enchant things long-term because that was a specialized skill set. But I could get a spell that made a quill write. Presumably, it would work with normal pens. Why not just use a transcription program? Midnight commented. That would be easier. Oh, right. Yeah, those do exist, don't they? I just didn't want to spend so much effort writing, so I was looking for solutions. It would be nice if I also didn't have to speak. Mental transcription? I don't think Selmothian tech is tuned to humanoid brain patterns. Otherwise, we have it. That's mind reading, I asked. Wouldn't your spell do the same? Couldn't we do that? I would have to assume that's somewhere in divination. Yeah, it's not weird that we can do it. It's only surface thoughts, though, and it doesn't work on everyone or everything. Like Bunverixians without an inner monologue. We can more or less make it work for Kelmothians, but also they can usually just talk, so sometimes I forget that advanced technology is weirder than magic. It takes many people centuries to figure it out, instead of one person a couple years of practice. Or like 5 minutes and a particularly bad experience to awaken a power, I guess. Do Selmothians ever get powers? I asked. Strangely, no. That's one thing we want to study about Earth. We might learn something about the hotspots, though of course Extra is cautious about letting much advanced tech onto Earth, especially while our people are at war. Even if they've already effectively been pushed onto one side, they'd prefer we don't draw more attention. I had a lot of notes to take for my book. Most of them were mental right now, some stuff I'd written down already. But I needed to do it better, especially now that I actually understood mastery better, or at least knew more about it. I still didn't actually understand how it could possibly keep all my upgrades from basic, but I could include that as a thing that happened for future knowledge. Chapter 404. I was still having trouble pinning down anything useful about the mod squad. It was easier to just catch random members out and about, doing things, than it was to properly scry on any of the leaders. So that was what I was doing. Or rather, I was just out on patrols in areas they tended to frequent, though it was always possible their base would move or they would act further from said base. Or bases. The thing about the mod squad was I didn't really hate them, but Flasher had done something unforgivable. He had kidnapped Midnight for the Bunverixians. The bad ones, obviously. The good ones weren't up to any interstellar kidnappings. They could barely operate on their own planet safely. We were in a little patrol squad of 4, or 40-ish. I honestly didn't know how many squirrels Zeb had anymore, but it did make sense that her name had changed. Squirrel Swarm. That was probably better than Herder, though she didn't necessarily think so. Do they think I don't like Fluffy and Miss Flutter? Have I been bad to them? Miss Flutter was taking the day off, I believed, as she did most days. However, Fluffy was quite happy to be out and about. The rust mole sniffed everything with interest, especially cars and light poles and anything mechanical. But he didn't eat them because Zeb had done well with his training. Not that he would be allowed on the streets otherwise, the Power Brigade was better than that. I bent down to pat Zeb on the head. Don't worry about that, you're doing just fine. Whoever picks the names is just weird. Maybe they were sick. Squirrel Swarm was almost good. Not that I really was the best judge of names. Along with us was of course Midnight. Us being on separate patrols was the exception, not the norm. For brigade purposes, we counted as 2, even if we didn't for magic. Then finally was Jim. That was also his official moniker. The Power Brigade hadn't even tried to give him a cover identity. The name Jim was also disarming, as nobody would immediately hear Jim and think mass of strange tentacles. But once they'd met him, they would understand. Theoretically, he could understand English, but it took some effort for him to replicate human speech, so he wasn't usually terribly talkative. Even with us all decked out with translation, he wasn't terribly chatty. He wasn't unfriendly, just quiet. The main things we had in common were preferring this world over others, and that topic had already been well trodden. Zeb's squirrels were fearless. Since they were empathically tied to her, that seemed to result in quite abnormal behavior from them. At the very least, I kind of expected squirrels to not climb on people even if they weren't Jim. But here they did. It was probably good for his image. I saw quite a few confused people taking pictures. Jim wasn't so well known that everyone was aware of him. That was why his official outfit squashed some of him into a humanoid shape with clear Power Brigade markings covering the front and back of the chest, plus his name. Usually the reaction to Jim was slightly more fearful. Interested confusion and occasional mirth was pretty good. He did look pretty funny with squirrels all over him. Zeb obviously had a handful on her, and of course Fluffy and myself also had a few guests. Midnight was small enough that only the bravest squirrels tried to ride on him, especially since they would be subject to second-order jostling. Most days of patrol were nothing, at least for any individual squad. Despite what some people tried to make it out to be, New Bay wasn't a war zone. Most of the time it was a place with a lot of strange people. Supervillains and their minions did get up to stuff, but since they tended to push out all the non-powered crime, the rates weren't that high. Overall, the economic state of the area was quite high, given how much positive attention superheroes and frequent powers drew. While utility powers were valuable elsewhere, they weren't always accepted so easily. At best, there were things like healing. Unless you had a really weird healing power, you would be welcomed by anyone who liked being alive more than they hated powers. Which was most people, aside from some wackos that wouldn't be around to bother people overly long. We hadn't spotted the mod squad. Then there was a loud crunch. "No, Fluffy, don't eat that," Zeb scurried over. "That poor thing." Held in Fluffy's jaws was the twisted remains of a robotic rat. It was still twitching and sparking. "Probably one of Rodentia's," I commented. "He could probably eat it, but it would be better if he showed us first." Zeb took some time to explain that to Fluffy. We didn't want him eating someone's science project, even if the vast majority of robo-rats would be Rodentia's minions. Like 99.99%. Fluffy nodded, then proceeded to tear apart the device, leaving little but some synthetic fur behind. Presumably any tracking devices would be digested quickly if they hadn't already been destroyed as he tore it apart. At the very least, any sort of power signature was so diminished I couldn't feel it. And as Rodentia relied on super tech, it all felt like something. I was glad that Rodentia had gotten past the series of models that had artificial blood. It had been so unnecessary and weird. A few minutes later, Fluffy caught another one. This time, he properly showed us before devouring it. This was a problem. Not what Fluffy was doing, but one of Rodentia's rats was a coincidence. There were so many, after all. 2 was a sign. Zeb had Fluffy begin to specifically hunt down more to see if we could find any signs of where they might be coming from or going to. I was surprised we didn't end up in the sewers. Usually that was the case with Rodentia-related stuff. Instead, we remained at street level. Gradually, we were narrowing down where the rats could be going. They weren't moving in a single large swarm, though that didn't mean much. They could have just been keeping things subtle. Rodentia did that every once in a while, or we were at the beginning or end of a larger migration. Soon enough, Fluffy stopped eating the rats. He was capable of digesting metal bits, and even quite happy to do so, but he was limited by the size of his stomach. A few of the 2-foot rats, or a couple dozen smaller ones, would fill quite a large volume. Now we were following the trail of some instead of killing them, which was probably a better way to figure out where we were going anyway. Soon enough we came to a large walled building. Fluffy spent a few minutes sniffing around the edge, and we were able to determine that they weren't just passing through, different directions all led into there. "Super Labs," I commented. "That's not a very good name." "Pretty sure all of the other words meaning top, big, or important were already taken," Midnight said. "Plus, according to my research, they do work with powers here. We should probably warn—" I began to speak. Then there was an explosion. "Let's get to the entrance." I could have just flown us over the side, but we didn't want to confuse whatever security they had and make things worse. We needn't have bothered, though. Their security was irrelevant. There was one lady yelling into her radio when we arrived. "I'm telling you, we need all the heroes you can—" "Oh, there they are." "Power Brigade," I said. The speaking role defaulted to me because I was humanoid. It saved a lot of "you can speak" and things like that. "What's the situation?" There was an explosion over there," the security guard gestured. "Which building?" I asked. "Do we need a keycard?" "I'm not sure which building," she admitted. "You'll definitely need a keycard to get there." "Great." I didn't mean that, obviously. "Radio the other guards to ask, and get me the head of security so we can get a keycard." I held up a card made to easily confirm that we were actual registered members of New Bay's hero and mercenary system. Security and cops all had a system they could connect to rapidly. She quickly scanned it. "All right, status confirmed," the woman said, "so there's just one issue. The other security—" She looked around. It's just me. I'm the head of security. I held out my hand. Keycard. I don't have any. I just looked at her. It's not my fault. The lab head said that there were too many secret projects, and I didn't have clearance. Then that lab head should have gotten you clearance, Midnight said. It felt like we were both thinking the same thing. This lab had skimped on security. It was going to be hell for them when the city reviewed their setup. That didn't mean we weren't going to save them. The city would pay us for doing our job, and they would collect from the lab for the unnecessary extra expenses. If the power brigade had to do something, it wasn't my department. A few people in lab coats came running out the front. What's going on? One man demanded. Keycard, I said, holding out my hand. He took me in immediately and shook his head. Doesn't work like that. You'll need your biometrics in the system. All right. I walked past him to the door. I gathered mana for knock, but I was going to have to do that over and over, wasn't I? How annoying. What if I just... a little bit of this and that? Some multicasting to target the system as a whole, maybe. Then I could use a bit of extra mana to make sure it worked. 4 turned into 12, turned into an even 24, just to be sure. Maybe we should have just used fly to begin with, but we were already inside. Opening things up wasn't an issue when Rodentia was already exploding parts of the lab. Thud, thud, thud. 3 knocks rang out, one after another. The building shook slightly, and the door flung open. We were immediately running down the hallway, not sprinting, but certainly not taking our time. The direction of the explosion had been clear enough, and I had a vague feeling of more powered stuff happening in that direction. Relatedly, this lab had a whole lot of unsecured powered stuff. There weren't any sort of dampeners that I could sense, meaning it kind of stuck out like a sore thumb for anyone looking. And the one security guard was a normie. It probably wasn't her fault, but she really wasn't enough. Yet she was running along after us, which meant we would have to protect her too. So we'd have to keep her from turning into cheese, I guess. Fluffy was excited. I couldn't tell quite why until we burst out of one building to see another with the front being dismantled by rat lasers. Now, my minions, set them free. Rodentia was there, obviously. With a rat mask covering her face, the only part of her we could actually see was some grey hair. But the voice and mannerisms were clear enough. She saw us as the dust began to settle. Aha, someone comes to stop my great escape, but you are too late, for I have already liberated this entire laboratory from the reins of tyranny. She paused, then looked behind her. What do you mean they aren't running away? It's fine, right? Midnight asked as he was pointing a paw at her. For sure, I said. He shot her in the back of the head with a laser. It wouldn't have killed her even if she didn't have fancy shielding tech, but she did. And it wasn't just rats this time. She'd either stolen more of or replicated the same sort of doomsday tech as before. Hexagons appeared as Midnight's beam swept across her. She turned around. Rude, I was busy. She surveyed our group, then pointed. Kill that abomination. I was pretty sure she didn't need verbal orders. It was also very rude to Jim. Except the rats all targeted Fluffy, which was also very rude. Hey, careful of the squirrels, Rodentia said. Yeah, don't hurt the squirrels, Zeb yelled in agreement. Did Rodentia mention liberating something? Like lab experiments, this might be troublesome. Also, I needed to remind Zeb not to agree with villains so easily, at least verbally. Chapter 4, 105. Dozens of lasers focused in on Fluffy, all at the same time. They hit him everywhere, head, neck, chest, and even his forelimbs and paws. Fluffy was ecstatic, his tongue flailing everywhere as he began to lick up the laser residue that his fur created. I still had no idea how that worked, and while there was a maximum amount he could safely absorb, each of Rodentia's minions were fairly low power on their own. Rodentia was yelling behind her, presumably at her robotic minions, which didn't need verbal orders. Well, if they're not coming, set out the bait. Her head snapped back. Hey, that mole thing is still fine. What were you guys doing? Her eyes narrowed behind the mask as she looked at me. It was you, wasn't it? No, it was not. Fluffy was a rust mole, but I didn't need to inform a super tech individual as to the weaknesses of our current team. You'll never find out, I said. Today we'll be bringing you in. Or not. Rodentia was pretty slippery, so just driving her off was usually sufficient. Today we seemed to have an advantage, as Zeb's many squirrels were attacking Rodentia's robots, but weren't getting attacked in return. I suppose she actually meant what she said about not attacking the squirrels. Unfortunately, even if they could take down a few at a time quite consistently, Rodentia's swarm was rather absurd in size. She even had more inside, along with some that had weird powers. Actually, wait. Everyone, brace yourselves for trouble, I said. There's something big incoming. There were hundreds, no thousands of powered individuals just out of sight. Who could say exactly how powerful? Oh, they were just mice. The mice? Midnight asked as mice chased after some of Rodentia's rat robots. Don't underestimate them, I said. I considered my non-lethal options. I had so many that I could use on a large group of foes, like, powering down wide area spells, and maybe something else. It wasn't my fault. Normally I fought humans, or things as durable as humans. I had a pretty good sense of how hard I could blast them. Mice were not the norm, so I tossed grease at them. Clearly that was the sensible solution. Presuming these mice came from the labs, they'd want them back unharmed. I just forgot my own caution, or rather, I hadn't expected quite the results I got. Dozens of mice suddenly flew into the sky, some with wings, some by glowing with various sorts of energy. Many more suddenly dashed forward out of the area. Then there were the splitters. Nobody should have made mice into splitters. A few dozen mice suddenly became a few hundred, a few thousand, tens of thousands of mice that poured over the entire area of Greece, climbing over each other rather than touching the ground. That forced others into the ground, which caused some of them to tear up the concrete with what I could only assume were both stone kinesis and bruiser powers. Then came the pyromancers, and, well, it was chaos. A few moments later, the 1,000 or so base mice had exploded out in all different directions, scattering over a 30-foot wide area. The vast majority of them appeared to be healthy still. Some of them turned to flee. The speedsters might have already escaped the compound. The flyers would soon. Funnily enough, the teleporters might be slower. Oh yes, they had a few of those. I could feel the spatial distortions. I also couldn't do anything about it. I was more concerned about the small portion that was rushing towards us, as if we were the source of the problem. Some of the mice also turned on Rodentia's minions, not really understanding what was going on. I threw out the first thing that came to my mind when dealing with a large variety of powers. I just wanted to stop it. Dispel should hopefully be valuable, as I just threw out a bunch of anti-magic, or anti-ability, as the case was. Dispel was generic and because of that not particularly powerful, but each mouse seemed pretty individually weak. I actually managed to blast about half of those coming towards us, the middle chunk momentarily disrupting their abilities, which meant there were still a bunch of mice running, but generally much more slowly for the moment. Something bit my ankle from outside my suit. So it didn't really hurt, but I rapidly noticed a string of bites climbing up my side. I kicked my leg, sending something flying. Zeb's squirrels began to combat the first wave of mice. "Be nice to the mice," Zeb yelled. Her words probably didn't matter, but her intentions were properly conveyed. Her various squirrels didn't begin to cuddle the mice or anything, but they resorted more to tail slaps, brushing them away rather than chomping them, which they had absolutely been doing to the robots. Midnight had coated himself in ultra-weak, shocking grasp, which I copied a few moments later. Less than a point of mana, and not meant to affect a single target, but disperse over time. A perfect solution, especially for him. I also noticed his suit molding around some of the paws of the super mice, climbing onto him, keeping them in place. Adaptive nanotech was so neat, I needed to snag more stuff like that. And it would be totally fine because I was best buddies with a Selmothian. Fluffy was having trouble, though his fur was dense enough the mice really couldn't do much. Mostly, he was running around chomping robot rats while ignoring the mice, since that was something he could do. Jim was psychic blasting groups of mice. Gently. He was erring on the side of caution, so most of them were just getting pushed around a little, or becoming unsteady on their feet for a moment. His actual body was more accessible than mine, with various tentacles shoved into the bottom of his suit. But the mice only ever tried to bite him once or twice. Maybe he tasted really bad. Rodentia was still around. "I won't let them treat you like lab rats." Presumably she was yelling at all the mice. Lab mice were more common, in my understanding. They were smaller and had faster life cycles. "Go, run free," she gestured grandly. "Stop biting me." They did not stop biting her, though the vast majority of them were ineffective. For example, the speedster mice certainly could get in a lot of bites, but they weren't actually any stronger. Her shields could handle bullet, so tiny teeth wasn't an issue. Though there were a few mice that seemed to be troublesome, both for her and for me. One of them grabbed my shoe and tossed me, just like a foot, but the fact that it could move all of me was exceptional. I made sure to snatch that one up with Mage's reach, grabbing it around its midsection. A tiny bit of mana to shut off just one mouse's power, and then I had to find somewhere to set it. Shouldn't the lab have cages? For the moment, I tossed it into a water fountain in the middle of the plaza we were fighting in. Then I summoned Ignis. "Get rid of all that water," I said, "and toss as many mice in there as you can, alive and as healthy as possible." Ignis saluted. He was just his little form. Well, all of them were equally little, his minor form with no mustache or hat. Moving around water would still be easy enough, and it was about half the cost. It would have been less than that, but with advanced spatial magic subsuming basic, they now had the same upgrades. Speaking of advanced spatial magic, maybe I could do something here. 13 mana appeared to be the limit for such a task, but I could improvise something useful. What I wanted was something like Dimension Door, but both more and less. I needed to move a lot of mice all at once. Were they reasonably one thing? Not at all. But some spells had limits not based on total individuals, but total amount, sometimes larger individuals counted for more. I waved my arm and, about half of the mice in the area I had intended were teleported into the rapidly emptying fountain. The other half I either had failed to properly include, or they resisted the pull. Without direct contact, it was hard to forcibly teleport things. Even mice with relatively weak wills were able to resist, which was kind of embarrassing. Or maybe I'd hit my total limit for the amount of mana I used, though if we were going by mass, I got maybe 2 humans worth, so that was unlikely. HQ warned the city that there is an ongoing outbreak of superpowered mice from superlabs. I found the time to give a few details as I assessed the ongoing situation. I grabbed a few flying mice with my ongoing Mage's Reach spell. I apparently should have brought some plastic tubs with me today, not like I could have known this was going to happen. Individually negating mice power was a pain, and it wasn't going to last more than a couple minutes at best. "I declare victory," Rodentia said. "See the freedom I have achieved." "Yeah, we're going to have to—" Before I could even tell her we were bringing her in, a giant drill about 6 feet high and 3 across fell out of the sky and crashed into the plaza. Somehow it peacefully pushed away rats, mice, and squirrels, though Fluffy was near the impact and was sent tumbling with a pained yelp. I was gathering mana for some sort of attack when the drill instantly started, throwing huge chunks of rock into the sky and rapidly descending. Rodentia had already leapt onto it. I had one shot. If I maximized my power, I could probably obliterate it. But I might also damage the facility around us. Also kill Rodentia, and she hadn't done anything worthy of death. Then again, maybe her adaptive rat shielding would save her. I went for a sonic lance, beyond its normal maximum power, but less than the theoretical limit I would have had with advanced energy magic, both for safety and to maintain plausible power deniability. It blasted her off course. Instead of going straight down, I tilted the entire drill about 30 degrees. She still zipped into the ground, but instead of going straight down, she angled through the ground beneath me. I could feel it, even as her rats swarmed in after her, and a few mice, but they might have just been lost. "We have to contain the mice," I declared. "Catch as many as you can." Chasing supervillains through the ground was only a good idea if we had the right powers, which we didn't. And the public was in danger. They didn't have mousebite-proof clothing. It took a couple hours to catch all of the remaining mice on the lab grounds. For some reason, the lab head was really upset that we tried to help them. I didn't quite catch his name. Louis or Larry or Loser or something like that. Anyway, he complained about being tied up for 2 hours and how we didn't protect them, and a million other things. He had no fear for supers, apparently. But then the auditors showed up, and he instantly paled. It wasn't my problem if they ate him, or whatever he thought they were going to do. He was the one who only had a single non-powered security guard at a lab involved with power experimentation. I was pretty sure that giving thousands of mice powers was something that required bigger permits than he had. "This one is named Squirrely," Zeb said enthusiastically. "Probably nobody would notice if one or two superpowered mice disappeared from the bunch." "Is that even a lab mouse?" I asked. "I think she's a shapeshifter," Zeb explained. "That's why she looks like a dormouse right now. It's so cute." "I see. I kind of got it. But I wasn't sure if Zeb could actually form a companion bond with super mice. Maybe if they were weak enough it wouldn't count. Mostly, I was thinking about how we could have handled Rodentia better. The mice had been a confounding factor that took too much of our focus. But without them, or even before them, we might have had an opportunity to batter Rodentia herself. She might have responded with some weird cheese ray or something if she felt threatened, but surely we could have caused some damage. She was always weirdly strong, and she knew how to run. Maybe I should always just toss slow at her, though I imagine she'd develop temporal shielding pretty quickly, so we'd have to catch her sooner rather than later. The whole thing had been a decent scrap, but I would have liked more experience. At least Rodentia was often fresh enough to be worth good experience every time. Fully defeating her would be pretty great. And based on the track record of various holding facilities, she might break out to be fought again. I felt like they had been particularly bad as of late, but maybe they were always bad. Someone should check those statistics, maybe when Calculator wasn't busy. Chapter 406. The best part about patrol days was that we weren't dealing with any specific problems. That was why, when we came across a lab full of supermice and Rodentia, the problem was done once we got as many mice as we could into tiny little power-suppressing cages. That was where my job stopped. I wouldn't have to deal with more mice in the future. I also wouldn't have to hear about things like how the lab had a reliable method of replicating powers that might work on humans. Had being past tense, not present tense, because Rodentia took it when she let the mice free. But it was fine, because I didn't have to know that. Midnight felt much the same way. "I'm not hunting mice just because I'm a feline," he grumbled. "I won't be assigned to such nonsense." He couldn't hunt anyway. He was a city cat, not a country cat. No, wait, a Selmothian. I also wouldn't expect humans to be able to hunt if they came from the city, just like nobody should expect city orcs to know how to hunt. For all that we had nothing more to do with super mice, it sure felt like that regardless. Who knew that releasing hundreds of tiny supers into the city would result in frequent incidents? And those were just the ones we knew about. But really, how long could this be a problem for? Mice didn't live that long anyway, a few weeks, months, maybe a couple years tops, though I suppose that last one was more or less how long I had been in New Bay, so it could be considered a quite significant amount of time. Because I didn't like doing all the utility stuff, and because she did, Bolster was trying to learn how to manage some of the higher tier stuff like scrying. The Portal Squad had been leveling up at a pretty decent pace with a mix of training and practical experience. They didn't have to engage in combat to level up, but it was still pretty efficient. I'd personally been on a number of missions with them, where we got into some serious conflict, which was great for growth if you survived. And we did, so it was great. It didn't take a crazy amount of mana to cast scrying, but getting good at it took more effort. The Power Brigade also very much preferred we maximize natural upgrades as much as possible, reasoning that we could later apply point upgrades if necessary. I generally agreed, as I was quite fond of natural upgrades myself. They were a significant part of my strength that put me quite a significant margin ahead of what I would have expected for those my level. In addition to learning spells without points, I found myself hundreds of points ahead of where I should have been. Actual calculations became difficult because of the masteries. Surely I shouldn't count every upgrade for every possible spell. But counting things just once also seemed incorrect. Perhaps one spell of each tier within their range. When I did some simple calculations along those lines for advanced energy magic, the total came out to 1,144 points, which was more than the total of 990 I should have had. I had more proficiency in advanced spatial magic, via the magic of storage mostly. The point upgrades I had put into that cheapest spell had carried over and were now worth at least 7 times as much. I wasn't sure that made sense, but I supposed it was important to have a good foundation. It was possible I could have exploited things if I knew what was going to happen, dumping points into storage before it fused into basic spatial magic, or perhaps the imbalance would have made the mastery impossible. By that metric, advanced divination magic was behind with only 9 total upgrades, perhaps because I had gained the mastery early. Though to be honest, it was mostly because I had spent fewer points on upgrades, as it had more natural upgrades than energy. Also, I didn't know how to fight someone with divination magic, so I mainly used it as necessary. Bolster furrowed her brow as she attempted to do as I requested. She was pretty capable so far. A few natural upgrades, which made things much easier. I wasn't sure why she was having trouble with this. The mist swirled, then dissipated to show nothing but the cube. "Nope," she said, "can't do it." "Why not?" I said. "You can outmaneuver scrying anchors often enough. You should be able to pick out a shifter or something similar pretty easily. Here, let me try." "I don't think," she began to protect. "Behold," I waved my arms dramatically. "This guy." "That's just a guy." I shrugged. He is right now. But when night falls, this guy will have a tail." "You can tell it only happens at night?" "Nah, I'm just making it up," I said. "I can tell he's got shape-shifting powers, though." "Does this guy actually have powers?" she asked as he walked along. "Are you sure it's all right to spy on random civilians like—" The guy threw open his trench coat, revealing that he wasn't wearing anything else. I hadn't expected to run into anything like that for someone just wandering around on city streets, though he was just off to the side. In an instant, he was blending into the bricks. Then his body changed, briefly revealing claws, a tail, and various other transformations before they too aligned with the background. Then he strode confidently out of the alley in his new form, fully visible. "Oh hey, it's Bistro," I commented. "Wait, what?" "The supervillain." "Oh, I get it," Bolster nodded. "You already knew it was him. That's how you picked him out." "Nah, I was just looking for something that matched." I stroked my chin. "You think we should flag this? We'd probably need a warrant before now to arrest him, but having his picture is probably useful." I was going to make sure Shockwave saw this. They'd want to know. Bolster was glaring at me for some reason. "What? Are you cosmically lucky or something?" I shrugged. "Pretty sure that would be a power, and I've already got one." "Why would you think that anyway?" "You just randomly picked out Bistro at a time like this?" "You'd be surprised what you can see from random 10-minute snippets of a super's day," I said. "Also, he's one of the stronger options. Custom limbs, heightened reflexes, visual adaptation, full body transformation, the list goes on. I'm saying he's pretty obvious, so it's not strange that I picked him up." "But I can't do it." I pondered. She'd done decently when we were comparing sensing abilities, but not astounding. Perhaps she needed more practice. "I have an idea," I said. "Maybe you need to get more used to sensing powers." "And what does that mean?" "Well, normally I'd send you out on the streets to pick up what you can. But I think we can just start with you looking around Power Brigade HQ for anyone you don't know and trying to figure out what they do." "I see. And you did this to improve." I didn't quite know how to answer that. In Mosley, I had a lot of time where I was out of mana. I couldn't say I was always trying to figure out people's classes, but there was certainly some people watching involved. It was only speculation that it helped me develop to my apparently pretty good level of sensory proficiency. If I was some sort of natural talent, I couldn't really do anything about it. I nodded. "I've done it plenty." It was true, even for the Power Brigade. Take notes and then look them up later to see if you were right. "I don't have full access to the database," Bolster reminded me. "Oh, right." She was still not new, but not the same rank, due to starting later and all that. "I can help you confirm your suppositions if you don't have access to particular individuals." I made an official note of the training exercise. I doubted anyone would wonder why I was looking up random people in the database, but they might care about Bolster doing so. "How long?" Bolster asked. "Let's say an hour per day, and if you happen to be out on the streets, put in some effort into sensing whoever you pass by. Give it 2 weeks to see if you feel any change." Obviously, that wasn't going to make up for years of practice if that was the only difference, but surely she would notice some difference if it could be trained. Watching the news was part of my job, or rather, watching whatever news calculator thought important enough to send to me. I didn't know why he would bother sending me something about the supermarket will-o-wisp, but since he didn't say, he expected me to figure it out. "Wow, this video quality is awful," I commented. Midnight nodded. "Why do they even have security cameras that are so poor quality?" "Insurance," Midnight said. "Probably costs more if they don't have cameras." The camera focused on an empty section of store, though I could only vaguely tell that as the lights were off. Then the camera practically burned out for a moment before revealing a flying orb of light. It didn't have hard edges, but instead was quite wobbly. It might not have only been the camera. The will-o-wisp alighted on a nearby shelf, setting some things on fire. Then it disappeared, and the small fires died out before the suppression systems went off. I was pretty sure they should have gone off. "Is that the whole clip?" Midnight asked. "Apparently there's another 6 hours of blackness." "No thermal imaging?" Midnight asked. "Your dark vision doesn't work?" I shook my head. "Not any better than your feline night eyes, only what the camera picked up. Adjusting for light levels, this is the best quality. We'd have to be there in person or have better base video to see much more. We did review another 20 minutes of footage, sped up, just to see if there was anything." "There," Midnight said. "Movement, something falls down. Let's check the morning tapes." "Don't have 'em," I said. "Let me ask Calculator." I could swear he had to be writing the response as he read the message because he answered so fast. Apparently he already asked for it, but they haven't sent it over yet. "I think there was some movement on the shelves before that." "Could be a box finally crumbling apart after the fire," I said. "Let's start at the beginning." Going frame by frame, the fire actually started on the ground. Probably. The camera washed out quickly, but before that there was a frame or two of lighting that indicated something similar. Then the orb flew up onto the shelf and went out. I looked at it closely. "I know the quality is bad," I said, "and we're missing a lot. But something about that light looks familiar." "Right?" Midnight said. We simultaneously cast the light spell. "Nope," I shook my head. "Not that. Maybe in a closet. The natural lighting here." "The shape is different," I said. "The edges there are wavier. Kinda like—" I made vague motions with my hands. "You know?" "I really don't." "Too bad. That would have been helpful." I sat and pondered, but I couldn't figure out anything else. Maybe because I was hungry. "We should buy more snacks." "Snacks aren't good for you," Midnight said. "Get me some too." Our apartments had kitchens. Neither of us were good cooks, and we made way too much money to worry about the cost. We could order food or go to a restaurant whenever we wanted, so most of our food was made by others. And some of Midnight's food was from cans, but he honestly just liked to have the tuna available rather than eating it most of the time. If I was going out, I might as well slip by this particular supermarket to see if my eyes could pick something out. I heard they didn't even close the store. It wasn't even an official request, which made me wonder why Calculator had bothered to set his eyes on it. But he always had intuition for things. It was just that usually his intuition came with an explanation. Chapter 407. Though I was entering a supermarket, it wasn't a supermarket. Barely anyone inside had even a hint of power. After all, there were only so many people in the building, and being without powers was the norm. I set myself up for magical detection and snooping with a bit of arcane sight and the like. Maybe I'd throw in some divination when I got to the spot, depending on how things were going. At least, that was what I was thinking as I tried to figure out how to sneak towards my target. The will-o-wisp, or whatever it had been, should have left some remnants on the cereal aisle. If I could go the aisle next to it, maybe I could find a gap in the shelves and— The aisle was just open, not even a bit of tape. They just had a caution sign on burned linoleum flooring, and that was it. They didn't even replace the stuff on the shelves. Maybe just removing whatever had been there. It was mostly empty, but I could guess what had been there. Cereal. Because it was the cereal aisle. Based on the world, it would be somewhere around 200% sugar through the magic of science or something. People apparently liked their teeth rotting. I wasn't particularly fond of the idea, and I was the one with tusks that were constantly growing. I certainly didn't want them to fall apart, and I was less fond of the idea for my regular teeth. At least speedsters had some good options if they were glucose-powered. Hopefully they couldn't get super diabetes. Speaking of supers, I could detect the lingering power. There wasn't anything else to interfere. It took me a moment to figure it out, but I knew where I remembered it. I took a look at the video and, yeah, that looked right after I compared to some other videos on the internet. It was Stargirl's power. I had many questions, such as when her power turned bright and happy again, and why she was using it to steal cereal. I supposed I could ask her, since she appeared to still be nearby. I wasn't really working right now, but I supposed I could catch someone wanted if they just appeared in front of me. I'd need to use the reverse energy ward to keep her from breaking things. Tuning it to her happy and bright energy signature was important as well, instead of her more modern black fire and stuff. It had been so long since a direct confrontation with her, I honestly couldn't remember if she was any good at sensing. Would she know I was coming? The last time had been Halloween, and the bad angels had been a bigger deal there. Well, whatever. I didn't feel gloom. Worst case, I dimension-doored out of here. Stargirl wasn't running, so I didn't really have any excuse not to try. I peeked around the corner and didn't see her. No, she was lower. Under the shelves. That didn't really make sense. There wasn't any room there. I lowered myself to the floor. Stargirl was much smaller and more mousy than before. She looked me in the eyes. I cast Energy Ward, then Mage's Reach. She panicked and tried to run. Her powers wrestled against mine. Wow, she was weak, both in body and power. And maybe this was just a mouse. I stuffed it in a pocket in my jacket, just hidden for the moment. The adaptive material had camouflage so that myself and other members of the Power Brigade could move around subtly without losing our defensive capabilities. Another upgrade Francois kind of had to add, because Handface kept trying to kill me. The mouse kept trying to run until I shoved a slice of cheese into the pocket. Yes, I was going to pay for it. I just slipped one out of the package first. I just used storage twice, separating some from the inside. It would be weird to open the package inside the store. Here are your snacks, I said to Midnight, tossing some sliced salami and stuff onto the counter. Oh, and I caught Stargirl. Thanks. Wait, what? I pulled out the mouse. Stargirl. Midnight narrowed his eyes. If that is Stargirl, she probably shouldn't be in our apartment. True, I don't think it is. Yet, clearly it's Stargirl, right? The power resemblance is uncanny. Hey, mouse, you don't happen to be an alien, do you? The mouse squeaked. It wasn't super happy about talking to a cat or something. It thought was a cat. Also, it didn't seem to speak. I'm going to go into the office, I said. See what they think. Calculator was waiting for me with the tiniest power suppressors I'd ever seen. Maybe it had been made specifically for mice after the incident, or I just hadn't needed to be aware of them. After all, it wasn't super efficient to suppress just one finger on a normal-sized person. Squirrel Swarm is waiting, Calculator said. For what? To converse with the rodent. Oh right, she could do that. Sort of. We went to see Zeb. There was a back and forth between Zeb and the mouse for a while. And then what? Yeah? Very interesting. Tell me more about that. Ahem, Calculator cleared his voice. The results? Huh. Zeb tilted her head. What do you mean? First, I assume this is an actual animal, based on your interactions. Oh yeah, for sure, Zeb agreed. Was that all? Calculator was very patient. He had to deal with people like me, after all. What have you learned about how it got powers? Oh, I forgot about that. Give me a moment. Zeb chatted with the mouse for another minute. She says she doesn't have powers anymore. They are currently suppressed, yes. And she got them from... There were a whole bunch of other mice. She thinks she got it from them. I frowned. Is it contagious? Or just the lab? Let's find out. Tell me about the mice. Were there big people like these too? Bright lights and needles and stuff. Yeah, I see. Zeb looked over and wagged her tail. Probably a lab. She doesn't really know about them, though. Also, she wants more cheese. I considered that. I'm pretty sure I already fed her something close to her body weight in cheese. I don't even know if that's a healthy diet for a mouse. Is it? Zeb looked at me. I looked back. She tilted her head. Wait, should I know? You're the animal person. I'm a Bunvarixian. The Beastmaster. Oh yeah? I don't know. Mice aren't squirrels. Do you want to hear what squirrels eat? Don't you have a mouse? Squirrely is a squirrel, whenever he or she feels like it. Is it safe for Squirrely to eat a diet based on transformations? I sure hope so. They're quite healthy, I think. Reasonable, Calculator commented. Shapeshifters can often reform nutrients to suit themselves as necessary. A common secondary power. Stargirl wants to know if she can go back to the lab. She says they had lots of fun things there. And treats. She cannot, Calculator said. But I believe she would have to go to some lab regardless. New Bay is quite concerned about this recent outbreak. I couldn't imagine why. They don't seem that bad to me. It barely takes any power to suppress them. And if you didn't have a power, like most people? He did have a point there. Maybe people should just learn to be nice to mice, or whatever. It was a couple days later that Great Girl found me in the cafeteria. Have you heard the news? She asked. You can assume I haven't, I replied. The heroes are so mad about the mouse you caught, she laughed. Should I be worried? About the heroes? No, it's not that part. They're more mad at Super Labs. Also, I have no idea how the heck those people got that name. Or a license. Though that might be the other problem. Oh. Right, let's see. She leaned onto the table. She was at her standard size, so there was no worry about her causing damage. Basically, from what people have found out, they were trying to do something like inject mice with powers, and they might even have actually accomplished it. The problem being their complete lack of security, reasonable operation protocols, maybe licenses. Oh, and the fact that they had any power samples to begin with. For this to happen, they would have had to have Shooting Star's power years ago, which is its own huge new controversy. Every time she shows her face, or people are reminded that Dark Star was a hero, the association gets an aneurysm. I don't know if I really care. And that's why you're a great pal, she grinned, though maybe you should. They have a lot of leverage. You think Castle has a mouse? If I caught it, would she forgive me for beating up her stupid apprentice or get more mad? Great Girl took a deep breath in and out. I think if there are more high-tier powers that these guys had their hands on, people are going to be very ticked. I mean, it was already bad enough that Rodentia let every last mouse out of the cages, and now they're running free around the city, causing adorable chaos. I don't know if you getting intentionally involved with things will help. Also, next time I see Rook, I'm kicking him in the face for you. No need, I said. Baby Castle is kind of useless. Oh, that's a good name. Anyway, he's kinda not, though. They have high hopes for him. He literally couldn't stand for most of that conflict. Heh, Grease. Whenever that spell works, it's really funny. She pondered for a moment. You should have specialized in low-tier spells. It could have been great. You could be called Cantrip and taken people out in slapstick ways. I'd probably be dead. Yeah. Or not made as many enemies. You don't know sleep, do you? It is not in my wheelhouse at all, no, I said. It would probably be a good idea. Maybe if it fit within another mastery, otherwise it feels like a waste. Even if it was the norm, now I couldn't help but feel like everything was worse if it had to upgrade all on its own. It was a fine utility spell, but I could generally tune down any elemental stuff if I needed to. I didn't expect to find myself against anyone so fragile that I couldn't manage otherwise. Except all of these mice. Maybe it was a good idea. Do you think knocking someone out with sleep counts as fighting them? Great Girl shrugged. That I have no answers for. I don't know how your aspect works, but probably. They'd be defeated. It doesn't have to be just damage, right? It works defensively or with any sort of conflict. It shouldn't be too expensive to learn either way. She had a point there. She always did. You'd have to help me test it. Done. I've got a free afternoon. Smaller is better, right? She commented. That way I won't fall so far and hit my head. No, you could just lie down. Nonsense. I need to take a combat stance. Great Girl squared up at less than 3 feet tall. She could probably still break my kneecaps. Come on, let's go. She performed some jabs. Fine. Sleep was a strange spell. It was almost single target, but it was still an area. In short, I couldn't aim it at someone. I had to aim it at the area near someone. Clouds sort of swirled throughout the area for a moment, which made it dodgeable by people who knew what they were doing. That included Great Girl. We can't test it if you just avoid it. And you can't use it in battle if I don't make sure you do it better. Make it faster. I can't just… Well, I could. The parameters of spells were supposed to be more or less set, but I had broken magic. If I added a little more mana, I could probably make it take hold more quickly. First, I released a tiny fraction of power right next to Great Girl's currently diminutive head. She dodged away, and then I used the rest of the mana to cast the real spell. She didn't crash to the ground. Whoa, weird. I'm kinda dizzy. Tired? Not really, but I'm nodding off anyway. She slapped herself. Yeah, that clears it up. You're gonna need more than that. I think this was a bad choice, I said. If I got you with that, and it was so easily countered… Nah, most people won't slap themselves. And a few moments of sloth should be an advantage for your team. Besides, I'd like to think I'm higher level. Better saves and stuff. I nodded. I understood saves to be how she talked about defensive capabilities. Even if her powers didn't have anything to do with it, she did seem to have some mental resistance. Decent willpower, which she'd have to deal with the whole werewolf thing so well. Now I had a new spell. I still preferred lightning. Chapter 4. 108. While some people might not have considered me very social, I had more friends than I could count on one hand. And that wasn't counting animals. That became a lot harder to count, especially since I wasn't even sure how many of Zeb's squirrels I liked. Almost everyone I knew happened to have powers in some way, as I hadn't had much inclination to seek out mundane people. For me, it was still stranger that powers weren't the norm, though I at least intellectually understood it. But even with the much higher rates that New Bay had, most people were powerless. Most of my time outside of work would have been spent on work-adjacent things, if not for my friends dragging me around to various activities. They were generally fine, but not things I would seek out on my own. Today we were simply walking around various neighborhoods, starting our meetup at Corner Coffee. It was me, Izzy, and 2 friends from work. Max, also known as Shockfire, plus Joe, who went by Shockwave. There was a reason they weren't on a team together, and it was that their powers weren't complementary, but the names would have been confusing too. I'm really not sure you should have coffee, I commented to Joe. They looked at me and rolled their eyes. I'm fine. You should worry about yourself. I shrugged. I'm not the one addicted to caffeine and speed. It sounds way worse when you say it like that, Joe complained. Izzy piped up, so what were the plans for today? Walk around, Max commented. There are some mayoral candidates in the park giving speeches. We could go check that out. I thought about that. Aren't the elections like forever away? I asked. Yeah, welcome to the 4-year campaign cycle, he shrugged. Can I even vote? I asked. He narrowed his eyes. You haven't been. You really should. Though I suppose I'd rather everyone be informed first. I've only had like 2 chances, I pointed out, and I might not have been a citizen for one of them. I got my papers. Somewhere in there. My temporary status was right away, of course. The rest was still expedited. I voted locally, Izzy said. You should look into it, Max said. There's a few important things, like whether or not to restrict super mercenary activities. They are restricted, I pointed out. Since we weren't in uniform, that was the right way to say it. I don't see how anyone is for that, though. Wouldn't villains just take over the city? Unless that was a villain plot. It could be. Obviously, they would suggest more heroes and harsher punishments for villains, he commented. I can't say I disagree with the latter. What about heroes that turn villain? That's easy, Joe said. They'd say that more mercenaries turn villain. Oh, is that true? Technically, Joe admitted, but it's missing an important detail. Our numbers are much greater, so it's actually a smaller proportion. Cool, let me know who lies about statistics, and I'll vote against them. That's everyone, they commented, at least a little. We should vote for Madame Multitude. I thought she would be good at it. She can't run, Izzy said. Why not? Her powers. People with powers can't run. I was about to be rationally angry about that. Only certain kinds, Izzy commented. I'm not sure how splitters ended up on that list, though. Max had the answer for that. She technically could, but she wouldn't be able to use her powers, so it would defeat the main purpose. Otherwise, she's just a nice old woman. But why? I asked. People like to keep tabs on their elected leaders, I suppose, Max shrugged. But wouldn't they do all their shady backroom deals in shady backrooms, so people wouldn't even know if they were using powers anyway? Unless they were physically restricted, but I'm sure there were ways around things like that. I turned my head to follow a woman we were passing by, watching her as she scurried along. She your type or something? Joe asked. Powers, Izzy said before I could respond. I nodded. Her powers are weird. I didn't feel anything, Joe admitted. Max? They weren't energy-related, were they? I'm pretty limited in my sensory capabilities. Couldn't really tell, Izzy admitted. She felt spooky? Something like that, I agreed. Like spirits and deep power and… I waved my hands vaguely. Other stuff. I couldn't quite say what it was. She didn't seem to have been active at the time, and I wasn't willing to activate my abilities to look deeper. Okay, you think she's a problem? Joe asked. No, just curious, I said. Then let's grab ice cream. They pointed towards a cart in a nearby park. Do you really need coffee and sugar? I asked. Joe looked at me like I was crazy. I don't even have coffee anymore. A fair point. Izzy still had probably half a cup. Then again, the normal size was effectively 8 times as big for her. They had Martian size, but Izzy rarely got small portions of anything. I had tried coffee a number of times, and now I just got random other drinks. Some of the chocolate ones were all right. We grabbed ice cream. Joe got more than all of us put together. I wondered how long it would take them to burn those calories. Maybe a few minutes of active power usage. Clearly they weren't going to get fat, and it was the job of the brigade's nutrition specialist to warn Joe about diets consisting solely of sugar and fat. You look way more relaxed, Max commented. You were always so tense before. Really? Joe asked. He was always so chill at work. I meant when hanging out, Max explained. I had an answer for that one. There are more orcs now. Izzy looked up at me incredulously. Don't half of them want to kill you? I shrugged. Right, never mind. I just didn't like having the disguise spell on all the time. Totally get it, Joe said. Oh, sorry about that, Max apologized. We didn't know it bothered you. I didn't mention it. I hadn't wanted to give away people's civilian identities, so I'd made the choice myself. But all that had been a long time ago, and I'd been to so much therapy. It was nice to just do normal civilian stuff. I hadn't had a lot of spare money or friends back in Mossley, and I was the type that was normally cooped up inside a tower to begin with. I'd only just gotten used to being normal on Earth. No interactions with supers, except the random ones we walked by. It wasn't really that many people, but there were a few groups on patrol and some people in civilian garb. I probably shouldn't try to figure out what they did, but I couldn't help but pay attention. Joe challenged us to a race across the park while they still had a full 2 scoops of ice cream. It seemed like the only chance we would have to win, so I accepted. Izzy was always up for a race. Max had no reason to refuse, so soon all of us were lined up along a certain path, waiting for the perfect moment. The ice cream had been a ploy. Not only did Joe finish off both scoops 2 steps into the race, but the food sat heavily in the bellies of the rest of us. Or at least, I presumed so. My long strides carried me to a swift start, but I wasn't able to pull ahead of the pack. It wasn't long before Izzy and Joe pulled ahead. Izzy began leaping over planters to get to the goal faster, and Joe took that as an excuse to go off course too. The two of them were using powers. I considered whether I could make haste look natural. Maybe if it was just a tiny amount, like they were using. Izzy's behavior was excused because her legs were short. Joe was just too competitive to let anyone pass. By the time I made a decision, it was too late, so it was up to Max and I to fight for third. My longer legs very much helped. Neither of us neglected training, so there wasn't much more to say for that. We caught up to the other two, taking the long route along the paths. I thought our times would have been pretty respectable normally. Joe looked a bit disappointed they couldn't go all out, but it wasn't like any of us would have been a challenge regardless, not even Izzy with haste. Maybe if I slowed Joe too, or if they competed in an obstacle course that wasn't just running. Looks like you lost. That means you're paying for the next round of ice cream, Joe declared. I frowned. Don't say you didn't agree to that. There have to be consequences for any competition. Joe nodded seriously. And I know your salary can cover it. She's back, I commented. That woman from before, Max asked. Izzy shook her head. That's not weird. She might just live around here. Perhaps that was so in most circumstances, but this time she was trying to hide her power. We should go check it out, just in case. I can get over there in an instant, Joe said. So could I. Teleportation was faster after all. Dimension Door was covered by advanced spatial magic, so it should have been pretty efficient. But we should walk, or jog. We jogged. We weren't on duty, but we were still curious. Well, Izzy wasn't part of the brigade to begin with, so that was all. We made pretty good time. We hadn't gone that far to begin with, just strolling around eating our ice cream. I looked at the ice cream stand. She was inside of it? Not quite sure what's going on there. Something's building up, Max warned. Careful. I cast force armor on the cart owner a few moments before ghosts exploded out of it. The woman was still thrown backwards, but that was probably better than what would have happened. And inside the wreckage was... I guess she can turn into a mouse, I commented. Both Joe and Max gave me a look. It's for sure just one of the super mice, Joe said. Haven't you already seen them? Max asked. Cute, Izzy commented. I wasn't sure that was true, with its eyes full of soulfire and ghosts swirling around. The mouse-shaped figure that nobody could completely confirm wasn't a transformed woman floated in the air, rising as the power swirled. It's building up again, Max warned. It's going to burst again, I think. He was actually better at that than me. I could have estimated it would be a similar result, but in this particular thing he had me beat. People were probably watching. That was why I was glad Sophia forced me to learn a new spell. I still didn't want to be seen doing it, mostly just to not cause trouble for the people around us. I tried to force the manifestation to occur further from myself as I cast sleep. Puffy clouds appeared for a moment, and more ghosts exploded everywhere. Fortunately, nobody was nearby, so they mostly blasted bricks and shriveled plants and trees. Did that not work? I frowned, but I could still feel the source, dimmed as it was. The mouse had fallen back into the destroyed remains of the cart. Now how to scoop it up without being seen? Maybe I could... It was possible I used an excessive amount of mana for what I wanted, but ultimately I chose the maximum amount possible for advanced magic. 13 points. I held out my hand, focusing on minimizing magical phenomena. And then, I had a sleeping mouse cupped in my hands. A perfect success, if I did say so myself. If only we hadn't run into that lady on the way out of the park. Chapter 409. Everything was fine. The super mouse was loosely in hand as we approached the exit of the park. The damage had been restrained to a few sections of broken bricks and one ice cream stand. We'd be putting in witness statements so that they could get their insurance money. A super-powered problem solved on our day off without any trouble. That was how it was supposed to be. But of course, she was there. The woman who had the same power as the mouse. Or maybe it was the mouse that had the same power as the woman, but it didn't really matter. What did matter was that as soon as they got close to each other, something happened. I was just going to walk past her again. She barely even glanced at us. But then the unconscious mouse suddenly became very not unconscious as something started flowing into it. I couldn't precisely say what, but it was clearly related to their powers, and it involved some swirling ghosts, as well as more power not visible to the naked eye. Izzy stepped back, her instincts warning her of something, even if she didn't know what. Max probably recalled me mentioning the woman before, so he'd already been on guard. Joe put on an entirely unconcerned face that I was certain took reasonable effort to maintain for a prolonged duration, which everything likely felt like. The mouse flew into the air, transparent forms of vaguely humanoid spirits swirling about as it rose. Power was once more building up, far more than it had previously, and it was gaining more and more every moment. I gathered mana for a bigger sleep spell, overcharging it while trying to make sure I was quick enough. I got perhaps 8 points of mana, multiplying its power by nearly 7-fold. I didn't have time for exact math, though. I threw up my arms to cover my face, and indeed the anticipated explosion took place. The only problem was that it didn't happen because the mouse went unconscious again, even with that much power behind the sleep spell. Instead, that was the peak of what it could build up in that moment. "Damn it," I heard the woman swear. She was probably one of the closest to the blast as most of us had moved away. I thought I felt something strange back here. My arms tingled, though at least that meant they were still there. I was sure they would hurt in a moment once my mind caught up with things. Relatedly, I had slid backwards probably 10 feet from the impact, but I managed to keep my feet. Izzy was fine, landing in some nearby grass. Even without any real protection, she was nearly unharmed. Joe looked like they hadn't moved at all, except of course they had, and were a significant distance from a moment before. Not even a gust of wind though, which I found impressive. Max was cursing, which meant he was mostly all right. Remind me to never try that again. He was shaking his hands. Had he tried to absorb the energy? It certainly wasn't fire or lightning, and while he had some flexibility with his powers, it probably didn't extend to ghosts. Anyway, the woman was there and swirling with ghost powers. I gathered mana. Either I was going to throw lightning through her and the mouse or something else. It would depend on what she did. Her hair began to become insubstantial, strands floating on unseen currents of power. Ancient spirits, bind this creature. Her words helped me decide, though I wasn't 100% sure she wasn't referring to me. Some people were like that, but rather than attacking, I decided to trust in the people around me and throw down some nice multicast disguise. I had many ideas in mind, but what I got was a sort of average of everyone. Or a random mess, really. Strips of blue and yellow hair were mixed in among a range of humany hair colors, light to dark. Skin pigmentation was random patches of orc green, tanned skin, and some amount of Caucasian whiteness. This applied to everyone, including the random super in front of us. I thought it was good enough, as long as nobody had started recording in the few seconds it took. I was pretty sure most of the people recording were still occupied at the incident site. Anyway, light blue chains wrapped around the mouse. I presumed they could probably wrap it up just fine, except for one thing. It had the same type of power, and its first instinct was to bite at things. Somehow, its fangs sank into the spectral chains and tore away power. It was building up again. Joe and Max were looking out for civilians. Izzy was a civilian, so she was keeping her distance, though I was sure she would pull out some adorable switchblades if she had a proper target to stab. Flying mouse and woman of unknown intent weren't good enough yet, though. I kept a constant flow of mana between spells. This time I tried an energy ward. If I tried to tune it to what I felt, I wasn't quite sure whether I could. But I did my best while also focusing on the downward direction. The chains had already fallen apart, and the unknown woman was gearing up for something else. But the next explosion came. The mouse went rocketing off into the sky. I could barely even track where. The good news was that the explosion of ghostly energy was at least mostly redirected upwards, which didn't seem to hurt the thing. And if I remembered correctly, a mouse would probably survive a fall from any height. "Help me catch it," Joe prompted, failing to keep their words separate. Fortunately, they provided a clear prompt a moment later. "Freedom." Right, nobody at the brigade would complain about me minimizing collateral damage in that regard. "Good luck," I said as I cast physical freedom on them. After that, it barely even mattered that they had a disguise spell going. Any frames of shockwave that people caught would be blurred, except for very special cameras. If anyone could catch that mouse before it hit the ground, that would be shockwave. Likewise, if necessary, shockwave could kill it. They had a small blade for a reason. With enough speed, anything sharp was sufficient. I was so glad I didn't have any speedsters as enemies. Even if shockwave probably only slit throats as good as a random civilian, the fact that I wouldn't always be able to react was relevant. Max had his mask on. I supposed I should make myself visible as well. "Do you have any idea what was happening there?" I asked the woman, drawing her attention back from the sprinting trail of shockwave. "Who are you?" She looked suspiciously towards me, but saw my Power Brigade badge. The hasty disguise was screwing with the visuals of my suit, but she could at least see that part. She looked down at her hands. "What did you do?" "You're disguised. Sloppily, but you shouldn't look like you." "Lady." "Everlas," she said. "That's an unusual name," I commented. "Superhero? Oh, right, I'm Mage. So, that mouse. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know? She was looking around, judging the situation. Max didn't have a full uniform ready, but he was focusing on keeping civilians at a safe distance. Probably, I shrugged. Oh, well, I really don't. Ever had any dealings with super labs? I asked. She tilted her head. Which ones? Ugh, who even let them pick that name? I shook my head. We can talk as we try to chase down that mouse. I saw Izzy slipping into the crowd that was gathering. She waved goodbye for the moment. If we needed her for some reason, we always knew how to contact her. Better for her to avoid the fuss. Everlady and I began jogging in the direction the mouse had taken an improvised rocket ride into the sky. Do you know why a mouse has my powers? She asked. Some stupid lab got their hands on super DNA. They threw it in a bunch of mice, and then Rodentia let them all out. What about their security? She was on the other side of the campus and nobody told her anything. And the rest? Everlady asked. There was one woman, I said. That's dumb as hell, absolutely. Also a violation of 1,000,000 ordinances. I paused for a moment. So it ate your ghost chains. That's never been a thing before. It also keeps exploding. Do you explode? I can, she said. Do you not know that? Are you famous or something? She just raised an eyebrow, so maybe. It shouldn't have my chains, or other abilities, but the type of power is the same, and it seems to be able to absorb that. I wasn't expecting that kind of resistance, but I should be able to restrain it properly next time. Good, because it won't go back to sleep. It took a bit before we ran across Shockwave, but really they ran across us. Lost the trail, checked everywhere. Got any sense? Nope, I said, pulling out my phone. I gathered mana for some improvised divination. Mostly scrying, I supposed. Maybe just a little compass. Unfortunately, weird. What? It's gone. I said that. I shook my head. Not registering at all, at least not with this. Everlady looked frustrated. Is there an impact site? Shockwave dragged us over towards a spot behind a nearby tree, leaving us to figure out our balance when we suddenly stopped moving. Here, I think, but I ran circles around this place and saw nothing. No little holes or anything. They looked around. Could be in someone's pockets. I should be able to sense it, I said. Same here, Everlady commented, displaying a bit of her matching power. Oh, Everless, that's who you were. I've never seen the powers up close before, and I didn't recognize you without your outfit. And I kind of wish you wouldn't, she said. But I suppose we're all trained to keep such secrets. You'll have no trouble from me, Shockwave said. For some reason the two of them were looking at me. What? I was the one who cast disguise. I know people care about that. How long does this last? Everlady asked. An hour? Or until I make it go away? Though you could probably do something with other powers. Great. Well, I suppose we can look around for a little bit longer, but then I should head out to distance myself from this. The Power Brigade knew how to get in contact with heroes if we needed Everlady more. Mostly, a few of us mercenaries ended up in HQ on our day off to give a report. I don't know why the mouse didn't do the chains, I said. Maybe it just didn't know. I believe I have an understanding of why, Calculator said, but it wouldn't be appropriate to mention it. Non-public power stuff. Maybe. Nothing in our records? Calculator nodded. She also has empathic abilities. If a mouse had them, I imagine it would be overwhelmed. So that could be it. Shockwave frowned. That's not what you were thinking, though. No. It was easier to just think of Max as Max. These two shouldn't be on a team, or we should get someone better at naming supers. Anyway, he gave his own opinion on things. It seemed to have been a random coincidence. Maybe they were drawn together by sharing powers, but there are also hundreds of those mice throughout the city, right? Indeed, Calculator said. It was bound to happen, I suppose. And of course, Mage would be there. We were walking around a park. I didn't even follow anyone with strange powers into dark alleys. Do you do that often? Calculator asked. Not when I'm off duty. Maybe once or twice total. Assuming we didn't count that time, I made people follow me into a shady alley to help out Izzy. We sent some trackers, Calculator said. Visual trails and scents both disappeared. Unless this mouse has powers we haven't even anticipated, there should have been some sort of outside interference. But I didn't see anyone, Shockwave said. I mean anyone suspicious. There were people in that vague section of park, I suppose. Someone who knows what they're doing then, Calculator commented, and concerningly well placed. How long did they have? Well, I lost visuals on the mouse when it got far, Shockwave said, but I found the estimated landing site within a minute. Unfortunately, there are a lot of heavy prints around there, a great many. So we just look for, oh, right. Calculator nodded. Most will be yours, others random civilians, but ultimately the incident happened without any civilian harm. It was still well resolved, within reason, and Everless's bindings failing and possibly empowering this mouse is not a scar on our own reputation. Great, I said. Can we get back to our day off? You'd better, Calculator said, or HR will get mad at all of us. Chapter 410. Fighting powerful bruisers was the worst. If I was up against a high-level paladin, I could at least expect to do some damage through their likely enchanted armor. Sir Calman's power was split between offense and defense, while a certain class of bruisers just tended to be maximized in both. They didn't really get tired either. But they all had a weakness. Probably. I sure didn't know what Captain Punch's weakness was, and he didn't seem concerned about me finding out. It didn't seem to be any element or mental spells. Teleportation clearly wasn't a weakness of his, nor willpower. I couldn't force him to teleport when he didn't want to, and I couldn't teleport myself if he didn't want me to. Though apparently he thought I should be able to overcome that. I thought so too, but with less confidence than Captain Punch had. You do well under pressure, right? He asked. His hand was tightly gripped around my throat. Obviously he wasn't trying to crush me, because he would have already done that. I wondered if there was anything I could do about that except not get caught to begin with. Stone skin would probably help against most people, though. I really didn't want to pass out. I was pretty sure Captain Punch wouldn't kill me for a training exercise, but Castle might. Kill me, that was. Thinking was getting harder. I just needed to be somewhere else, but power interference made it difficult. I should just be teleporting myself, but it felt like I was always trying to drag Captain Punch along with me. Dimension Door wasn't really supposed to do that, but it didn't really work when restrained, powers or not, though we had at least tested that I could do that independently. I really needed to stop thinking about things and do something. Just because I had upgrades didn't mean I understood every aspect of spatial magic equally well. I was good at portals and storage. I couldn't just put myself in storage, though. I needed to put myself over there. How was that done? I didn't know, but I did know it needed mana, so I started there, and then I was over there. Finally, Captain Punch said as I coughed and hacked and tried to catch my breath. Now then, can you do that while you weigh 2 tons? No chance, I said at first, but I could probably transport a 12-foot great girl, which was pretty close. Though, maybe. Why? Because you're supposed to be training to fight Castle, and she could do that to you. Couldn't I just deck her in the face if she does? I asked. With that extra density. She doesn't have to be nice, Captain Punch said. Well, I shouldn't say anything not in our official manifest. It sure would have been easier if he would. He could tell me her weakness and all that. As for the other thing, I could guess. Increased density without increased power. That would just take more control. I wondered if she could make people fall apart by neglecting durability. That would be not very heroic. I had to consider the possibility, though. If she was really mad about me beating up Tower, she might do something crazy. Then again, she hadn't come to seek me out, so she probably wasn't that mad. I couldn't say what would happen if we ran into each other again, or if her apprentice was dumb around me again. I wasn't going to stop his heart a second time, because I would know to protect myself against Parrot's abilities, but I would still be willing to beat him up and toss him in a dumpster. I was previously aware that there were special heavy materials that were used for strength training by certain people. I didn't touch that section of the gym, though. Even when I used Enhance, my level of strength was more or less within human limits, so there wasn't really much reason for me to interact with those things, but now I got to experience the materials firsthand. I lay on the floor. I can't move anywhere like this. Come on, you baby. Great Girl was involved with my training today, mostly because she was one of the people that could transport the stuff. Captain Punch could too, but executives were more important. Also, maybe Great Girl requested being here for this particular thing. Stand up. Can you lift 10 times your body weight? I asked her. I don't think you can. I can lift that much stuff, she said confidently. Without your powers? You're supposed to be using your powers, she declared. That still doesn't help me here, I grumbled. If I use enlarge, you'll just throw more weights on. I knew that because she had. Technically, I didn't have all of the weight pressing down on me, unless I tried to get up. It was slung onto particularly sturdy ropes because they knew I couldn't pick this stuff up. I didn't have to be standing to teleport, but it sure felt like it would help. I could probably store some of the pieces. I could also just break the ropes, but neither would resolve the problem. I was supposed to be overcoming the weight. Maybe it would have been easier if I didn't know how much it weighed. 9 mana wasn't that much anymore, but I still couldn't just throw it around everywhere. I had to be efficient with my attempts. I needed enough power to teleport with this stuff. Just to be certain that I could teleport when particularly massive. The Power Brigade didn't have anyone with appropriate powers that we were admitting existed, so I couldn't really test that. I released the spell, trying to teleport somewhere around 20 feet to my left, where I knew there was a large open space. It didn't work. Come on, said a second heckler. It's easy, just do it. Your weights are literally nothing, I retorted Midnight's taunt. Based on our training, it appeared that Castle was probably limited on how much she could modify density. Midnight only had to deal with an extra 100 pounds or so, instead of 2,000. And this wasn't even the limit I would have to deal with just yet. I'm sure you can do it, he said. I believe in you. Haven't we moved way more stuff through gate? That's different, I said. I could use more mana, obviously. But that wasn't the point. The point was being better. It's a higher tier spell and a very different application. What was the point of having a mastery if I couldn't do something like this? Of course, gate wasn't included in this, but altar portal was. I thought about opening a portal very briefly, just long enough to fall through. Yes, that should work, and it was a terrible idea. Assuming it actually formed, I would need to be certain that I would be all the way through before it stopped existing. Otherwise, parts of me wouldn't be next to other parts of me, specifically ones that were supposed to be adjacent. But I still had to be able to manage. Portals couldn't be the only way to ignore mass, right? I didn't want to just use extra mana, but maybe I could trade some of the extra precision for capacity. At the tier of Dimension Door, I was already giving up range, so lowering that further wasn't a great option. I was pretty sure the ceiling shifted above me, but what I felt most was Midnight's direction change. You did it, Great Girl said. Now do 100 more reps, cadet. I don't have the mana for that, I said. Though, maybe I would need to use it that many times to get the technique down. I do need help with more testing, though. It hadn't been clear if my accuracy was off. I wanted to go 20 feet to my left, and I'd gone to my left. But we didn't have accurate measurements before or after. There were extremely fancy features that some training rooms had. Computer systems that could create and measure 3-dimensional environments. What we used was a measuring stick and some tape on the floor. By the end of that session, we determined my accuracy did drop. I always went the right direction, but I often ended up scattered somewhere around my intended destination. Not just short or long, but somewhere near it. About a quarter at short distance, 5 feet for every 20. We should test longer distances, Great Girl said. But we can't do that here, and getting the weights anywhere with a wide enough area would be troublesome. Agreed, I said. At maximum, I think we can try 50 feet. If I'm all the way on one side of the room and aiming a bit beyond the center. Test something in between first, Midnight suggested, just in case the inaccuracy scales up. We really don't want you to be stuck inside something. Having experienced that once, I fully agreed. Not that I had been stuck, but the resulting recovery to avoid that had been both physically damaging and magically exhausting. I could probably leave behind the extra weights and stuff, but I wasn't sure how conscious I would be of what I was doing. Since the direction had stayed quite consistent, after a short meditation break, I was ready to make another attempt. I had enough mana for a couple more, but keeping some spare mana above negatives was safest. Getting into position more or less involved Great Girl picking up all the weights and placing them at the destination. We had already determined that they didn't have to hold me down for me to bring them along, as long as I was conscious of it. If I didn't want them to come, they probably wouldn't. After another short hop and some measurements, my position seemed fine. Now just do it another 1,000 times for statistics, Midnight said. Fair point, I said. We really only had 10 or so data points, including the shorter jumps. One data point at a further distance was pretty much nothing. I wondered if fighting weight counted for aspect of the barbarian. If it did, though, actual barbarians would be able to gain experience from normal training. So I suspected not. Stargirl escaped, Midnight said. What? I started, my head snapping towards him, then I frowned. Wait, didn't she already escape like months ago? The mouse, Midnight clarified. That's why I called her, whatever. I was talking about the mouse. I was still surprised, just not quite as much. I thought the lab was able to contain the ones we were catching. Supervillains escape captivity with alarming frequency, Midnight said. Mice isn't surprising. But mice are so small and weak. Superpowered mice, Midnight said. Also regular ones escape their enclosures all the time. Are we being paid to catch Stargirl? I knew that the other one was Dark Stargirl, but the name seemed like a problem. Mini Stargirl? Star Mouse? That would make the one that got away Evermouse, because it had the same power as Everlady. Midnight nodded. I think that's a totally fine naming convention. He radiated a strange amusement, as he often did. Anyway, I do believe that it's not our job to search out these mice, but knowing more about how Dark Star's powers work might be valuable for us personally, right? We've fought her. If we just use Energy Ward well, we can kind of negate her. The only problem is when she's paired with Gloom. And Spot, because he could probably dispel any effects we throw. Yeah, that is a problem. Isn't he busy doing Bunverixian stuff, though? Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to stop him from coming to Earth quite frequently. Though they try to suppress the news because of optics, Dark Star and Gloom have been pretty active. Spot is often there, with or without Bunverixians. We should ban the bad dogs from our planet, I said. I think Extra is trying. Do you think Kelmothian tech could stop them from teleporting nearby? Do you think I could stop them? What? I'm just saying, someone made it really hard to get to my old world, so things like that are possible. About the Kelmothian thing. I do not know if we could, both because of costs and Extra's restrictions. We already have enough trouble with one planet. Chapter 4, 111. Different people had different ideas about what was good for New Bay and what wasn't. Some people didn't think it was a huge deal. Others, like the city officials, seemed to think that hundreds of uncontrolled superpowered mice was dangerous. Apparently the heroes weren't doing that well with bringing them in. And keeping them was another issue. I didn't really see the big deal. There were more people with portal powers than these guys, though I supposed the mere existence of these mice was an embarrassment for some. Because of the highly illegal nature of the experiments and the fact that numerous heroes were associated with it, whether they chose to be or not. Anyway, with all of that, for some reason, the city wanted to go after Rodentia, even though she probably only had a couple dozen of the mice in her care, if that. However many fell into that tunnel that she made. Relatedly, the city had already scoured the massive drill tunnel she made, but it crossed through a number of underground complexes, including the overly developed sewers New Bay had, with no clear indication of which way she had departed. Otherwise, they probably would have found her right away. And that's why the two of you are here. Calculator finished his explanation, looking between me and Midnight. Bolster already made attempts at scrying the location of Rodentia, but all we got was this. He waved his arm, and the projectors in the room recreated the three-dimensional image in the scrying orb. Though only one angle was really relevant. There was a rat holding a sign, a robot rat, based on its perfect stillness. The sign read, "Your surveillance attempts have been logged and reported to the rat authorities. Don't make me turn your powers into molten cheese." Obviously the threat is a bit... Calculator waved his arms vaguely. But relevantly, Bolster wasn't able to achieve anything else after a few days of attempts. Too bad, I said. She's been getting pretty good at this stuff. Even with all of the upgrades Midnight and I shared, we weren't all that much better than Bolster. Last I checked, she had 4 or 5 upgrades, while we had 9. A relevant difference, but the larger factor would be my ability to use more mana than really should fit in a spell. It significantly improved power, even if not necessarily other factors, so it would likely help break through barriers. I had a tiny amount of trepidation at the possibility that Rodentia would actually be able to follow through with her threats. However, it was just a threat. It would be easier for her to just kill people, and I wasn't as worried about her compared to Dr. Doomsday. She didn't even have to know I was involved. Midnight was here to improve our overall practice and to provide supporting mana. He could actually provide the normal cost for scrying, 11 points, while I provided the remaining 13 to maximize my output. Maybe 12 for the sake of stability and consciousness. I was pretty good at not knocking myself out when hitting my limits now, but it was better to just not worry about it. Since scrying had to be sustained for a time, it was better not to push things. Assistive familiar casting didn't have enough upgrades to fully support scrying, but it was worth it. Splitting the mana cost was one thing, but this was also a good way to train assistive familiar casting itself. The more we used it, the smaller any potential gaps would become. Even using excessive amounts of mana, I felt real strain trying to lock onto Rodentia or anything of import connected to her. The scrying did fixate on that one sign carrying rat, but I was eventually able to yank it away. But despite getting free, it was only momentary before I ended up at another location where there was now a pair of rats holding a different sign. "I know you're watching," the sign said. Then it pointed to a strange black orb with swirling fluids inside it. I could see various words, but it ultimately settled on one thing: Oraclops. "Who's Oraclops?" Midnight asked. "A seer that awakened her third eye through permanently sealing her original 2 eyes, I said, repeating the words I had read in a bio sometime before. I did try to know about the various supers in the city, but it was a full-time job to keep up with all of them. "I think the name is Oracle and Cyclops smashed together." "I can't tell if that's a good name or a terrible name," Midnight admitted. "I've been exposed to far too many strange ones." It was pretty clear that Rodentia could not, in fact, discern which individual was spying on her stuff. That was encouraging and led me to push a bit further. The spell was running out of juice, so we probably wouldn't see much, but I wanted to find something not locked down. I got an empty room. I spun around the viewing angle. It was faster than walking around the cube, but it didn't reveal anything useful. Not to me, at least. However, there was one trick I wanted to try. Great Girl had suggested it. How had it gone? My view was bumping up against one of the walls, but if it was thin enough, I might somehow clip through the wall. She'd shown me what it looked like in some videos. I might have accidentally done things like that before, but rarely on purpose. It wouldn't hurt to try. Midnight, try to focus on stability. If he was doing that, I could try things that were very much not stable. The scrying spell was supposed to be locked onto a person. Sometimes an object, rarely a place. It did not like wandering around freely. That was probably what let it sit in the advanced tier instead of the master tier. There always had to be trade-offs for efficiency, but if you were already breaking magic, why not do it a little bit more? There was way too much mana powering this spell already, so maybe it would do something. I spun the image and darkness. But not actual darkness, because I'd be able to see with that. The image was inside a wall. And then, a shelf. I was pretty sure that was what we saw before it blinked out, the swirling mists fading away in an instant. "Excellent," Calculator said. "Let's review the footage." Seeing it replayed, without the focus I had on the spell, it was actually quite disorienting. The images didn't smoothly transition from one to another, and the final moment was even worse. But we did have at least a few frames. They were slightly blurred from the image source moving, and more than half of the angles on the cube were nothing at all. But we managed to see a shelf. It had some syringes and a label. Convenient. I couldn't quite make out the words. "Soup," I tilted my head. "Cabbage," Midnight suggested. "Garbage injectors that usually give super cancer," Calculator declared. "Or at least that is a fairly probable version of things. See here. One frame earlier, these few letters are less blurred. Combining all of the frames we have." He moved back and forth, clearly for our benefit, as it seemed he'd memorized them when they flashed by the second time. Something like what I said. This is a concerning coincidence. Doubt it, I said. I was thinking about the Superlabs incident, so if those are related to that, it probably wouldn't be random. Do you think you could get there again? We can try. We tried. The first time had apparently had a little luck. Relatedly, we always kept stumbling across the second sign telling us who was spying. The third time it said Mage. That was disconcerting. Was it becoming more accurate? We were worried about that for a second, but the fourth result was Kevin. Is there a super named Kevin? I asked. Several, Calculator said, but not as their official moniker, and not all are public knowledge. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Nothing I know fits here, but for some reason I feel like it's meaningful. Write it down then, I shrugged. Anyway, I don't think we'll get anywhere with this route. Throwing more power at this doesn't seem to be the answer. We need connection. Like, say, a superpowered mouse. If only I caught one of those. Calculator held his head high. It is not my job to secure prisoners. That's on the city. We might be able to secure some of the other... Something on his tablet made him stop. Something wrong? Midnight asked. I'm betting all of the mice escaped, I said. Calculator glared at me. That meant I was right. I'm not responsible for securing prisoners, I shrugged. It's not my fault. This one might be. No way, I shook my head. I've been here. 3 loud sounds like knocks on a door. Then all of the cages opened. There are other mages, I protested. There's like 2,000 people with portal powers. Did you know Superlabs can't lock any of their doors? Calculator asked. Their security sucked anyway, I said. After Rodentia's thing, the city should have taken out all of their research if they knew what was good for them. I paused. What does that have to do with me, though? Calculator's look told me I should try to remember something. I remembered lots of things, but none of them were relevant. So I kept trying. Knock is instantaneous, not lasting. There's no way it's still doing something. Want to bet? Calculator asked. We can go take a walk, and you can tell me if any of your power is still lingering there. How much mana did you use? Listen, I said, they wouldn't let us through anywhere. I couldn't go around opening every door one by one. How much? All of it? But some of that went towards multicasting, so really it was only somewhere around double the normal amount of mana. Not 6 times. I see, Calculator said. He saw a lot of things, but he didn't always say what they were. Well, regardless of fault, if you want a super mouse, you're going to have to go out and catch some. Is he mad? I asked Midnight. I can't always tell if he's mad. Sometimes he yells at me when he's mad, and it's easier to tell, but sometimes he stops saying things. I think, Midnight drew out the word, that he's putting in a lot of work to make sure everything gets blamed on Superlabs and the fools who ran it, and not on innocent mages and familiars who might coincidentally appear to have some sort of connection, Midnight said. Did you have any idea Knock could do that? I could see it permanently keeping doors unlocked, I said. But I don't think that has anything to do with the mice escaping. There's just no way. It's been too long. Maybe one of the mice has portal powers, though. Or a copy power, Midnight said. That's more likely with power exclusivity. Ugh, like Antagonist. Antagonist was nice, I just didn't like the idea of more people with powers like his. Obviously there would be, but not knowing what people might do would be annoying. There was one issue, though. It would have to work on a long delay, I commented. I can't think of any heroes like that off the top of my head. But I suppose we could research it. Might not be a hero, Midnight pointed out. Could be some villains or mercs got mixed in with the powers they were handing out. Anyway, if we can find a lead, Calculator will be happier, regardless of his current feelings. So he would. Time to look things up, and maybe we could track down some mice as well. I was willing to bet they wouldn't try to run away if they got enough cheese. Mice like cheese, right? Chapter 4, 112. As it turned out, superpowered mice were pretty good at hiding. Mice were already pretty good at things, and they didn't need a relevant power to greatly increase their efficiency. For example, any sort of bruiser power would help them dig into things they really shouldn't. Speed was obvious. If they instinctively used some sort of telekinesis or flight, there was quite a lot they could do. Some powers were obvious, and those mice tended to get caught more often than not. Like Everlady's almost, except that one flew off into the sky with a twinkle and then hid through a different method than the aforementioned options. Ghost explosions didn't create neat little burrows to hide in. Unfortunately, scrying Evermouse didn't end up with any results. Midnight and I decided to get a bit more generic, seeking out any mouse with powers. Whatever scrying locked onto, we would try to track down. Unfortunately, many of them weren't in convenient locations. Day after day we would go out when we thought we had something, and by the time we got close, they would usually have moved on, if we even found the place to begin with. We couldn't rely on calculators' deductions for dozens of minor cases, so we just had to keep trying. We showed up at any scene where supermice were rumored to have appeared, but when they were captive, we couldn't get access to them, and they quite often got away. Every once in a while, it appeared there were completely unrelated superpowered mice as well. And one shapeshifter, the last guy we discovered, because I used Dispel to temporarily suppress some mice powers, and he became a man. It was a good thing we were carrying regular-sized super restraints, or we would have had trouble bringing him in. One-size-fits-all restraints weren't actually that. You wouldn't find anything that worked on bears and mice, for example. His name was Feral Felon, and yes, that was a name he chose. I wasn't surprised that his career wouldn't be very long. Some supers liked plausible deniability about their villainy, for good reason, though the reason he got caught was bad luck. After running into a number of restaurants that just had health code violations, I was getting pretty tired of looking for mice. We kept going, but eventually we had to complain. Friends were the best outlet for that, as I had learned. Yeah, that sounds awful, Zeb agreed. Think of all the cute little animals that still need your help. Maybe Squirrely can help you find the other ones. Other ones? I asked. Which one is E? Not E, silly, Zeb said. Do you think I could get away with using letters? I'd have to be delving into obscure alphabets by now. Zeb gestured along the table that was lined with squirrels eating out of bowls. Miss Flutter was asleep right now, but Fluffy ate from a tub on the floor. He was too heavy for the tables. I wondered how much Zeb cost the Power Brigade in terms of food. Then again, I suppose there were other supers who ate a similar amount at the cafeteria, and there were more expensive tastes than nuts. Even though the Power Brigade paid well, it was probably best that Zeb didn't have to cover every meal out of her salary, though I didn't actually know what else she would spend money on. Anyway, Squirrely is a mouse, remember? Yes, I said. Of course we remember, Midnight agreed. We exchanged a look. We could have saved a lot of effort, huh? Can we borrow Squirrely for a bit? I asked. We need to use her connection to try to scry on the others. That sounds great. Let's do that. So that was how we ended up in the scrying chamber with a ton of squirrels. And a mouse, technically. It would probably be best if she looked like a mouse. A normal one, I commented. Okay, let me tell her. Zeb conversed with the squirrel for a bit. She turned into a dormouse, which was also kinda squirrely. No, a normal one, like all your siblings? Yes, I know it's boring, but it's for my friend. Just for a bit. Fortunately, Zeb was good at convincing her companions to do what she wanted. Otherwise, she would probably be pretty ineffective as a beastmaster. It wasn't too long before I was holding a little white mouse. It was better for me to do it, because Midnight apparently scared the mouse, even though I was far bigger, including my teeth. Well, fears weren't always rational, and I did have hands. What we wanted to find were things connected to Squirrely, but not Squirrely. Other things with powers. Possibly even a better connection to that serum Rodentia seemed to have hanging around so we could spot it. There was a lot of resistance, but we had a good connection, so I was hoping it would work well. It took some wrestling, but the mists eventually parted to see the room we were in. Okay, I said. So we definitely need to not have all of these guys hanging around. Also, I have an important question. Is Squirrely your companion? Obviously, but she's got powers. That's okay, Zeb said. I don't mind. But power exclusivity, can't beastmasters only bond to normal animals? For some definition of normal, Fluffy wasn't supernatural, more like advanced biotech. Miss Flutter was just a very big bat. Squirrely is always a normal animal, Zeb explained. She never turns into anything else. Okay, I said. That explanation made as much sense as anything. Well, we're going to need to split up your gang for a moment. Too much concentrated connection to Squirrely. Got it. Okay, guys, we're playing hide and seek. You know the rules. Squirrels scattered. I managed to hold on to the one we needed to remain behind. You're supposed to be here. You can hide after. She squeaked sadly. It will just be a few minutes. Midnight and I once again put a lot of mana into our spells. I was actually quite pleased how hard it had been to split past the Power Brigade's scrying defenses. It would be much harder for people to do it. Now we needed to get past Rodentia's various layers, 1 sign, 2 signs, onto the good stuff. We actually flickered past a few powered mice that Rodentia had around. I couldn't tell the precise location, but I knew we weren't moving far. Then, the serum. We got a much better look and were able to confirm Calculator's earlier reading of the labels. Garbage injectors that usually give super cancer. The city was going to want us to grab those and deal with them. Or maybe they would send some heroes. Either way, the Power Brigade would be paid for finding a lead. We had a better image of the room, which was a bunch of random stuff on shelves, all with similar labels. Not about super cancer, but this doesn't do the thing I wanted sort of stuff. All very dangerous looking. Like the one labeled overly efficient mini-fusion reactors dispose of in the sun. I'm not really sure what threshold one had to hit for overly efficient reactors, but I assumed it was something along the lines of explosive given the context. So now we had all this stuff, but no way to get there. I sure wasn't going to try to teleport into a place likely packed floor to ceiling with death traps, dimensional entanglements, and random explosives. Squirrely was getting impatient. We did just one more casting of the spell, this time looking for mice. Flipping between their surroundings, we recorded as much of the area as possible. Hopefully someone could cross-reference it with known tunnels to determine what sector this secret lair was planted in. Rodentia's lairs were serious business, and New Bay knew that. They also didn't want their heroes to have to be associated with more mouse stuff at the moment, so they were quite happy to hire the Power Brigade for this particular job. We took things quite seriously, which was why Swiss Arms was sent with us. She didn't go on missions much, but she was a pretty good counter to a lot of super-tech villains. Rather than the personal animosity that she held with Dr. Doomsday, Swiss Arms was relatively neutral as far as Rodentia went. I didn't know of anyone who hated the woman with great passion, but I also didn't know any owners of supermarkets or tech shops. Obviously, if we were talking about us, Midnight and I were involved. We also had Sorority, who was always welcome. She wasn't as potent of a bruiser as Great Girl, but she was great for filling out any team. Finally, we had Squirrel Swarm because Rodentia won't hurt most of my buddies. The exceptions were her larger companions, but they would still be useful, so they were coming with us. Fluffy was particularly useful against tech-based villains. It took a few days of attempts to finally narrow down our search to the right section of tunnels. It was possible that Rodentia would figure out we were coming, but ultimately there was only so much we could do about that. It would have been best if we could have directly waltzed into her lair, but she didn't leave convenient signs. Not like that one guy, Lair. He really liked people invading his bases. It was difficult to classify him as a villain because he didn't do anything except squat in the sewers. But we weren't after him. We were after Rodentia, or rather things she had. We were actually hoping she wouldn't be present so that we could get to her dangerous storehouse and secure everything. Miss Flutter was a very big bat. The sewer tunnels we were in were large enough to fit her wingspan, but just barely. She was still capable of maneuvering, though. More importantly, her job was to find things that we otherwise might miss with her echolocation. Small openings could reveal a lot. Our group was never going to be stealthy, and having a bat in tunnels wasn't the craziest thing. It was also entirely justified fairly quickly. Zeb explained her findings. Miss Flutter says there's a big thing just ahead. No, 2 big things, in either direction where the tunnels split. Can you send a couple scouts ahead? Swiss Arms asked. Absolutely, Zeb said. Okay guys, remember, be sneaky and everyone gets extra treats. I was surprised when the squirrels actually self-selected 2 individuals from among them. I supposed if it was an individual competition, they might not be sneaky. I hadn't expected squirrels to be good at climbing tunnel walls, but it shouldn't have surprised me with any amount of improved physical capabilities. They climbed up trees just fine, and those didn't usually have good handholds. They kept up high as they navigated along, poking their heads around corners until I couldn't see them. A minute later, they reported back. N+5 says he chased away a big croc. That's not sneaky, but good job anyway. As for the other tunnel, number 13 says he saw a winged lizard. Midnight had a similar reaction to me. Do you think? No way, I said. She was way over in the forest. Would she even fit in these tunnels? It was green, Zeb continued, and barely fit in a larger chamber further on. It could still be some other... Does it look like flesh melter? Zeb asked, bringing up an image on a small device that dangled from her collar. She didn't have as many cool gadgets as Midnight because she had to get stuff smuggled from Bunverix. But she at least had some conveniences. Her other squirrel chittered an answer upon seeing the image. It's flesh melter. I narrowed my eyes. Face eater, so we meet again. At least we could prepare ahead of time. Stone skin was already in place as it lasted long enough for an excursion. Energy ward would be very helpful. We applied it to everyone. And then I was going to be ready with another, inverted one, once we got in sight of Face Eater. Unless... I do want to fight her, but is that actually the right path? Seems likely, Swiss Arms said. Good. Now why couldn't I sense a dragon up ahead if she was so strong? How troublesome. Maybe I needed active magic for some reason. Chapter 4. 113. The difference between running around a corner into a dragon unprepared and doing so with foreknowledge of the specific dragon involved was huge. For example, we could protect against getting our faces eaten and also do something about her breath. Of course, Face Eater was still big and strong, and there was only so much Stone Skin could do, so everyone would be trying not to get stinky acid breath on them, and they would avoid teeth and claws as much as possible. Everyone being myself, Midnight, Swiss Arms, Sorority, and Zeb Squirrel Swarm, and all her buddies. Not all of which were squirrels. You two watch our backs, she instructed her larger companions. I think a dragon is better against big targets. She was right there, and neither of them had any sort of particular advantage against a dragon. Fluffy's ability to chew metal probably didn't extend to dragon scale because it was a completely different material. Either way, he didn't have the agility to avoid the attacks, and Miss Flutter didn't either. Speaking of agility, how could Face Eater avoid us? I didn't think she could. We could use powerful spells. That didn't bring down the tunnels on us. So no meteor swarm, sadly. I consulted with Midnight. Blizzard? Not with the squirrels, Midnight commented. Chain lightning? Maybe if we can hit her multiple times with it. She was certainly a big enough target for that. Sonic Lance is pretty good, I suppose, I suggested. But I think we hit her with that before, and it wasn't strong enough even with the upgrades. I don't want to use all my mana before we get to our actual destination. The magic resistance dragons have is a bit of a pain. How does magic resistance work? Sorority asked. Anything affecting the target is just worse. That was the quick and easy explanation, and I honestly didn't have the experience to be more detailed. I had dreamed about fighting dragons, but I hadn't actually thought I'd have the opportunity, so my actual knowledge was spotty. Swiss Arms had a question. How does that apply to lasers? Supertech is probably worse. Maybe, I shrugged. You'd have to go with previous battle records for that. We had a short time to prepare, but we couldn't stand around talking strategy all day. Once we had something solid, we began to approach the actual tunnel in question. Sorority ran out front, planning to bait out Face Eater's breath. I didn't see what happened, but the sound was clear enough, at least for someone with translation active. I still always had it, because Midnight needed to be able to talk. His suit could do it, but magic was surprisingly easier. I smell other foes. I will not be fooled by simple illusions, Face Eater roared. I did hear the sounds of stomping feet, swinging claws and thrashing tails so clearly she intended to disperse the illusions with force. Plan B, Sorority said from next to us. A, could have been worse. At least we didn't have to jump to Plan C. I rounded the corner with mana already gathered, a good handful, several times what Grease normally took. I looked Face Eater dead in the eye, and threw the spell half behind her. Relatedly, Sorority was there, a couple of her. They immediately lunged for the tail. It was a shame that Face Eater hadn't shoved herself into a tunnel, but instead a larger room with several entrances. She had some room to maneuver, but it was a bit difficult for her to handle so many attacks all at once. Midnight threw an inverted energy ward onto Face Eater to prevent her breath weapon. He also blasted her with a laser. He actually managed to snag her in the eye, and it wasn't super tech but good old-fashioned advanced technology from a developed planet. In short, it wasn't magic. It was designed for anti-personnel capabilities though, not dragon fighting. Face Eater roared and shook her head, but she probably wasn't blind. Swiss arms slapped her arms together and they coiled around each other into one thing. A much more powerful laser shot out, along with a few dozen tiny missiles. The sustained beam of the laser created a black trail along the dragon's neck, but the damage was probably mostly cosmetic. I wasn't sure about the missiles, but nobody expected them to be sufficient. Then there were the squirrels. Some of them had actually fought Face Eater before, in the forest. Some of the flying ones, and some that just jumped. Was it dangerous for them to fight a dragon? Of course it was. Did they seem extremely eager to try? Absolutely. What was the dragon doing as they swarmed into the room? Not breathing her horrible acid breath. That wasn't because of the spell either, but because she was busy with other stuff, like flailing her tail around and probably trying to spin and bite Sorority. I said probably, because whatever she was attempting, she didn't successfully manage it. The grease, a quite large patch which I had thrown beneath her rear legs, really messed her up as she fell onto her side and only scrambled to her feet with the help of her front claws. Then she roared, the sound echoing through the tunnels. It hurt my ears. People within the same zip code for sure knew something was happening here if she was placed as a guard. It was also quite scary. I could tell because of Midnight's reaction. It was unfortunate that he responded negatively as I snatched him up. It wasn't his fault he was turning to flee. Relatedly, the squirrels also ran and even Swiss arms locked up. But her laser was still on and pointed at the dragon's center of mass. That was a lot of people afraid, but it was magic after all. Dragons were expensive to fight. One multicasting of mental freedom later, I covered all of us, including Sorority, who appeared to be doing fine already. Sadly, we did miss the optimal moment for Squirrel Swarm to maul the dragon, and she followed up the roar with her breath weapon. It was clear part of a second in that the energy ward wouldn't hold, but Midnight made a brilliant move. He was highly focused on the spell, so he didn't manage to make any more laser attacks. But he did manage to cast Summon Minor Elemental into Face Eater's open maw. "Just don't let the acid out," Midnight commanded. The words weren't meant for the dragon to understand, so she probably didn't. She kept spraying acid. She had already broken through the energy ward, but the acid had an impediment in the form of a little flame guy and a pot. Ignis braced himself inside the teeth and mostly blocked the assault. Then he poured acid down the dragon's throat, the pot showing its capacity to still be far greater than its size. I wouldn't have thought of that. What was the point when a dragon was immune to their own energy? Except, of course, all of that acid was still a liquid. Face Eater coughed and nearly dislodged Ignis. But the worst thing was how she slammed Sorority into the wall with her tail. Her attempts at a follow-up attack caused even more damage to the tunnel, but she only took out a chunk above Sorority. It appeared that was Sorority's real body that had gotten hit, as she had to make more copies and they staggered out of her. Stone Skin had helped at least, along with her own physical enhancements. Otherwise she might not be standing. "Rain off!" the dragon growled. That wasn't an attempt to surrender, that was her more or less announcing she was going to eat me. She slammed her head against the wall, dislodging Ignis from her mouth, then lunged towards me. She had mostly gotten off of the patch of grease, so she was actually able to extend her neck pretty far. Sometimes fear was the correct response. I wasn't very good at that though, so I defaulted to throwing magic at the problem. I did know that magic resistance was making things much harder, so I had prepared a nice spell that wouldn't directly affect Face Eater. Midnight and Ignis had inspired me. Huge jaws tried to close around me, but how could they close when they were full of a giant block of ice? There was a crack sound, and that squeaky sound of ice being compressed. Fortunately, the crack was just one small corner of the ice. I threw the last of the mana I had ready into the spell, continuing to expand the ice block, while at the same time getting knocked back by that very block. But as I was tossed away, Swiss Arms was already clambering onto the dragon's back, along with so many squirrels. And maybe a mouse. Ragam! That translation couldn't translate things that wouldn't have been words to begin with, so Face Eater's rage-filled screams couldn't be interpreted. What we did get was her flapping her wings as she tried to fling climbers off of her. She dashed towards the nearest tunnel where she could scrape them off, and most of them were smart enough to let go. Except a couple squirrels holding onto the tip of her tail. "Let go," Zeb commanded. There were loud squeaks. "I don't care if it's fun." We weren't going to kill a dragon here today. She wasn't even bleeding. However, she did understand she was at a disadvantage, and collapsing the tunnel behind her by clawing it as she passed and slapping it with her tail afterwards certainly indicated she didn't want to be chased. Sorority had broken ribs. I knew that movement, and both Swiss Arms and I had been clipped by some attacks. We might be able to slip over the rubble and give chase, but we had other goals. Two squirrels were fighting each other next to the rubble. "I don't know which of you got the bigger scale," Zeb said. "They both look pretty big to me. Just be happy you got souvenirs." The other squirrels swarmed around them, taking looks at their prizes. It wasn't really significant damage, but it would be a huge hit to the dragon's dignity nonetheless. There was also one more thing lying around that I wouldn't have noticed, except for the lack of sensory feedback. Now one might think that was a strange way to find something, but anyone could spot a starkly black object in the middle of the room. This was the same, except magic, or specifically not magic. "Power signature suppressor," I commented as I picked it up. "Isn't this the neon voids kind?" "Do you think she's working with them?" Midnight asked. Swiss Arms shook her head. "They sell those, so it's hard to say." "It would help explain how she disappeared in the forest, though," Zeb said. "Maybe they have scent blockers, too." It was a common enough superpower, so I wouldn't put it past them. Ignis waved goodbye as he ran out of time. He had been very effective during his early moments, especially for his low-powered version. The fact that he got tossed away for the latter half didn't mean much. I gave him a wave. "That wasn't the tunnel we needed, right?" Sorority pointed towards the half-collapsed one. "We could squeeze through, but it wasn't safe for a quick retreat." "Nope," Swiss Arms said. "It should still be this way. We should be running into some of Rodentia's traps at any moment." She was right, or at least as right as she could have been as we headed further into the tunnels. Technically, the traps weren't there because many of them had already exploded. But maybe broken traps were still traps. "I'm reconsidering my previous assessment," Swiss Arms commented, "especially if we find the neon void up ahead." She was clearly guarding that tunnel for someone. Dead robo-rats were strewn around along with the exploded traps. We would have to assess the complete situation further inside the lair. If we completed our objective, then other intruders would actually be to our benefit. Hopefully, we could get what we came for. Chapter 414. Though there were a lot of traps already set off, we couldn't just judge things by laser marks or explosions for whether or not they were safe. Normally, the latter areas would be safe, because explosions were usually a one-time thing, but also super tech. Still, our progression was greatly improved because some issues were already dealt with, and thus we didn't have to dismantle them. By which I meant Swiss Arms didn't have to dismantle them. Though Midnight and I could potentially disable super tech for a short while with Dispel, it wasn't efficient if it could be done normally. We checked the tunnels behind us just to make sure that Face Eater wouldn't be able to follow after us if she decided to claw her way back through the half-collapsed tunnel she caused. Nobody wanted to be ambushed by a dragon. Fortunately, Rodentia wasn't concerned with allowing massive individuals access to her lair. "Have one of your squirrels follow this path," Swiss Arms instructed, using a laser pointer to demonstrate. "Then pull out this gear." "Got it," Zeb said. "Yeltel, you're up." The squirrel scrambled along the upper wall, holding onto tiny handholds. Presumably its small size wouldn't be setting off any traps, which might not be correct to believe in a normal supervillain's lair, but this was Rodentia. If all of her traps were working optimally, they might never hurt squirrels, though we weren't trying to test that supposition. It wasn't optimal to take longer than we needed to, while infiltrating a lair but getting exploded or turned into cheese would really help us go faster. It was also a decent time to regenerate mana, I supposed. It would have been negligible with normal values, just a point or two, but New Bay was pretty near triple. And I had access to something like double on top of that for the low cost of magic not automatically stabilizing. It wasn't nearly enough to make up for the costs of even a short skirmish with a dragon, but it was something like one more decent spell, or a couple small ones. Small spells used well could be the best thing sometimes. We passed through rooms and hallways, most with more signs of recent violence. Once along the way, Swiss Arms breathed a puff of dust into the hallway, revealing a grid of lasers. "There's no time for me to work my way through," she commented, "and there doesn't seem to be any space on the walls. Mage, can you handle this?" "What do I have to press?" I asked. I could guess, of course, but she was the expert. "Get a hand to that back wall and I'll guide you." She meant Mage's reach, of course. It was good for floating in specific ways, and it wasn't big. I managed to cross through all of the lasers without even losing a pinky. Then I slid open a panel and had to navigate back out for more tools. It would have been nice if we had a dedicated telekinetic on the team at that moment. Also, Midnight would have been a better option since he understood machines better. Super tech at least tried to look like real tech. But we got it done, allowing us to pass down a hallway where there were clear patterns of damage and at the same time outlines of the individuals passing through. It seemed they had survived so far. That was a testament to their skill. Or maybe because Rodentia didn't usually kill people. Then we came to a massive mousetrap, which was part of the whole usually. "Do people really fall for that?" I asked. "If they want the random shiny objects sitting on it, sure," Swiss Arms shrugged. "Don't underestimate fools." We just bypassed that without touching it, Sorority continuing to take point with some squirrels peeking around corners and the like. Technically, she could probably set off every trap we came upon safely, but she would exhaust herself creating new clones. It wasn't necessarily a good idea, just something we could have done. Squad 10 might have been better at it. Since he made more usually, Sorority tended to limit herself to a handful at most because of how it affected her secondary powers. Bodily enhancement that was split between clones. We could hear active explosions and sounds of fighting ahead. Then we began to see pieces of robot rats flying about. We finally spotted some of the other intruders. Neon Void, Sorority confirmed. Technically, it could have been other Venzu with super tech. We just didn't know of any of those that weren't part of the syndicate. Shiny black eyes looked at us, not proportionately large like Martians, but along with the blue skin and a few other features, they were clearly not human. Not that it really mattered, except for how much force we might want to apply. "Are we supposed to stop villains from infiltrating other villains' lairs?" I asked. "Is this trespassing? Is it still supervillainy?" "Theft is still a crime. Stealing already stolen goods isn't less of a crime," Swiss Arms explained. "But we're also not obligated to deal with them right now. We need to get to that storage room, which is through them, right?" Sorority said. Clearly she was experienced. Swiss Arms sighed. "Through them." "Fluffy," Zeb called. That would have left only Miss Flutter watching our flank, but we also had some squirrels for that. Quite a lot, really. Zeb was covered in squirrels, but that wasn't close to all of them. They just liked riding around on the canine. Our laser-resistant buddy came to catch up. He might have helped with the traps or set them off while trying to eat them, which was why he hadn't been called in earlier. Plus the whole not a rodent thing. With my selection of spells, I prepared the most sensible response for the Neon Void. My gun. Should I expect them to have bullet-resistant outfits? Absolutely, but bullet-resistant was not bulletproof, and bullets were cheaper than spells. Also, nobody liked getting shot at. That included me, which was why I took cover around a corner. I was trying to get a good feel for the lasers they had. Sorority would doubtless appreciate it, as she was having a hard time getting close to the few thugs we saw. Swiss Arms was taking them down easily, though. She blocked their lasers with her arms, yes, even attacks on her lower extremities, and then kicked them in the face. One of her primary rivals was Dr. Doomsday, and the Neon Void super tech was just not up to par. Also, lasers were pretty bad as such things went, but they didn't seem to have offensive creativity. In theory, lasers were good because they arrived pretty much instantly and began to harm your enemies. In practice, everyone had lasers and knew how to deal with them. We bound those we could and let Fluffy deal with any fancy tech they had on them. The grunts didn't have anything special, and it would all have to be destroyed eventually. I cast Energy Ward before we moved on to the next bunch. Some of them had kinetic dampeners that made my bullets stop upon hitting them, doing nothing. They still flinched, though. That gave me time to approach and swing a heavy stick. A proper staff replacement was still being worked on. Wilhelmina wasn't enthusiastic about remaking something she'd already done, but Shera might have some viable trees that could soon be big enough to harvest a branch or two. Regular blunt weaponry worked fine, though. I could even have a quarterstaff since some supers used them, but it didn't feel right to use one only meant for hitting people. Lasers were annoying, but I focused more on dodging whatever else some of them were shooting. Something metallic from the way it sounded when impacting tunnel walls. I would have also dodged lasers if that was viable, but Energy Ward would have to do. One hit me in the face. It turned out to be some sort of metal spike way too big to actually fit inside the rifles they were shooting them from. It was like 4 inches long, based on what I could see sticking out from my cheek. Most of it was stopped by my headgear, and the rest was stone skin and, well, my cheek. I could have yanked it out, but then I would just be bleeding. I grabbed one of those guns off a guy and was pleased to see they just kind of worked for anyone. Also that the Neon Void didn't have any special protections against them. The lucky individuals to have kinetic dampening fields were mostly fine. Even if I hit them in the eye, they barely got scratched. They still screamed, though. The other guys had varying levels of luck as arms, legs, and non-vital organs were hit. Even if they weren't nice enough to do the same in turn, we still had obligations to fulfill when feasible. It was difficult to say any one of them was a serious threat. We burst into the room we were looking for. I had recognized some of the outside, and the shelves were familiar. The contents of the shelves, however, were far less contentful. Stuff was missing. That was what I meant. "Damn it," Swiss Arms said. "They were already in here. They took the vials." "Not all of them," Midnight commented, pulling something from out behind the shelves. "But, yeah." "You two, confiscate anything you can," Swiss Arms ordered Midnight and I. "We'll sort it out later. The rest of us will try to chase them down." Midnight and I began to stuff things into storage as quickly as possible. We could grab piles of things, so anything that wasn't breakable was tossed into a pile. We had about 80 pounds each, and we kept that mostly empty for this mission just in case of things like this. There didn't seem to be any heavy devices in this room. It was once again just a bunch of random things on shelves. Dangerous things? Absolutely. I was pretty sure I picked up some mini nuclear reactors, but they were small and light. Radiation wouldn't get me from storage. What do you think? I held one last device up to Midnight. Functional? We can only hope, if we get an unbound scrying anchor. They didn't always look the same, but we had seen this kind before. Specifically, it was one of the robo-rats that wasn't actually a robot. The kinds that had been holding signs. Not active, but maybe in this room that meant it never worked, depending on Rodentia's sorting system. We took the warning signs too, obviously. We already knew that the vials could inject people with super cancer, but there were other things that were less clear. After that, we chased after the others. They were easy enough to find. Unfortunately, there was a huge explosion. That was concerning because I didn't hear the explosion. I only felt it. It almost seemed to negate sound. As I rounded a corner, I saw it. Swiss Arms was creating some sort of force field which cut into the otherwise spherical nature of the super-tech bomb. I'd missed half of it, but it looked like it had taken everything in the hallway and randomly distributed the material throughout the area. It was kind of just floating there, menacingly, and probably radioactively. Or worse, super radioactively. "They're gone," Swiss Arms commented, "and we should get out of here." "I'll say," Rodentia commented, "it's a big mess." I turned, spotting her down a hallway that was filled with bright yellow, and a lot of vaguely people-shaped cheese piles, which they'd better hope were merely covering them. "You'd better not have been looting my super-secret vault." Two rats sitting on top of her head dropped down little screens, which I could vaguely read through the back, except for the size of the text. "Oh, you just took stuff from the junk room." I'm still annoyed. Now I have to move my base. Shoo. Chapter 4. 115. Smart people didn't ignore foreign tech supers in their lairs. Rodentia had obviously been responding to the intrusion before us. But now our paths had crossed. We could fight. But… Nearest exit? Swiss Arms asked. Rodentia shook her head. Nice try. I'm not giving away my tricks. Go back the way you came. She gestured with the weapon in her hand. Leaving was the plan, our leader concurred. She gestured for all of us to get moving, with her standing just on our side of the hallway until it was clear Rodinia wasn't following us. A couple of traps we hadn't fully disarmed had recharged before we made our way out. But for the most part it was a direct path. Ugh, I hate missions like this, Sorority commented. Failed missions? Zeb asked. Swiss Arms cleared her throat. It wasn't a failure. We obtained certain information. But keep the talk to a minimum until we're in friendly territory. There were a few tense moments as we passed by where we'd run into Face Eater, but it didn't appear the dragon had come back. Then again, she shouldn't be expected to want to fight in an underground area. It was a disadvantage for her, though we hadn't been able to fully exploit it. I thought about the battle and wondered how I could have done things differently. It might have been possible to narrow the scope of Energy Ward even more. Maybe I could target wherever the acid breath was going to come from, though that would make it more likely to be resisted. I needed to get a book on dragons. Surely people in my old world liked killing dragons and wouldn't mind giving me a book. I could pay them. If they accepted cash or card instead of just precious material coins, maybe I should look into getting some currency like that. Sir Kalman could probably help. Though there really wasn't supposed to be anyone going back and forth between worlds, it wasn't my fault if their protections didn't fully work. And that wasn't even counting the big hole in the sky. Fortunately, nobody in the park could just stumble into that. We didn't get attacked by a dragon, which was good because I didn't have enough mana for a good fight. Or rather, I would get into unstable mana pretty quickly, so it wasn't great for fighting in tunnels. I supposed I could also research powerful spells that didn't have any collateral damage, but like half of those would be necromancy. I didn't need to go draining the life from a bunch of people just to save some roads most of the time. Swiss Arms did the debrief, simple as it was. We'll keep an eye out for Neon Void activity. Most likely Bolster will be scrying to see if we can pick up careless members. Beyond that, the city has been notified of their acquisition. Do you think they will be upset? Midnight asked. Even if it wasn't really a failure, they might blame us. That's their own problem. They could have sent some heroes but chose us. Well, she shrugged, they could still be a headache, but let us executives deal with that stuff. Just continue to do your best on your missions. Turlough, make me stop looking at social media. Midnight provided great value to our teamwork by willingly trudging into the morass that was public commentary, but apparently it was difficult to pull himself away sometimes. Like a real swamp, trapping people. Stop it, I said flatly. Bad. No listening to the opinions of dumb people. You don't know they're dumb. They either don't know what they're talking about or are intentionally antagonizing a superpowered individual, I said. That's dumb. Midnight pondered for a moment, but they know I won't blast them with magic. You have lasers. They also know I won't shoot them with Selmothian tech. That's a good way to lose my high-tech privileges. Well, I don't have any way to shut down your phone with magic, so you're going to have to do the hard work yourself. I thought for a moment. No way to do that safely. Please don't fireball my communicator. I would just negate the electrical flow. That's an interesting idea, Midnight said. Can we do that? If we can't do that with advanced energy magic, then we should turn in our magic diplomas. We don't have diplomas. Oh, too bad. Guess it doesn't matter then. He was still bothered, but not quite as much. Is there anything the dumb people are saying that I should hear about? Not really, just nonsense, like saying that I'm hunting and eating mice. I frowned. Is that racist? I think that's probably racist. Also, if you were, I don't think that would be a problem. I had to think for a moment. It's definitely rude. Like saying you're barbaric, maybe. Midnight shook his head. That's not really their intention. They like the super mice, and we've been seen stopping several of them. People hate the supermice, I said. People may hate them, but the internet loves them. Of course. People on the internet weren't always people, and I didn't mean they were bots. Usually those got taken down pretty quickly, and not always by who you might think. There were a few tech supers that really didn't like them, and everyone else was quite willing to overlook whatever they did to completely crash out bots. Sometimes a tech super also worked on the other side, but that was a good way to get heroes and villains to come after them together. Some things were just that important. We could record a few videos of how we very safely and nicely capture them. Usually it's sleep anyway. They kinda look dead sometimes that way. But maybe we could clean them up, make them all shiny, and if they do get hurt, maybe we can get them healed before sending them somewhere. Not that anywhere seems safe, with how they keep getting out. Maybe New Bay should just accept we have superpowered mice now, I said. How long do mice live anyway? Not that long. Unless they have powers, Midnight pointed out. And assuming they can't reproduce with powers. I don't think there have been that many sightings, I said. With how many mice there were, we would know if they bred babies with powers. Well, if most of them could. Please don't say it like that, only a few have to. The Selmothians were building a whole embassy in New Bay. It made sense, of course. That was the sort of thing aliens did when they had a reliable way to interact with a foreign group. At least if they weren't constantly at war or something. The Bunverixians and Selmothians had never gotten to any sort of proper diplomatic stage. There were a few other aliens who could officially reach Earth with consistency. Martians technically counted. I was pretty sure Venzu, like the main people of the Neon Void, should have been able to get something like that, but they didn't. Apparently they were just happy to be villains, which was pretty garbage. Well, there were also a number that lived peacefully, but the thing about supervillains was, it wasn't always easy to tell if someone was one unless they were actively doing something. New Bay wasn't the only place such embassies could be built. Most were on Mars because they were higher tech there already. There were a few other places on Earth that had some extraterrestrial embassies, anything large enough to not just be a few people working with extra. Midnight and I were really good at gate, but that wasn't enough to count as a reliable travel method. The thing was, Selmothians were already really good at teleportation. So were Bunverixians. Anyway, our feline buddies just needed an opportunity to set up some teleportation infrastructure on Earth. It took a while to get approved, though maybe it was fast since it was less than a year since serious diplomatic efforts began. Either way, Bunverixians had already dropped a bunch of similarly advanced tech into the hands of supervillains, so it wasn't such a gaping security hole to have more such tech around. There were probably other factors as well. Wait, they want us to make magical wards? I asked Midnight incredulously. He narrowed his eyes at me. Where else did you think we were going to get magical wards? Well, there's the, He had a point there. But I didn't know how to make wards. I don't know how to do that stuff. We have some anti-teleportation stuff that already works, Midnight said. We just need magic to make sure it doesn't get disabled. We won't be doing the primary functions. That's still a lot of pressure. We'll be testing on Selmoth, he said. If we really can't manage, there are other solutions, but I'd really prefer if we managed it. I know you don't like spending a lot of mana on training that can't get you experience, but it's fine, I said. If it's what you want, I don't mind. I made certain he could clearly feel the truth of that. I really didn't like doing utility stuff, but since it was important to Midnight, it was quite different. Just like I would gladly spend large amounts of mana to help train Jerome. Plus, it wouldn't hurt to try to learn about this stuff. It would be better if I had something to base our efforts off of, though. Gimme books, I said, poking Spellshot. The other orc was the best access I had to magely stuff. Sir Calman and the Order of the Lion could only do so much. I could also try to pester some important mages from Granbold. But I didn't like most of them, and Rickle had said she wasn't able to provide any assistance at the moment. Maybe if I had something she wanted, or I could pay her, but I don't know if she was implying anything like that. Either way, Spellshot, and more broadly Ethos, owed me some favors. It's not so easy to come across such things, you know, Spellshot said after I explained what I wanted. Those with sufficient power don't like others who know how their security functions. Sounds like a good way to get hacked when your primary security specialist dies, I said. He tilted his head. Hacked? The word didn't translate. I didn't mean chopping with a weapon, so it wasn't going to translate that way. Yeah, I said. If there's someone decently knowledgeable about such things waiting for an opportunity, they could get past defenses without anyone knowing until it was too late. You've got to at least train up some ward specialists. We do, Spellshot said, but I don't think you're planning to commit to working directly for Ethos for the rest of your life. I am not, I said. We could do a Gaius, though. You'd sign a magical contract. After I had it looked over by lawyers, yeah, I nodded. Midnight cleared his throat. And if you don't let us take it to be looked over, we definitely won't be signing anything. I'm sure we can come to reasonable terms, Spellshot pondered. I didn't let him know that I could probably annihilate a magical contract, if not through skill, then by using far more mana than a simple dispel or similar magic should be able to use. And if not, well, I wasn't anticipating needing to try. Thus the point of reviewing any contracts to see if I could just handle it. Because I didn't want a country of orcs trying to kill me. I already had like a third of a country doing that for Dr. Doomsday. Though they hadn't actively come after me for a while, I was certain next time we crossed paths, it would happen that way. It will take some time to arrange, Spellshot said, but we can certainly work on it, and it will be faster if you can transport me. See, that was the problem with being a fancy class like Spellshot. It was harder for him to do big fun spells like Gate. Then again, most people from normal spellcasting classes didn't have Gate. I'd saved up for a few levels to purchase it and barely managed to fudge my way into using it the first few times before eventually being able to pull it off with regularity. Most people stagnated before that, because the world told them to. Maybe a mix of propaganda and active suppression. Oh right, and one of the alternatives was conjuring a fancy mansion with tons of rooms and magical feasts. So if you could only do one spell near the top ranks, things like that were often chosen. But also the other reasons. Chapter 4, 116. Signing a magical contract was weird. Not how we got to that point, or the fact that we were going to do it. It was just weird to feel another intrusion into the bond that Midnight and I had. Something constantly there, watching. Theoretically, that feeling would fade, if not the power. The restrictions were actually fairly simple. Ethos was concerned about their knowledge getting out to other people in the same world, not to an alien planet in a different realm entirely. The main restrictions were that I don't use the information against them, allow it to, or teach it to anyone that might. It was basically one thing. In exchange, I got instructions on enchantment from Spellshot, also known as Konsu among normal people. After all, nobody cared about using real names in that world. He wasn't actually one of their experts. Whoever that was, they clearly didn't want me to meet for some reason. Statistically, I wouldn't even punch them in the face, even if I wanted to. Traditional orcs were better, but I supposed Ethos was probably allowed to have their own culture, even if it was worse. And at Midnight and I would have struggled through the process with just the books they gave us, but having someone with at least some experience certainly helped. It was far better than having to speculate and experiment with natural upgrades and masteries and all of that. Someone who actually knew something was better than going off of vague hints in a handful of different tomes. It turned out enchanting things was really easy. "What level are you again?" Spellshot asked. No, you probably shouldn't answer that. I could maybe trust Konsu with that information, but if Ethos asked, he's probably have to tell them. And they might tell other people, and eventually someone I didn't want to know, it might find things out. Thus, I had to agree with him. Yeah, probably better not. I had just hit level 44 after fighting Face Eater again. It wasn't that intense of a battle, but I got experience for most of the things that happened, like how she annihilated a few castings of Energy Ward and Stone Skin. It was real combat with someone who wanted to kill me and not a spar, so it was pretty good experience. Too bad it couldn't be repeated easily without risking actual death. If there wasn't real danger, it wouldn't be as valuable. Anyway, Konsu continued, most magical training overlaps with other fields to some extent. Enchantment is no different, since it's basically putting spells you know into something on a more or less permanent basis. I agreed it was pretty easy. I should have tried it sooner. Well, without some of the guidance from the texts we had, I would have probably put in too much mana and blown things up, or not put enough for anything to last. It was a delicate balance at first. In fact, I had blown up a bunch of staves. Fortunately, they were made specifically for practice, so they were just cheap wood. Particularly fragile wood meant for that purpose. Now I had a staff that could carry its own shocking grasp. It was terrible because hitting someone with it would probably cause it to break, but I did poke an energy ward-protected Konsu to test it out. The spell activated according to my intent and worked more or less as I wanted. It took a while for it to draw in ambient mana so it could do it again. It wasn't nearly as efficient as a person, something like a few hours for a measly couple points of mana. Still, the concept worked. We spent a few weeks enchanting various different sorts of things. Some robes, weaving in force armor and energy ward spells. Some individual bullets, because working on smaller things was more difficult, and they weren't that costly. Then, when Midnight and I felt confident, and maybe Konsu himself, we worked on some real guns. If I exploded my gun, I could pretty easily replace it with one that was the same. But it wouldn't be my gun. This one had been with me through thick and thin, though I had replaced it in the past. Within the books we had, there was a debate about whether being in tune with an item provided actual benefits. Some claimed it resulted in better enchantments. Others said it was simply familiarity with the type of item that mattered. Ultimately, enchanting a specific thing you knew well was never worse than a generic thing of its type, so if one was willing to risk losing it to unstable mana, it could be valuable. Midnight wasn't willing to try enchanting his adaptable combat suit yet, which was reasonable. It already had advanced tech and super tech overlapping, so it might be too much. That left him open to help stabilize the mana I was putting into my gun, which I was quite grateful for. I didn't want anything specific. Even Spellshot didn't want his gun to shoot elemental blasts without his will. Thus, we were going for something adaptive, generic energy magic as it was. It was unclear if Konsu had a mastery, and I couldn't ask about it without revealing too much. Either way, he knew a bunch of individual elemental spells and could try to improve how they worked with his gun. He should get some advantages from his class, at least within that particular area. The class wasn't made for guns, but they had worked for all of his other abilities, so enchantment should also be fine. I had drawn up plans over the course of a week for how I wanted to imbue my gun with magic. My ambitious side had told me to try to replicate the dispelling bullets Wilhelmina had made. My other side told me they weren't as fun as fire bullets, and also that I didn't have a mastery or the right materials. So Elemental had won out. I carefully imbued my mana into the barrel of the gun, trying to make it stick. I wanted the magic to apply to the bullets. There was precedent for bows applying spells to their arrows, and a barrel was far more encompassing, so it seemed easy enough. I also set up little hooks so I could change the energy type and intensity. I could only go so far, however, as how much complexity it could store was also limited by mana. The final step I needed was to add a mana crystal. If we were going for maximum potency, we would have made a new weapon from the ground up, imbuing it with special materials from the beginning, but most of the materials Earth had were high enough quality to hold mana. At least, anything I got related to the power brigade. I took a large mana crystal, but instead of letting it decay, I manipulated it to overlap with the gun itself. Fusing a crystal into the material itself was one of the parts that was most likely to fail, which was why I was glad to have Midnight helping keep things stable. Too many people manipulating mana would have been a problem, but a mage and intelligent familiar were a perfect combination. In this particular case, larger mana crystals were able to store almost as much mana as I used to make them. Creating mana crystals was one of the few situations where I could go beyond my fatigue limit, so I had made this one the biggest I could, 64 mana, out of a theoretical 66. It was better to have some leeway. And no, I was not going to try to double that by going into the negatives. That would probably create an inherently unstable mana crystal, which sounded doubly bad for enchanting. The crystal was about the size of my fist. Not really round, but instead a bunch of overlapping segments sticking out in all directions. I never bothered with the shape. Living things naturally stored mana, but objects didn't. Enchanting was sort of replicating that process, or at least that was how I chose to think of it. The crystal became my gun's whole mana system, granted from me to it. I stared at it for about a minute after I thought I was done, just wondering if it might blow up. I was pretty sure I'd lost a bit of potency during the process, limiting its maximum output as well as losing some current charge, but I was fairly pleased the process completed at all. If it imbued each shot with cantrip-level magic, I could manage 2 or 3 magazines of shooting from full capacity, as long as I didn't change energy types too often. It wasn't going to be as good as me firing off that much magic. It wouldn't have active control of the amount of power, but if I just needed to throw more than kinetic force at things, it should be pretty good. I was proud. Oh, and Spellshot succeeded too with his much larger rifle. It was probably better and stuff, but it wasn't my business precisely what he did with it. As long as he didn't shoot me again outside of training exercises, and we weren't likely to have any more accidents. The Power Brigade would probably want me to enchant stuff in the case it could overlap with super tech, which was why I was teaching Bolster how to do that crap. Also Jerome, he could put some defensive enchantments in his shoes if he wanted to, and he did. I already trusted him not to set things on fire, so trusting him to not make things other people could use to set stuff on fire was reasonable. He did a lot of light magic and storage, clean, and utility stuff like that. In a couple years, he might be a good 4th option for the Power Brigade and things like that. Even if he wasn't doing anything combat-related, they wouldn't hire him until he was at least 16. There were always some risks when working with supernatural stuff. The fact that he might undertake those risks anyway wasn't something that influenced the Power Brigade, since they cared mostly about their personal responsibility. Anyway, Midnight and I hadn't tested overlaps with super tech and enchantments yet because we had a big project to get to. On Kelmoth, the reason we finally sought out enchanting to begin with. I really appreciated how I had a proper place to arrive, with hallways that were all tall enough for me. Obviously, I didn't expect all of Kelmoth to adapt to me, but I didn't like having to crouch around to get outside. We would often end up in other buildings that weren't all made with bipeds in mind, but only having to use reduce some of the time was nice. Selmothians liked tall hallways most of the time, so that was usually sufficient. Only occasionally did I actually have to crawl or something. Wow, this looks big and expensive, I said as we entered a room containing an anti-teleportation device. Is it? Don't think about it, Midnight said. That indicated to me that he didn't want to think about it, likely because he knew precisely how expensive it was. We're only here to put minor enchantments on this. We don't need to replicate its job, just make sure it can't be bypassed by Spot, or anyone else the Bunverixians have managed to get magic to so far. I nodded. They might not be as polite about interplanar boundaries as I was, which was saying something. People who couldn't already do magic were mostly cut off from my old world, but there was at least one place I knew of to bypass that, and there could be more. Though the Bunverixians might restrain themselves specifically to not allow their lower castes to become too powerful. Either way, we had to worry about at least one, not all that exceptional Dane with magic that might try to break through Selmothian defenses. So we just had to enchant a room. No big deal. Chapter 4. 117. Unsurprisingly, enchanting a large structure of advanced tech was far different from imbuing simple elemental magic into something. We were trying to put something like anti-dispelling into it, which might just be dispel. Since we wouldn't be able to actively do anything, the defenses did have to be fairly generic. Most likely they wouldn't do much more than slow down any sort of attempts rather than completely stopping them, but that could be good enough. Assuming we actually got working enchantments. Midnight shook his head. This one is no good either. We're going to have to start over. Maybe it was the lack of mastery with the particular sort of magic we were trying, or relative newness to enchantment, or just the size of the project. Either way, we found the enchantments didn't quite stick the way we wanted them to. But unfortunately, they didn't also fade on their own, so we had to actively dismantle things. Disenchanting was pretty much just flooding things with dispel until they were permanently disabled. Fortunately, we were able to remove any mana sources so that the enchantments were weak. Just a skeleton, really. Otherwise, it would have cost several times as much to undo. Rather than fusing mana crystals with the device we were working with, the Selmothians had just built in storage locations. Technically, the same thing could have been done with other objects, if we were willing to have a fist-sized chunk of crystal strapped onto the side of whatever it was. I carefully purged the mana channels that would carry the power, then began to pull apart what remained of the enchantment. The whole process was quite boring, and I couldn't wait until we finished at least a full attempt of our work so that we could get to testing. Because at least there, I should get experience. Testing would involve directly pitting some of the few Selmothians that had gained class abilities against our enchantments, which was kind of like a fight. I got experience for normal spells contesting powers, so it should work the same with enchantments. If I got experience for breaking down half-built enchantments, it wasn't enough to show. Then again, I might not get anything for overcoming my own spells. I never really tried because it was easier to just spar with Midnight or something I knew actually worked. Trying to figure out precisely which parts Midnight worked on wasn't worth the time. It was better to just do the project properly, mainly because he cared about it. "Be careful with the dimensional incapacitator," he commented. "Of course I'm being careful with that thing you said," I nodded seriously. "I'm not going to break anything, don't worry. Actually, between the two of us, I have far more experience not letting unstable mana do very bad things. Negative mana shenanigans had made me get really good at controlling magic or die. So far, it had been the first one. For this project, I wasn't going to let myself get close to passing the threshold. There was no rush, and it wouldn't really save any time anyway. It took 2 weeks to get a first pass finished. The device we were working on didn't even take up that big of a room. I wondered how anyone enchanted big wizard towers or castles. I guess they spent a lot of time and had more people. The first tests went fine. Unfortunately, those just tested basic functionality. The subsequent tests, where people were trying to bypass our protections, also went great. For the people trying to bypass things, not for our enchantments, "They don't really react," said one of the artificers. "It's not much different than a wall. We can climb over, dig under, or just batter at them until there's a hole." Harsh words, but accurate. Midnight and I discussed how we might make improvements. "What about divination magic?" he suggested. "That is what we required to observe anything with magic, right? Then we trigger that with contingency." "That should work," I said. "But that's going to increase our mana costs, which will require more frequent charging and lower the overall efficiency of the system." Fortunately, they had enough local Selmothians with the ability to manipulate mana from routing some rescues through my old world, but that only applied for a certain number of enchantments. Midnight and I wouldn't be able to maintain much more than any of them by ourselves, and I wasn't planning to be a full-time battery if that would even be sufficient. We spent about a day trying to refactor the enchantment with that sort of flexibility in mind, and realized we had to start again from the ground up. It would have been great if we had experience in large projects like this, but unfortunately we just didn't have it, and we hadn't expected that particular pitfall. "This time," I said, "it should work." I couldn't believe we'd only gotten a single natural upgrade for enchantment so far. How disappointing. Did that mean we weren't really good at it after all? I had no way to tell because there was no way to spend points on it, so what its innate tier might be was a mystery. Even then, upgrades hadn't been that much harder to get at the top end. Even with what the infiltration team already knew, they weren't able to bypass the teleportation suppressor for over half an hour. More importantly, they tripped the alarms. Midnight was quite pleased. "That went great. I feel like it should have more active defenses," I said, "like lasers or meteors." Midnight shook his head. "The second one doesn't really work in the city. As for the other thing, this should be connected to other defensive systems in actual practice. The important thing is that it looks like they would generally have to reach the device here to potentially disable it." Despite all that work, that wasn't even the real project. That was just the planning and testing phase. They were still going to use that because it worked, but our actual project was back on Earth as part of the Selmothian embassy. The whole point of that had just been to make certain we could enchant tech at all, and the answer was we could. However, even on a smaller scale, it had been more difficult. There were a lot more delicate parts than a sword had. Even then, we were only directly supplementing what it could already do. Then again, what was the point of doing anything like that if we weren't doubling down on a feature? Nobody really cared about a gun that was a little bit better at deflecting swords. They just wanted the gun to be a better gun. Relatedly, Midnight had worked on enchanting a few Selmothian weapons with varying results. The ultimate result was a similar absolute increase in power to other weapons enchantments. But Selmothian stuff had a better base than the handgun I carried. Thus, the enchantments were less relevant. I didn't care that much either way. After all, we had been allowed to share enchanting knowledge with the Kelmothians, since they had absolutely no intention to make any sort of moves against, or even vaguely near, Ethos. Quite a number of them had become artificers, like Kithay. Speaking of which, we should probably teach her to enchant things too. The more people there were that could do that, the less the Power Brigade would want me to do it. While we'd been busy, we had only gotten a small amount of news from Earth. Part of it came through Selmothian sources, which meant it was mainly about progress with the embassy. The rest came through Angela. Madame Multitude at one point, the kind older lady was able to exist in multiple places at once and had been helping coordinate things with them for quite some time. She was mainly based out of New Bay, so she heard about goings-on there. Thus, we weren't entirely surprised when we were actually back on Earth and heard about a problematic new street drug, but the Power Brigade had a lot more information on it than Angela. She was working more as a private citizen that happened to have powers, so she didn't get all of the same reports. Though I bet she could have, if she had a reason. She had quite a few people that admired her from her previous career. A wide variety of contacts to call upon. The direct report came from Calculator. He was good at putting those together, and even personalized them to individuals to some extent. The summary about the drug was, someone has been replicating the vials stolen from Rodentia, the ones she stole them from Superlabs. I thought for only half a moment. The ones that she said caused super cancer. The operative part of that is the super, at least in certain people's opinions. Midnight tilted his head, and that means the people that don't get horribly ill or die usually end up with superpowers. That doesn't sound too bad, I said. Nobody else in the room seemed to agree, based on expressions and emotions. Why is that extremely bad? Aside from a bunch of desperate, often criminally connected people getting superpowers, Calculator asked. Let me list a few things. First, the powers are often quite similar to existing individuals, though it doesn't seem they have been able to isolate any strains and give people a specific power. Second, the percentage of people who get horribly ill or die is over 95%. And that's bad because, I prompted. Because people dying is bad, Calculator said. I just looked at him. And from the city's perspective, it's bad because not all of those affected by this are known criminals, including the mayor's niece, Thiziri. Yes, you don't know who the mayor is, Calculator waved. That doesn't matter, she got lucky. A certain healer happened upon her as she was dying in an alley and managed to stitch her back together. So if she's fine, she got Mistrome's powers, Calculator commented. I didn't know much except that Mistrome was an illusionist villain. I thought through the implications. Ah, so people now think they're connected. Some people might, Calculator shrugged, which is sufficient for it to be a big deal. And the more people that happen to survive, the more others will try. Which gives the Neon Void more prominence and causes the city more trouble. If we knew where the Neon Void lived, we would have taken them down a while ago, though, I surmised. So, is there anything active we need to do? Not at the moment, but if we can get one of those vials, we might have you try to scry more. Bolster can. She's not as good as you yet. She clearly needed to train more. What was she doing? Oh right, picking up all the utility stuff I'd dumped on her. Well, let us know when that happens, I said. Until then, I think we're working on the embassy. Don't forget your training, Calculator said. I worked out every day on Kelmoth, I said. Though for some reason they don't have humanoid gyms, so… He grinned. It's kind of a waste when there are only ever have 2 at most. Angela could make there be a lot more. I wondered if splitters got exercise from their clones. It probably depended on their specific power. Chapter 418. As it turned out, Selmothians were smart. The thing was, the project we had done on their home planet was actually a lot harder for multiple reasons. That teleportation inhibitor had been designed to cover a larger section of city. Mana regeneration on Kelmoth was slower, close to baseline levels. Meanwhile, on Earth we had almost concerningly high mana regeneration, and we only needed to cover a small building complex. Emphasis on the small, in some cases. Selmothians liked towers, but they weren't planning to have a full tower full of them living on Earth. Certainly not within the near future. The embassy didn't need to be that big, and in fact smaller was better. After all, they had to deal with Earth's power grid, and they could almost guarantee attacks from Bunvarixians. They hadn't often been that bold within New Bay itself, but their recent lack of prominent activity was actually another reason to be worried. Anyway, the enchantments were easy. Easy-ish. We'd had to redo a couple, but only because we were working to a high standard. We wanted more than functional. We weren't done in just a day or two, and in fact the pace of building was keeping ahead of us. But that was because advanced tech and construction supers were involved. It was a very expensive series of buildings for their size. New Bay was probably ecstatic at the flow of money. Even if they wouldn't likely be paying property tax, the construction alone employed people and resources from within the city. There simply weren't that many supers anywhere else. Not without drawing people from across the country or on another continent. Every day we spent a few hours working on the enchantments. We were most limited by mana recovery, though taking our time to do the enchantments right was important. Even if they didn't do much more than make it harder for the other security measures to be bypassed, they were a critical component of things, especially with so many people throwing around magic. The Selmothians were also concerned about powers in general, as they didn't have New Bay's long history of dealing with that sort of thing. We tended to leave in the late afternoon, pretty exhausted. That was really inconvenient when someone attacked us as we were leaving. "Mage and familiar," some crazy lady yelled at us from further along the sidewalk. "Surrender yourselves to captivity." Midnight glared at her. "What? No. Not a chance in infinite hells, random lady." It came to mind that we weren't in outfit, but it really wasn't hard for anyone who knew to recognize us regardless. It was going to be more annoying to deal with any recordings later, though. She wasn't that strong. I could feel her power. It felt like fakeness. Illusion was the word non-tired orcs might use. Her costume seemed to be fairly high quality, except for the complete lack of super tech or any features that would make it more than clothes. There weren't any defining features that stood out to me and indicated who she might be. She should really talk to her publicity department about that. In that case, I shall have to overcome you, because I really need this bounty. I had a few different bounties, I was pretty sure. Mostly black market ones from people like the Mod Squad and other groups I often came into conflict with. "Which one?" I asked. "There are—" "You won't get me to reveal any secrets, mercenary." "Okay," I said. People had already given us sufficient distance. Nobody wanted to get involved in a battle of supers. The street would probably be closed off in a couple minutes. I cast sleep where she was standing. Nothing happened. What was that supposed to do, huh? She just stood there with her hands on her hips. No, seriously. "Disintegration spell," I said. "What?" She cussed a few times, hugging her arms to her body. "You're crazy. But, I'm immune to such things, so—" Water blast was next, straight through her head. Then her head snapped back and she toppled to the ground. And no, it wasn't high enough pressure to go through anything. And it hadn't even splashed. Oh right, illusions. I was already tired, and she was lucky I was actually controlling my mana properly. A streetlight tried to smack me on the head. I wasn't going to bet on that being an illusion, so I jumped back and to the side. It could have also been at a weird angle, so I tried to be unpredictable in my movements. It certainly made a solid sound as it hit the ground, but I wasn't 100% convinced that was the sound of a streetlight hitting the sidewalk. And yes, I had heard it before, just not frequently. Midnight was taking small shots throughout the area, sweeping around a low-powered laser. The first image of the woman had already disappeared, but 3 more had appeared. One in the middle of the street, standing among some abandoned cars, and one behind and ahead of us on the sidewalk. It was a lot to pay attention to, which was why I missed the mailbox when it head-butted my midsection. It shoved me back, but it was wide, blunt and slow, so it didn't actually hurt. "Tampering with mail is a federal crime," I called out. "The mail should be fine," she retorted. I blasted at the one in the middle of the street, water still, because I wasn't feeling very threatened and didn't want to set buildings on fire. Whoa, she ducked out of the way. Careful, if this was really me, it could be dangerous. It was for sure her. I could see the way she tensed up and her other two illusions lowered in power. She might have been offset from what I saw, but she'd definitely been in that general direction. If she was smart, she wouldn't still be. Unfortunately, my attacks didn't stop her from trying to squash Midnight with a gumball machine. I wasn't even sure why the things even existed. Did people buy those? Maybe it was a retro thing. Earthlings liked retro. Midnight obviously wasn't going to get hit by a gumball machine. He was clearly hesitant to annihilate it, though. Who knew what that thing cost? Certainly not me. This was so annoying. Who even was this? I just wanted to go take a nap and recover to positive mana. Oh wait, you're that Thazzy girl. The mayor's cousin or niece or something. I was assuming this was what a wimpy version of Mistrome should be like. It's Thaziri. No wait, I'm Anima. Animal? I asked as I tried to kick the light. I felt nothing, but the mailbox had definitely been real. It still was, but I was briskly walking out of its reach as it hopped after me. That's not a great name. Maybe try Toylusion. Hey, that's not actually half bad. No wait, stop trying to distract me. I was 99% sure she couldn't really toss a car at me, but I dove out of the way regardless, into the street between other cars. It gave me a chance to gather mana as I hid for a moment. I needed a bigger spell, but I wasn't planning to bring down the block or anything. I just wanted some arcane sight. With enough skill, it would reveal illusions. Animal wasn't as incompetent as she looked. She really wasn't in the same spot as any of her visual illusions. Instead, she was peeking over a car, trying to spot me. I had the convenience that I could see the magic making her appear to be elsewhere, but she didn't seem to have any supernatural senses. Her eyes were also unevenly dilated, making her look crazy. I intentionally looked away from her. I even let her hit me with a car door as I moved around. I knew how to fall properly, so it was fine. She also couldn't tell I had mana built up, so when she changed angle to try to see me better, she didn't know I was waiting. I pointed my two fingers at her like a gun, releasing a somewhat upcast dispel. It worked with mice, so why not people? It was hard for me to even temporarily turn off proper powers. Usually I could negate a small aspect for a few moments, but the mice were less stable. If this was the same source, it should be similar. Though she was probably stronger than the mice, or maybe just better at figuring out how to actually activate powers. She staggered back and I vaulted to my feet. Before she even really understood what was going on, I had one arm in my grasp and was moving around behind her. You're under arrest, Animal. Midnight was darting over. She said her name was Anima, by the way. Yeah, that. I pulled suppression cuffs out of storage and clicked them on her wrists. Anyway, you're going to jail. About that. Remember that thing you said before? Could you not remove my mask? I looked at Midnight. He shrugged. I could feel the full extent of his apathy emanating from him. I texted Brigade HQ for advice. Normally I would have verbalized my questions, but this could be a delicate matter. After a short back and forth, I had my orders. The Power Brigade will be taking you in directly, I said. Oh, good? Eep? For some reason she was surprised when I tossed her over my shoulder. Put me down. I have legs. I can walk on my own. Your legs are short. They're pretty average, she protested. Same thing. We didn't want to be out on the streets longer than necessary. It sure would have been convenient if we could use her powers to hide our progress, as we got more than a few stairs. We had taken the time to mask up before leaving the incident site so that we wouldn't look like weird kidnappers. Maybe super kidnappers, but the Power Brigade logo and us walking down the street should be helpful. What did you do to me? For some reason, this lady was unreasonably angry. Just suppressed your powers for a bit. You don't even have cuffs on anymore. They're gone. She flailed her arms. She was dragging her fingernails along her arms. No, no, no. They can't be. I just needed to bring you to them. I was a great interrogator, considering I hadn't even been trying. Yeah? Who? That's a secret. Darn, there went my new career. When are you letting me go? Thazzy asked. What makes you think we're just going to let you go? I asked. Well, my uncle. She tilted her head. Obviously. Something like 5 minutes later, a man stomped in along with Calculator and Lady Light. "Uncle, finally!" She lunged for him to hug him, but he just held an arm out, pressing against her shoulder. He looked her straight in the eyes. "What are you on this time?" "Nothing. You don't get arrested by the Power Brigade for supervillainy for nothing. I'm quite certain they have high-definition recordings to back up their claims, but I'd rather hear it from you." "Well, look, the thing is," her eyes darted around, "I can't just... I got the new thing, you know? Presume I do not. The juice, super in a syringe, you know. Is that what happened to your mother's car?" "Well, I was going to buy her a new one. Once I was earning, you know. I had some insight here. Thiziri needed powers. The mayor, who had a name I didn't even have to look up real quick. Izem looked quite disappointed. She wouldn't want dirty money." "It wouldn't have been. I could have joined up with SSI or something," she muttered. I wondered if she remembered there was an audience. Also SS, I was the worst choice. Not even considering hero work. That's the guilt talking. Izem crossed his arms. He looked to the executives. "I don't want her booked, but..." He turned back to glare at his niece. "If she doesn't cooperate, I can't ask you to bend the rules that hard." He turned towards the door, stopping with his back to the rest of us. "So I suggest you remember who told you what, Thiziri." She looked sick at the very prospect. Though she was looking pretty sick regardless. We should probably get Martinez in here. Chapter 419. Dr. Martinez was very experienced. He had even figured out how to see weird magical stuff going on with me. So there was no doubt in my mind he would work better within his specialty area of super-based biology. I see." He nodded. "Mage, could you use your power negation technique again?" Dispel was easier to say, but I suppose it would be weirder if everyone knew the proper name. "Anywhere specific?" "As dispersed as possible, actually," Dr. Martinez explained. The patient looked sick. It was probably only partially physical. I could already tell that she hated the thought of this whole thing, but at this point she was without any real options but to cooperate. For one thing, she couldn't even operate the elevators. Technically, the stairs had to work, but she wouldn't be able to outrun even the least fit member of the brigade. I gathered mana for Dispel, empowering it to the standard limit. I wasn't trying to do anything crazy with a greater tier, but instead the middling mana cost was appropriate. There were barely any lingering traces of power within the mayor's niece, but they winked out of existence as my magic flowed through her. I wondered if she could feel it. She certainly imagined that she could, given the look on her face. A mix between anger and depression. I started thinking about ways to fix that while Dr. Martinez looked her over again. "I'll prescribe you some anti-nausea medicine. As a doctor, my job is to treat you, so make you listen to my words well. I don't care that this juice is illegal. I care that if you take it again, your kidneys will shut down in a way that possibly can't be healed even by powers." "What?" Thiziri looked shocked. "But some people are already on their third dose and they're totally fine." Dr. Martinez narrowed his eyes. "Are they? I seriously doubt it, unless they are particularly lucky. Now then, I believe you have to talk to this fine fellow about that." He gestured to me. This woman was glaring daggers at me, as if it was my fault she gambled on the objectively wrong way to get powers. Everyone knew full immersion was more reliable than injections. That was why all those vats of glowing chemicals were strictly regulated. Also the injections, actually. But they missed something. "Why is it you?" she asked. "And the cat?" "I'm not a cat," Midnight commented. "Obviously," she crossed her arms. "Are you some sort of interrogation specialists?" "Nope," I said. I wasn't sure why Calculator wasn't here. Midnight was also confused. It was also strange that I was supposed to give a verbal report. I guess that was so that we could cover up stuff because she was related to the mayor. Just a little bit of corruption and stuff. She hadn't really done anything to hurt anyone but herself. Maybe if she'd actually stood a chance of hurting Midnight, I would have had a different opinion. "Where'd you get the stuff?" "Like I'd tell you." "That is the point of this," I said, "and you promised to cooperate." "What's the benefit for me?" "Not causing a scandal for your uncle and staying out of jail," I said. "Isn't that enough?" She just glared. "No." I had to pause a moment to take a response from Momo, who I'd contacted with sending earlier. Her words were, "What a strange request. I suppose I will inquire, but I find it unlikely to bear fruit." Well, that was how things translated. I figured as much. But I did have to ask, now, how to deal with Thiziri. You do know that nobody tested this stuff on humans, right? So, she shrugged, mice are close, right? That's why they test on them. They test on mice to get an impression of whether it might work on humans. Then they test on people to see if it actually does what they want. Well, that probably wasn't even entirely true. There was probably some super tech that could run simulations, which seemed more reasonable. Super labs had no idea what they were doing, did they? Look, I feel Thiziri couldn't finish her sentence without wincing. I'm fine, okay? If Dr. Martinez says that your kidneys will fail, he's right, I said. It's not worth it for crappy powers. I like those powers, Thiziri said. They're nowhere near as good as the original. I'd only actually seen a few videos of Mistrome, but I knew this was true from our general information. Midnight didn't understand what I was doing, but I couldn't exactly explain it in front of Thiziri. That would give away most of our leverage. Even if you aren't worried about the consequences for yourself, others are getting hurt. Multiple ways. Not everyone has been so conservative with their powers. It was nice to know that Midnight could also gloss over someone attacking us. I didn't expect him to become comfortable with people trying to kill us, though. I should probably be a little bit less okay with that when it happened. Even I had limits, though. I can get you where you need to go, Thiziri said after some thinking. You just need to follow my plan. I wasn't sure why she suddenly changed her tune. And you're expecting we'll just give you what you want? Obviously. And then, personally, I thought there were a lot of flaws in the plan. However, with sufficient preparation, it probably didn't matter. And by preparation, I meant friends with good powers. I was wearing a particularly lumpy coat. That was suspicious, because even if people didn't know my personal style, it wasn't even the right season. Francois would be livid if he saw it, but I wasn't exactly in uniform. No, I was. In this case, my official Power Brigade stuff was comfortably tucked beneath the rest. Seriously, that was more special than the fact that my suit was bullet-resistant. I was cuffed with power suppressors. Midnight had one cuff around his neck and the other around one of my wrists, making me walk awkwardly with my hands at chest level. It was still better than him being ground level and me having to crouch down. Left here, Animal ordered. With her mask back on, that was what we should call her, right? It was better to minimize chatter as she guided the three of us through random alleys. I wondered if there was a point to the path. Maybe she didn't know a better one, but at least a few led out onto major streets, and we could have just entered from there. Stop here, she said, looking around. It shouldn't take long. I only sensed the incoming woman shortly before she said something. Didn't expect to find you back here. The super who had captured us jumped. I heard about that scuffle and assumed you had been taken in. There was one of the flaws. There had to be video out there of us winning. Don't be crazy, said our captor. Of course I'd win. Did you bring the stuff? After we confirmed the bounty, the woman's voice echoed, though I didn't think it would for most people. It just so happened she was using a translator device, and Midnight and I already had translation magic active. If it was just the device, we would have tuned out the words we didn't understand, but instead we got double from this blue alien. A member of the Neon Void, one of the Venzu, who seemed to hold most or all of the leadership positions. She pulled out some sort of scanner, passing it over us. I'm impressed you actually managed. These two have a reputation. We have thwarted a few of your heists, I prodded. Come on, Animal said. Give it to me. I got them. You promised 5. About that, the woman commented. Bounties as promised, but the price went up. 3 vials and 5 grand is how it comes out. Thiziri nearly snapped, but just like her name, she was a regular person. What could she do? Just give it. The woman waved the power sensor at her. Already drained, huh? Figures, I don't have it here. Come. She took us to a normal-seeming door, but she sprayed something over it and it began to glow. A short-duration portal. That might throw off some plans. As I was shoved through, I did my best to stabilize it to last longer. I wasn't familiar with that sort of super tech. Whoever thought of spray-on portals? But I still had experience and instincts to work with. Instead of a minute, I could maybe swing 2 or 3. But as we were herded further into some completely unrelated indoor area, I soon lost contact. So for the moment, it was just the 5 of us. It wasn't quite clear if this was their lair, though. They certainly had some traps, but there might be another portal or something. The Neon Void had done well not to give away their lairs so far. There could always be another level to things. And there was. We walked right through a wall. It was good enough I didn't even realize until I was shoved through it rudely. Midnight almost fell off. "Watch it, lady." "What are you going to do, huh? Strangle me with your cuffs?" I could already feel a lot more super tech sitting around, plus I could see some other gang members guarding the place. "Yeah," I responded, but my words were a clever ploy. Instead, I kicked her in the stomach. Midnight was prepared for my rising aggression, and he used storage to immediately remove the hindrance around his neck. What about the power suppressors? Obviously, they weren't suppressing our power, they were just hiding someone. That someone should probably have gotten my hint. Either way, I removed my cuffs and took of the jacket, dangling it towards a nearby couch. Contingency created an energy ward tuned to the Neon Void's favorite flavor of beam weapon. They could probably have other random super tech stuff, but we only knew so much. For some reason, animals started cussing and ran back through the wall. Barely anyone had shot at us, though. And she was warded too. So ungrateful. The woman glared at me. "You!" She threw a punch for some reason. I only had to tilt my head slightly for her to hit a tusk. They didn't stick out all that much, but they were still quite hard, and she had the misfortune of catching the sharp bit on the top, tearing a line along her forearm. I used the momentum provided by her punch to spin around and kick her again. Hopefully backup would arrive soon, but if it was just the 3 of us, I thought we could take a full hideout. Midnight had already scrambled down and was darting around at ground level, his Selmothian battlesuit expanding from its compressed location around the cuff. Then the couch tossed itself across the room. At least it looked like that from my angle. Obviously I knew what was really happening because I could feel my reduce spell unraveling at the intention of its bearer. Great Girl threw the couch before she finished growing to her full height. She'd been about half a foot tall when she was being smuggled in the hood of my fluffy coat, due to a combination of amplified magic and her own size-changing abilities. Great Girl caught 3 people with the couch. Nobody had been ready for that, though they also hadn't been terribly alert about the people they could see. After all, we'd been checked out by their own stuff. But there was something true about super tech that was also true about most things. You could have a lot of it, or you could have it be good. They did have some good stuff, but that was mostly relegated to hiding their base and vault heists. Scanners given to random drug dealers were mid-tier at best, though I still thought we could have been caught. Chapter 420. Threat recognition was an important part of Power Brigade training. Small details like a slightly more prominent energy signature could indicate a super tech weapon was far more dangerous than others of a similar kind. Then, of course, there were the ones that required a sling over the shoulder for a muscled lizard dude to lift. That was also a good indicator. "Take cover," Great Girl yelled while proceeding to do very much the opposite of that. But I wasn't responsible for her actions. She was more experienced than me and decently high tier. We just had to hope that it wasn't a weapon made with size-changing werewolves in mind. It seemed that the Neon Void liked their couches, but not enough to avoid shooting them. That was why I took cover behind a vending machine. I just had to hope that it was one of Commissary's. Nobody wanted to shoot that guy's vending machines because they shot back. He wouldn't mind restocking a vending machine in a villain lair, though. He was that sort of eccentric. The Power Brigade didn't have any of his machines inside because of security risks, but it wasn't weird that a gang was a bit more lax. Regardless of the details of the vending machine, I wasn't chosen as the target for the mega cannon. Instead, they tried to shoot Midnight. They disintegrated a whole kitchen as Midnight darted around. I felt a sudden boost from haste, which I had been just about to cast. Instead, I redirected that mana towards a size shift spell. The spell usually did the same thing to a target and all of the stuff they were carrying, but I tried to improvise something special. If the gun could get bigger and the guy smaller, but they barely moved. I was used to my improvisations working more often than not, but not this time. At least I didn't waste much mana, and the threat did end up neutralized. Great Girl was already leaping through the air to tackle the guy with the disintegration cannon. In slow motion, I watched her knock over the lizard guy, grabbing onto random bits sticking off the weapon. Her arms bulged as only part of her grew. I wonder if she knew she could do that, or if it was a subconscious thing. It didn't last long, as she shrunk back to near her normal proportions when she finished ripping the weapon into pieces. That was about the moment that backup arrived. Obviously, we weren't crazy enough to have gone into a den of villains with just 3 relevant people. We just didn't have a good way to hide more people, or at least a good way that wasn't already occupied with other jobs. The power brigade wasn't doing just one thing after all. I heard the first one in before I saw them, or felt the gusts of air. Hey! A bunch of people toppled over. Make. Others kept their feet and found that their guns no longer had clips, and for those few that had safeties, they found them to be on. Me. Everyone was lucky that we didn't default to killing people, because Shockwave could have killed at least a few of them in that same time. I'd seen Shockwave kill extra-dimensional dire rats by the dozens with a knife. Not something they tended to advertise as a possibility for their own image and that of the brigade. Faster. I considered Shockwave's request. No need for that just yet, said another new arrival. MoveBrain was gathering up all of the dropped weapons and ammo so people couldn't just retrieve them. There were still a few individuals around the edges of the room that hadn't yet been dealt with, and he yanked weapons right out of their hands. We've secured Anima for the moment. Focus on finding their stores. That I can do, I commented. I had a vial specifically for this purpose. Animal hadn't kept her evidence of drugs, though that would have been perfect for finding what we wanted. Instead, we had to approximate from what we'd seen before the raid on Rodentia's lair. I held the vial flat on my left palm, imbuing it with mana. Finding something that matched something else was pretty easy. It swiveled and pointed towards. I took 3 shots with the gun in my other hand. After I had enchanted it, it was generally sent to imbue things with electricity. Like a stun gun, but without a sustained current that could shut off someone's heart. Unless I hit it directly, but in that case it would be hard to say the electricity would be the larger factor. The vial swiveled away from the now-defunct scrying anchor, pointing down a particular hallway. This way, I said. Shockwave was already running off in another direction, flinging open doors. Whether or not they went directly into a room after doing so appeared random, though it probably wasn't. It was a good way to avoid a whole room full of people shooting at you, at least meaningfully. Open doors were also much easier to speed through later. We had to clear the whole base anyway, so cutting off a potential flow of enemies from one direction should be good enough. I'll begin securing the people here, MoveBrain said, as Mono and Grasp entered through the illusory wall that hid the base. Your team should focus on securing whatever you can. Great Girl was done beating up the people that needed it. MoveBrain appeared quite capable of cuffing people who were struggling without even lifting a finger. Got it, boss, she said. Mage, show me the way. She took point. That was her job as a bruiser, and I wasn't going to take any of that away from her. Of course, she wasn't the sort that just let herself get hit, so I also couldn't assume she would block everything. I had to keep my wits about me. The second scrying anchor was easier to get to, and I was less annoyed, so I yinked it instead of shooting it. The neon void seemed to use small boxes. I'd dump them off in containment later, since we couldn't be sure they only did one thing. Great Girl knocked people against walls as they rushed out of surrounding rooms. I was pretty sure she broke some ribs each time, but frankly, they should be glad she was holding back that much. The Neon Void had only half-assed defenses for most of their members, which made them pretty much normal humans. Though most of them weren't humans, but that wasn't the point. As we turned a corner, something flew past my head. I heard nothing, but I saw the impact on the other end. It was Mono. I wasn't worried about him hitting us on accident, but... "Ah, damn it," he grumbled. At the end of the hallway was what looked like someone brandishing a gun, but it was actually just a hologram projected from a vending machine. "Warning," a mechanical voice came from it. "It appears you have just assaulted Commissary." From what I understood, the guy who made these machines treated them like extensions of his own body, though I was pretty sure they weren't. Or it would have said me, maybe. Reparations will be required or self-defense protocols will be enacted. Please insert legal tender amounting to $100 American. The last part was for some reason not in a mechanical voice, but instead seemed like a recorded snippet. You have 60 seconds, 59. Yeah, I got it, Mono said. He bent over to check the pockets of one of the thugs we beat up. Ugh, nothing but cards. Commissary doesn't accept stolen cards. I pulled out some cash. You can pay me back. Thanks, Mono said. I was pretty sure the other vending machine I'd seen was a regular one. It had lacked the style this one had, after we paid off the vending machine so it didn't shoot rockets or something at us. An annoyingly high price for something that hadn't even overcome its barrier. We hurried along. I did wonder if it sold anything interesting, but we could check later. We fought our way through thugs. So far, I hadn't seen anyone I would consider exceptional in the employ of the Neon Void. Were they all just regular dudes that got their hands on super tech? At least that lizard guy was a bit bigger, but it wasn't anything that rose to the level of a power. Seriously, how had they managed to grab stuff from Rodentia? She wasn't the most dangerous, but she was good at dealing with large quantities of people. And her moderate danger level was only because of her choices, not her actual limitations. Great Girl seemed to be thinking the same thing. "Where's your boss?" she asked, holding someone against the wall with one hand. Obviously, thugs couldn't answer a straight question. The woman responded by trying to punch Great Girl, but she mostly just managed to pat her on the bicep. "You'll regret this. Arsa will take you down." Great Girl spun the woman around, twisting her arms behind her back and cuffing her before tossing her over to the side of the corridor. We couldn't afford to leave people free to attack us, but we also couldn't spend long on each individual. Mage, anything on her? Powers? Something in her pocket, I said. The device was a hairbrush. I wasn't sure what super tech was doing with one of those, but just in case it could transform into a deadly poison injector, we confiscated it. We'd finally managed to get past enough distractions that we found what we were looking for. Probably. Should be inside this safe, I commented. It was a vertical one, maybe 5 feet tall by 2 wide. My magic indicated this was likely to be the stash. Why couldn't they just have left the stuff on a table? It's got super tech defenses, I commented. I'll check it out, Midnight commented. A silvery tendril extended from Midnight's nanosuit. Super tech sometimes did weird things, but in many cases proper advanced tech could still overcome it. All of us positioned out of the way, and Midnight stood around to the side so that even if there was some sort of retaliation, he shouldn't be affected. The tendril happily curved around, and it could disconnect if something tried to flow through it. "Take your time," Mono commented from out in the hall, "but we still have a trickle of people coming in over here." They were lucky that he had plenty of sedative ammunition, and unlucky that they might not even hear the pained grunts of their companions after they rounded the corner. At this range, he could extend his sound-dampening capabilities to beyond just his gun. It didn't take long before the safe swung open, revealing a pile of syringes with familiar-looking contents. "This is far more than Rodentia had," Midnight commented. Grasp sighed. "It appears they have indeed figured out how to replicate it. Should I carry this?" I shook my head. Midnight and I should be able to fit them in storage. I was glad I had moved beyond the level where I had to be strictly touching things. Technically, I had always been able to store a pile of stuff, even if I didn't really know that, but proficiency had made it easier to do from the top as well. Since we were limited mainly by weight and not by space or shape, Midnight and I managed to store dozens of syringes just ready to be injected into people's veins. Or was it supposed to be a muscle injection? We hadn't had an opportunity to analyze the stuff. I kept one outside, just as a precaution. I used that to try to find any more or anything connected to them. The second part was more vague, but I was hoping maybe we could find their production. However, if there was any, it wasn't close. I explained that to the others. "We should withdraw then," Great Girl said. "We've completed the main objective, and we don't want to run into any strange traps they might have elsewhere." I nodded. Some people might get away, but if they really wanted to run, they would be out the back already. With this many people, surely we would have grabbed at least one snitch who could help give us more info. Chapter 4, 121. Outside of the lair, Thiziri was there waiting. Hey, you found the stuff right? She looked back and forth between us eagerly. Perhaps she was desperate for things to be resolved. She was cooperating with us to avoid further trouble. Or so I thought. They probably had a bunch, right? MoveBrain was the one with the rank, so he should be the one providing answers on that. It does appear that your information was correct. I'm certain that this makes up for any of your previous indiscretions. This was the part where Thiziri was supposed to be happy and go back to whatever Mayor's nieces did. Hopefully not crime. I don't think that was supposed to be the norm. Either her uncle was very tolerant, or this was one of her first times being problematic. Or getting caught. I trust you can handle the rest, MoveBrain commented. I must be off. Sure thing, I said. Not that there was really much else to do. Make sure nobody came and freed the thugs, mostly. He zipped off, teleporting bit by bit. I wondered if he couldn't go any further, or if that was just more efficient. Or it could have been a ploy where he looked weaker until he actually needed more. Not that it mattered if his teleportation was short range. I had seen for myself how effective it was, along with his other abilities. Using your powers well was more important than being able to throw a skyscraper. If that was all you could do, you'd go broke pretty quickly. Hey, Mage. I turned towards Thiziri. So were there any spare vials? I gave her a look. What do you mean, spare? They're all being collected for evidence and then probably destroyed or whatever. What? She looked like I said I was going to kick puppies or something. In that case, you can probably spare a handful, right? She shied away slightly. Just one? Why? I wasn't going to give random civilians illegal stuff, obviously. I was just curious. Because I need powers. She grabbed the front of my jacket and tried to shake me. She wasn't really very strong. Don't you get it? The powers sucked, though, I commented. You suck, she yelled. I need those powers. Are you okay? I already knew the answer before she shouted in my face. No, I'm not okay. The area was cordoned off because of official business, but I could see news crews gathering on the periphery. We should probably go somewhere else. Midnight, could you run interference? People liked interviewing him. Probably because felines were good for views or something. Or maybe because they didn't like interviewing me. But I'd only ever punched a reporter that one time. Anyway, I didn't want the mayor mad at me, and his niece getting any significant screen time would probably ruin that. Midnight could explain her presence just fine. She gave us a tip on some gang activity she saw, easy. Once we were out of the area, following supers away from a scene was bad form, and I didn't spot anyone either. I pulled out a vial to look at. Do these things have the same powers every time or what? Thiziri lunged for it, but I held it over my head. Give it. She punched me in the jaw, and I was glad I had remnants of stone skin left, even if she wasn't good at punching. Back into storage it went. Even I have limits, you know. I shoved her away with my forearm. Tell me what I want to know, and I'll consider your request. You will? Her eyes sparkled. I was pretty sure she hadn't heard my precise wording. What was the question? Is it always the same powers? They're not labeled. Thiziri's eyes were darting around all over. I think each person gets the same thing every time. She clearly wasn't certain of her own answer. So can I have it now? I ignored that. So it's addictive, yeah? Of course, having powers is addictive, Thiziri said. You wouldn't understand because yours don't go away. I was talking about whatever other drugs they put in those things. Well, we'd know if we tested stuff. Thiziri's eye was twitching. I'm not a druggie, it's just that powers are cool. Yeah? I asked. So if you had powers, you would feel better, right? Obviously. I can do that, I said. But if I get you powers, the vials will kill you. I was fully making that up. I wasn't sure if injecting yourself with power serum and probably drugs would do anything special if you already had powers. But it might kill you. Power exclusivity alternated between smooth rejection and violent internal conflict. People didn't tend to survive the latter, and if they did, it was with a single power at most. Sometimes both were ruined. This didn't count additive things like many forms of lycanthropy, though they could probably lead to power rejection in certain cases. The woman in front of me seemed stunned into silence, as if I said something crazy, even if death was totally an obvious result of such things. You can get me powers? Oh, that. I supposed people didn't normally have that as an easy option. You have to promise not to do anything stupid with them, I said, like crime or drugs, even if they're legal, because powers and intoxication don't mix well. What kind of powers? Magic, I said. From her perspective, every option would be magic. Like you? She asked. Maybe like me, but there's something else I'd prefer to try. Are you up for a trip to Japan? She blinked. I don't have a passport. You won't need one, I said. Midnight was approaching. Won't need what? He asked. A passport. Midnight narrowed his eyes. I feel like you're doing something crazy. There was another option, but Selmothian tech wasn't optimized for humans. Plus, she wasn't allowed to have that. If she ended up with powers, though, nobody could say much about the legality. Things that were an inherent part of a person weren't illegal. You still had to follow other laws, though, which meant not hurting people. I couldn't imagine any powers I was thinking about would be inherently harmful, especially not the first option. It'll be fine, Midnight. We might not even go anywhere. I could actually see potential issues with all of the plans now, but I didn't want to just leave Thiziri. I'd promised, sort of, and I understood the desire. It didn't seem like just drugs. Momo's response was affirmative. It didn't mean we had a guaranteed route of success, but it meant we could try. I was just trying to figure out how to do it without bugging extra. I was usually more on their good side, but that was because I didn't hide things from them. This time I would be pretty directly breaking some of their rules. Or not. It would only be relevant once we returned, and we could just register anything relevant that got picked up. Right? I should probably read some rules. I didn't want to get banned from Earth or something, or locked up in a deep pit, but they didn't even do that. As long as I didn't commit any other crimes, I should be safe. But it would be annoying for Midnight if I got banned from Earth. Earth number 1. Because I wasn't planning to leave Earth right now. I was just going to hop over to Earth number 2, which didn't happen to have extra operating there. I wondered if there were Martians in that dimension. The locals could figure that stuff out. I just contacted Thiziri. Midnight was currently on board with the plan after I explained things. He wasn't happy, but he wasn't unhappy. And I could tell he wasn't hiding anything, so I was going to do what I wanted. Just don't screw it up, he said. I get why you want to do this for her, but you know most people would want the same. I shook my head. Just wanting it isn't good enough. Also, maybe this is a political maneuver, because of that one guy. Did you forget who? The mayor. He had a name. Steve? You're not even trying. I wasn't. His name wasn't that common. People teleporting was more common in New Bay than many places, but even then people disappearing from a street corner would draw attention. Plus, there were a lot of cameras outside. After some amount of debate, Thiziri finally came to my apartment. Ugh, but what if people think something, she said, even though she was already on her way. What would they think? I asked. You know, things. What things? I'm not sure I get it. I'm going to be in your apartment, she yelled. I don't think yelling is being subtle. Are people likely to recognize you on the street? She sighed. Not mostly, unless I make them look at me. I suggest being boring, then. She was grumbling about some things, but eventually hung up to finish her approach. I buzzed her in when she showed up. This place is way more secure than I thought, she commented as I opened the door. She stepped inside and looked around. You've got more style than I thought. She wasn't looking at me, so she must have meant the apartment. I paid to have it furnished. Of course you did, she said. So, what do we have to do? Just stand over here, I gestured. How long does it take? I opened the portal in the biggest empty section of floor I had. You should go through first. I'll be right behind you. It's really Japan, she asked. She could see it, of course. That's crazy far. It was both further and closer than she thought. As she wandered into the little empty room reserved for me to appear in, I followed along behind her. Midnight would have come to see friends, but he was busy with Kelmothian stuff again. Well, we were getting closer to the embassy establishment. Momo was waiting in the other room. Greetings, Sir Turlough, Miss Thiziri. Whoa, translation magic is cool. Nice kimono. You may call me Momo. Right, Momo. Momo did a great job not flinching at being called without any honorific. Well, she'd gotten used to me, and Americans happened to be similarly casual. So you're some kind of magic user? Momo looked to me. Did Sir Turlough not explain? I tilted my head. I don't feel like I left out anything important. But it would also be fast to show her. Momo nodded. Very well. Lady Eglantine. The rainbow porcupine had been lounging on a nearby cushion. Thiziri was quite surprised when she followed Momo's gaze. What? Bright lights snapped her attention back towards Momo. Or Strife now. Hey, I'm Strife. The eye-patched young woman held out her hand. Thiziri. They're the same person, I said. It's just a superhero moniker thing. Plus, I'll shake hands like this, Strife commented. So you're here to get a companion? Am I? Thiziri looked at me questioningly. Pretty much, yeah. Are they ready? Yeah. There were 3 willing to give it a shot. Going to another world is a bit of an ask, but you've helped us secure things here so much the numbers aren't the issue. Anyway, they're just in the next room. The first and most boring thing inside the room was an owl. I wouldn't have known they were a Humarun except for the power emanating from them. Pretty bland colors, not ugly, but without some of the extravagance others had. They also included a pink elephant, with sparkles. Was pink a common Humarun color? No, probably not by any large margin. It just stood out more, and there had really only been one other I was specifically aware of. Relevantly, the elephant had 2 trunks and was probably only half the height of a normal one. Just small enough to fit inside, and apparently light enough to not damage the tatami floors. Then there was one more, a shiny metallic skunk. Its fur only reminded me of glossy paint, both white and black. Who? The owl spoke. I still wasn't sure about the specialness of said individual until it said real words. It is surprising how you managed to find potential. This one is fortunately not previously bonded. Oh right, there was that other problem. Temporary powers might have screwed up any chance of getting others. I was pretty sure that fully eradicating them made it more likely to work, and at least this Humuran seemed to think it would. We might not even have to try out any class stuff. Thiziri looked like she was in shock. I didn't think talking animals or animal-shaped people were that weird. Well, she'd get over it either way. Chapter 4, 122. Lucky you, I commented to Thiziri after the Humarans commented on her suitability. If you didn't have compatibility here, the next option is more troublesome. Her eyes widened. You have another option to get people powers? This one is better for your purposes, I said. The power these guys have is perfect for being a hero. Awesome, she said, but I thought you'd try to recruit me to the power brigade or something. I shook my head. Sounds like a pain, because of your uncle. And my history. I'm quite certain there are people with worse working for us, I commented. Technically, Zeb had been an alien invader. Currently, we were looking at an owl, a pink elephant, and a shiny skunk. They were carefully observing Thiziri doing whatever Humurans did to determine power compatibility. From my understanding, particular Humurans would match better with specific people, even if that person could technically get power from any of them. It made sense, of course. Personalities were likely a large factor in any sort of bond. Thiziri shifted back and forth on her feet nervously, like she'd never been judged by powerful extra-dimensional entities before. There were a lot of noises as they inspected her. Finally, the elephant shook her head. I don't think my color suits you at all, dearie. Such a shame. Do colors matter? Thiziri whispered urgently to me. Should I have worn something different? Pretty sure she meant something about supernatural compatibility, but I have no stylistic talent. Really? I wouldn't say that. You've got a pretty well put-together outfit. I nodded. Francois will be so glad to hear that. But mostly I just went with whatever he thought that also felt good. Thiziri shrugged. I think that counts. We weren't trying to ignore the Humurans or anything, but they sort of had to figure out the hard parts on their own. I think either of us would do just fine, don't you think? The owl commented. The skunk nodded a glossy snout. Absolutely. I think the young miss could take her pick and be no worse. Me? Thiziri asked. Don't you choose? The skunk's tail shifted, reflecting lights from overhead. Previously, we haven't had the spare capacity to have multiple humurans that might bond with a single individual. If the situation hadn't changed, we wouldn't even have considered bonding with someone who wasn't intending to fight the scouring. That sounds bad, Thiziri commented. That scouring thing. It is bad, the owl agreed. Fortunately, Mage here has allowed us to double our active numbers in a short time. She looked at me again. Was she always surprised at stuff? Seemed like a weakness for a hero. How? Portals, obviously. How many people do you think can make portals? Thiziri said. Well, there are at least 2 tech supers, I commented. And I know for sure there are people with specific powers in New Bay who handle different locations during crises. And probably Spot, if he's not lazy. I nodded. I'd bet at least 10 in New Bay. Obviously, Rickle could do it. And probably a bunch of other mages from Grambold, and more from other countries. But I didn't think she cared about that. Right. She looked up and down between the owl and the skunk. Is it okay to ask what sort of powers I would get? I haven't done anything like this before, so I'm not sure what to use to make decisions. The specific details may be hard to predict, the owl said. Personally, I would grant something along the lines of vision or insight. Perhaps far-seeing. And of course, you would receive some sort of magical implement capable of slaying the scouring. Magic? She asked, looking at me. It's not the same kind, I said. Indeed not, the owl concurred. The powers would also be called magic. But it would come with more specific capabilities instead of this fellow's flexibility. Obviously, Thiziri nodded. So about you? She looked down towards the skunk. My powers would tend towards light manipulation, the skunk commented. Like illusions, she asked. That could be the case, the skunk said, but I have no certainty to say so. But it will always have combat value. Cool, what do I call you guys? The humorans exchanged glances. We don't have names yet. What? We always just let our companions choose, the skunk said. The owl nodded, by tilting its whole body forward and back. Maybe it was more of a bob. We have no requirement for names among our own people, and our companions do so enjoy coming up with ridiculous names. Huh, okay. She seemed to be taking things very seriously, pondering things in her head. I think I'd prefer the skunk. The 2 humorans exchanged a look. We don't actually know what animals you believe we resemble. Oh, you, she gestured. The shiny light powers won. Excellent, the not skunk approached. Normally, given sufficient time, I would make you swear to fight the scouring. However, this case is an exception, since they won't be a threat in your world. They might be, I said. Everyone looked at me, with different levels of concern. New Bay draws in all sorts of things. Don't worry, the scouring isn't much worse than most of the interdimensional monsters, maybe slightly more dangerous than average. In that case, the skunk said, I must ask you to swear to defeat them, should they appear. Not that I'm planning to go against that, Thiziri commented, but what would happen to me if I didn't? I would be quite disappointed. In extreme scenarios, I might withdraw my powers. She stiffened. Perhaps for her, that was worse than some alternatives, like death. I was just curious. Obviously, I'll defend my home from invading monsters. Do I have to swear something specific? However you please. Sincerity is what matters. She put some thought into it. I, Thiziri Demshiri, swear to fight all evil that should land within my sight. Oh, very good, the skunk nodded. I will happily empower you. As she bent down and touched the skunk's nose, she suddenly looked quite like the skunk. That wasn't a given. I had seen the green bull turn a teacher into a traditionally colored matador, for example. In this case, Thiziri was more of an inverted version of the Humarun. She had a white jacket, and when she turned, I observed her undershirt having a black stripe down the middle. Her pants were black with white stripes down the middle of the back, with opposite colors rising into her jacket as far as the lower back. Oh, and everything was as glossy as the skunk. Thiziri was looking herself over for a while, seemingly quite pleased. What about my weapon? As soon as she thought that, a staff appeared in her hand. It was a twisting spiral of black and white, and I could swear that it was spinning. Or maybe I was spinning. I looked away to avoid getting dizzy. I wasn't sure if that was an active power or just a visual effect. Awesome, Thiziri said. Too bad there's nothing I can hit here. This room isn't a good place for it, I agreed. I looked over at the remaining owl. Do you guys need me to bring anyone else through? We are satisfied for the moment. We would need to adequately prepare, regardless. Please continue to keep in touch, though. Great, I said. We'll be heading back then. When I opened up my gate, Thiziri looked surprised. Isn't this extra? I thought. They might be angry at me for circumventing their authority, but they'd be upset with both of us if we smuggled an extra-dimensional power granting individual into the city. Malaliel was looking upon me with disappointment. I can't believe that you would do something like this. I thought your kind of angels couldn't lie, I said. She held her face in her hands. What have I done to deserve this? It's just an expression. If I thought you literally believed it, I would have to correct your misunderstanding, though. Malaliel looked between the three of us, stuffed in the room. Why did you think this was okay? Malaliel asked. I think it's a net good for the city. Yet you know you're not supposed to be the judge of that, she pointed out. And now we have Anima and... I was thinking Vane, Anima commented, looking over at her companion. How do you feel about that? Like a collection of metal ore. I like it. Malaliel obviously didn't have any trouble treating people with animal shapes the same as everyone else. Right, Vane then. You're not supposed to be here. I am bonded to a native of this plane, Vane said. I am supposed to be here. Malaliel shook her head. I don't mean metaphysically, I mean legally. Outside companions are legal, I said, and the bond is already formed. Of course it is, Malaliel said. She focused on Thiziri again. Does your uncle know? Who? I don't even have an uncle. I can tell when you lie. He doesn't know. In that case, he's the only one not in trouble. Malaliel looked me dead in the eye. We could have you arrested, you know. I pondered for a moment. Would I go the same place as all of the non-native supervillains? Yes, and you know what that would mean for you. I'd get out the next time that they did a mass escape. And you couldn't blame me because I'd be fighting them. Malaliel's eye twitched. We are constantly working to maximize our security protocols. Do I need a lawyer? I asked. She was silent for a few moments. Only if you need one to help you negotiate the number of requests you will be doing for free. Nah, I'm sure you wouldn't cheat me on that. I thought things were working out swimmingly. Try not to look so smug. This is my normal resting face, I said. Malaliel rolled her eyes. You, she turned back to the newly minted magical girl. You're planning to sign up to be a hero. She nodded seriously. That's right. That's difficult to do with a criminal record. I don't have... She glanced over at me. I'm pretty sure I don't have a criminal record. And we can work together to keep it that way, Malaliel said. I wondered if it would help or hurt her case that she was already sworn to fight extra-dimensional threats. I'd let them work that out. I was certain things were going to be fine. The important thing was that everything was going to work out for the best, and New Bay would probably be safer. Why don't my powers work on you at all? Thiziri was currently between monikers, so I was mostly calling her, Hey You. Heroes got to pick their names, or at least they had heavier influence over it. Especially if they went into things with a plan. Your powers work just fine, I said. I lasered you and you didn't even flinch, and you always pick out the illusions. Well, none of them are real to begin with, I pointed out. Unlike Mistrome's power, she couldn't animate objects, though she was able to make some of her illusions semi-real, which made them semi-dangerous to normal people, probably a lot more dangerous to the Scouring specifically, or similar stuff. Also, I have years of experience and you're a complete newbie. She sighed. I thought I was supposed to be strong from the start. Sounds lame, I commented. If that was the case, you probably wouldn't grow. Now fix this floor. I pointed to a section she had hit. Do I have to? Depends. How many street repairs can you afford to pay for? I don't know if heroes were actually responsible for that stuff precisely the same as mercenaries, but they could be. Relatedly, our current sparring session was a cross-promotional intra-city event, or mostly just an excuse for me to fight someone new, but I would also like to fight other heroes, so it was nice to have it be bigger. That one mayor guy might be pulling some strings, but I think the heroes already wanted to do something like this. Maybe to show they were better than mercenaries or to research our powers, but I didn't really care. If they were going to learn things about me, I'd just get stronger and learn more about them. And Thiziri was a little weak right now as she got used to her powers. Maybe a side effect of the drugs that was lingering, but Vane and the others all saw significant potential, so she'd probably match Strife and the others given time. Though for now, maybe she should just train with Jerome or something. She actually had a lot of good utility, and there was magical overlap. But for the moment, I should make sure she worked hard to make up for everything she did to her family and stuff. Chapter 4. 123. For the last few weeks, I had been pretty busy. I had my normal power brigade work, but I also had to do some work for extra because of that little thing where I assisted someone with getting extra-dimensional powers. Personally, the world made more sense to me if everyone had powers, but it seemed that people used them more here. I couldn't tell who was strange, maybe both. I still wasn't completely certain how New Bay didn't collapse with such a constant supply of villains, but I also didn't get why so many people where I had grown up were fine just being boring. Maybe it was simply that most of them had no aspects, or one that was convenient for what they already wanted to do. So they gradually leveled up and enjoyed whatever level of power they achieved. Personally, my life had been unpleasant. Not awful. Master Uvathar had made sure I was well taken care of and had plenty of things to learn. He couldn't do anything about my aspect, though. Or at least it was a bit unreasonable to expect him to set up magical wards just so I could fight people without anyone getting seriously hurt. Most of the apprentices weren't very interested in combat spells, offensive or defensive. There was one elf, Thaluin. He'd been in and out of the tower a lot, and not particularly interested in battling a weak orc. I was pretty sure he was a battle mage of some sort, so it would have been nice to just firebolt his wards or something. I'd considered trying to scry him, but things with Midid hadn't gone well, and I didn't expect it to go better with someone who could probably disintegrate me. I honestly didn't know how to even defend against that spell. I would have learned it if it made any sense. But the power brigade really wasn't fond of collateral damage and atomizing people. Usually we tried to be non-lethal. It was better for our image and the city, and it paid better regardless. Disintegrate didn't have a non-lethal level unless you counted only destroying half of someone's ribcage or just one limb non-lethal. But they probably would be. Maybe Extra didn't want people with powers like Disintegrate appearing. Actually, that was probably exactly one of the things they focused on. Advanced tech could make death rays, I think. Those were probably the same. Super tech was more common, but that had limitations. Anyone could use proper tech, and make it if they had the right knowledge. So properly vetting aliens and extra-dimensional entities was an important job. It sure did involve a lot of casting translation, though. I was present for some of the following interactions. It seemed to pick up new languages faster with more exposure. Some magical part of me was probably collecting a lot of language knowledge, just like my brain was also doing that regularly. Zorfax hesitated as we were about to step into an interrogation room. The nice sort with comfy chairs, but also one of the ones that wasn't exactly a room, but instead was open to the outside. Some individuals didn't do well with confinement. "You've worked with Jim, right?" "Yeah," I nodded. "He's pretty cool." "Good. I need you to keep the same sort of open mind for this individual." "I can do that," I said. Then the door opened and I saw what was inside. As it turned out, I couldn't. It wasn't like Jim at all. He, at least, had a recognizable form. Half of that was that he arranged himself in a recognizable form, but even so, a whole bunch of tentacles was, in fact, recognizable. I hadn't the slightest idea what I would call the bits that the creature in front of me had. They were all clearly organic, extremely clearly organic. Blood of various colors was flowing through uncomfortably translucent parts. Calling them limbs or organs would be generous. Even more concerning was the blood that wasn't flowing through it. Not the random pools of blood it had in pouches. I meant the blood or other vital fluids that were flowing outside of it. Some crawled along the creature's surface, some fountained between various bits, some just floated. If that had been all, I probably would have been fine. Weird? Yes, but I could deal with weird. The thing was, it was terrifying. To the point that if I hadn't been warned ahead of time that I might have thrown a meteor swarm at it, without regarding the fact that I was also inside with it. Or at least I would have if I could move. Something about this creature hit me extra hard and I completely froze. I wasn't sure quite how long I was standing there, but I suddenly became aware of Midnight's worry. And the mental freedom spell cast upon me. He wasn't even here, or close. I didn't even know we could share spells this far apart. Looking at the thing in front of me again, it wasn't that scary. Not without the supernatural boost it got. With that, however, I was extremely impressed with Extra for not turning it into a puddle on sight. "You guys are so good at your jobs," I said. Zorfax was looking a bit stiff, though, so I cast a mental freedom spell for him too. Then I sent Midnight a thank you text, briefly explaining things so he wouldn't have to worry. There wasn't anything we needed to be scared of. It was just a thing that radiated terror. It wasn't the same. Zorfax relaxed with the help of my spell. "Oh, thank you. I'm not quite sure what you did." "It has a terror aura," I commented. "Do you think it speaks a similar language to Jim? Would it react negatively? How did you bring this one here to begin with?" "I can answer that last thing," Zorfax said. "We have some people with guidance powers. They would have been able to convince it to come here and wait while we tried to communicate. We were fortunate that it was responsive. But now, we need to focus on it." I couldn't quite tell when Zorfax turned his eyes towards something else, since they were fully black. But his head turning was helpful. "Can you understand me?" Obviously, he didn't expect it to, but prompting responses was how we got translation to work. It took about a minute of attempts before our target responded in an audible fashion. If I didn't have mental freedom active, I would have sworn the hisses were some sort of aggressive noise instead of just releasing gases from unknown tube-shaped appendages. Hopefully they weren't toxic gases. I think Extra had scanned for that kind of stuff. That might have been words, but after 10 more minutes, translation had gotten us nowhere closer to understanding or speaking. "I don't think this is going to work," I said. "How unfortunate. Do you think you could try to open it a gate back home without talking to it?" "Oh, I could try," I said, "but then we'd have a gate open to wherever it came from. I don't know if I'd want to bet on this thing's associates being docile. They might be. They might also have terror abilities so strong they could stop hearts or give people aneurysms or something. Give me a second." I didn't want to show off my ability to improve utility spells too much, because then people might want me to do it more. But putting extra mana into things worked just as well with non-combat spells. I did have to pick some sort of balance, though, best to test on myself. I didn't know what sort of side effects too much translation could have, but that was all the more reason to be cautious. Maybe 10 points of mana. That was more than triple the base cost, equivalent to a mid-rank spell, but not the top end of mid-ranks. I was glad that I'd stopped there, because my body began to vibrate in tune with the thing in front of me. I hadn't even realized that it was doing it before then. "Something shifts," it spoke. Responding was surreal. It was like my whole body was the vocal cords. I had things I wanted to say, but what I did say was something like peaceful pact, communication clamor, resonant root. I guess that was kind of like, "Hey, we don't want any trouble. I used a magic spell so we can talk." Kind of. My body felt strained, though, like I was using muscles I never used, which was insane because trainers at the Power Brigade worked very hard to make sure that wasn't true. Unexpected understanding. My ears most certainly weren't interpreting those sounds as words. Anything less than magic wouldn't have been sufficient. I was pretty sure it wasn't just sounds involved, but I couldn't have said what. Maybe some sort of visual change. Conscious connection? The words my brain was interpreting things as, at least, made me think of bonds and such. But this wasn't that. It wouldn't have been weird for something like this to have some sort of telepathic communication, but I was rather certain it wasn't. Speaking of mental things. Purposeful panic. The creature thought for a few moments. Unintentional unease. I had literally no idea how to tell if something like this was lying. Malaliel might have been useful for that, but she might have been magically bound to slay anything that looked like an abomination. Or at least have reflexes to that effect that would be difficult to control. It says that it wasn't trying to scare us, I think. You're actually communicating? Zorfax asked. Why can't I understand anything? It's a bit rough, I said. I think I can do it for you too, but it's bad for my body. I looked down at the Martian. He was presumably in pretty good physical shape, but I honestly had no clue how delicate he was. We'll look into that soon. Can you try to ask for its name? No, wait. I was already asking. Individual identification? I paused for a moment, gesturing to myself. Turlough, Turlough. Obviously, I didn't expect to get a name that I could pronounce. Nascent name. I would have said the name was kind of like Raglubithex. Raglubithex. If I took out some pipe organ sounds and incomprehensible things, that might be a single % accurate. I could probably replicate it with translation, though. Enjoyable encounter. I wasn't actually saying words that started with the same letter, but translation knew that sameness was important. No, mandatory, except for names, perhaps. It wasn't possible to speak otherwise. No, names were echoed. I hadn't repeated myself for clarity, nor had my mind reiterated it for remembering. Oh no, now my thoughts were doing it too. I was pretty sure I had to stop soon. Raglubithex, I managed to say it just once to Zorfax like a normal person. Also, I don't think I can continue long. I can maybe get one more answer, then I can do it for you, but you need to make sure you stop. Was terror slipping through mental freedom? Maybe. It wasn't utterly useless yet, but it was showing strain. Right, Zorfax took me at my word. Ask if we can put supernatural restrictions on it. I can't be that candid, I said, though it's time to try. Triple was bad. I shouldn't think triple. Terror tempering? I asked. Magical methods. Consciousness comfort. Raglubithex probably pondered. Pain preventing? Cautious consent. My magic? I asked Zorfax. Consent confirmed. Do what you can, I guess. Inverted intent. Mental magic manifested modularly. Must move out, I commented to Zorfax. Just one. Then to Raglubithex. Body breaking. Pleasant present. I managed another big translation on Zorfax on the way out, dissolving mine at the same time. Once outside the room, I started a timer. If he wasn't out in 5 minutes, I would save his scrawny. Ugh, translation wasn't supposed to be able to hurt. Usually when I experienced something like this, I would at least get experience. Oh. After I checked, I cut 2 minutes off of the timer. At 2 minutes and 50 seconds, Zorfax stepped out of the room. Cancel the spell. I did. I tore it apart to so many shreds of mana I didn't even bother trying to retain any of them. It's bad, right? Raglubithex? He asked. Trying to communicate, I said. I think if it was trying to hurt us, it would probably be worse, or it's nothing to worry about. Right, Zorfax said. If this is aggression, we'll be fine. And if not, some people have spikes that are inconvenient for others. We'll manage. Anyway, I couldn't get any desire for Raglubithex to go back. So we're not going to have you try that. Zorfax was taking deep breaths. It wasn't like exercising. It was like, I wasn't sure, but not fun, and worth way too much experience. Maybe I should try again later, after we got supernaturally scanned. Accidental alliteration was normal. As long as it didn't linger, it would probably be fine. Chapter 4, 124. Extra was really upset with me. I could tell because my debt to them wasn't done with the whole Raglubithex thing. Well, I supposed giving me too much leeway would be bad for their reputation. Just one single mission with danger and a bunch of easy ones didn't mean much. They had one more big thing for me, apparently. An investigation project that probably didn't involve a mental showdown with an extra-dimensional entity. Which was good because my brain needed a break. No signs pointed towards Raglubithex being malignant. But dangerous? Certainly. That was where I got all that experience. Not a full level or anything, but certainly equivalent to a very serious battle. As for the investigation, I'd been given some basic information. A couple dozen people had disappeared in similarly suspicious circumstances. The reason Extra was involved, and the job wasn't just tossed to heroes, was that there were lingering traces of extra-dimensional intrusion. Do you think something is eating people? I asked Malaliel. She made a face. I certainly hope not. If that is the case, however, even more reason to stop it. But things appear a bit too clean for that result. No real signs of struggle either. All we can clearly say is that people are being abducted. Nobody that was at all associated with supernatural incidents before their disappearances, as a group. She gave me the report that Extra had collected, which would save me from a lot of talking to people. Probably for the best, since regular citizens got weirded out or confused when I asked them things. I didn't see much helpful, except the pictures of the people themselves. Other than that, I could only pick out a vague district where things seemed to be happening. Not a small neighborhood either, but the various incidents had happened in a pretty widespread area. No signs of a linear pattern and not enough data to determine a confined zone, but at least suggestive of a limited range. "I'll let you know what I find," I commented, gesturing with the stack of papers. They could have been given to me in other ways, but paper copies were always useful. Later that day, I was in front of my scrying orb. Wilhelmina had made it for me, so it was mine. However, the power brigade sheltered it, and they were allowed to have other people use it. I didn't know if anyone besides Bolster did, but it was possible someone needed something like this. Since this was a personal project, official business would take priority, but Bolster couldn't even spend an hour using it each day. Midnight wasn't working today, so it was just me. First was some guy named Cora. I wondered if I needed to know how to pronounce the name for it to count. Technically, the picture was better than just a name, but I was willing to bet. Both was more optimal for finding some guy who had been extra-dimensionally abducted. So I had to look it up. Translation would have let me say it, but that wasn't as useful as hearing someone else say it. The funny A was a long O sound. I'm sure they had a perfectly good reason to write it like that in whatever language they spoke. Or not, because sometimes languages just did stuff wrong. "Let's see if you're alive," I commented to nobody except the half-dozen cameras in the room. Scrying didn't easily resolve into an image of him. Instead, the swirling mists were sluggish. Rather than being disappointing, it just meant I had to put in more than casual effort. After a minute or two, I finally wriggled my way across the unfamiliar distance to reach this guy. Oh, sucks to be him. This blonde fellow was covered in wounds and appeared to be in some sort of dungeon, chained up. Well, that certainly fit the abduction theory. I made sure to get as many angles as possible for future observation, if necessary, but I couldn't find anything distinctive enough to provide further info. Nobody was in an adjacent cell. The sort of dungeon it was did have some implications, but I was planning further investigation before I made some sort of final judgment. Next on the list, Summoners. While that one guy probably had a common name in his culture, I was pretty sure Summoners wasn't the sort of name modern people used. Anyway, it was slightly faster to resolve him. Familiarity with the world, or some sort of minor preventions in the first location. He was standing in some sort of archery range, lobbing a spear at a target. I had to admit, he looked significantly less abducted, but also far less like an earthling. Even if he was definitely human. His spear magically returned to him. Type F was looking more likely. I wasn't certain that they were in the same world yet, but one more should get me familiar enough to give a better estimate. The third man was the fastest. Certainly, familiarity was one of the factors. He appeared to be in quite a pickle. There he was, looking rather haggard and singing at a bunch of monsters. He probably wasn't crazy. I couldn't feel any magic through the scrying, but there were some subtle visual indications. And the people fighting around him weren't yelling at him. The monsters they were fighting weren't entirely familiar, but they weren't that unrecognizable either. They were some sort of magical abominations, mishmashes of various animals and beasts, teeth, claws, stingers, scale and fur. They didn't seem like they were going to win. I was fairly certain I couldn't do anything about it, but I tried anyway. A simple haste spell, but I gave it a significant amount of mana to try to give it some distance. The mana left me, but I was certain it never reached the man. Disappointingly, I had confirmed that I couldn't yet cast spells through scrying connections. I wasn't going to say never. Rickle's book had an oblique reference to something like that, but it would likely require master spatial magic, though maybe a combination of master divination and advanced spatial magic would do. Not that I had that either, and I was making far more progress with space magic. The group fighting the monsters tried to retreat. It didn't look like they were going to make it, but scrying faded, and I wasn't motivated to continue watching. The third scrying had revealed enough to me. The world was the same as the other two, most likely. Just by feeling, if nothing else. For something like that, feel was actually a pretty good metric. Upon reviewing the footage, I was also able to determine that 3 of those fighting around him were other missing persons. I figured this should be enough for the purpose of extra and began to compile the information to put together. It would be better if I could determine how these people were abducted, though. It didn't seem likely they had transported themselves. They were far too weak for that, what with the one captured guy and the other ones losing against moderately strong monsters. Midnight was bored. I called him up and asked him if he wanted to wander around the city looking at the remains of magical events. He did. I started with the oldest. I could have reviewed the locations in person before scrying, but Extra had already examined them. Some of their specialists would be better than I was at sensing such things, though it was always valuable to have different perspectives. "Feel anything?" I asked Midnight. "Nothing," he shook his head. I sighed. "Not even with your fancy alien stuff?" "It's been over a week, right?" Midnight said. "Except for familiar things, that's pretty far outside of generalized equipment. Maybe if we got a specific scanner." "Not necessary," I said. "This is the oldest one anyway. We'll just head to the rest." Today was supposed to be my day off, so leisurely walking around the city was a reasonable thing to do. As long as I got to stuff today, the trail wouldn't really grow any colder than it already was. The path we took was meandering. It didn't really mean anything, just going from point to point in order. But after 2 more locations that felt like nothing, the fourth had a bit of lingering something. "What spell is that like?" I asked Midnight. It was on the tip of my tongue. "Maybe. It wasn't precisely like any spell we had." "Actually, do you sense mana?" I could have been reading into things because I was thinking about a Type F world. "I don't quite recognize it," Midnight admitted, "but it's definitely magic, and also vaguely like teleportation, not gate." "Right. 5th location. This was the last one." The feeling was stronger, but I still couldn't place it. "Do we go down the list?" I asked. "Storage?" "Not at all." "Summon minor elemental?" "Of course not." Midnight didn't finish. I was thinking the same as him. There weren't any elemental traces around here, it was just a sidewalk. No elemental traces, but it felt kind of similar. "A summoning." "Let me text Extra real quick." I confirmed that none of the missing people had suddenly returned, though I was pretty sure a couple had probably died in that battle. Maybe others before that, if the world was that dangerous. "So not a summoning," Midnight said. "Not that it could last that long anyway." "Well," I pondered, "maybe a planar ally spell." "You'll have to explain that." "Long-term summonings with payment," I said. "They might not be following the same rules, but if it's something similar, they'd actually die." I pondered for a moment. Maybe their rules make it easier to summon people against their will. Our system makes it magically easier if payment is offered, but they might not need that. Or they could be more powerful, but in that case, why would they need random people? "They could be some sort of psycho who likes to see people suffer," Midnight offered. "Just a magical kidnapper." You think we could hit them with Meteor Swarm?" "We'd have to find them first," Midnight said. "But I suppose if we did, holding back would be insane." It was good that he didn't bother to consider us not fighting. That was the most appropriate thing to do with bad guys. "You should also just shoot them too," Midnight commented. "The more stuff, the better." "Yeah," I nodded. I crouched lower to the ground, trying to sense the magic better. A bit of arcane sight might be helpful, so I cast that and shared with Midnight. "Ooh, squiggly lines." I would have said runes, but they didn't seem like runes. Well, whatever they were more like the memory of stuff on the ground. "Look at this," I pointed. "Some sort of trail?" Midnight suggested. "Only one way to find out," I commented. "It's meandering time." It turned out that it was, in fact, a trail, but not of a person. Maybe not even a thing. A phenomenon, maybe. We arrived with a couple minutes of magic vision left, though I could have cast more. Then again, I would be getting pretty close to negatives if I did. Whatever it was, it didn't seem high-powered. If I hadn't followed a faint glowing trail to it, I wouldn't have even noticed it walking by on the street. "Squiggly lines," Midnight confirmed. A magic circle. Nothing like what I have ever seen, but much like our scrying orb. Yeah. Specifically, it wasn't round. It wasn't really any one shape. It was slowly distorting as it slid around on the surface. I watched in fascination until arcane sight ran out. Time to report all this to Extra, then figure out where it was going, because now I was super invested in figuring out the answer. Chapter 4. 125. Since I wasn't on duty for the Power Brigade, walking around in my uniform was generally discouraged. While I might end up fighting some crime, it was quite easy to rapidly reveal my stuff. It was merely invisible, after all. I wondered what sort of compromises Francois had to make for such things, or if necessity had simply provided inspiration. It seemed to be a common feature for our outfits now. I barely even noticed I had extra layers on too. Comfort was something Francois had focused on from the start, along with effectively acting as armor, of course. Midnight was with me, his own Kelmothian suit similarly hidden, though through different means, I imagined. Francois was a super tech focused on clothing, whereas Midnight's Selmothian combat suit was all based on real technology. Highly advanced adaptive material that Earth's standard technology was a century behind. My old world simply would never have been on that track at all, especially since it didn't seem to be going anywhere. I think this circle thing is going to do stuff soon, I commented to Midnight. I figure we can catch it active and pick up some proper world resonance. If it tries to snatch more people, maybe we can anchor them. Midnight nodded seriously. That might be good. If you think it's likely to become active again soon, should we get Extra out here? I shrugged. I guess. They'll probably make a whole big deal out of it, but I suppose that's the point. Let's see if we can get a better approximate once we spot it. We began in the location where it had been wandering around yesterday. Because it hadn't actively done anything, I had to use arcane sight to pick out any signs of a trail. The magic circle thing sort of wriggled around outside of the physical plane, and it didn't feel particularly potent when inactive. Fortunately, it didn't move fast. I wondered if it could even connect to anywhere that wasn't New Bay, given the local state of things. Weak barriers, high mana, excessive probability extremes, the sorts of things that made a powered city instead of just a city. Supernatural happenings were just more comfortable here. It took us about half an hour to catch up. That was actually quite a bit compared to before. It's sprightly, I commented. Indeed, Midnight agreed. Even I can tell it's increasing in power. I'll ask for the nearest support. I was quite certain that Extra had far more agents than I came into contact with during my frequent interactions. For the most part, however, I tended to interact with the same few people. Zorfax and Malaliel had been the first to interact with me, and never seemed particularly displeased with my quirks. They usually didn't do as much field work, though. That was probably how I ended up with Inacia. The werewolf angel had fought alongside me before, so I was not displeased that she was chosen. That said, it was a little bit... I think we're scaring people away, I commented. I knew people tended to be nervous around me, even if people tried to pretend that wasn't the case. Only people that didn't know me, but people were naturally wary of aliens. Which I was, more or less. That does seem to be the case, she commented. I will return in a moment. We conveniently happened to be in a park. She wandered off into a bathroom, and someone that felt a lot like her returned. Huh? I said. I didn't know you could do that. She looked more or less like a human. Mid-tone skin, brown hair, no wings. More relevantly, her extra uniform had been replaced by street clothes. At least it appeared to be. I wouldn't actually be able to tell, because Power Brigade usually opted for high-tech vests and the like. Not super tech, so it rarely felt like anything to me. It is perfectly reasonable for us to be able to do this, Inacia commented. After all, how else are we to infiltrate societies? Is that a thing angels are supposed to do? Inacia just shook her head. It wasn't actually a no, but perhaps more that she didn't want to talk about it. She was from one of the brands that could lie, though that was just like any normal person, so it wasn't really something to bother with. It just meant certain assumptions were wrong. Lucky thing it's in a park, huh? Midnight asked. It hasn't wandered into any private property or anything? We kept our words rather vague as we followed the magic circle. Inacia was simply following our lead because she had only just begun to be able to sense it as it continued to grow in power. People passed over it all the time. It really wouldn't have been possible to stop that, as it crossed over streets full of cars and the like. Yelling at people to avoid something they couldn't see wasn't a great method of getting them to actually do anything. We continued to monitor the situation. I was quite certain something was going to happen soon. The power had hit a peak some time before. However, group after group had passed by, and there was no trouble. Maybe I grew a little bit relaxed. Either way, I wasn't ready when a group of teens passed by. The circle began to wriggle, stretching out underneath them, but also some of it seemed to lunge towards us. Not everyone in the group seemed to be within the area, but I would have tried to protect them all anyway. Before I could even think of dimensional anchor or multicasting, however, the circle became real, and a blinding light rose up from it, surrounding us. I suddenly felt unable to move or mobilize mana. There was a familiar sensation, and then I was under a starry sky. Some people were saying something. A new language that I'd barely encountered hit my ears. There was a man in robes, some sort of magic-y guy, talking to a woman. She had some amount of power too, maybe druidic? It didn't quite feel right. Not a class then. Probably, there were a number of others standing around with varying levels of power. Clearly this place had mana and they could use it. But nothing else felt right. I was so focused on trying to pick out their words that I almost missed them casting some sort of big spell on all of us. I reflexively resisted. I didn't like unknown magic, and I hadn't had time to learn any of this. It was wrestling with some magic in my head, and I was tempted to throw more magic at it. However, with so many people watching, I wasn't sure it was a good idea to act unpredictably. The teens were freaking out. "What's happening?" one girl cried out. The other three that ended up around us weren't any more calm. The important-looking woman yelled something. They calmed down. Midnight was just about as confused with me and similarly struggling with something. I could feel the translation spell in my head trying to win a war, while also translating what I heard. It took a while for it to lock in, but with my guidance it began to eat the mana from the other spell. While the one they cast was pretty big, it wasn't very good. Enduring maybe, but not strongly reactive. Rather than fighting, it had just plopped itself in and filled up the area, doing little more beyond that. "I trust that explanation will suffice," the woman finished. No, it would not. "Come on, lady, say it again." "Summoned heroes," one of the boys commented. "But none of us are actual heroes." He looked around, seeing two strangers. "Right?" "Right," I nodded. "Good job with your exposition, kid." He was probably older than Jerome, but he was still a kid. He was certainly weaker, magically. The man held up an orb. "The princess has declared that your potential must be checked, so that we can set you on the right path." The woman next to him nodded once. So she was the princess then. They were way too hyped up. She wasn't some world-devastating beauty or anything, just carrying far too much fancy jewelry and expensive clothing. I was still not familiar with every sort of enchantment, but I had the general feeling her stuff would barely even take a hit. Francois would have words with her designers if he ever got the chance. "Come forth," the man said. "Declare your name and be tested." One of the girls stepped up. "Gegraciana," she said, placing her hand on the orb. At least she had the right instincts for that. Probably. I wondered if the name was important. I paid very close attention, but I really only felt divination magic. There was some text I couldn't read displayed in the orb. "Advanced alchemical affinity," the man declared, almost bored. "Acceptable." Wow, they just yanked a bunch of people through to their world, and they were going to be judgy about it. If people were arranged differently, I might think they were asking for a meteor swarm. And if it wouldn't break the whole structure we were standing on. Some sort of tower. The peak of a castle, maybe. Next was Mile. Apparently, he had advanced spatial affinity. Rahman had some sort of affinity for javelins, which was, sure, less magical sounding, though not really much different from Ayat's affinity for the rapier. She didn't seem pleased about that, though. Knowing little more than her name and her surface-level appearance, I couldn't say why. Maybe she just wanted magic. Next was me, it seemed. Inacia hesitated slightly, so I approached. The guy only briefly glanced at Midnight on my shoulder, then held out the orb to me. If it tried to do anything unpleasant, I was going to smash it. I could grab this guy's wrist and toss him into the princess. Maybe take them both off the tower. Midnight could feel my readiness and would be ready to cover my back. His tail told me so as he turned on my shoulder. "Turlough," I said. The orb was a little bit tingly. Honestly, it wasn't that strong, just some divination-type stuff, but it didn't delve very deep. "Advanced spatial affinity as well," he said, looking disappointed. "But you are so much older, and clearly not the correct type." Nobody would have faulted me for punching him in the face, would they? But I was already resolved to be peaceful and calm. I couldn't help but reveal some displeasure, but that was still a restrained reaction. What a jerk. He was like twice my age. Just because I wasn't a kid, he acted like I couldn't learn. No, wait, I was already a fully realized mage. What did potential even mean in that context? Did he just misread advanced spatial mastery? Where was the rest? I wasn't going to ask. Inacia looked quite more relaxed as she approached. "Edel," she said flatly. She laid her hand on the orb. Mr. Magic Tester read off her result. Advanced Dark Magic Affinity. He didn't seem to be concerned about that. In fact, he looked bored. How disappointing to not have any superior talents among your ranks. Midnight licked the side of his paw. It was the sort of thing he did when pretending to be a normal cat. I was pretty sure he was physiologically capable of achieving similar results, but they did just have real hygiene options, so it wasn't something Selmothians usually did. I felt a tiny bit of magic. Mr. Magic Tester was still holding the orb, not really paying attention. I read the results. Translation was in full swing, and clearly at least a handful of these people knew how to read the local language. Basic energy talent. And he had the gall to complain about us. I kept my head relatively still, but I focused on the structure around us. How had they managed to pull in 6 people? Maybe the orb just didn't work at all, but assuming it was correct, this guy wasn't good enough for this task. Oh, and Midnight and I obviously counted as just 1, so I wasn't giving them credit for 7. "Training will begin tomorrow morning," the man with poor potential commented. "Kadresh will see you to your chambers. He will meet you down the stairs." Inasha and I were getting a lot of nervous glances from the teens. "Things will be fine," I said. Normally that would be a lie. They did relax slightly regardless. The princess was already scurrying ahead, and she glanced back for a moment, a suspicious look on her face. What was wrong with reassuring some kids? Apparently not much, as she continued to stomp off a moment later. I still pondered it. I'd spoken English. I probably wasn't supposed to be able to do that right now. We walked down uneven stone stairs, where we were met by a tall, thin man who bowed stiffly and not terribly sincerely. "Greetings, I am Majordomo Kadresh. I will be escorting the summoned heroes to your chambers." We passed by many large doors, fancy hallways with tapestries everywhere, suits of armor, knights, fancy archways with gold-decorated rooms, servant quarters, guard barracks, and then our place, a small square room with 3 rooms branching off of it. The entire limited space was taken up by a dining room table, or at least I would have called it that. "There are 3 rooms. You may make your own arrangements." Then the Minodomo left. "Wow," I said, "what an asshole." The door was barely closed. "We have to share?" one of the boys complained. Ramen?" "We're sharing," said Lana or whatever, grabbing the other girl. "The alchemical affinity." "But wait," said the other guy. "Meter or something. Doesn't that mean those 2? "We're adults," I said, "and we wouldn't do anything suspicious with a cat watching," she commented. "So we were going with cat?" I was wondering if this was time to explain why we were here, but apparently not. "Hopefully the rooms are nicer," Ayat commented. "This is pretty poor treatment for heroes." They were not. Bunks with thin mattresses, small standing closets, and tiny windows. The whole thing was more like a closet, really. I could make better. I had made better, even with my first casting of Shelter. People picked out their rooms. The teens, I mean. We just got the last room, the dirtiest one. I was going to have to actually cast clean. Seriously, were there bed bugs? "I guess we go to sleep," Lana asked. Nobody stated the obvious, so... "It's like 2 o'clock," I pointed out. "In the afternoon." I don't think these summoners know about time zones. So what do we do? Rahman asked. They have guards out in the hall. I get the feeling we're not welcome to leave. Strategy, I said. Also, isn't everyone excited to get powers? Because that's what it sounds like. I would have been excited. I think random teens would too. If not for the whole abduction thing. What's the point? Rahman asked. We're stuck here forever. Didn't you have spatial magic affinity? Ayat pointed out. Maybe you can teleport us back. He made a face. I think he was trying to do magic. He had no idea what he was doing, though. It doesn't work. Wow. After just that? If he can't do it, I'll figure it out, I said. But they did mention they were going to teach us tomorrow. Can it, old man? Rahman said. You think I can't do it? He stepped up on me, then shoved. He was the one that fell backwards, falling over the table. I'm 26, I said. The other three still gave me looks that indicated that was old. Why don't we all sit down and have a proper chat? It doesn't seem like our hosts are going to be particularly forthcoming at the moment. Chapter 426. Of the three people who knew what they were doing, I really shouldn't have been the one in a leadership position. It seemed that Inasha, going by the fake name Edel, was not planning to reveal anything about her status just yet. Revealing Midnight's status as something other than a clever cat could lose us a big advantage against this cross-dimensional kidnapping kingdom. So that was a good reason for him to remain silent. And thus, I was the one responsible for things. As long as Inasha was doing some angel plotting, I supposed I could manage my position. I'm not going to lie, I said. Things look dangerous. For the teens, not for the rest of us. As long as I didn't worry about property damage, I could take out anyone I had seen so far, unless they were very good at hiding things. However, I do believe Zay's promised that we would be trained, likely for something dangerous, but we shouldn't be pulled away immediately. The teens looked confused. Zay? Asked the alchemist. Was it Lana? She looked like a Lana. Who is that? The princess. I thought she was called something else. Could be. Probably best to try to remember when speaking to her. She's bound to get annoyed if you get it wrong. I had to consider whether I cared, and whether I could put in enough effort to remember the name of someone like that. I feel like that would be a problem, Ayat said. Since we don't have any support here, they might just get rid of us and get more heroes. I nodded. The future swashbuckler seemed like she had her head on straight, but maybe that was just because she was properly cynical. I imagine they can't easily do that, for various reasons. For example, that magic half-wit running things seemed disappointed at advanced talents, but they were still willing to keep us around. I wasn't sure what they were expecting, but we must still be of some value. I didn't want to stay up all night talking to them, or all day, since it should barely be afternoon for us locally. However, if we wanted to sleep before the local morning, we kind of had to force it. At least a short nap before dawn. Thus, I did my best to assuage their worries. They still needed us right now. We should comply with anything that wasn't morally repugnant. Training new supernatural abilities shouldn't be a problem for anyone, as long as the training methods weren't completely insane. Indeed, some people looked quite excited. After that, it was time for the real meeting. With Inasia and myself taking the same room, the two of us and Midnight were able to have a private-ish meeting. As long as nobody came to listen at the door, but they all creaked. I didn't sense any magical spying stuff. Before we begin, Midnight said, I managed to record some of their initial exchange. He gestured towards himself and his suit that was revealing itself. The princess and the mage. Our translation wasn't used to the local language at the time, but it should work now. Great idea, I said. The snippet was short. After all, they'd done their own version of translation early on. Princess, the robed mage turned to the woman next to him. We have successfully accomplished the summoning. Good, we are the last of the 6. But I would hate to think our quality will not match. That was it. Just a couple sentences, but important info. 6, huh? 6 by 6 even, I pointed out. 6 what? Inasha asked. Countries? Individual princesses within this country? Sounds like a job for you, I commented. I could ask about the world, but my questions would be far too blunt. Midnight can't ask directly, so he'd have to stumble across it. It might be some sort of competition, Midnight said. I don't know why you'd need sets of heroes for that. Also imprisoned or dead ones, I pointed out. We'd seen some of that, but before we really had a way to do anything about it. So, I asked, should I just open a gate and send these kids back home? Inasha shook her head. As long as we don't have any indication of current danger, it's better to continue to investigate. Once they plan to separate us or bring us away from the castle, that might change. We'll be using my discretion as an agent of extra in that regard. And we need to be certain we can get back when we make the attempt. I don't think they have any wards of the sort, I said, but maybe they're just good. In theory, I'll get spatial magic training tomorrow. However that works, I doubt I can pick up the local power system, but I should be able to fake it to some extent. I should be able to investigate some things, Midnight said, as long as they don't object to a cat running around. So about you, I asked Inasia, do you really have dark magic affinity? No, I tricked the device. That could be a problem, I said. I should also be able to fake it. Hopefully, she said, I have some illusory abilities. You're a weird kind of angel, I said. Where I'm from, angels like Malaliel are the weird ones, she commented. Then she shuddered. Imagine not being able to lie. It's good for convincing people of your words. So is what I can do, most of the time. I did remember the brief feeling that the angel's words were true. It was about that time Malaliel had first started chopping off heads, so obviously it wasn't foolproof. Still, the appearance of truth could be useful. Just make sure not to get yourself in too much trouble. I'm going to try to do some magical scouting tonight, with Arcane Eye. Good luck with that, Inasha commented. I wondered if she could grant good luck. It didn't seem she was proactive about it, if so. Arcane Eye was something I hadn't used much really. It was mostly during testing to confirm I could do it. It was a scouting spell that made, wait for it, an invisible magical eye. But since I had scrying first, it showed a lot of downsides, like having to move from your physical location to wherever you wanted to see things. It could also be destroyed. There were different ways our teams generally had to scout ahead if we were already in an enemy lair, and we didn't usually have the time to spare. But here, we were just sitting around. The downsides weren't so big. Also, there were huge gaps under the doors. Whoever made them should be ashamed of the workmanship. I expected better of a castle, but I technically hadn't been in one before. No, I hadn't even been inside the closest place I visited, the Mage's Tower in Granbold. I just met people outside. Midnight and I sent our arcane eyes out into the hall and back towards parts of the castle we'd passed that seemed interesting. I'll go left here, I commented when we approached a certain intersection. I didn't actually see Midnight's arcane eye, but we shouldn't have diverged far yet. Most of what we saw was boring. Hallways, barracks, bedrooms of other sorts. I was glad we could both see in the dark, because otherwise we might have had some trouble. Couple dozen soldiers maybe, I commented. Unfortunately, I can't feel how strong they are through this. It might be possible to upgrade the arcane eye with other senses, but it would be much more mana cost, and maybe easier for others to sense. Not a good time to experiment. I could take them all out at once, though. No matter how strong they were, I was certain that they wouldn't survive a meteor swarm. Not that I didn't know people that couldn't, but there was no way they had this many people of that strength, and also bother to yoink people from another world. Unless advanced talent was actually a big deal. In that case, though, I had to once again wonder if I actually had talent, or if the orb was misreading things. I might be good at spatial stuff, or maybe this world made me good at it suddenly, or it tried to make me. Would power exclusivity apply to something like this? I really wished I could grab the checking thing for further analysis. Some of these rooms are harder to get into, Midnight commented. Plush rugs going to the door. However, I can just manage to push through. That's one way to prevent people from hearing you inside, I guess, I shrugged. Inasha was politely ignoring us. I wasn't sure if she needed to sleep, but if she did, it wasn't really time yet. The teens would hopefully be making the attempt to sleep. I could manage for a day with a quick nap in the morning, though. After an hour or so of exploration, we'd seen quite a bit. Even if we had to recast the spell every 20 minutes or so and start over from our rooms, we'd covered most of the castle. There were a few secure locations without gaps, though, and one other anomaly. Some locations we couldn't see. It was like a blur filter. Scrying wards, probably, I commented, but it doesn't seem they can stop the eye from moving about. Either way, we know something important is there. It could be private rooms of the royalty or important mages or something else. We didn't quite have the context to figure it out yet, though we hadn't specifically spotted any of them sleeping. Maybe tomorrow evening we could follow them to their chambers if we knew their locations. In the morning, we had bread and cheese for breakfast waiting on the table. I'd heard the servants bring it in. The teens complained when I woke them up, and then complained about the food. Personally, I thought it was fine. Not hero-quality food, but clearly the people who brought us here didn't care that much. Or they were dumb. It turned out to be a third thing, but that wasn't exclusive with them being dumb. People could always have reasons and also just be dumb. The minor domo came to collect us just as we were finishing eating. We might not have gotten to eat at all if we hadn't started right away. This seemed like a terrible way to raise people you expected to be strong. Training begins this morning. I will bring you to the training fields. He looked at Midnight. The cat is not welcome. I shrugged. It's fine. He can wander around elsewhere and catch rats. He's well behaved, I promise. The man turned up his nose, but didn't refuse. Midnight was internally rolling his eyes. Good job not giving himself away in front of the kids. The rest of us were separated into different areas, but all within eyeshot of each other. That was important because even if some of the kids weren't that pleasant, I didn't want to leave them all on their own. Mita and I were together as the space guys. We were out in a field for our training. It looked to be trampled quite frequently by whoever passed through, but it wasn't quite bare dirt. I couldn't tell if it was supposed to be grassy or if the green patches were just weeds. Our teacher was a hunched old man. I am High Mage Yahaya, and I will be instructing you on spatial magic. Mita looked properly wrapped, even if there were bags under his eyes. I was at least interested enough to pay attention, but Yamaha probably couldn't hold a candle to Rickle. But maybe I was judging him too early. Spatial magic is mostly useful for carrying things, he said. Oh, so he was just bad then. To that end, we'll begin by creating a space for you to store things. Dimensional creation, that was huge if true. You want to imagine a small box, about the size of your palm. Oh, lame. But I followed along anyway. I had to admit, Yamaha wasn't a terrible teacher. I did my best to follow along, first mentally visualizing what I wanted. A space, more or less attached to my hip. I wasn't sure why I would locate it physically relative to my body instead of using the closest space doctrine, but I presumed they didn't know about that. At the moment, I didn't have any reason to share that. Then we got to chanting and hand gestures. I felt the flow of mana from the guy, and it didn't make any sense at all. But Mita seemed to get what he was going for. It only took him a few tries to get the words pretty close. The hand gestures took longer, but it was the opposite for me. I bet the version of translation magic they used was specifically set up to help with using their magic chants. I did wonder if they knew what the words meant, though. I did. Vaguely, so perhaps Yamaha had to know it too. It was kind of like reciting a program: power, size, duration. Parameters for the spell, though they seemed inexact. More like buckets to throw things in. Rather than choosing a specific thing, it was just that the spell had those things. Oh, and the word for space, which was definitely not the whole meaning behind that. The weirdest part was that my mana moved on its own when I was doing things according to his instructions. I wasn't directing it along with the gestures, but the other way around. Wild. Also, I was sure glad that I could use the local magic system to some extent. But even though I had years of experience on Mita, he still managed to complete the spell first. I felt a magical effect appear next to him. Yamaha had done the same several times, seemingly refreshing the effect every time he demonstrated. "Now take this," Yamaha said, holding out a stone. "Set it inside your storage area." It didn't look like Mita was doing anything until he let go. Then the stone disappeared. It wasn't like his hand was hidden by slipping into a far space. I wondered why it worked that way. Could it perhaps not do partial containment? Was it just the way he imagined? Yamaha didn't seem surprised, at least. I did it, Mita celebrated as he jumped up. This is amazing. He reached his hand around, groping for something unseen before he finally managed to grab the rock and pull it out. Relatedly, it was in the same spot he'd put it. Not next to him, but where next to him had been. It didn't move with him. That was a flaw, but one that at least Yamaha was aware of. He showed us how to lock the space to follow us around, how to grab multiple things, how to change the shape to fit oblong objects. It was all decent, but Rickle had started by throwing an entire tea set onto a table. This guy probably didn't have the ability, and he certainly didn't have the style. Plus, he looked at me with disdain every time I was slightly behind Mita, even though I was more or less letting the teen win. I didn't need to get the chanting right, probably. "Thank you for your instruction, High Mage Yahaya," Mita said as our lessons finished. I noticed throughout the day that mana regeneration was good here, but using magic was still tiring. "Thank you for your instruction, High Mage," I also said. I did appreciate his patience at least, and he needed a lot of it when the kid skipped steps he thought weren't important. The others all looked exhausted in various ways, though I was pretty sure Inacia was faking. Chapter 4, 127. Lunch and dinner had been better than breakfast, though I would still say bread and cheese was pretty tasty. However, it didn't seem like any of the meals were worthy of heroes. They were neither luxurious nor nutritionally dense. At best, I could say it was properly filling. There was some protein, which was good for those who needed to build muscle. Specifically, that was 2 of us, Ramen and also Ayat. The other 4 of us ended up with magic training. Alchemy was definitely magic. Mostly they taught me to make acid, our alchemist reported. A lot of different kinds of acid. Some of them were flammable, which is fascinating. But we haven't really gotten to any elixirs yet, and they wouldn't let me bring anything with me. Mita explained our ability to make spatial storage. People were suitably impressed as he pulled something out, even though it was just a rock. "That's pretty neat, Mile. Ramen threw javelins all day. However, that wasn't the only thing. They taught me a spell to pull them back. It's really neat, even if I can only do it like half the time right now." Ayat was pensive. "I don't know if I learned anything supernatural. They taught me how to stab people and use a buckler." I'd spotted her in an adjacent area as we were about to gather for lunch. There was certainly something magical about what she'd been doing. Just like a swashbuckler sort from my world, though I couldn't say precisely what they did. Enhanced reactions and speed made the most sense. Possibly some sort of offensive boost, too. "I'm sure you'll see more in the future," I encouraged her. "Edel?" It was annoying to remember 2 names for Inacia, but I was just treating it like a superhero moniker, even though she used her real name for her job with Extra. She nodded. "My magical training went well. I can show you what I learned too." She began to chant and make hand gestures much like Mita and I had been learning. That was a pretty good fake, but she shouldn't be able to. A sphere of darkness appeared in her hand. It was quite similar in potency to the basic light spell I knew, but it instead drew in light. The various candles we had around the room were barely enough to maintain any light, and even I had trouble seeing through the darkness. This wasn't her faking something. Real magical darkness. She squeezed her hand shut and snuffed out the darkness. "Well, it's about like that. Apparently any sort of attacks take longer to learn." Lana sighed in relief. "Oh good. I thought dark magic would be something else." "It appears light and darkness mean precisely that, in terms of magic," Inacia commented. "Now then, did anyone learn more about why we are here?" I asked, but they remained quite vague about the details beyond us being heroes. Midnight's tail swished behind me. "At least something then. That would be later." Ramen made a face. "They want us to fight, right?" Ayat nodded seriously. "It's most likely they're at war with somebody, I think." She seemed like she had more to share than that. "Any specific idea?" She shook her head. "Not really, just a dumb idea." I kind of wanted to hear it, but she didn't seem eager to share it in front of people. Oh well, we didn't have to figure things out on day 2. Or maybe day 1, since it had been less than 24 hours. Nobody else had much to say on that topic, so I moved us along. Well, I don't see any inherent danger with training to become strong. If they have ill intent, being stronger is better. Well, technically, if they wanted to kill us and absorb our power or something, being strong might be a problem, but it was probably still better to grow. Also, 3 of us were strong already, but they didn't seem to know that. My biggest reason was the other people that I found. They had been alive, at least. At the time. Sure, one guy was chained up, but the others were fighting monsters, so that was probably the main focus. No guarantees, though. I wondered if Earthquake would be better for leveling a castle than Meteor Swarm. I had enough points to get any one spell after all. Though in that case, a couple upgrades for Meteor Swarm might be more efficient if I only cared about immediate impact. I was doing push-ups while Midnight explained what he had learned. I wasn't going to let being temporarily abducted ruin my conditioning just because they knew I was a magic sort. If Meteor got anywhere near a battlefield, it wouldn't matter if he could store a rocket launcher or something, because still targets were vulnerable. I doubted that guy could run a mile. Lana shouldn't be on the battlefield either in her current state. Then again, the 2 training physical abilities weren't particularly impressive at the moment either. I snitched some food from the kitchens, Midnight said. It doesn't seem there's a stigma against black cats here. Anyway, the servants there are quite talkative. Much of the gossip is about us. You guys. He showed us some recordings because he could do that. Kitchen staff were saying a lot of things about how it was a shame that another young group would end up throwing their lives away hopelessly. They danced around the actual topic, but eventually they brought up the phrase Demon King. I could hear the capitalization. You should be good against demons, right? I asked Inashia as I finished my sets of push-ups. I kind of wished I had some basic weights available, but I didn't tend to throw random heavy stuff in storage during my day-to-day. I had some non-random heavy stuff, but it was more meant for dropping on someone's head if necessary. Maybe I could use the manhole cover. I am excellent at battling demons, Inashia agreed. The main problem is that I don't know if there are any here. Well, they wouldn't be here, I said. They'd be over there? I gestured vaguely. Presumably not in the human's castle. Inashia shook her head. No, they would be here. I don't sense a single demon infiltrating the castle. Also, I would sense a great concentration of them at a far distance. They could be on another plane, I said. Also, they could be hiding their aura, or spending a lot of time in the areas of the castle that are warded. I can't deny the possibility, she said, but I sense no taint on any of our hosts. I pondered for a while. So they're not bad people. I didn't say that. They merely appear untainted by demonic presences. Humans have great potential for cruelty and evil all on their own. I was glad I knew the clean spell for perhaps the first time ever. I hadn't really needed it before. I was certain there was some sort of way to clean myself here, but it would be better to remove any traces of sweat and other exertion in my room so nobody grew suspicious. If someone was trying to handle me, I'd rather they not be aware of my potential to physically overpower them. I was obviously big, and I couldn't do anything about that, but I wanted whatever advantages I could have. Inashia asked Midnight and me to pick out the most suspicious locations. She apparently didn't sleep and was going to snoop around. I wasn't certain a single darkness spell was good enough for that, but she also had her illusions. Well, as long as she didn't get herself killed, we could recover from whatever happened. If there are no dimensional suppressors, I'd like to pick out a good courtyard for potentially calling in agents from Extra. Can you tell them to have a squad on standby? I nodded. I'd used sending as soon as practical yesterday to report our general situation to Malaliel. It had been important to confirm that worked after all. Sure thing. Half an hour later, I got the response. She says that she will have a squad prepared, but asks you to make sure this won't cause an interdimensional war. Obviously, there was already conflict. Kidnapping our people was not okay. However, Extra wasn't interested in saving a few people at the cost of many more. They would take appropriate risks, of course, but war over a few people wasn't something they were prepared for. Then again, New Bay might take over that responsibility, and even if it was just a single megacity, I would be loath to imagine any country that would win. Even Granbold, with their mages and archmages, knights and everything else, would find it difficult to deal with a whole army of superheroes. Actually, there might be a number of villains that would participate too. Some because kids were involved, and high school-aged teenagers were kids even if they didn't want to be called that. Others were territorial and wouldn't like anyone making a move on their turf. "I really hope it doesn't come to anything like that," Midnight said, "but if it does, I can get some support from Kelmoth. Since these people did technically kidnap me too." I nodded. "Plan for the worst, hope for the best. I suppose we can't wait too long to reveal ourselves to the others. Whenever it makes sense, we'll extract them first, then see if retaliation is justified." I had in storage a number of rocks, dirt, and some grass, all local things, specifically to make certain I could more easily focus my way back here. I was planning to enchant some with this world's resonance. Tonight, maybe. The time zone shift was really hitting me, but I could get by on 5 or 6 hours of sleep, maybe with some enhanced mind throughout the day. Day 2, we learned some different magic. First was distance manipulation for the sake of covert communication. In short, the message spell. But different, obviously. The way people here in Zuresh, and presumably the surrounding countries, used magic wasn't like I was used to. They seemed to stimulate the flow of mana indirectly with chanting and hand movements. It appeared to be more mana efficient, but I wasn't actually sure of that. I was sure that it was slower and seemingly more rigid, though it would also make sense if Yamaha wasn't teaching us flexibility yet on purpose. It was best to get the basic form of something down. Anyway, message was certainly spatial magic. The other spell wasn't. I looked at the floating hand in front of me. The best thing I could say was that it moved in space. Relatedly, this spell was not Mage's reach. It was way wimpier, also cheaper. So there was that. It wasn't just my own judgment, it seemed like Mita learned telekinetic spells slower. It wasn't actually part of a spatial magic affinity. However, the people here, or at least High Mage Yamaha, clearly thought that space magic users were supposed to carry things. Thus, it was part of the curriculum. It still didn't take too long to work. We already had the general idea of spellcasting down. It maybe took twice as long as message to learn, but we still had sufficient time in the afternoon to begin learning one more spell. Spatial step. It appeared we weren't just going to sit in a field after all. This one was specifically for moving around. Once you cast this, you can move at a moderate pace and keep up with even a swift runner, Yamaha explained. Yeah, okay, so it wasn't much. But walking was good. Relatedly, Yamaha looked weird when he used it. It did fit his explanation, though. He was shortening the space in front of him as he walked. So even though he was only slightly visibly distorted, his body still moved unnaturally as his strides took him further than they should. I learned the spell first because Mita was taking forever. I didn't want to perform poorly. The gestures weren't much harder, but I think he was straining to hold so much mana at once. Which was to say, barely a level 3 spell. If he was still the equivalent of a level 0 by my world's rules, however, that would make sense. He'd be bumping up against the fatigue limit, even if we recovered mana fast enough for him to not run dry. Mita almost had the spell, but then he passed out. The problem was that he was standing, ready to move, so I caught him by the shoulder. "Careful there." "Ah, sorry about that." He shook his head. "I can't quite do it." Yamaha actually had good advice, so he wasn't useless. Practice just the chants, then the hand signs separately. After that, you can fuse them together. Alone, they didn't seem to form into an actual spell, just a vague flow of mana, most of which returned to the caster when everything was said and done. I was willing to bet that some spells would do something bad if you split them like that, though. What if one had all the power and danger, and the other segment was all control? I was only barely beginning to understand the meanings behind all of it. I wondered what this kid thought the words meant. Whatever translation magic, he had made him pretty good at speaking them, but I wasn't sure if understanding was an important component. It might be, but I also did a good bit of manual mana manipulation. Chapter 4, 128. Midnight and Inacia were still trying to gather information as they could during the day. Apparently, the angel had convinced some people to give her a tour of more areas, and Midnight could sneak about. Unfortunately, he couldn't open magically locked doors. Without causing a ruckus, along with additional recon to try to find whatever the residents of the castle didn't want us to find, bedtime was the time for experiments. I got the sleep I needed, and all of the rest of the time was used for important things, like checking dimensional connections. I looked at Ignis standing in front of me on a rug. It was fine though, because he had little ice cubes on his feet, so it wasn't burning. "Good job," I said, giving him 2 thumbs up. I had literally no idea where this guy came from, except some vague elemental planes that Wilhelmina had portals to in her lair. Lab. Whatever, the only difference was how legal it was, pretty much. It was good to know I had a connection to outside things, and a low-level summon elemental was less likely to get picked up than something like Gate, especially if I was specifically dedicating extra mana to make it not obvious. Nobody came running, so it seemed like it was fine. And I would recover the mana pretty quickly. That was one thing I could say was good about this world. I was surprised when Yamaha showed up to our training session with wooden training swords. Were we finally getting to self-defense lessons? Surely casters would need something like that. Nobody wanted Mita to die on the battlefield. They might want me to die on the battlefield, though nobody had really said too many negative things about orcs. They were probably just thinking it. That was the vibe I got anyway, but maybe they just hated me because I wasn't an impressionable teen or something similar. "Today we're thinking about the battlefield," Yamaha said. "Excellent. I wasn't that good with a sword, but it had been included in my weapons training. The Power Brigade was well aware that many supers used swords, and sometimes you had to take a scavenged weapon if you didn't have another option. They didn't want us to be useless in any circumstance. Thus, we will be delivering weapons." He gestured with one of the training swords, then started a short chant, forming somatic components with his free hand. A moment later, I had a sword in my hand. I didn't like it. I hadn't chosen for that to be there. Could he just force that? No, I hadn't actually rejected it. And it easily fell to the floor when I loosened my grip. Still, I hadn't anticipated any sort of body manipulation to come out of this fellow. Was that still spatial magic? It was difficult to say that shifting my arm and hand didn't fall into that category. I could do so many incapacitating things to people with similar manipulations. Awesome. Mita seemed excited, but probably not for the same reason as me. We get to teleport swords. I guess I shouldn't look down on him. Teleporting swords was pretty cool, actually, even if it was pointless. Anyone who was supposed to have a sword could just pull one out of a sheath. They wouldn't need us to send them one. This spell was also at the very limits of what Mita could do. The teacher didn't seem concerned about his lack of mana, even though I thought he should have already leveled up. Maybe twice, which would have given him some more wiggle room. I couldn't say for sure that he hadn't, though. These spells would still be pushing his fatigue limit, and I had to remember that he'd only been using magic for a few days. Riding that line wasn't natural to him yet. Well, maybe this form of magic worked differently in that regard. The sounds and gestures might help somewhat, or they might make things worse. We were pretty far from anything that would be even close to my fatigue limit. "The spell won't work if the target rejects it," Yamaha commented. "In that case, nothing will happen." That might be true, but being surprised by it meant you couldn't properly reject it. If their hands are full, the object will fall safely to their side. So I could trip people with it, if I did it right. Maybe if I could pick out which components targeted a person and instead just aim for a point in space. I also had the feeling I could get it to swap weapons with someone. That might be a significantly higher level form, but I was thinking about disarming villains, and the possibility was worth exploring. Random thugs would probably be easy, though. By the end of the day, Mita actually managed Spatial Step, which effectively made the caster move faster, and the spell they were calling Gift. He looked so woozy, but he did it. I spent most of my time trying to practice the one-handed gestures with my off-hand, partially to sandbag, but mostly because I could swing a sword with my right hand before I delivered it. Would it retain momentum? I wasn't going to experiment here, but maybe Inasha would be up for it. I could use my staff in one hand and see how that worked. "Very good," said Yamaha. "You've been doing well." I knew he was mostly talking to Mita. I also happened to be here, and the kid was better at the local form of magic. I had to rely on mana manipulation experience as a crutch, though I was starting to get it. "Tomorrow, you will be ready to depart on a training expedition." "What do you mean, High Mage Yahaya?" Mita asked. It's quite simple, young Mile. You and your companions will travel throughout Zuresh, seeking to engage in battle with some of the weakest monsters available. That way, you can grow in experience and improve your power. We can level up? Ah, I do believe that is the words people have used in the past, Yamaha nodded. So I believe it would be correct enough to say so. They didn't even know about levels here. Then again, they didn't seem to have status windows as far as I was aware. They hadn't told us about them if they were supposed to be a thing, and mine didn't look any different. It also didn't include the new spells I learned, but most of them would have been subsumed into advanced spatial magic anyway. Inacia shook her head. A sudden journey? I like it not at all. Yeah, sounds dangerous, I agreed. Mita doesn't even know a real combat spell. We'll have to look for an opportunity to extract the kids on the road. Maybe we can make people believe the group was slain by monsters or something. Or, Midnight said, abducted by the Demon King, because apparently that happens. I frowned. This guy doesn't sound nice at all. On the other hand, nobody here is really. Midnight's tail flicked. Millicent is a wonderful lady. One of the kitchen staff, I surmised. Some people don't know what the good bits of food are, Midnight said. I'm eating better than the rest of you right now, though I miss hot dogs. I raised an eyebrow. Not tuna? A tuna can fell on my head. I have so much tuna, Midnight said. How could I already miss it? He had a good point. Anyway, I got into the room of the High Priest. Do we know who that is? I asked. Midnight shook his head. He wasn't around for the summoning. It's this one on the map, he said, his suit projecting the map we'd put together. I found some interesting books. I couldn't risk stealing them, but I managed to scan some pages. The short summary from what I gathered is that summoning heroes is a generational thing for the 6 countries. He'd found some information about those countries previously. They were arranged in approximately a hexagonal pattern around a central country, the Demon Lands. They all had names, but I didn't need to know any of them except Zuresh right now. Inacia pondered. So the summoned heroes defeat a demon king every generation. Officially. Yes, Midnight said, but really they seem to all die. Some of them got really far into demon lands and killed a lot of enemies though. Enough to protect the 6 countries for a while. It does appear that the heroes tend to grow strong quickly. Except for those guys that died, I commented. Well, yeah, Midnight said, but if they lived, they probably would have. And that guy in the dungeon. Is he still there? Mana regeneration was pretty good here. Might as well check. It was difficult without a proper scrying orb, but we were also in the right world. My phone screen displayed that one guy, Ray or something. Well, he's alive at least, and relatively healthy. I think he's actually less wounded than before. We didn't have access to the recordings here to compare for certain, but Midnight seemed to think the same. At the very least, he had some wounds that were healing. If there was healing magic in this world, they clearly didn't bother with it. At dinner, the kids had been worried about the journey. I wasn't good at making people feel better, especially while concealing my true abilities. Inacia was a bit better, as she was not a scary tusked man. Probably if she turned into her angelic form, they would have felt more relieved. But she wasn't any more truly angelic even if she had wings. But that was okay. I didn't need to know tons of paragons of truth. Malaleal was sufficient, while angels that could lie and create illusions was somewhat antithetical to Malaleal's whole thing. To me, they were more or less people, and a good reminder that different worlds had different rules. I really hoped Gate worked here, and I didn't need rooftop ritual circles at night. If I did, I'd have to make sure not to hit that part of the castle with meteors. No way was I going to give them a fair fight. I'd chuck those suckers from a mile out, then teleport 100 miles away, only to return to the castle at some random time in the future. But Gate would probably work. If the squad of knights hadn't been closer to the sort of escort prisoners would get than heroes, our journey might have been the first time people were properly treated like heroes. Except nobody important bothered to come with us. Maybe the knight captain, but it was hard to tell because he rarely said anything. He just trod around in his enchanted gambeson and full helmet, his posture grumpy. Maybe he didn't like otherworld heroes. Maybe he didn't like his leadership. Maybe he didn't like anything. though every once in a while he would glance at Midnight and stop frowning for an instant. Nobody had really said much about my cat, but that was for the best. Since they didn't think they'd been paying to feed him and had no reason to believe he was causing trouble, they were fine with ignoring it. The best thing I could say about this journey was that we got to ride in a wagon and all of us heroes were properly equipped with enchanted gear. Were the enchantments good? Look, I'd spent most of my short enchantment career on esoteric anti-teleportation equipment, with enchantments meant to just keep them functioning normally. The armor felt kind of durable and the weapons sharp. They were probably fine. Not as good as what the knights were wearing, though. Apparently the people of Zuresh were the sort that thought wizards should be wearing robes. I was like 2 seconds away from ripping apart the lower half so I could have some mobility. At least they didn't insist on putting women in skirts. Lana had sturdy pants and long sleeves, including gloves. Maybe acid-resistant. I was slightly concerned. Ayat's setup looked comfortable, like a lighter version of what the knight captain was wearing. Rahman was sort of in between, though he really wasn't supposed to be up close to the front lines. He probably didn't need as much mobility chucking javelins as the swashbuckler, though. I wondered what sort of monsters we would find, and if I could sneak people away before we did. I would be fine fighting them alone. Chapter 429. It seemed that Zuresh wasn't so stupid as to give their knights better food supplies than their heroes. Unfortunately, they were stupid enough for them to be generally bad. I couldn't believe a world with magic had such extremely bland trail rations. I was pretty sure this country was just cheap. The kids were nervous because we were going to fight monsters, but they could only keep that up for a couple days. At some point, they just grew bored. The knights escorting us weren't very talkative, so they didn't help the situation much. As for me, I was in disguise as someone that was boring. I could only demonstrate the same magic that Mita knew, and I had to be cautious to not perform too much of it. Inasha had a bit more leeway because nobody knew how much magic she was supposed to know. Still, she could probably use too much dark magic. I gave her a look once I felt she was around the 10 mana range. The teens were basically level 0 still, so they probably had half that much. Assuming there was some consistency with how strong people were starting out, which I couldn't guarantee. Especially since heroes were probably supposed to be stronger. But Yamaha didn't seem to think Mita should be doing better than he was, so probably it was just potential and not level or immediate power. Whenever we found opportunities, usually when stopping in towns and a proper inn instead of camping on the road, the three of us who knew what was going on strategized. Unfortunately, there really wasn't too much we could plan. "We'll have to improvise," Inasia commented. Midnight nodded. "I trust all of us to support the other when we take initiative." "Right," I agreed. "We can manage that." We were camping out for the night again. I couldn't sleep. It was a shame I couldn't cast shelter without giving things away. This bedroll was either too cold or too hot, and never in between. And there had been so many rocks where I was sleeping until I put them all in storage. Real storage, not bad local world storage. I shuffled around, hoping that the ground would smooth out. As I started to finally drift off, a spike in emotion, not so strong as if we were under attack, was my first warning. It caught my attention, and the mana that Midnight was channeling formed into a spell that I understood well enough. Sleep, which was precisely the reason I should not be doing that. I sat up slowly, doing my best to avoid startling the boys. It was a good thing I could see well in the dark, or I might have kicked one while I slipped out of the pup tent. I felt Midnight casting another sleep spell. A knight resting on a log slumped, and I stepped forward to catch his shoulders. Then I gently let him down. Sleep was magic, but it was also low level. Midnight whispered, his voice being called to my ears by the arcane power of modern technology. Radio, maybe. Or something about teeth. I hadn't actually cared too much about the details of Power Brigade comms. You should overjuice a sleep spell just a little in the knight's tents. I didn't ask why. If we were knocking out the knights, that was what we were going to do. Just a little 10 mana maybe? That was somewhere around triple the base. It wasn't so much I was worried about putting people into a cursed slumber lasting for an eternity. If necessary, we'd slap them awake. I had to assume that keeping people sleeping was pretty easy, so I didn't have to worry about the quantity of guards in the squad. I did focus on the night captain, though. Captain Grumpy Pants should have a bit more willpower than others. As I felt my power disperse over the area, I also noticed movement from the most magical companion we had. Inacia slipped out of her tent. "What's going on?" she asked as she got close. If we'd been expecting to get abducted to another world, we would have given her a matching comm. Instead, we were just planning to be walking around city streets. Midnight returned to me after getting the last of the guards watching the perimeter of the camp. He climbed up on my shoulder so we could put our heads together conspiratorially. The guards mentioned that we were close to the border with demon lands. They thought we might encounter monsters tomorrow. So why? Oh right, we were going to send the kids back so they didn't have to fight monsters. They needed at least a proper course of self-defense training, not just a few days and then self-training during a journey. At least everyone had been doing self-training. No way Mita was going to take down a monster, though. Unless it was the most pathetic thing in the world. He didn't even know how to swing a staff. I knew because I saw him hit his shins 5 times. Us space mages hadn't been taught how to fight. Instead, we had snacks. It was just that the snacks were bad. "I guess we're leaving then," I said. "I'll try to quietly wake the boys up. Better to not test the limits of the sleep spell." Inacia nodded. "I'll get the girls." I walked back into the tent and put my hands over the mouths of Mita and Ramen. "Hey, wake up. Special nighttime mission." Grumbling, flailing, and people trying to bite my fingers. It was a good thing I had force armor, or that might have hurt. "Just stop trying to yell and I'll let go. Breathe through your nose." Once they looked like they weren't going to yell, I let go. "Come up." I half dragged them towards the middle of the camp. The girls were looking dazed, but they were already there. Ramen was looking around. "What's going on? Should I grab my weapons?" "No need," I said. "We're going through a portal." "What?" I finished casting Gate. I heard a gasp. "Everyone through." "I knew it," Ayat said. "I knew you were." "Through the portal," I said, gesturing. "Extra can take care of you from there." I waved my arm through. Ayat stepped forward and was rejected. It wasn't a solid impact, but instead more like she ran into a padded wall. She staggered back, looking confused. I stepped through the portal, then back. Midnight in Asia. Quick." They were fine. "Mita." "It's Mile." I grabbed his arm and shoved him towards the portal. It didn't work either. There was no good reason for this to be. I was sending people back to their home planes. It was practically impossible to lock them out, and Extra's teleportation hall was an extremely receptive location. Plus, there was no way it worked for just some of us. "Change of plans," I said. "Start grabbing the knights and toss them through." If this wasn't going to work, we at least had to rid ourselves of some problems. Inacia was quite happy to help. She was just as capable of grabbing those in armor as I was. I actually only tossed the first one to test something, but once I was sure they knights could be thrown through the portal, I wanted all of them gone. "What's going on?" Lana asked. Ramen looked pretty confused too, but at least nobody was yelling. Ayat grabbed them and whispered something which seemed to calm the teens down quickly. Not that I had much time to pay attention. Gate only lasted so long, and there were a lot of knights to toss. "Arrest these guys," I said with my head poked through the gate. I pulled out my badge real quick, though I wasn't sure if it was necessary. There weren't a ton of orcs that came through the teleportation hall. The guards nodded, striding over and beginning to secure people. "I'll open a second one in 10 minutes for the standby squad we asked for." At some point, Ramen put in the effort to toss one of the knights through as well. Mita couldn't even drag one of them. Ah well, such was life. I was carefully monitoring the stability and perceived remaining time, and the camp was small enough that with 2 of us working quickly, we'd get all of them through before it was too late. "All right, that's it. Everyone step away from the portal," I said. At the last moment, one of the knights twitched. He was lucky he only lost part of his boot and not any toes. The portal sealed up. "So," I said to those that mattered, "what's next?" Confidence was key. Telling a bunch of concerned teens that it was weird that they couldn't go through the gate wouldn't help them feel better. I was so nice and full of empathy and bad jerky. "What's going on?" Ayat exclaimed. "I don't—" "Well, we threw those guys through a portal," I said. For some reason that made her mad. "I know that," I'm talking about everything. Why are we here? Why are you here, Mage? Oh, you recognized me. I was quite certain I didn't know her before, but there was no point in hiding it anymore anyway. I'm here because we were investigating people being magically abducted. I gestured towards Inacia. And midnight. Lana looked upset. What do we do? She asked. How do we get back? The portal didn't work. She was way more upset than before. People weren't happy, sure, but they seemed fine. Are we going to die here? At least I could confidently answer the last one. Of course you're not going to die. I can fight anything. Silence. Was that good? Anything, huh? Raman said dully. Even the Demon King? I wondered how he heard about that. If we have to, yeah. He blinked. I wasn't sure what could have surprised him there. I don't think that's something we should have to do, though. We just need to figure out why. You guys are stuck here. Why your magic doesn't want to leave yet. Lana made a face. I bet we're cursed. Oh dang, that was a good bet. Maybe I should remember her name. If you are, I can fix it. I didn't know remove curse, but I could. It's about time for that second portal. Let's get our backup. And so, a minute and a half later, we had a small squad of extra agents. And Malaliel. Do you sleep at work? I asked. I don't sleep, she said. Also, do you think we don't have access to people with teleportation powers? A fair point, I said. Glad to have you. It would have been nice to have you around at the start, so we could have known if we needed you to chop the head off a princess. I turned to the teens. Teens, this is Malaliel, Angel, head of extra-dimensional affairs. I think that was the correct name for the part she led. And Inasha's boss. Who? Raman asked. I couldn't believe so many people didn't know the names of public servants. With cool swords. Ayat knew, though. I'm Inasha, Inasha said, even though it was obvious. Oh, wait. She reached up, then shook her head. The fake hair color and fake everything else faded away as she did so, almost seeming to peel away into nothingness. I gave a fake name to fool the locals. Her wings came out. Do not worry, you are in good hands. And pause, Midnight said. Holy crap, a talking cat. Mita's eyes widened. I began to speak, but was cut off. Midnight isn't. He's not a cat, Ayat said. He's an alien prince, and their people are building an embassy in New Bay. Mita bit his lip, sheepishly looking away. Sorry. I was getting tired. This world had great mana regeneration, but it wasn't endless. I could probably manage one more safely. Yeah, that seemed right. Okay, next step. One more gate for experimental purposes. I was certain Malaliel wouldn't be mad as long as we got these kids home. I opened up a gate to my world. If they were stopped just from getting back home, we could get some distance first. And they had magic, so it should work. Put your hands up against here, I said to the teen heroes. If it wasn't solid, they'd go through. It was the pillow again, but I could tell it was quite firm, and not something easily overcome. I didn't need to make a better portal, but instead I needed to fix something with our little residents. But the experiment was valuable for another reason. See if you can pull up status windows now, I said. Malaliel looked grumpy. They already got access to magic here. I was betting on power exclusivity, but there might be some compatibility. Ayat was quick, and not because she was a swashbuckler type, but instead because she paid attention. What the heck is fast hands affinity? She made a face. How did we not hear about a second one? I can answer that, I said. It was speculation, but I would state it as fact. Their affinity sensing device sucks, probably because locals only have one affinity or something. Surely there had to be other advanced affinities among their population. They wouldn't put in the effort to yoink people from another world and maybe curse them to stay for fun. Though I was only certain of that, because nobody looked like they had been having any fun. Chapter 4, 130. Getting people status windows had been a brilliant move. Had I half expected it to not work? Yeah. But it did work, so it was fine. It seemed I'd gotten people close enough to my old world to be affected by things. Maybe because the dimensional barriers they put up weren't for people that already had magic. Midnight disagreed. They should have had to pass through. I pondered for a moment. Well, I don't think we ever had anyone with portal powers who went right up to one of the portals and didn't go through. They were either vaguely in the vicinity or they ended up all the way. Didn't we do some tests with the current state of things, though? Midnight asked. I silently agreed because there had been a bunch. Extra wasn't too keen on giving people powers, but they did like to be informed. I think our volunteers were even closer to the barrier. I tilted my head. Were they? I'm not sure about that. We're talking about two different things. If you stand in the middle of an impenetrable wall, a foot thick, 100 feet wide, and 50 feet tall and deep, how far are you from the other side? You could say a foot, but you might say 50 feet. 51, maybe. No, you're still 1 foot away, but I think I get it. If you're thinking about interacting with some sort of force on the other side, radiation or something, Midnight commented. A magical field, maybe, because you're still 1 foot away for teleportation purposes. I think I meant also dimensionally impenetrable wall, but I don't know if that's actually possible. Maybe a spherical zone you're in. I shook my head. That doesn't matter, you get it, right? The one we have here isn't like having a wall in the way. It's more like having a guy pulling you back. I think if we shoved hard enough, they'd come into contact. And they're closer, regardless. They might die before getting out of this dimension, Midnight said, for the shoving thing. That's why I didn't try harder and harder shoving. Malaliel was speaking to the teens. Obviously they were quite stressed by now, but having an angel really helped. Didn't we have an angel the whole time? They didn't know that. Also, she really wasn't the soft and happy sort. Rositza was more angelic than her, and not because Inasha had contracted lycanthropy. That was unrelated. I still liked having Inasha as backup, but she didn't fit neatly into the normal angel bucket. So we'll really be safe, Mita said, breathing a sigh of relief. Malaliel nodded. I will guarantee your safety with my life. Wow, she sure was an angel. Why was it that she wasn't back home in her angel dimension? I could probably get her back home, and she had to know that. Then again, would they need one more angel more than where we were? Extra will not abandon you. And of course, our mercenary compatriots are reliable as well. They all looked so relieved, even Ayat, though she'd seemed quite content with me revealing myself. The others were disappointed I wasn't a hero, though. As they spoke, some of us had been trying to investigate why they couldn't leave this world. Those of us who already had magic could, with a pretty clear delineation. It wasn't Origin Dimension, since Midnight belonged in the same one as Earth, just far away. Also, I was pretty close to fully naturalized already. Midnight and I were ready with our personal assessments of why people couldn't leave, which was pretty close to Lana's guess of they're cursed somehow. The angels might have different assessments, and maybe the other agents Extra sent would have some sort of dimensional insight to provide with their various scanners. Don't worry about the monsters, Malaliel finished. We'll take care of them. Technically, we weren't responsible for the people of this dimension. However, the people of Zeresh were expecting these particular monsters to be dealt with. Even if their leaders were all terrible, the common folk might be fine. Midnight said the castle staff seemed like decent people, but we hadn't really had opportunities to interact with many others. I agreed with killing the monsters. However, we should let them fight, I said. Malaliel's head swiveled. What? We don't need to make them fight, I said. But if they want to, our supervision would be a perfect opportunity for them to do so safely. Mita didn't look eager to fight, but Raman wanted to, and I think Ayat needed to. Her hand kept touching the hilt of her rapier. Feeling mostly secure wasn't the same as feeling entirely secure. Malaliel just stared at me for a moment before replying. We'll perform a proper assessment first. These monsters might be outside of their capabilities. Agreed, I said, but they should have some chance. We still had to find the monsters first, and make sure they weren't people. I was giving it even odds the monsters were some sort of goblins or kobolds. Not orcs, though. I hadn't gotten sufficiently negative glares for that. We gave the teen an opportunity to give their opinions. Mita was first. I don't think I can fight. I can only carry stuff. Yeah, Yamaha didn't do you any favors with how he taught, I said. You can do way better things even with storage magic. Like this. I held out my hand to the side, dropping a sharpened barbell into the ground, where it pierced into the dirt with a gritty sound. If you can do that from a bit higher, it's a pretty good weapon. Pulling stuff out with your hand is just limiting. We'll find you some better ways. I was going to get some proper instructional tomes for this world's magic system somehow, and I'd get him a copy. Though maybe he could learn direct mana manipulation, it didn't seem anyone had points or a listed level though, so clearly they didn't have everything I would expect. They might be missing something. Thanks. But you're right at the moment. I can teach you to swing a staff, but it won't be amazing. How about the rest of you? I looked them over. Rahman had been more reasonable ever since he bounced off me. He had maybe been getting a bit more confident as he got good with his javelins, but now that he'd seen me do real magic, he was kind of subdued. Or maybe it was Malaliel with her sword, even if it wasn't drawn. I'd like to try. I don't have to get close, so I shouldn't be in too much danger. I want to throw acid at things, Lana said enthusiastically. If she was right about the curse thing, I'd try to remember her real name. Or maybe it really was Lana. Malaliel made a face. I thought about it for a moment. It will have to depend on what sort of monster it is, I said. Acid Man had extremely good control of his powers. Vials of magical acid were not going to produce the same results. Acid can be exceedingly unpleasant, even for the observers. Oh, Lana widened her eyes. Right. I'd kind of like to test some of these other elixirs, but they're no good for giving to monsters. If they work. Malaliel responded to that one. That sort of thing is best done away from the battlefield. Last of the four, Ayat was cautious. She was the one who would have to go into melee range after all. I wondered if I should tell her about Stoneskin. I want to try. If the monsters are something reasonable. I could cast haste too, but that would make her first real combat encounter unrealistic. With Stoneskin, she'd still know she got hit. Other people could have defensive stuff too, obviously. I wasn't going to leave kids undefended, even if they weren't the best ones. I was right. Shelter was way better. Even though I had to accommodate more people in a packed barracks situation, it was at least somewhat comfy. We hadn't exactly completed our proper sleep cycle, so we'd set up in the same place, but without knights and with more Martian guns, though only a couple Martians. Most of the people working for Extra were humans, regardless of the ones I commonly interacted with. New Bay was still majority human, even now. In the morning, we had a couple ways to track down monsters. First, and most relevantly, Malaliel didn't feel any demons, so that one was out. It didn't mean there wasn't a demon king over there somewhere, just that there wasn't any huge mass of stuff like that on the border. The next options were improvising something with divination magic, and just letting our werewolf track people down. But we'd have to be close to something before sniffing was good, and Extra might not want to advertise that part of Inacia to random civilians. I guess monsters would be anything that has more than average amounts of mana, I consulted with Midnight. We had a general idea of what direction things should be in. The knights had been leading us somewhere. In the worst case, we could snatch some of them back from Extra's holding cells. But another gate or two was an expensive proposition if we were going to be fighting soon. The mana regeneration here was even better than New Bay's current levels, but it wasn't that crazy yet. Midnight agreed on how we should look for things. We were just being pointed towards something. In the future, I wanted to make a proper magic compass. Once my various other plans stopped getting interrupted by things like having to help out Extra because I got someone powers. I understood Extra had rules to uphold, and I thought most of them were reasonable, but we didn't agree on everything. With both Midnight and I being pulled towards the same sort of magical phenomenon we could sense, we had some ability to triangulate how far we were. I doubted we had perfect lines, but if we split a couple 100 feet apart, we could vaguely pick out that we weren't pointed in precisely the same way. As we got closer, presumably, the effect grew more pronounced. It was getting hard to drive the wagons. The horses were fine, but the roads had stopped existing a while ago. There wasn't undergrowth in the way. Instead, the ground was cracked and barren, free of impediments, but not precisely level. If we had to, we could walk, but we didn't want to tire people out when we had the option. Inacia was the one driving the wagon, and I wondered if the horses could sense her wolfiness. They didn't seem afraid, though. They trotted along at an even pace. Midnight and I split apart once again, and I was certain we were getting close. The feeling we'd given ourselves wasn't getting stronger, but the angles were becoming more real as we gestured towards where we felt stuff. Soon enough, something appeared on the horizon. What was it? Most likely the cause of the barren landscape. In another context, I would have thought the plant creatures were protectors of the forest. But there wasn't anything for them to protect. Also, Malaleal had some binoculars, and they were absolutely ripping out the few shrubs that managed to sprout in the area and adding them onto their bulk. They were kind of like tumbleweeds and other twigs mixed together in bear-sized chunks. They waddled along the ground and were far from sleek, probably being proportionately wider than bears. "I can see why they'd want to kill these," I commented. "If they entered Zuresh, they'd devour fertile fields. They're doing more than eat the plants, too. We'd need a druid to make better assessments, though." "All right," Malaleal said. "We'll make some preparations. We'll leave the wagons a little bit closer." There wasn't anything that could bother the horses other than the monsters, so they would be fine. I cast stone skin on everyone, or rather, Midnight and I did that. It took 3 casts, which was inefficient and expensive. If we'd cut out a couple extra guys, but if they got hurt, it would be a pain. "I'll test them out," I said. "If I need to retreat, I can cast haste, or fly. Or both. I shouldn't let random civilians know the full extent of my ability, but they maybe weren't anymore, and also people knew most of my spells. Or at least, most of the wrong people probably had that information already. Handface had witnessed quite a bit before I shot him a bunch of times. Midnight came along with me, but not riding on my shoulder. Once we got into combat, it wasn't a comfortable place for him to stand most of the time. The ground was better. "Do you think they're aggressive?" Midnight asked. Good question," I said. "They definitely need to be eliminated, though." When we got within about 500 feet, not all that close, really, the creatures turned. I was worried they might run away. But instead, they began to run at us. They didn't have faces. Limbs? Yeah, sort of. Clear masses of denser material that supported their bodies. Probably thorns in various places, sharp stuff like claws, but no faces or discernible anatomy aside from scrambling limbs. They were pretty fast, though. Not shockwave fast, but decent. I estimated their time of impact, gathering a bit of mana as they got close. 6 points of mana should do it. It wasn't a spell I ever got the opportunity to cast, and I really hadn't used it. But I knew I could, even if I'd only had basic energy magic. Advanced was more than good enough. I tossed a fireball off to one side of them. Normally fire was a terrible idea against plant creatures. The thing was, most of them were super wet. Leafy green? Yeah, not a chance of ignition. Barren wasteland scavengers. They were pretty dry, even if the barrenness was in part because of them. Not that Fireball relied mainly on combustion to do damage. It was an extra along with the concussive force. I blew up about a third of the 20 or so charging figures. Then I realized that Fireball wasn't a good test. Well, the fact that it completely annihilated the ones I hit indicated they weren't unreasonably strong for level 0 guys to face. But a firebolt would be a better test. Maybe I should have just taken out the middle of the pack. Multicast Firebolt was technically weaker due to the lesser number of upgrades that ability had, but I could rapidly hit a bunch of foes in the pack and see how it went. I aimed for general center of mass because precision targeting in 5 places at once was unreasonable. They didn't die to a single firebolt, which indicated they were sturdier than a standard human. But they did stagger, and a couple of them caught on fire. Others staggered about as they lost important limb functionality from the damage. "Yeah, these should be fine. Obviously we need to split them up, though," I commented to Midnight. "Maybe let the kids deal with 1 or 2 between them. Good news is Lana can absolutely chuck acid at these guys." Chapter 4, 131. Abominations made of torn-up plants and clods of dirt charged towards us. Of the original group, more than 12 remained, though some of those were on fire. Those that had the fortune to dig up healthier plants with high water content would sputter out in a few moments, but some were very twiggy and flammable. I wondered if they might even set alight similar neighbors, or if their unstable running motion might help blow out the flames. Extra immediately split into groups, following my plan to separate the pack. They took some shots with their weapons as they did so, maybe a bit more vigorously than I would have. If they did too much damage, they might not leave any for the teens. Rahman was the one with the longest range of those of us present, though I expected Mita would get there eventually. Once he learned a proper offensive spell, there had to be a good way to combine it with spatial magic. We hadn't had time to test if he could learn other things I knew, and the only directly offensive spatial spell I knew was far beyond his capabilities. He might kill himself trying to use that amount of mana, though more likely he'd just knock himself out. Better not to risk it, though. A javelin flew, and I was surprised at how accurate Rahman was against a moving target. He'd only had a few days of training after all. It turned out he really must have some talent. The locals here didn't try to train anyone in something they didn't have potential for, except maybe inertia. So I couldn't really compare the difference. Either way, he shattered some branches and really disrupted the integrity of one of the 4-legged monsters. Another toss, and the thing was twitching on the ground. Since it didn't appear to have any major organs, it likely wouldn't die quickly. Maybe there was something better to target, but it wasn't obvious, and sufficient damage worked well enough. I retreated towards the new heroes, making sure I didn't have too many extras following me. Counting the one that Rahman had taken down, there were 5. Next up was Lana, ready to toss a vial of magically terrible acid at them. I prepared to dodge her, just in case. I hadn't seen that portion of her training, so I wasn't sure if she was only talented at making such things. Presuming she was aiming for the one she hit, I thought it went fine. It splashed on the hindquarters of the plant thing instead of its front, but that might not be relevantly different. Again, no organs or faces. The main issue was that some of the acid splashed backwards onto the barren ground instead of the creature, but what got onto it seemed quite effective. It clung to the organic matter and rapidly ate through it, such that the back left leg had trouble functioning as a leg in a matter of moments. The creature slowed, and that allowed her to chuck a couple more vials at it, melting much of its front. Not bad at all. As far as our fledgling combatants went, the one of most concern was Ayat. Not because I didn't think she was capable, but because she had to actually engage in melee combat. She did have stone skin, though, so I was willing to wait and see. First, I took down another one with my staff to make sure nobody got overwhelmed. Then I handed it to Mita. "It's set to lightning mode," I commented. "You can jab it into the center of one of those guys, or take a good swing. Just connect." Me? "They did teach you to use a staff as a weapon," I pointed out. "Not much, granted, but it wasn't fair if he was the only one left out here. I didn't think he was like me. He probably didn't need to fight. Even so, being left out would be problematic. He might not get experience or whatever sort of growth opportunities the others obtained, and he might feel lacking later for not participating." Mita nervously clutched the staff and took an overhead swing while letting out a strange war cry. That overhead swing was pretty much the only way he could have really screwed up, if he hit the ground in front of the creature instead of it. Fortunately, the creature's forward momentum wasn't easy to stop, or it simply didn't understand threats properly. Either way, it barreled forward such that he actually hit it, or grazed it, but my real staff was enchanted. Electricity was dangerous, but the power was low enough that it shouldn't kill humans when struck. It could still cause damage to almost anything it came in contact with, and the plant creature was no different. Mita was tackled to the ground, wildly flailing my staff at the thing and screaming. I could have helped him, yes, but he was fine. It didn't actually seem that strong, and I was pretty sure he'd more fallen backwards than been pushed. It battered at him, but he had stone skin, and he was hitting the thing enough for most of the mana in my staff to drain out in a few moments, which would certainly finish it off. If not, Malaliel would. She and Inasha were prepared to engage immediately. Midnight could provide additional magic support if I missed something. They did see the value in the kids fighting, though. I wondered if the knights would have given them as much safety. Presumably, they would have at least thinned their numbers, but I doubted any of them had defensive magic. So they would have had to rely on their minorly enchanted gear. Ayat was dancing around one. At least they'd taught her to move. Also, though they said her weapon was a rapier, it actually appeared to have some amount of sharp edge. She was causing a good bit of damage as the creature tried to sweep at her. Of the four, she might be the least suited to fighting plant creatures of this sort, but she was capable. It would be a shame to exclude anyone. Not long later, all of the creatures were dead. Extra had killed all of the ones that peeled off towards them long before, their lasers and non-laser guns having carved through the relatively weak creatures. Once they took a decent amount of damage, they crumpled into mere piles of refuse that only held the idea of their prior shapes. Malaliel surveyed the scene. Good. That's resolved, so we don't have to worry about these creatures attacking nearby villages and devastating their crops. Do you sense any more nearby? I didn't sense any, and some simple divinations didn't pick up any threats either. Looks like we're clear, I said after a few minutes. Now for the next step. Malaliel and I spoke at the same time. Removing the curse. Having a talk with the Demon King. Midnight smirked as he approached. Not that most people would have been able to read that expression. Mostly, I got it through his emotions. Of course you'd suggest that, Turlough. Isn't that what we're here to resolve? I said. They're not going to stop grabbing people until that's dealt with. Also, we don't know what sort of side effects the curse might have. It would be awful if removing it did something to these kids. Malaliel frowned. You think it would injure them? Clearly, she didn't want to be more explicit about the potential dangers with them listening in. It could, I said. Or it might remove their powers. That would suck. We'd have to get more familiar with it to know, and the locals might be better at that. The kids were all still breathing hard. Apparently they needed more cardio. That wasn't even a real workout. Ayat slowly approached closer. Wouldn't the princess and stuff be the best source? Only if they didn't lie to us, I said. The knights that we've captured should know something. We can check in on that. And determine if the agents from Extra could move back and forth between dimensions. Because if it was just non-powered people showing up here that got them stuck, well, I might have done some inconvenient things. But there was no way I trusted the knights to handle combat while keeping people safe. Several of us would have been fighting handicapped or not at all. I was tempted to make somewhere nicer for discussions, but I settled for 2 simple castings of shelter. The temperature wasn't that bad yet, but without any plant matter to absorb the heat, it was looking like it would be pretty awful. We needed to have separate places because the kids couldn't be involved in all of the discussions. I didn't want to say worrying things in front of them. So anyway, I could probably level the castle. Again, Malaliel said, that's a last resort. There's already plenty of potential for strife with us capturing the knights. It's not as many as the people this dimension abducted, so they should suck it up. Midnight was, of course, a useful voice of reason. They won't see it that way, though. That didn't make me care, but I did get it. It's what we had to do at the time. Malaliel nodded. I agree, but we still want to limit future troubles. If they simply believe some disaster happened, it might be for the best. At this point, returning to Zuresh would be troublesome, and the other countries might not be more welcoming. And thus, I said, we go deeper into the demon lands. Malaliel groaned. You want to take children into a true war zone? We didn't actually have windows on this temporary building, but I made a performative gesture of looking across the horizon. I don't see any armies. You think 36 people can take on an entire country's military? No, which is why we shouldn't try either. We have to at least try to talk. I agree, Malaliel said, but that doesn't mean we can just walk up to them. They might shoot us down if we're flying, and I don't think teleporting would put them at ease. She shook her head. That's not what I meant. They're just as likely to attack us on foot. We don't know any symbols of peace here, a group of armed individuals. What if it was just one, I said. Midnight bristled. I'm not letting you go alone. What if they only knew about one, I clarified. It could also be Malaliel, I guess. Translation works on other people. I should be involved, she agreed. However, if there are any actual demons here, I don't know if I could properly interact with them. Inacia, I suggested. The other angel shook her head. I'd probably try to eat them. Why would... I'd instinctively feel threatened by demons, like Malaliel, Inacia explained, and if I was, I'd probably transform. I doubt I'd have great control over my lycanthropy in such a situation. Best case, I claw them to death so we don't accidentally end up with demon werewolves. That said, Malaliel took back the conversation. We should be involved. If you can confirm there aren't any demons in a particular group, we can negotiate. We need information, and perhaps a local group could give it. If only to spite their enemies. What will you do to protect yourself? Magic, I said. Also, I might not feel like a hero if they are looking for such things. Since I don't appear to be cursed the same way. I can also dimension door like... I snapped my finger, then appeared behind Malaliel. This. I'd need more than that tiny instant to go further, but with any real warning, I could get outside a village, war camp, or whatever. I also have reason to believe they don't all directly sense mana, I commented. That's speculation, but they only manipulate it with gestures and incantations. So they might not know I'm doing anything before I complete a spell. I was wearing my Power Brigade outfit openly now. It hadn't really fit with the dumb robes I was given, so I'd changed when I got an opportunity. If I needed to appear different, I could use disguise to change my clothing, or the rest of my appearance, but I liked looking like me. A decent plan, Malaliel finally admitted, but let's consider the alternatives. How likely is it that you could remove this curse yourself? There's an actual spell for it, I said. It would depend on the strength. I might need to understand the underlying magic better too. It's not guaranteed, especially with the default power. I did some quick calculations. I could pay for 5 upgrades, but I'd rather not. I could spend some time trying to detect things from the kids, but I don't know if they'd be happy just waiting around. We'll have to speak with them about the potential risks, Malaliel said. We can determine how patient they might be. If we could get them somewhere secure, I would be more willing to devote many days to study, but... She looked around. Yeah, I shrugged. I don't think I can make a better place and reliably be able to remove curses. I did have the points to learn both Magnificent Mansion and Remove Curse, though. Plus a single upgrade to the latter. My advanced divination magic should be good enough to figure out something about how things worked in a short time, but it would be better if I was basing things off of a specific spell. Whatever we do, I said, we have to stick together. 2 groups max if we absolutely have to, 1 with each of Midnight and me. Malaliel agreed. It wasn't like in New Bay, where there was extensive communication infrastructure. Even if we had local radio extenders, they were generally far shorter range. The sightlines we had in the current barren area were probably about as far as we would have wanted to go anyway. We had limited knowledge of the local terrain and no maps, unless we could find some in the knight's gear. It was ultimately better just to stay together, but if we had to split up, having people with a permanent magical bond was probably a useful feature. Chapter 4, 132. With advanced divination magic, Midnight and I were flexible enough to track anything that stood out in some way. The monsters had been pretty easy, a source of magic that didn't really fit in with the surroundings. Likewise, anywhere with significant numbers of people should stand out. What we wanted to find was a city so that we could see what the demon lands were like. Plus, we had to pick up whatever language they spoke. It didn't seem there were any particularly near the border, though. Unsurprising, given the barren land. Even demons probably had to eat something. It was possible the plant monsters were demons, but if that was the case, I was quite skeptical about them having a king. As we traveled, there wasn't much else to do except walk or sit in the wagons and wait. Because of that, I wanted to make our time more efficient as much as possible. Figuring out what people could do was tough, but Midnight had spent a lot of time training with different people like I had. The 2 of us were able to separate, with him focusing on Rahman and Lana, who might soon be remembered by another name, while I dealt with Mita and Ayat. I was starting with the magic guy, since it probably wouldn't take me as long to figure out something for him to do. What was your second thing called? Advanced Metamagic Affinity, Mita explained. I see, I nodded. They probably do that differently here, with somatic and verbal components. Without you having a familiar, I think I probably only have one thing that qualifies. I could get a familiar, he asked. Probably. It might be easier if we had a proper instructional tome, but can you feel this? I gathered some mana. If he could feel it, he could probably manipulate mana directly, and thus do similar things to myself. Though whether it would be efficient or not was a different matter. I feel something, he said, but it's kind of fuzzy. Fuzzy would have to do. I reabsorbed the mana without turning it into anything. I think the best spell here will be Gift, since that properly targets different areas. Telekinetic Hand might result in divergent motion. I wasn't sure if he could directly jump to 3 targets, but if he did, he'd have 2 of one hand or one hand not tied to anything. Give me a couple tries to work out how to do this, and I'll show you how I'd do it. I could cast Gift without bothering to use the components, but it was more costly. Faster, though. I could gather that much mana in a snap, instead of taking a few seconds of chanting and hand signs. I could see this form of spellcasting being valuable for distant spells, but it was kind of impractical for other things. And it seemed that more powerful spells took more time, usually. The first time through, I wasted the mana after completing Gift. I was just trying to hand meter and Ayat rocks, but my attempt to triple the mana didn't work. I had 2 rocks each, just in case I needed a full complement. I did it again by directly manipulating the mana, and it worked just fine. I got them to hand the rocks back to me, holding the pile in my hand, then did it again. I'd used too much mana the first time, probably, but I was expecting the excess to bleed off and be wasted. Even if that wouldn't normally work with this spellcasting style, my own control should be sufficient if I was above negative mana. I had to be able to cast a spell equivalent to rank 3, with modifications when I could do rank 20. My free hand moved. We should really test if Gift needed things in hand, or this wouldn't be practical. Then again, practicality wasn't the point. Feasibility was. There was more mana than I was supposed to have, which required me to be more careful with the hand signs and magical words for spatial stuff. I could have used another month of proper training to figure that out, but Zuresh hadn't really given us the option. I also figured these kids probably didn't want to be away from home forever. At least we would be able to inform their families that they were currently safe. The extra mana needed a twist to split off into different spells, 2 spirals to each of them. Rocks appeared in both of their hands. Ayat managed to catch both, one squeezed in the size of her palm as it fell, but Mita didn't even try. His hand automatically closed around one, and he didn't notice the other until it hit the wood of the wagon. I was expecting those to go to separate hands. I can probably do that better. Ayat looked down at her hand. I wish I could do teleportation magic. Did you understand any of those words? I turned to Mita. Do you? He frowned. I don't know what they mean, but at the same time I do. Does that make sense? They just feel right. Ayat shook her head. It's just gibberish. Then it probably won't be feasible, I explained to Ayat, but you have potential for agility stuff. Fast hands might be reflexes, but it could be more. I repeated what I did for Mita a few more times. He was going to be pushing the limits of mana fatigue to use multicasting, but presumably if he had affinity for it, he'd probably be better. He'd also got to fight something, and everyone said they felt nebulously more powerful. If it was anything like what I was used to, going from level 0 to level 1 was pretty trivial. 5 experience. Honestly, if it worked the same way as I expected, a semi-serious spar between each pairing should have done it. Maybe some of them would have already leveled during training. It was difficult to say, however. Their status windows didn't seem to track a level here, and attempting to manipulate them was like asking for false information. While Mita was practicing magic, I worked with Ayat on what fast hands might mean. You could try juggling, I said. I know that's not an exciting ability, but it would be a good indicator if you couldn't before. Later, we can secure some lockpicking stuff from Earth, and you can try that out. Ayat made a face. I was kind of hoping it would help in battle somehow. We can try that, I said. I had my non-magical staff, so we wouldn't even need stone skin for protection. Just force armor would do. But it'll have to be when we're done moving for the day. Ayat could juggle. Unfortunately, that was already true. Maybe I can do a couple more, she said, tossing several stones between her hands. But I can't tell for sure it's different. 1 second, I said, looking over the edge of the wagon. I scoured the ground. Yes, good. One use of Mage's reach, far less efficient than telekinetic hand, but more familiar and more powerful. And I scooped up a number of additional rocks. Here you go. These are all lumpy and sharp. Ayat didn't stop juggling as she looked at them, not even having to watch. She'd either been very good or had certainly gotten an upgrade. "Sharp will be fine," I said. "Also, I have the feeling you might be better with odd shapes. If they aren't all similar weight and size like those ones we first picked out for my demonstration, it should challenge you more." Then there was a rock in my hand, and one in hers. She fumbled as she found herself suddenly juggling one additional object and soon lost control. But I was pretty sure she could do it. I turned to meet her. "Excellent job. Take a short break. Then you should try it with 4. And then when you can do that consistently, you should try it without the rocks in your hand. Sitting in your pockets or on you somewhere might be best." "Could that work?" "I'm certain it can, but it might be more difficult." He looked pensive. "What if I try putting things somewhere else, just scattered around where I please?" "In that case," I said, "you'll probably need to do more manual manipulation and leave out this word and this sign." I demonstrated the features I was pretty sure were person and grab, or some similar magical concepts. If he was still using the former, he might not be able to target a space, and the latter would probably need some sort of living target that could grab. Something with hands or a mouth, probably. Unfortunately, I couldn't get any better at this unless translation fed off of Mita's understanding. It would have been best if Yamaha or someone experienced were around, even if I didn't think he was particularly talented. He at least did his best to teach. Midnight had some success with the other two. Specifically, Rahman was learning to use a shield. We'd snagged one of the knights back from Extra after learning he had that affinity. It still seemed that only the teens couldn't leave. Extra members were fine, and didn't seem to have suddenly developed affinities. As for our alchemist, Lana really needed access to more information to do much. Her secondary affinity was mutation, which I could only hope was alchemical related. Either way, we had no way to do anything about it. Though maybe she could eventually figure stuff out. As we came to less barren lands, she had spotted a few random herbs that she instinctively knew about. "I can't tell exactly what they'll do," she said, "but I worked with something that felt like this." "Spicy?" She made a face. "That's not the right word, probably, and I wouldn't want to eat it to test. Anyway, I can also take that one over there." She pointed, and Mita telekinetically grabbed a plant for her, since he was enjoying being able to use magic, and put a little magic into its juices to create an acid. I don't have a ton of extra containers, though. She should learn how to make glass, or maybe a magical repair spell to recreate used vials. I wasn't sure how magical her class was in that regard. As we fed and watered the horses, it was clear that the plan had been to go back soon after the day we encountered the monsters. We could probably manage another few days of travel, maybe a week, but then our supplies would be running low. So we'd have to grab stuff from Earth, or I'd have to magically conjure food or something. I didn't want to spend points on that though, so probably just getting extra to help prepare stuff would be best. Now that we could find a random patch of ground to stand on and spar, Ayat and I were taking advantage of that. Rahman also seemed keen to test his abilities more, tossing his weapons far and asking Lana to toss acid vials at him. It wasn't my job to tell him that was a risky idea. She handled it herself, reminding him of her limited supply and that even if his shield could take it, he couldn't. He did manage to recruit Malaliel to swing her sword at him, though. She was definitely holding back, and he was barely holding on. In short, a perfect training session that pushed him to his limits. Ayat never seriously tried to stab me during our spar. She wanted to find ways to use her free offhand usefully. Catching my quarterstaff was not one of them. Even with force armor, some of the impact still reached her fingers. "Ugh, better not try that again, huh? I'll break my fingers." "You're not the type who should try to stop an attack like that, unless you have a secret third bruiser ability. You want to gently but firmly direct my attack away." She still wasn't keen on parrying with her bare hand, since most people wouldn't be using a round staff. I was inclined to agree, though aside from swords, it was a fairly viable method. "Is it okay if I try strange things?" Ayat said. "Absolutely. Go all out." She was fast, not to a level I couldn't handle, but if I was providing what I thought was a reasonable threat level, it was difficult for me to connect with her. Once or twice I caught her as she tried to move in far closer than necessary. She should have just stabbed me instead of trying to do something fancy. However, as the late afternoon approached evening, She began to control my movements better, forcing me to twist out of the way of her attacks. At the same time, her hand flickered out, though I wasn't always sure what it was doing. "I have something I want to do," Ayat commented, "but you need to promise not to be mad." "Is it dangerous?" I asked. "Don't stab anywhere near my head." Technically, I was protected there, but it was still better to not risk something extraordinary happening. Maybe she could slip around the protections at neck level and break through force armor. Then I'd have to somehow gate to a healer while bleeding to death, and it would be a whole thing. "No, it won't involve my sword." "Fine then. You promise not to get mad?" "I can't guarantee I won't if you intentionally provoke me. You can call me a dumb brute or something, but I do get a bit touchy if you say the wrong thing about orcs." "No, that's not it either," she said sheepishly. "I just can't tell you, or you'll be ready to stop me." "How about you tell Midnight? He'd know if it would offend me." "Wouldn't you know what I said?" I shook my head. "I'd just know if he thought it was amusing or something. That wouldn't give anything away." "Okay, I'll do that." Midnight did think it was amusing, or Ayat in general. He said the first thing won't be a problem for you, though he helped me realize my second idea would be a problem for me. He came up with a good alternative, though. Excellent. I stood at a distance and held my staff at the ready, angled forward. "Come at me, villain." "Hey, I'm a hero," I grinned. "You'll have to prove it." Ayat had gotten more comfortable with attacking my grip on the staff after a few rounds, and assuring her that even in the worst case, I wouldn't suffer more than a broken bone. With force armor and Francois's gloves, I was quite resistant. If she were using her rapier as her primary goal and trying to maximize danger, I could have used stone skin. But here it would just be a distraction. Though she still had to make her attacks serious enough, or I wouldn't go along with her flow. She learned her weapon quickly, and it was clear her skill with weapons would outpace me rapidly, with us only having been in this world for a little more than a single week, and only half of that had proper instruction. For the moment, however, I was superior enough that I didn't have to rely on haste or anything but defensive abilities and my own training. When she gave a proper effort to deflect my weapon, I kept my strength limited. However, if she was lazy about it, I would gladly jab her in the gut. I doubted I would get any experience for someone of her caliber, but she needed to be aware of when she messed up, and a little bit of discomfort should do it. I didn't break through force armor for several hits, and she had enchanted armor, so it wasn't going to be actually painful. Her blade was fast and swift, coming for the middle of my torso. I twisted. Ayat followed her lunge and got close enough that I was tempted to switch to a grapple. But she was in and out fast enough I felt justified in allowing her escape. What was she doing? That was too close to be safe, an unnecessary extension. She already knew better, which meant she'd been trying something. I couldn't tell what. One round later, I was certain her free hand reached for me as we passed each other. When she picked my pocket, I finally understood one of her plans. No doubt she'd seen me pulling things out at various points. Well, it wasn't all that valuable against me unless she got everything, and I didn't realize it. I could easily pull another baggie of mixed granite and diamond dust out for stone skin, and I rarely used other material components. Still, it was a good way for her to train. After she had been successful twice, Ayat felt confident revealing her success. "I snagged these," she said proudly, but she was still clearly looking to me for approval. I nodded. "Good job. If you work on that a bit more, people won't even be able to notice." "Ugh, you knew?" "Since your second attempt." She swapped to her second modified idea after that, or she swapped between that and picking my pockets. That time I was honestly uncertain what she was doing until my staff came up short on a swing as my arm unexpectedly strained. Ayat pressed her weapon up against my sternum. "I win." "You'd probably do better stabbing me in the belly, or through the ribs," I commented as I looked down. I noticed that she'd managed to rebutton my jacket such that the top was attached to the bottom button. It wasn't a major restriction on my movement, but coming as a surprise, it was excellent. "Good job," I said as I fixed it. "It took me longer. Seems like you'll make good use of fast hands that way." Ayat beamed proudly. That was about where we finished our training. The next morning before we set out, Midnight and I tried some divination. It seemed likely that we would reach the city we were trying to find sometime the next day, and there were already signs of things being different, more plants and a bit of wildlife. No roads yet, but hopefully we could get onto one so that we didn't look crazy. I wasn't sure how we might disguise ourselves properly just yet, but we could improvise. Chapter 4, 133. Before infiltrating a city, there were a few things we had to do. First, a couple people snuck forward with some fancy binoculars. They were going to take pictures of what the local residents looked like, or at least the guards atop the walls. They were also set to figure out what direction we should enter the city from, spot potential patrols and things like that. Meanwhile, Midnight and I were working on a far more difficult task, cleaning. All of our wagons were covered in garbage symbols. It was probably Zaresh's royal crest or something. Sadly, Clean didn't really see it as garbage at first. "All right," I said. "I think it's scratched up enough." Part of Clean was personal perception. Scratching up the paint might change our own perception, and it might also just reduce the amount of stuff that seemed like it should be there. Complete manual control would be a bit much, especially when working with materials like wood. Another attempt, and it did seem to work better. We were going to have to dirty it up, though. Otherwise, it might look like we removed the shadow of a crest. It was generally a traditional shield shape, so maybe it would be overlooked, but it was better to not have anyone think about it to begin with. We did the same with various other pieces of gear, especially the horses. Then people, because some teens were not used to being unable to bathe for a week or more. People had cleaned up, but they were complaining about proper baths. This should get them to leave us alone. Maybe I could teach Meter to use Clean, even if he wasn't great at componentless mana manipulation yet. "Demons," Malaleel said as we looked at the pictures of the guards, "and normal horses." I shook my head. Those are tieflings at best. Do you know how few demons have nearly humanoid features?" Malaleel shook her head. "I was merely uncertain about whether we would see others here. Unless something is particularly strange, these fellows should be this world's version of demons. I imagine the Demon King is similar. If weird colors and horns were enough to make someone a demon, I would have been pretty close." "Are they all the same?" I asked. It would have been best if they had orcs. The less I could disguise myself, the better. "How tall are they?" Fortunately, we had answers to some of those things. A few people had been spotted going in and out, looking much the same. The binoculars could measure distance and height reasonably well. Too bad Extra had only prepared a small number of them, but I supposed they were probably expensive. Inasha and myself would be about the right size. We could also bring along a couple humans from Extra. Midnight would be hiding in one of the wagons, though they probably had cats here. It was a city, and nobody had regarded Midnight as weird in human lands. The sort of people who were humanoid and built walled cities would have cats. And in the worst case, Midnight could teleport away. One of our other wagons would be remaining further away, on the far side of a small rise that should also put them beyond the horizon. Nobody traveling along the road we identified or guards atop the city walls should see them or have any reason to go in that direction. There weren't any farmlands around here, which was concerning, but this place did seem somewhat like a military fort. But some civilians had gone in and out, and we didn't see too many weird restrictions. Once again, teleport was the play for leaving. I couldn't bring horses or a wagon unless we lowered the number of extra members with us, which would make us look suspiciously empty. "Any other preparations?" I asked. "I'll have translation active with a bit of extra juice. The plan is to try to travel slowly and let another group pass us up. We might get some conversation there, and they can give us more time for the translations to kick in. Midnight and I will disguise everyone but Inasha." Malaleel had one final thing to say. "We're going no conflict. Make sure to keep in contact if you can." We weren't sure if the city walls or any magical enchantments would interfere with our comms. If the enchantments were extreme enough that I thought sending wouldn't work, we simply wouldn't enter the city, because something that significant might also block teleportation. So if I couldn't determine the majority of what any wards did, we'd assume the worst case. None of the teens were entering the city with the first group. If our infiltration was successful, we would get Midnight back to them to pass along working translation and to cast disguise on the rest. Then we would be trying to secure funds. Unfortunately, the currency the knights had would probably just give us away. We were considering selling some of their armor. It was debatable whether that would make sense, but we could truly say we got it from knights crossing the border of Zeresh, or we could purge it of markings and sell it that way if it made sense. Either way, Midnight and I each had a single set that was taking up a large portion of our storage. Once the plan was set, it was time to put it into action. I was surprised at how well things went. We approximated some of the clothing and physical features we needed, got word of a merchant wagon approaching the city, and scrambled onto the road ahead of them. We were moving slowly, and they soon overtook us. I waved as they passed, and the woman driving the cart said something I assumed was a pleasantry. She didn't sound particularly upset, though maybe she was the sort that could cuss at someone without feeling anything. Plans don't usually work this well, I said to Inacia as the group in front of us was talking with the guards. She glared at me, but it was true. And I wasn't worried about jinxes unless there was actual magic involved. "You next," the guards called. We pulled the wagon up to the guard who was running things. "What is your business in quest's beginning and end?" she asked. They fit a lot of meaning into the words that also meant something like fort/castle/outpost Sayre. It was a good thing the guards had said it a couple times before with the previous group, or I wouldn't have known what she meant at all. Though I could have guessed. "We have journeyed long to reach here, and intend to offer our services as mercenaries." I hadn't heard those particular words, but translation didn't need that. Just a bunch of people who understood the language attempting to communicate for a time. I may not have gotten all of the words quite right, but the gist of the message should have come across. And grammar should have mostly solved itself if I formed full sentences in my head. Acting as mercenaries was a risk, but we didn't exactly have a lot of goods for trade. The area seemed dangerous, so we could explain our arms a different way. Disguise was doing some heavy lifting, with rifles looking like crossbows that I hoped this world had. But since we did plan to offer to kill monsters or whatever it was the best we had, and none of us knew anything about being merchants. "Can we check your storage?" she asked. "Go ahead," I gestured. Midnight would figure himself out. I focused on looking disinterested and casually scanning the city in front of me, not even really looking at the walls and the gatehouse. It looked very human. I couldn't say what construction style it actually was, or if it even matched any countries I should know, or any historical place on Earth. It wasn't quite like Grautan, but I wouldn't have been that surprised if I saw a city like it when I was younger, except maybe by the size of the walls. The gates looked pretty thick too. The enchantments mostly seemed to tend towards stability, and preventing other magic from affecting the walls and enchantments. I didn't have the highest certainty, but I did secretly deliver a rock to the side of the street, passing the gates. Weak teleportation worked, so stronger one should be fine. "Meow," Midnight said. He had a good cattish accent. "You think that will convince them?" Midnight asked me, obviously speaking in Selmothian. I didn't respond, because however I answered would have been weird. But I did turn my head to look at our meowing cat. Nobody cared at all. The guards looked bored as they opened the various supply crates. We'd done a good enough job of scrubbing them clean of identifiers, though we couldn't be certain the food choices wouldn't give us away. "All right, move along," the lead guard said. "The center of peace and violence is a left turn at the central square." I was pretty sure that whole phrase also meant something like City Hall. "Thanks," I said. Soon enough we were moving along. It was a good thing the horses knew how to work, because I barely understood their controls. Inacia seemed to handle it just fine, though. "They're not demons," Inacia reported. "I don't even know if they're demon-blooded. If so, it's extremely weak." I pondered that for a moment. They felt about as magical as the knights. I didn't feel anything else of interest. I'd met some Celestials, and they always felt magical, but I'd only really felt they were special when I met some in their native environment. That made me remember one man-snake had promised to come to my aid against a fiendish foe. Tabrice was his name, and I carried it only in my heart and not on my tongue, because I wasn't sure if he was saying he'd summon himself or I had to do it. If I needed to fight this demon king, maybe I'd try it then. He was promising to go to another dimension anyway, so why not this one? This fort was way too big to take down with Meteor Swarm. Well, a single one. The castle had been more compact, because it was inside a city. which had also been walled. Walls were good because most things couldn't fly. I could, though. If Midnight put in the effort, we could get everything but the wagons to fly, probably. Inasha slowed the wagon slightly as we neared the square. We should check out this center, should we not? Absolutely, I said. They had a convenient place for a wagon to pull up, at least that was what Inasha thought it was. There were also individual hitches for horses. We'd seen a few people riding around, but most people walked. Not too many other wagons. The population here didn't seem that high. Maybe a couple thousand people condensed into a tight area. The only reason we couldn't see the central square from the gates was because the streets curved. Quite intentionally, I imagined. Inasha and I prepared to go inside. The others from Extra would be watching the wagon. A lime green woman with horns that curled around the side of her head was waiting at the top of the steps. She said something and extended a hand. I returned the gesture and the word. Then she tried to punch me in the face. Instead, her armored fist clipped my temple as I dove at her. Instead of tackling her to the ground, I only managed to shove her back a step. She grabbed at me, and I was pretty sure that her hand passed through one of my horns. Fortunately, she didn't seem to notice. We were already wrestling, but neither of us could gain the upper hand at first. I was tempted to use magic, but if she could detect it, I would be revealing things I would rather not. Force armor was still protecting me, and she hadn't gone for the metal-studded club she had leaning against the front of the building. Also, Inasha would probably save me if I was in trouble. Unless she couldn't. I thought I was doing pretty well for the most part, but the battle ended with me being tossed onto my back, knocking the wind out of me. A heavy boot came down on the stone tiles next to my head with a resounding ring. "Vel Solis," someone shouted. "Again?" I slightly turned my head, but I was having trouble at the moment. "I sent you out to greet them, not attack them." "What?" my attacker said. "It's traditional," and he accepted. "Just because someone returns the gestures of old does not mean they're accepting a battle," said the other voice. It was deeper. A pea-soup green face came into view. His horns went straight up. "Are you all right, newcomer?" "He's fine," the woman said. "Right?" She held out her hand. "I'm Vel Solis." I took her hand from where I was on the ground. "Turlough." She pulled me onto my feet. I wasn't ready for that. A hand up, sure. But it was more than that. It didn't really involve as much force on my arm or shoulder as it should have. A little bit of magic, though I had no idea what category of practice that fell under. The man nudged Vel Solis out of the way. "She did not force you into a first meeting duel, did she?" He used that word again. So that was what it meant. That was a good word. I hope she did not. Most people don't actually do that anymore. Vel Solis. He returned the gesture, she complained. "Tell Zarin, you were ready, right?" "I was," I commented. "Humph." He crossed his arms. "Even so, you are in full armor, and this man is only wearing his daily clothes." He's fortified." Zarin glared at Vel Solis. "And did you know that before you struck a blow?" "Obviously," she said. I wasn't sure she could convince anyone with the way she said that. "And he's bigger than me." She looked about average height for a human, though I hadn't seen enough of the locals here to say how that compared. But even if she was shorter, she wasn't small. I was quite certain she could swing that heavy club without issue, and she walked around in metal armor. Zarin clicked his tongue. "Regardless, we are here to welcome you and your people to the city. I hear you are looking for work of battle to make peace." He looked over to Inasha, who was just smiling. "Which one of you is the leader? Did you even check, Vel Solis?" "Turlough is," Inasha declared. It was true as far as the operations here went. Mainly because I had more combat experience on Earth, could teleport us all out if necessary, and someone had to be in charge. Though outside of urgent situations, everyone worked together to decide the course of action. "At least you got the formalities correct. Welcome, we can talk about what missions you can undertake inside." I was still pretty sure the word meant City Hall and the center of peace and violence. Inside there were not that many other people. I don't know what I expected, though. Chapter 4, 134. Vel Solis and Zarin leading me around made me wonder if I should have stayed green. There were still more demons than not that were other colors, but with the pair of them, I probably wouldn't have stood out. Obviously, I needed some horns and not tusks, but other than that, I would have been fine. Less illusion would be optimal, but now people could recognize me, and it was too late to change. Midnight slipped in through the door behind us as we entered the center of peace and violence. He scurried off to sneakily look at places that Inasha and I weren't going to be, or at least not right away, since we didn't exactly have details. You know, Zarin commented as we walked into an official-looking office. We don't get many visitors who aren't at official stationings in the area. Uh-oh. Suspicion. Did you run into any trouble? I wasn't sure what to say about that. However, Inasha was prepared to respond, or perhaps she rapidly improvised, which was basically the same. A little, she said. There were some knights intruding into our territory. Knights, the man said. From where? Zuresh, of course. Of course, he nodded, his horns drawing my eye to themselves as he did so. That is the most likely issue. Did you run into any heroes? I didn't see any captures. He just straight up said it, huh? Normally I was fine with straightforward conversation, but this time I was at a loss. Inasha was apparently trained for infiltration, though. Heroes? I didn't expect them to be here so fast. Technically, she didn't even lie there. She merely used an ambiguous question and a redirection, which was exactly how good lies were told, but I still thought it was risky. Was the current presence of heroes something we should know about as good citizens of the Demon Kingdom? Velsolis stood awkwardly inside the room, her large metal-studded club not providing her much room to avoid bumping into cabinets. We've already seen a bunch, she said. Not here, but Zuresh is probably the last to call their heroes. Those knights could have been scouting out the area for their training. One must imagine them unfortunate to have run into your sort instead of land ravagers or disembowelers. I don't think we saw any disembowelers, but we probably encountered land ravagers. Was Velsolis assuming we were stronger than both? She was right, of course, and the fact that we were here meant that we won. Which was true, but not quite in the way she imagined. They weren't expecting us, I think. Maybe neither were these people. I've never captured a hero before. What do we do if it happens? That wasn't a lie, even though I had been involved in the capture of a hero. Because New Bay heroes weren't the same thing as the heroes here. I didn't even think about the possibility when I said it, because the word the demons were using for hero contained nuances more like extra-dimensional invader. Zarin chuckled at something. If you had captured a hero, I'd be surprised. That's dangerous business, but the bounty is better. Newlings start at 5 crowns and only go up from there. If you do happen to do it, we could handle a couple here, but we couldn't immediately pay for a full group of 6. Was it always 6? Midnight didn't count, or rather Midnight and I counted as one together. Closer to the capital they could manage, but heroes are notoriously slippery, so I'd suggest making sure you had them secure. And even if we don't have the coins on hand, we could pay in kind or send you a writ for the royal treasurers. He looked me up and down. I wouldn't try to steal the honor from anyone, and especially not someone who could wrestle Velsolis. I lost, though, I pointed out. Velsolis had opinions about that response. Of course you did. You're not even a martial combatant, but a spellcaster of some sort. I just can't quite tell which kind. I've been known to throw around a bit of lightning from time to time, I said. That was probably safer than saying spatial magic. First, because the humans seemed to deride it. Second, because what if only the humans had it? They were the ones summoning people from other worlds after all. So about the heroes, how do we tell them apart from other humans? Zarin explained that. There are several ways. First, they're usually young, with dopey looks on their faces. But the 6 could just send their own foolhardy youths into battle. So that's not guaranteed. The actual confirmation involves testing the curse. I was pretty sure that counted as confirmation. I would have to ask Midnight about Lana's actual name. I don't have any experience with that, I admitted. Zarin shrugged. Same. Yalith has some info, and she might even dabble in such magic. Mostly we just keep anyone that could be a hero in anti-mag shackles until a collector can teleport out. Was it such an important thing that they would teleport someone to collect captured heroes? What a silly thought, of course it was. Who's Yalith? Inasha asked. I'll take you to see her after we settle the formalities here. The formalities involved less punching than I would have liked and more coming up with a name for our mercenary group on the spot. In a panic, I'd just said Power Brigade. Inacia didn't complain. Yet. But she might when we were alone. Other than that, we were asked what sort of tasks we'd be interested in undertaking. He mentioned extra patrols to ward off human intruders, but also a lot of monster slaying, including the aforementioned land ravagers and disembowelers, and also something called death lizards. Felsolis had noted that we had lots of ranged weaponry so we could target skyscrapers, which were apparently trouble for quests beginning and end. Fort Serre. Same thing. Since they could circumvent the walls, I suppose that made plenty of sense. I was happy to volunteer to battle monsters, or rather, to get paid to do so. Humans were a bit. We might not be able to capture them all, and it would be easier to reveal ourselves. Plus, the random knights might not all deserve to die. I was pretty sure that the royal family still did, though. If they were willing to properly train their own people, they wouldn't have to snatch outsiders and curse them. When we went to see Yalith, we came across a black-furred feline. Of course, I knew Midnight would be there before we entered the room. I always knew what direction he was in. Likewise, he would have known I was coming. Meow, Midnight said as he looked back at me lazily. He had to know he could just speak Selmothian, but maybe he was worried someone would have translation magic and pick up the words. Is this your cat? The woman who must have been Yalith asked. Because I don't think there's anyone else new here. If he's not your cat, I'm claiming him. So polite. I was showing him the books I was reading, and he only pawed at them once. Her skin was the blue of a hazy day, and her horns curled down just above her shoulders. I wondered if that would interfere with her tilting her head. She was patting Midnight on the head, and he was making a face like she was some aunt you tolerated at family gatherings. Not that I knew about those outside of Earth movies. These fellows were wondering about the hero's curse, Zarin explained. I thought you might have something on that. I sure do, Yalith said. Let me get volume number 1. She jumped up from the table she was sitting at, almost knocking off some of the various tomes piled atop it. She spun around, speaking magic, and using one hand to form somatic components. Then she pointed at one of the books. It was yanked off the shelves, but not by telekinetic hand. Yalith pointed at Inacia after that. Special delivery. Power Brigade training had taught me to react quickly. Even before the book began to move, I felt something off about it. I could be wrong since I wasn't that familiar with enchantments, but I could feel a faint bit of fire. And what she had said about Midnight pawing at books. Not all of those thoughts actually passed through my head. Instead, I thought that I had to deal with some fire. Mana flowed rapidly. With advanced energy magic, it was simple to call upon Energy Ward in an instant. I didn't know what to target, so I just hit the whole book, making sure that nothing could escape. If there was nothing to worry about, it shouldn't matter. I reached out to grab the book, but it went around me and landed in Inacia's hand. In some ways, it was like gift, but somehow flashier despite the other one teleporting things. Fire burst throughout the book. Or rather, the idea of fire. It was negated by Energy Ward. The amount of it was enough to severely burn someone. Or destroy the book. I eyed the shelves. Did they all have that same enchantment? My eyes flicked back to Yalith. Had she noticed my spellcasting? Volume 1 has most of the important stuff. If you need to create something like it, you'll need volumes 2 through 4, and I don't have 5 and 6 because the royal court refuses to copy them. Inacia handed the book to me. I couldn't tell if she noticed my spellcasting either, but Midnight did. Book. I should probably open it. I did that. My eyes weren't really focusing on the pages, though. Why would humans want to curse their heroes? I asked. Because they don't want to be here, obviously, Yalith said. I mean, can you blame them? They rarely even get close to killing the king. Mostly they get a lot of people killed, and then humans try to move into the borderlands and die to the monsters. Or starvation. Why do they think we don't live there? A good question. I hadn't talked with the humans enough to know. Could we just remove the curse and send them back? I asked idly as I scanned the dense pages full of text, drawings, and hand gestures. I could learn a lot from this. I moved over to the table to set down the tome and indicated to Midnight that he should climb up onto my shoulder, and hopefully he would think to record the pages. I assume the king just keeps them, Yalith commented, so that the humans can't get more. I turned to look at her. What does that have to do with it? 6 by 6 is the limit, you know, she said, as if it was common knowledge. The other two seemed to get that as well. That's not just per batch, but active at any time. The look of interest on Zarin's face indicated that maybe he didn't know everything. Good thing I was supposed to be an ignorant mercenary. I see, I nodded, so I couldn't possibly get more than 180 crowns. Ha! Velsolis thought that amusing. As if you could even carry it all with you, unless you're the greatest spatial mage the world has ever seen. I might be, but probably not, since I was only advanced. Your horses would be complaining at just 5 crown chests. Crown chests. Zarin had mentioned payment for monster slaying in silver crowns, so I had imagined the presumably gold crowns being 10 or 100 times as much. But a chest, of sufficient size that 5 of them would strain horses. Now that was significant. Yeah, heroes were worth a lot. Maybe I could snag some of the other 30-odd. Less than 30, actually, with the ones dying to monsters and that one that was already captured. This guy does lightning magic, apparently, Velsolis commented. Really? What do you think about flow modulation? One-handed gestures immediately tossed a book at me. Have you ever tried to capture a storm? Did you know brains have lightning in them? Each one was another book tossed at or to me. Now that I had willingly accepted one, she presumed I wanted more. Each one I had to immediately counter fire traps. I was pretty sure the last one singed a corner, and I rapidly cast clean to try to erase the scent. Maybe nobody would notice that one piece was oddly shaped. Depends on the context. I don't really have anything that could store one. I did know that, actually. I answered the questions in order. Am I supposed to take these? They're supposed to stay in the library, Yalith said. You're supposed to annotate them in case they got anything wrong. Or ask me about anything you don't understand. How good are you at lightning magic? Separately, what's your talent level? What? I actually don't have any talent, Yalith said. I'm not sure it really matters. You skipped the verbal components of your telekinesis spells. She was probably supposed to use 2 hands too. How did you do that? I sort of knew the answer. She probably manually manipulated the mana. I just didn't know if she knew that. She shrugged. You'll get it after a couple decades. She didn't look that old. Or rather, she did look about a couple decades old. Somewhere around my age, maybe younger. Then again, none of these folk looked particularly old. I didn't know how to ask if demons lived forever, especially since I was supposed to be one. I don't know if I'll be staying in town long enough to annotate these. Can I take them with me for a while? Like I said, you're not supposed to, Yalith said. You're supposed to sit at a desk and read them. But I'm the librarian and they're warded, so it's fine. Don't let your cat touch them. Midnight whispered in my ear. Try to get that other one. It's generic magical basics. He gestured slightly towards the other one that was already on the table. My cat wants to look at that one, I said. He can look, Yalith said. But if he burns it up, I'm making you scribe copies of 5 tomes per. So that really was what was going to happen. Good thing I hadn't just formed a coating of energy ward around the first book. Deepest Night is extremely well behaved. You have no worries about that. I translated Midnight's name, and it sounded pretty cool. I think I liked this language. Raglubethex's language was also cool, but that one hurt. I sometimes still doubled things when I thought about it, and alliteration. I was tempted as for how to ask for books for the sake of our little heroes. Would it seem too specific? Can I get a martial training manual? Inacia asked. You may have one, Yalith said, but as one clearly not desirous of forbidden knowledge, that is the limit I will set. I was prepared to negate that one's wards, though I wondered if I would run out of mana before Yalith if she kept tossing books. Zarin cleared his throat. There isn't actually any forbidden knowledge here, is there? Of course not, Yalith shook her head. I would not keep that here. I believed that. Personally, I would keep it somewhere else, like in storage. I focused my magical senses with the intent to pick that sort of thing out, and I was pretty sure hers floated behind her back and only had enough room for a couple books. It must have been so awkward to reach. Or maybe she moved it when she wanted access. Chapter 4, 135. I wasn't sure I was supposed to still have The Six and Their Heroic Curses, Volume 1, but Yalith hadn't taken it back from me, so I just assumed I was. Plus 3 volumes on lightning magic, 1 on basic magic theory, and a final tome on martial squad management, which wasn't quite what Inasha asked for, and yet quite sufficient for our needs, since it covered different fighting styles and training methods well enough. After picking out our intended mission, I took my pile of books out to the wagon. I think we might have already killed the particular land ravagers that people were worried about, I commented to Inasia and Midnight once we were out of earshot. Though we don't have any way to prove that, disembowelers sounded more straightforward than death lizards. As long as we can obtain local currency, Inasha shrugged. For the moment, we won't be able to stay overnight. We quickly transitioned into a radio conversation with Malaliel. We were outside of comfortable range, but part of that was not wanting to carry obvious extra-dimensional gear into a city. Keeping it in storage would have worked just fine until we had to use it, but since we didn't have private rooms, it was a bit problematic. As it was, we were keeping our voices low to avoid people overhearing us. We would be speaking in the local language for now, but Malaliel's translation would fade in another hour or so. They handed over several tomes with little to no prompting, Inasia said, presumably because their librarian is crazy, but they might also implicitly trust their kin. I nodded, though of course Malaliel wouldn't see that. I agree with both, really. I would have expected more suspicion, though, especially considering the tomes were warded to self-destruct if non-demons grabbed them. I still didn't know what the locals called themselves. It probably wasn't demons. Inasia's professional opinion was that they weren't demons, and that we could allow Malaliel to be in their presence. If we hid her wings with magic and made sure she wouldn't be able to bump into anyone, it would be fine. She wouldn't feel compelled to behead them. It's really weird, I said. The humans look like the bad guys, which is normal. But I kind of expected both sides to be worse. Malaliel had a good answer for that. The bonds of kinship will make some act far more amicably than they would to their foes. We can merely presume that your disguises were not penetrated to receive the response you did. I have a thought, Midnight commented. Perhaps giving us the tomes was a test for that. Good point, I said. Do you think they were actually suspicious then? Velsolis had an opportunity to feel my lack of horns, but she didn't have any private chance to communicate that. Inasia shook her head. She didn't notice that. As for suspicion, I do not believe there was much of any. Though Zorin did relax slightly upon my grabbing the tome, it might have been because it wasn't damaged from the journey. Yalith was rather chaotic with her approach. I furrowed my brow. I'm surprised she can't sense active mana manipulation. She was doing some of that herself. Actually, I'm confused why everyone here seems to be insensate. I think it makes sense, Malaliel said through the radio. Perhaps they had to develop this particular style because they couldn't feel active mana manipulation. Or they were aided in doing so by some outside group and thus never developed the ability to feel mana. But it's so useful, I said, and everyone from my world does it naturally. Midnight interjected, but you do it better. That might be true, I agreed. Though if we were talking actual people from my world, the sample size was small. The fact that I was better than a handful was insufficient to prove where I was in relation to the average. So how's training going? Any practical information you can provide will be well received, Malaliel said. The kids have received very little practical guidance and will be more dangerous if left with incomplete training. I thought I heard a sound of protest at that, followed by something like resolving spying teens who didn't like to be called kids, even if they were. Anyway, I continued, we'll be heading out to... I felt something. I'm really interested in taking a look at these tomes of lightning magic. Different regions might have alternative methods I haven't experienced before. I really was interested in that. I just wasn't fully invested in that particular route at this very instant. I still reached over and flipped through them, though. Midnight's reaction indicated that he understood. He could probably feel it himself, and he also had an empathic connection that would indicate my own concern. Midnight meowed. Excellent job, my companion. That's exactly what we needed from you, I just had to hope the person scrying us didn't have translation spells active and able to pick up a single word of warning without other context. I could have actively resisted the spell if only it were targeted at me, or maybe Midnight. Then again, we were almost constantly under the effects of non-detection. The actual target was instead sitting next to us. "Do you think I could learn it too?" Inacia asked as she shuffled up next to me in the wagon. "With my affinity for darkness magic, I might be particularly untalented at lightning." "We can only try it, of course," I replied. "With these, you'll be able to study without my guidance for a time. Though of course you can always ask. We should get on the road, though. The jostling won't help our reading, but I couldn't help but take a look at this." I really was learning a lot from flipping through various pages. There were so many pieces for me to put together. Inacia properly played along by getting the wagon moving after a bit. Moving too immediately after would have been suspicious. Fortunately, Malaliel didn't give away our task. Either she could sense our deception through radio or just understood from context. If I had been the one on the opposite end, I probably would have screwed it up. The next 10 minutes were quite uncomfortable, as I avoided voicing my true thoughts on the tome. I still gave some proper comments, but I couldn't talk like an advanced spellcaster on the subject. Not one from this world, anyway. I gave it an extra minute after I felt the magic fade just in case. Then I relaxed slightly. We really should get on the road now to meet up. "The scrying does appear to be gone," Midnight said in Chelmothian. Inacia made a face. "So that was scrying magic. Should I have tried to disperse it? Resisting naturally would have been fine. People have natural instincts to do so. However, active dispersal would probably be noticed." I pondered for a few moments. "I'm going to have to reconsider Yalith's level of suspicion." "And her level of propriety," Inacia said. "I assume this is terribly rude. Spying on people always is. Also, you can speak again, Malaliel. Best we talk in person, or maybe not meet up at all." "Mana regeneration is particularly high here," I said, "and we did imply we have further mercenary companies elsewhere. We can certainly maintain disguises during the day. We might also be able to protect the group in general from scrying, but that multicasting non-detection on our whole group would be expensive. Maybe we could shield the wagons themselves. That would look suspicious, though. Had she tried to scry Midnight or me?" I didn't think so. I didn't even feel the slightest bit of pressure on our defenses. "I can meet up with them only for a transfer of information," Midnight commented. "Our destination is the other way out of the city, so I'll have to sneak over to them regardless to keep up translation and stuff. I might be able to copy the relevant books before then, if I have help from someone with hands." "I'm on it," I said. "Inacia, you keep driving. Midnight, curious cat mode. Even if she sees us, she already knows you like books." The various extra agents with us just waited for orders. Since they didn't receive any, they were relaxing in the wagon. It was probably an uncomfortable posting, but so far the actual danger had been low, and they'd get hazard pay and overtime. Plus the satisfaction of settling an extra-dimensional kidnapping ring and saving kids. Midnight was protected from scrying, since both of us had a habit of casting non-detection. As that was already the case, Yalith wouldn't notice anything new if she tried to find him. She might look for the books, though. That was why I had to keep them. The lack of Midnight on our wagon would be easy enough by him roaming, unless she had a particularly large viewing area. That wouldn't match up with what I felt earlier, though. I doubted that even Zentha Kitris, apparently famous diviner, would be able to see far enough from a wagon to conclusively determine there wasn't a cat wandering nearby. We'd have to have him back when we visited the fort again, but that should be fine. We'd be returning with dead disembowelers, or rather their murder claw. We could have brought back the whole thing with our wagon, but they only wanted choice portions. That meant we had to do some dismantling ourselves, even if we were inexpert. Midnight and I had considered various proposals for what to do while we slept. Ultimately, refreshing non-detection and nothing else was chosen. Midnight wouldn't be seen, but with our group separate, nothing more would be revealed, even if Inacia or the books were spied upon. Should I spy on Yalith in turn? It might provoke a reaction. I hadn't indicated I was a multidisciplinary spellcaster like she was. But maybe. Graciana was the alchemist. I had promised myself to remember her name correctly if she was right about the curse thing, and she was. Of course, I didn't get to demonstrate it to her just yet because we were hanging out several miles apart, but I did remember, after getting it written down. The Six and their heroic curses, Volume 1 sure had a lot of information while at the same time saying very little. Maybe the demons didn't understand it as well as I hoped, or the later volumes were more complete. I was sitting next to Inacia commenting on it. I don't like that this says the curse might be divine in origin. Why? Do you not believe in gods? I just don't want this to be from any of them. I looked vaguely up at the sky. I don't think the gods from my old world really do much of anything, but if the ones here are more active, it can be a huge pain. I kept quiet my thoughts that I didn't know how to kill one. My magic had a limit they were probably beyond. Would divine origin make it harder to remove? Inacia asked. I don't know. They don't really have that part, but it would either make it impossible or not, typically. Divine aid might explain how some relatively poor excuses for spellcasters were able to summon people from another dimension, Inacia commented. I was wondering about that. Or if our assessment was wrong. Unfortunately, this book doesn't know how they do it, though it does have a section in this volume about each of the six. Now we had information about the names of the countries. Zuresh was in the southeast of what was basically 6 similarly sized countries surrounding the demon lands, which was a bit larger than any individual. Country size didn't equate to military might. Presumably the demons were superior in that regard, or they wouldn't have made it this far. The tome indicated this had been going on for at least 2 centuries, with no real success on the humans' part. See the 6, annihilating their top spellcasters for more information. I shook my head. I'd love to, but I don't have that one, I told the book. It didn't answer, which was comforting. The book had the name the demons called themselves. First, the country was Idura, and not the demon lands. It was nice to be able to reference it in front of the locals. Demons were those of the many-colored skins. It was one word, but basically it was people. In disguise, we should all address ourselves as one of those. Interestingly, no reference to horns. Maybe they didn't think those were important. As far as learning the local magic system went, the lightning books were useful, but the one with basic magic was way more important. That included things like range, targeting, area, and things like that. That was what all the talking and hand signs did, picking those things out. Direction was usually left to the whims of the caster, though one could also make a spell that targeted north, or left, or relative to another target and their facing, though that was getting outside of the basic level. It seemed very useful to have such options, and extremely restrictive to require some things. If you had a particularly skilled opponent, you were also just yelling at them what you were going to do. Talk about telegraphing. It could be worth it, though. Maybe not in battle, but as I'd already seen with my limited training, the spells became way more mana efficient. Not time efficient, but there were always trade-offs. I would have to balance flexibility and efficiency if I wanted to make use of any of this stuff. Practically, I'd have to practice a few spells for combat with components and otherwise settle for using this for utility magic out of combat. I wondered what made these words and hand gestures magic, and if they would be magical in other worlds. Was I now infected with this world's magic? Would the teens function elsewhere, or would they not? I could see the answer of whether it worked in another world being different for both. I wanted to test immediately, but it was irresponsible to use 2 gates to hop back to Earth at the moment. Maybe I could find an excuse next time we had to reprovision, though. Just for a quick moment. Chapter 436. Before we reached our hunting targets, the disembowelers, we had some travel time during which we could do further tests. Making sure the teens could control their abilities was important for once we got back to Earth. It wasn't Extra's job to make sure nobody had powers, just to stop unwanted extraterrestrial or extra-dimensional interactions. It just so happened that was sometimes people trying to unlock further powers. Which was why I was here, because they were annoyed that I'd helped Thiziri out. Frankly, though, I thought I was saving New Bay from some trouble. She might have gone to more extreme lengths to experience power again, possibly causing more trouble for the mayor. While I didn't care about the man in particular, even short disruptions to the city's leadership would provide opportunities for villains to sneak in danger that would have otherwise been stopped. Plus, I personally understood the feeling of needing power. I'd been able to do so little before I came here. Anyway, at this point, Extra owed me. I got yanked into this world on the last shift. I was supposed to be helping them out for free. They'd probably try to pay me for my time, but I might try to negotiate for future leniency. I wasn't going to do anything that would really upset them. They wouldn't have let me get away with something this time if that was the case. Not like I'd open portals with monsters. I frequently closed the ones other people made. Midnight helped me perform the experiment, and the results were fascinating. It involved teaching people a trivial lightning spell. I was hesitant to even call it a cantrip, as it would have been equivalent to the significantly downpowered shocking grasp I used to employ to annoy people and at the same time try to snag experience. It hadn't at all been efficient, but I was trying anything I could. The spell would be equivalent to a bit of static electricity. It involved only 3 somatic gestures and 5 words of power, and even some of those were unnecessary. They just stopped it from being a random discharge, instead focusing the electricity on the tip of a finger. Midnight and I did it trivially. He hadn't actually had much practice with the local methods, but he did share in my proficiency with energy spells. The hard part was the somatic components, since he didn't have hands. Fortunately, it turned out that his adaptive suit's ability to form hands worked just fine. In fact, he could even program it to replicate a specific set of gestures, which might be concerningly good in the future. On my end, I also tried to teach Inacia and some of the extra agents. Well, only one was willing to actually try. A couple others simply refused. Others explained that they should focus on alertness. Maybe they just thought they couldn't and didn't want to embarrass themselves. At least Aviha was willing to try. Inacia had no talent for energy magic, or lightning in particular. Not as far as we knew anyway. She still learned just fine. She was familiar with the local magic due to her dark magic training. Aviha was a normal human. She was about as old as Extra allowed their field agents to get, but still in good shape and capable. Mid to late 40s, I estimated. She got the pronunciations down perfectly. Hand gestures, flawless. Magic, non-existent. How disappointing. And not her, just the situation. Your body isn't holding any mana, I said. Everyone from my world held mana, but not from Earth. I still kind of expected it to work, though. Ivisha sighed. It would have been cool. Everyone wants to do magic. Right? I said. Who wouldn't? Sticks in the mud, that was who. Inacia was willing to overlook my actions up to that point, but when I asked her about manually infusing mana into Ivisha, just a tiny amount, there was no way it could hurt her even if it went wild. She shook her head. I'm going to have to ask that you don't infuse any extra agents with magic. If we actually allowed that, we would be quite hypocritical. Inacia could survive being hypocritical. Malaliel might actually explode if she went too far. I wasn't completely certain, but it certainly wouldn't be good for her. Midnight did tests on the other end. Mita managed just fine. It was unsurprising, as he'd done more complicated spells that were outside of his affinity. Malaliel was innately magical, and Midnight managed to convince her that it was worth experimenting to learn about this dimension in case there was further trouble. We weren't expecting to resolve this whole thing in the next day or two, unless there was a breakthrough with our understanding of the curse. Malaliel was also successful at the training spell. So was Graciana, though it took her a bit longer. Was alchemist magic related? She had no noted affinity for this sort of thing, but she learned the sounds and gestures faster than the dedicated Evigi. Well, I hadn't expected the totality of talent to be measured by such a vague scale. Zuresh hadn't even realized people could have secondary affinities, and I thought maybe it went further. Though the status windows people had awakened didn't indicate more at the moment. Ayat kept working at things until after I confirmed Evisha's perfection. Midnight finally reported her success after lunch. We hadn't been precisely on the same schedule in our different groups, but it was early afternoon, about 3 or 4 hours of training. Her success spurred on Raman, who wanted to be magic too. He did manage it. Midnight's professional opinion was that he hadn't really been trying that hard until he saw Ayat succeed. He finished just before bed. Before that, I managed to convince another member of Extra to try. Once I got to the point where I expected some reaction from mana, I was satisfied. Learning the words and gestures wouldn't do anything if people didn't already have mana. I felt like I should be able to make that happen, but I had to admit it might not be for the best. If they didn't have points and had to manually cast everything, they would have a weak power. I would be cutting people off from other options while not really improving their lives. Darn, Eviha said, managing to keep a somewhat convincing grin on her face. I was hoping I could learn magic so I could get something like your clean spell. It would be so nice for the dishes, or for many other things. Get a dishwasher, I said. Alternative uses could be good. You can't sense mana at all, right? Don't think so. She shook her head. Her hair was cropped short, as was practical for someone serving as a soldier. What's it supposed to feel like? You'd know, I said, but I can try to show you. I cupped my hands together and gathered mana. I didn't want her to see something, though mana was usually invisible. I wanted her to feel it. If I didn't do anything to her, Inasia probably wouldn't complain. I stopped at 10 points because it was a bit excessive to go all the way to my maximum for this usage. It was more than shelter usually accepted, so I thought about putting the extra into durability. I doubted we would need it, but it wouldn't hurt. Feel anything? I asked. Nothing, she said. How disappointing. Again, not her. Just the situation. To me, it felt like everyone was missing an arm. I personally had felt like I had a shriveled one when I was low level in Grautan, only able to perform a few trivial spells. I cast shelter. We went to sleep. We found the disembowelers exactly where we expected. Given the info we had, the teens were not going to be fighting them, and I confirmed the wisdom of that upon seeing them in person. Head to tail, they were over 3 meters long, standing nearly 2 meters at the shoulder. Raptors, one of the extra agents yelled. She must not have been paying attention at the strategy meetings. We'd discussed them. On the other hand, Extra had guns and knew how to point them at things. Precisely what the target was probably didn't make a difference to them. I didn't have access to the internet here, but I was betting these creatures were divergent from the dinosaurs that Extra agents thought they looked like. Either way, what they were happened to be bird-like creatures with what amounted to claws at the end of their wings. Wicked claws that could either grasp or disembowel on their own, though the legs that were running along the ground should also be able to rip out people's guts instead. There were only 3 in the first pack we found. I brought Inasia forward with me while the others handled the nervous horses and prepared ranged weaponry. The area was forested to some extent, but fortunately our particular wagons were more capable of moving away from the roads, and the trees weren't too dense. Otherwise, we would have just had to leave them behind as we searched. I'd spotted this particular group with a little bit of divination magic. I had learned some time ago that a smartphone was a great material focus for most divination, as it worked as more than just a reflective surface. Finding big monsters wasn't that hard, though. I'll try to take down 2 if I can, I explained to Inasia. After I complete my spell, you can go for one of those remains, though if I do bring down 2, I wouldn't mind taking down the 3rd. Lightning marks would be expected. Unlike the land ravagers, disembowelers were edible, perhaps even tasty if we believed the people who had sent us out. Probably like big chickens. I was glad the trees were sparse. It let me get a slightly better angle, though the disembowelers were still taking cover behind trees quite frequently as they approached. They certainly had our scent now, and they were about as aggressive as expected. I had spent most of yesterday practicing more advanced lighting spells in the local system. I wanted to know how good I could be and how much it affected stronger magic. Chain lightning wasn't in the sections I'd perused, but they did have a version of lightning bolt. Most of the alterations involved keeping the lightning from spreading out too much. Electricity didn't like to go where people told it. I was most of the way through when my arm got grabbed by some tangling creepers rising up from the ground. I had anticipated that possibility. Apparently disembowelers could control plants. However, I was still surprised because I hadn't felt the flow of mana. And then I realized they were screeching and flapping their arms. Were those words of magic somehow? It was possible that most of it was garbage and that beasts like them simply controlled the mana directly. But either way, their manipulation had been subtle. the magic flowing through the ground instead of through the air. It made sense, and I would have lost the spell if I didn't have such good mana control. My arms were yanked around, and I lost my words in surprise. But I'd still gotten 90% of the effects, maybe down to 70% by the time I wrestled the spell under my control. The bolt shot through the left flank of one of the creatures, not quite a straight line, but instead curving slightly towards the second. It didn't have the tracking capabilities of chain lightning, it was simply the path I'd picked ahead of time. Neither of them could really dodge, but they were moving fast enough that I didn't quite hit them as hard as I wanted. They were both still up, and I prepared for them to finish their charge. I'd use stone skin to protect myself, channeling shocking grasp through my staff to keep them at bay. And then they turned to run. Yeah, that was actually the appropriate response for injured animals, wasn't it? I zapped the vines around me instead, causing them to spasm. I twisted, snapping more of them. Without active control, they didn't uncoil, but they also didn't really try to hold me. Inacia had transformed, leaping forward to claw at her target. I performed an improvised version of the spatial step spell, as actually going through the whole chant would have let my quarries get too far. It cost more mana, but it was still cheaper than haste. No reaction time, but it provided interesting movement. Maybe I could have done both, but I'd rather test that on flat ground. The distance literally shrank between me and my targets as I chased after them. They might have still gotten away if they weren't injured, given they understood the terrain. If I'd had to actually catch them, they still would have made it. But I just tossed orbs of ice that coated the area in front of them. Grease worked better with a solid surface. Unsurprisingly, they didn't know how to handle ice. It probably never occurred naturally around here. Once they were sliding around, I created a couple smaller blasts of lightning that knocked them out. I cracked their skulls to make sure they were dead, as I didn't want to have to deal with it when we were dismantling them. When I got back to Inacia, she was all torn up. Or at least her outer layer of clothes. Werewolves were particularly tough, though I wasn't sure about the durability of angels. Maybe they were, or maybe they got it all from armor. They were humanoid and didn't have skin that looked particularly strong. Blood was dripping from her mouth. It wasn't hers. "Can you clean me up?" "I can't repair things," I commented. I did fix the blood, though. When she returned to her angelic form, I could tell she was mostly scraped up. At least she could judge her own safety correctly, though I wondered if she could have just flown up and not engaged. Then again, maybe she thought that would be boring. Inacia didn't seem to care about the damaged clothing. She created an illusion over herself to look mostly normal. 3 disembowelers was a threat, but it wasn't a large enough threat that they sent border mercenaries days away from a fort to deal with. There were several more packs, from which we collected the most recognizable talons, the official requirement for the bounty, while also doing our best to gather some amount of meat and stuff. Most of us weren't proficient with butchering animals, and we didn't really know how to preserve things, but I figured regular casts of clean could keep down bacterial growth. We could get rid of anything that didn't look good before we arrived in town. We needed to keep up some air of professionalism more than we needed to actually maximize our profits. Though we did want to try to earn sufficient money, even if we got our necessities from Earth. Never sleeping in a city would become suspicious, and our plan was to somehow get connected to the inner part of Idura. Between the various battles, I ended up 7 experience short of reaching level 46. I had been pretty close. The fact that they were new opponents helped, and the fact that they weren't entirely capable of affecting me at range were probably both factors. I had to stay away from briars, or they could actually entangle me in a far worse fashion than with random roots or vines. They might not even need any of their claws for grabbing people with that magic. Clever as they might be, though, they weren't of human-level intelligence, and they were outmatched by both magic and guns. When we faced off against a larger pack of almost a dozen, guns had been very important. We wouldn't be bringing any of those corpses back in case anyone wondered about strange holes or somehow found a bullet. None of the teens got to fight anything notable, though Malaliel did spot a few land devourers and they got a rematch against those. It was probably for the best, because fencing disembowelers was probably a terrible idea. And even if Graciana's acid worked, it wouldn't be a pleasant experience for anyone. Mita was slowly being taught a real offensive spell, but he barely had any mana. Ramen would have been fine if he could hit them. Javelins were good for hunting, especially when enhanced by powers. As long as he didn't get tangled by vines. We'd have to come back later, once they had more training, but they simply weren't ready for these yet. Though the local humans expected them to grow at an accelerated rate, nobody got better at things if they were dead. Also, I didn't trust their assessments on anything. I couldn't actually compare their tomes to those of the many-colored, but the fact that they'd been so unwilling to let trainees look at a book indicated they weren't very good. They might claim necessary secrecy, but I was leaning towards incompetence instead. I wasn't actually planning to speak to anyone from Zuresh again, though. Maybe one of the other nations if they seemed reasonable. Chapter 4, 137. Given that our initial arrival in Fort Serre had been with only a single wagon, even though we were expecting to have some local currency, we still decided to avoid bringing our second group into the area. Quest's beginning and end had enough complications without bringing them any of the heroes they wanted to get their hands on. Ultimately, though, the plans were leaning towards bringing these people exactly what they wanted. Just not so directly. We were still performing assessments on whether the locals could provide solutions to our predicament. Malaliel had been doing a lot of reading, specifically of the Six and their heroic curses. Volume 1. It wasn't a short tome, and she took great care not to damage it. Fortunately, it didn't seem to have any worse of a reaction to actual angels than anyone that wasn't one of the locals. Figuring out how to re-enchant the various tomes before they were returned to Yalith was an exercise we would figure out later. We certainly weren't going to do it yet, though we didn't necessarily need the physical copies. If there wasn't anything special beyond the text and imagery, the digital copies we had created should be sufficient. I heard that some old versions of copying books to digital formats involved removing the pages from their bindings so they could lay flat. Fortunately, such barbarism had been surpassed relatively early in the life cycles of such things, both on Earth and on Kelmoth, though their books had never been quite the same to begin with. No hands, you see. It had been quite a struggle to reach their current technological state, and it couldn't have been any less so for the Bunvarixians. Anyway, there weren't any problems on the way back. The second group did run into some disembowelers, but that wasn't a real risk. More money for us, and some experience for the teens. Not a bad result. Apparently Graciana was very eager to learn different alchemical concoctions now, though. Seeing the end state of one of the corpses, I could pick out why. Ramen had apparently taken one down with 2 javelins, then gone to throw up somewhere private. Ayat half-killed one herself, though she had to be extremely cautious in melee range. Midnight provided stone skin, but he didn't want to ruin people's early combats by giving them haste. That wouldn't provide a good representation of real combat. Mita had actually participated. He got maybe an eighth of the same one. Ayat was fighting with a small lightning spell, a little floating orb. The monster being the far bigger target helped significantly. I was fairly proud of him for learning something outside of his affinity in only a few days. Sure, he was a mage type, so it wasn't the most difficult, but effort still deserved praise. Extra agents ended up taking down the creature when things looked dangerous. That did mean about half of the corpses were unusable due to distinctive weapon marks that didn't fit the narrative of crossbows, lightning magic, and... I realized Inacia didn't openly carry a weapon. She fought with tooth and claw, finding her werewolf abilities were sufficient for her purposes. Dark magic didn't have much offensive heft either, so maybe she was assumed to have a more support role. Anyway, the teens didn't have a listed level for whatever reason. Maybe local growth was more granular, or they had to actually step through the portals, which wasn't possible due to this side rejecting them and not my old world. They'd gotten far enough to get something, though. And I had long since gotten over magical things not doing what they were supposed to, so the results being weird were par for the course. Here are the claws, I said, handing them over to Zarin. Since he had provided the job, he likely needed to review the results. Excellent, he said, taking out a tool and scratching the claws. Perhaps the mark was meant to keep them from being claimed twice. I wondered if they had repair spells in this world. Maybe there was sufficient loss of material that it didn't work. Cheating the system would be a good way to get our cover blown, though. These beasts are a constant thorn in our side. They prevent people from getting to the fort, and if they're left too long, he shrugged, our walls are only so high. I found it somewhat concerning to think about disembowelers large enough to get over the fort's walls. The walls were easily 7 or 8 meters tall. Despite being bird-like, they couldn't fly, which meant the disembowelers would have to both jump their own height and double in dimensions, which was 8 times as massive. A creature like that would certainly need magic to survive. Or different proportions, like elephants. Yalith wanted to meet you when you returned, Zarin commented. I see. I don't know how fast she thinks I read, but she can't have the books back yet. The man shrugged. That's for you two to work out. I haven't completed my notes yet, I explained to Yalith. I barely got a couple practical uses out in the field. That's not enough for a comprehensive review of 3 tomes of lightning. The librarian looked somewhat disappointed. What about your troops? Surely they also performed some of the spells. They're not really spellcasters, I said. Yalith looked even more disappointed. Really? I was hoping you had an entire squad of spellcasters. I shook my head. They use weapons. I didn't want to say what kind, because I didn't know the words or if this place really had crossbows. People hadn't seemed too bothered by them before, but drawing attention to things might be unwise. It will be difficult to implement some of the techniques in that 3rd volume then, Yalith said. However, I would still be interested in your theoretical notes if nothing else. I wasn't sure which tome she was referring to, but I had only skimmed through certain parts. Relatedly, I would have gladly given her notes, but I had to understand the local magic structure better before I could discuss it properly, which meant reading the book on basic magic as well, and also having local paper. And writing implements, neither of which I had before. Currently, my notes were in my phone. It might take a bit, I said. Travel doesn't provide as much time to read and experiment with magic as I would like, especially not when we go off-road. The wagons don't like it. Oh, let me show you a kinetic dampening spell. Yalith was very excited about magic. She waved her bluish-grey fingers towards a shelf, grabbing a book. I prepared myself to disarm the magic if necessary, but she just flipped through herself. No, it wasn't this one. She grabbed a 2nd book from the shelf, and a 3rd. Not this one either. Did someone move something? A few moments later, she had her full concentration on a spell, divination, based on the flow of mana. I didn't see a proper focus of any sort, so I wasn't sure what sort of feedback she would get. I wasn't going to be able to memorize her gestures and words after a single instance, not without more familiarity with the basics, and I couldn't record it without being obvious. Pulling out my phone would be too slow, though I could maybe catch some of it with my Power Brigade stuff. I'd have to find a chance to offload it, though, because the device only carried a small amount locally. Usually it went through secure Supertech networking to be stored on permanent servers. I probably missed a few important things before I was able to click something on, and it might lose visual fidelity because of disguise. Then I realized I was being silly. Can you repeat that? I've never seen that one before. Yalith loved magic. Why would she be offended about me trying to learn some? Worst case, I expected her to say no. Sure thing. I need to confirm anyway. She did it slower even. I heard something about numerology maybe. The dimensions were something like door to door, instead of defining an area. I suppose that would save a lot of effort in some cases, but I had to imagine that using such vague metrics flippantly could result in a spell failing due to insufficient power. Yalith made a face. Damn it. 5 short. Books? I asked. You did loan us 6 of them. Counting that, Yalith said. I can't say which 5, unfortunately. Someone might have moved some. Could Zarin have borrowed some? He wouldn't be so stupid as to do so without telling me. Yalith glared. At me. As if she hadn't literally been throwing books at me. You! Her finger pointed directly at me. This was the time to protest, if I was guilty. But people who said things like, I didn't do it, had guilty consciences. Midnight could have stolen some books, but he would have told me. Yalith was trembling in rage, with her finger pointed at me. But she wasn't doing any sort of magic, so it didn't mean much. You. She'd already said that. I waited. It took her about a minute to finally sputter out more words. Fix it. How? I don't know any stolen book summoning spells or anything. Unfortunately, ownership isn't a concrete magical phenomenon. Ah, she was better now, and possibly misinformed. Ownership was quite real. The thieves will flee if I get close. I need you to cast the spell. I nodded. Sure, but you skipped several steps. Like what spell? Presumably she had a whole plan in her head that hadn't been verbalized. She pointed towards a shelf. I caught the book. She made it so much more stressful than it needed to be. Neither of us wanted these books disintegrated. Page 73. No, 74. It didn't have page numbers, I guessed. Somewhere around here? Back one, that's runic rearrangement. You want runic resonance. The words weren't exactly the same, but they were similarly arranged out of alphabetic order if I understood correctly. Perhaps it was based on certain components of the spells, or maybe it was just the order the author found interesting. I read the spell in question. Well, the description of the spell, the actual components, weren't really readable in the same fashion. Like mathematical formulas, they had to be passed with specific intent. The spell was used for finding specific markings. I wondered if that would include the marks made on the primary claws of the disembowelers. The main usage was for text, though. I could have done this, but I didn't want to admit it before. Nobody will expect you, Yalith explained. You've got muscles and you've been out in the sun. Did my disguise look like I was tanned? I'd based it off some guards, so potentially. That was good, but I hadn't realized it would be a thing. My base skin was dark, and I wasn't 100% sure orcs tanned like dark-skinned humans. Apparently the people here did. Not demons, or at least not really demons. Those of many colors. I'll try it, I said, but I need to get paid. Yalith made a face. That's a problem. I already spent the library's budget. She crossed her arms, pondering. I can only pay you in knowledge then. Copies of 5, no 10 texts, but you have to provide the bindings. What do you want me to do to the thieves? Take any damage out of their hides, Yalith said. I'm sure you can figure out something poetically significant. I was going to have to ask Velsolis what I could actually get away with. Zarin might not appreciate the question in the same way. Obviously, the fort didn't want to lose any combat-capable individuals, but they also couldn't tolerate thieves. Lazy thieves. Yalith would probably have let them make their own copies, but if they wanted to work, they would likely have money handled anyway. Some people didn't like plucking disembowelers, but other people wanted their feathers. That was what Midnight had learned and explained to me about the market shenanigans he and Inacia had been getting up to. Fort Sayre didn't have a huge variety of vendors, but it wasn't a complete monopoly either. Currently, we were trying to maximize profit, mainly because we didn't have any local currency to begin with. It did seem that most of our profits were going to come in the form of the bounties, but it was doubly unwise to not at least try to sell the meat and feathers. That seemed to be normal mercenary behavior, and we did need the money. We were going to stay at least one night in a local inn for reconnaissance purposes, if nothing else, and to not be weirdos who only showed up in town for a couple hours. Taking a job immediately the first time was reasonable enough, but breaks between jobs was more normal. We needed to look normal, just not too normal, since we were from out of town. That second part was easy. I explained to Midnight the task we had received. In the worst-case scenario, we could do it with our normal divination. However, it would be optimal if I was seen in public executing local magical methods. Yalith had warned to not cast the spell in front of suspects. She didn't know if they would understand the magic, but it was a risk. Mostly she expected that she would personally stand out and be noticed. There were some difficulties, such as the fact that not every book that we found would be stolen. It would only reveal books that had certain terminology, but there were legitimate tomes of magic and other things in the city. Yalith promised she could help us narrow down the targets once she did an inventory of the library, but that might take a while. Even with magical aid, we needed to get back to jobs that paid in money soon, and eventually find excuses to learn more about the heroic curse and maybe get closer to the not-demon king. Though maybe this task could get us volumes 2 through 4 of the 6 and their heroic curses. The ones Yalith thought were important were apparently not copied by the royal court, which was why going to the one place that was highest risk for the heroic abductees was even being considered. We might not bring them there, but even with our various long-distance travel options, we weren't keen on the idea of being separated by more than a few miles. And if we could bring them wherever we pleased, we probably wouldn't be doing most of this. People tended to sleep in similar beds. Different aesthetics, certainly, but the shape and roll were mostly the same. Pillowcases were more durable, I noted. It wasn't really an issue for my tusks, because I didn't sleep face first, but with horns I could see why. I was willing to bet that the durable material wasn't always enough. There were some scratches along the headboard too, even with a relatively generous total length of the beds. Enough for me to fit relatively comfortably with my height. Before I went to sleep, and in the morning, I was practicing the runic resonance divination spell. The first things it found were my own books, which was surprising. Well, the books I had borrowed, but I'd probably get an official copy of all of these if possible, though 10 different books was quite tempting as well. Fighting monsters paid well, maybe. We could probably survive for a few weeks on what we earned. More if we didn't have to spend on supplies. We did, though, at least some. It would be suspicious to not buy any food in the city. We couldn't very well have our gear looked over, but food was a given along with the inn stays. Buying a few things here and there at different vendors should be enough. It was unlikely anyone would think deeply about our shopping habits as long as they existed. We didn't intend to stay around Fort Sayre for all that long, but this also seemed like an optimal place to earn money. The value of the work might have been inflated by it being a border fort, for example. Later today, I was going to wander around the city and try to find contraband books. I did have one way to discern them once I saw them, specifically the fire wards. It was mostly the library that did that, and those of the many-colored skin wouldn't necessarily know that. After all, it didn't apply to them. A trap that specifically ignored you wasn't worth thinking about. People also seemed to be garbage at detecting active magic, so it was fine. As for my excuse for finding the right tomes, Yalith already solved that problem, because finding the wards was actually her idea, and she could do it with a detection spell, which meant she was definitely thinking about such things, and I really needed to fix our books before I gave them back to her, and it would probably be best to leave the tomes in whatever state they were in. With a bit of effort, I could pick out drained wards from our own books, so I wasn't too worried about the thieves having removed them. Though they might already be out of town, Yalith assured me that was unlikely. She wouldn't have taken long to notice the anomaly. It should have happened around the time we came to town, which was the other reason we had to solve this, obviously. If anyone ran away from the fort with stolen books, we could likely track them more easily, because nobody would be watching what we did. Oh, and while Yalith said I should do something poetic, Velsolis thought I should kill the thieves. Though if I found the books with merchants, I was supposed to bring them in alive so they could be interrogated. That one was far easier anyway, though I might have to combine some lightning magic with the sleep spell. I wasn't trying to create a weird fusion spell, just plausible deniability about how I knocked people out. I wasn't entirely opposed to killing, but it was easier to let the local authorities sort out anything so final, even if I'd gotten advice from Velsolis on the topic. Best to stick to traditional power brigade tactics. Extra would probably be happier if we didn't kill anyone too. They would already have to deal with the knights we'd captured somehow. Ransoming them back to Zuresh was pretty far down the list. There was something meditative about the local magic. Repeating words and gestures for practice ended up with very nicely replicable results for spells. Maybe Midnight didn't feel it as much because his magic was always controlled, but I thought this style might be better for me on negative mana. Slower, yes, but efficient. And auto-stabilized, though if I was putting in the effort to chant and gesture, I could probably put in that same effort to keep control of mana. Still, more options was always nice. I also just liked learning magic. It would be a shame if Yalith and I ended up as enemies. Chapter 4, 138. As far as we could tell, the basic equipment that the teens, along with Inacia and I, was better than what we could afford with our new income. We were specifically thinking about upgrades for them, as the rest of us already had good equipment. The knights' equipment was better, but none of them could use it well. Ultimately, we ended up getting a decent portion of our funds from selling their gear compared to the mission we went on. Malaliel wasn't terribly happy about it, but she wasn't going to say we couldn't take things from people who kidnapped teenagers. We might have to give some kind of physical reparations in the future, once we got to the point of returning the people back to Zuresh. But I would have personally chosen to drop them in the middle of Zuresh's castle in their underclothes. Once we were done, of course. Before then, they could learn too much from them. It was better for their circumstances to be a mystery. We contacted Earth almost daily in one form or another, either sending or gate. The latter was far more magically expensive, but then again, this world had a lot of mana. It didn't seem to make people on average stronger, though. That depended on talents. Maybe. Martial squad management actually gave very little credence to that being important. Maybe that was just because they assumed you couldn't get a whole group of people with talent. I was still tracking down the people who stole Yalith's tomes. I'd found a lot of false positives, but I was able to discern that easily enough by just checking the style of the wards. I would say about half of what I encountered had some, but Yalith's were distinctive. First of all, hers were only meant to destroy the books. A couple others seemed rigged with various sorts of energy to try to kill people who snagged them. No idea whether that was humans or what. I'd have to get my hands on, or at least near them to delve deeper, or spend unnecessary mana. The point was that I knew which ones were incorrect. People were allowed to have books. I was worried at how long it was taking me. I had to track down a whole handful of tomes. The perpetrators might already be out of the city at this point, which meant hunting them down. We could probably catch them after that, but it meant using abilities that would stand out. Even outside the city, it might be too suspicious how easily we found people. Oh, I surprised myself and spoke aloud. I found them. There they were, all 5 of them together, stacked up in the corner of what I could only call a basement. That explained why I hadn't noticed them from further away. If they were underground, it couldn't be guaranteed access came from the building above. I contacted Midnight and Inacia. Malaliel could probably hear over the comms too, but they were the ones that needed to hear. Found the location, north side, 2 blocks west and 3 inward. A basement of some sort. I'll try to figure out the entrance before you show up. After making sure nobody was snooping around, I pulled out my phone. Maybe I should carry a hand mirror, but on Earth the phone was the best option for a little divination. It was pretty easy to look down below. It was more the arcane eye spell than scrying. I placed a sensor and moved it around, but it couldn't go that far. Not that I needed it to. Going from the destination out made it pretty easy to find a route. It was a good thing too, or I would have gotten the wrong building. The actual entrance was across the street. This was probably an illegal basement. Some landowner was going to be so upset. These people were going to get their pants sewed off. Or maybe their heads chopped off. They kinda did steal from important people. Not my problem, though. Once the others arrived, including the extra agents, we planned our approach. It was pretty simple, really. We had official authorization to go in, and we had non-lethal methods. Also relevantly, there had only been a handful of people around the area, including the shopkeep behind which the entrance to the secret basement lay. So we just go in, Inasha said, tilting her head. Yeah, I'm just going to cast sleep on people as we clock them on the head. Midnight can do it too. Midnight nodded. They're not too strong, are they? There's one I'm uncertain about, I said. I'll juice it up a bit for him, but he should be the last target anyway. Okay, I'm ready, Midnight declared. I was glad he trusted my assessment. It felt good to feel confidence from other people, even if I already had confidence of my own. We approached the shop. The shopkeeper stood to full alertness. Welcome, customers, she said. What do you need today? We have furnishings of any sort you need. I very much doubted that. This fort didn't have a ton of luxuries. Actually, I said, we won't be needing any of this. We're here on behalf of the center of the peace and violence. With the last half of that sentence being a single word, it sure flowed much more smoothly than it would have in English. The shopkeeper lunged for something. I was already swinging my staff, though the sleep spell I had prepared was more important. She was already collapsing by the time my staff gently grazed her head. I kept some of the momentum of my staff as it spun around to catch her as she fell, so that she only hit the floor with a light thud. 4 more, I think. I knew where the secret door was, beneath a rug. The key was on her person, though we could have managed if we had to break it apart. Though the best spells would have been loud, and I wasn't sure this was the only exit. 2 members of Extra stayed up top with inertia. Others followed Midnight and I down below. They had night vision gear prepared, given that we knew we were going underground. That had been one of the things they expected to want in another world anyway. It was a shame we couldn't carry everything, but we had limited space even with storage. Eviha kept pace with me, Midnight running down the steps alone. People were more likely to be swinging at my torso and upper body, so it wasn't great for him to be on his typical perch. The best thing about everyone having magic was that I could tell where they were. 2 up ahead, I warned. It was worth risking them figuring out we spoke a different language. Well, I was going to hit one on the head, so any confusion about that could be explained away. I'll get left. That direction was for both Evija and Midnight. 2 individuals with swords jumped out as we reached the bottom of the steps. My staff was already swinging towards the gut of one, and I wasn't holding back much at all. I knocked aside the incoming weapon along the way, continuing my momentum to finish the strike. She doubled over, then collapsed. Evija wasn't super familiar with fighting against swords, but if anyone from Extra was going to know how it would be, the people sent on this mission. Even if she messed up, she had stone skin on, so it would be fine. She had a bayonet on the end of her gun, with which she caught the blade, then she kicked out bravely. Most likely her foe would have only staggered from that, but it wasn't even the real attack, just a distraction for sleep. These shackles are kinda rough to use, Evija commented as we restrained the 2. I nodded. Handcuffs are easier to put on. Less durable, though. Though that was a close call. Anything meant to stop a super was extra durable even before power suppression was added. The shackles we got from City Hall were probably also magically tough, but we hadn't tested them. Obviously. Midnight slipped ahead, and I felt him perform one more spell. Hurry, he called out. Even if it would just seem like a meow to those ahead, I did indeed hurry. I used several times as much mana as sleep needed to make certain it was strong enough. Midnight couldn't go over the natural limits in the same way, so it had to be me. There he was, the boss. Probably. As I rounded a pile of crates, I saw him point at a book and it disappeared. I hit him with the sleep spell, ready to follow up with an electrified staff. Eviha's gun was Martian weaponry set to stun, but it still packed a real punch. The guy just collapsed. I guess he wasn't that strong, I commented. I was pretty sure nobody else was present. I almost cast sending to let people know we were done. But I didn't know how to do that in the local limits. Yalith would probably have questions if they didn't have anything that worked like that. We'd just send a couple people to report to them. It would be a pain if anyone showed up and tried to grab these guys, but we couldn't just leave them. Also, I only counted 3 books where I knew there had been a pile. One of the tomes gave away the secret. Dimensional smuggling. That would actually be very useful for Meter and me. He could actually learn more than just basic uses of his highest affinity. He probably would have if we ended up back in Zuresh, but people also might have gotten hurt, and I really hadn't expected people being tied to this dimension. Midnight was with the people running off to get Yalith and the rest. He was almost back when we got attacked. Villains, how dare you assault an innocent shop? A crazy woman appeared. I managed almost a single word in response. The center of peace and violence. The woman was pink with horns that turned out the side of her head and went straight down. I was pretty sure those weren't practical for anything. Then again, I didn't think any of the locals needed their horns. The woman threw a spear with magic straight into Evija, pinning the extra agent to a wall. Through stone skin. I was shocked, in part because she had skipped most of the necessary steps to perform magic. Like Yalith, but instead of delivering books, she delivered projectiles. I knew I needed to be faster. My first instinct in battle was often to use haste, and this time I needed it. I wasn't confident in multicasting it in time, though. I had just enough for myself and Midnight at a distance. Shots rang out. Extra wasn't the sort to shoot first, especially in these circumstances, but it was quite logical for them to retaliate when one of them was speared. That should have resolved things. One shot from a Martian weapon wouldn't bring me down, even without my suit. But maybe if I was dodging out of the way and was mostly grazed, I could stagger around. The pink woman tanked them to the chest and maybe didn't even notice. I was pretty sure that metal armor shouldn't help much. It must be enchanted. She also happened to have another dozen spears floating around her which seemed quite dangerous, but hadn't contributed to her defense. I was already gathering lightning. I didn't have time to consider anything fancy. Somatic gestures weren't that bad while hasted, as it turned out, but I really skipped most of them anyway. Right before the woman finished her second spell, my lightning shot forward and turned directly into one of the spears. I certainly didn't tell it to take that path. I could tell precisely when she finished shaping her mana. That let me throw myself beneath the spear. I was glad she aimed for me. The others couldn't have dodged. No haste yet. Two more followed closely after, seeming to track my movements. My staff spun as I gathered mana without form, breaking all the rules of local magic. I deflected one of them completely, the second one grazing along my ribs. I felt it cut through force armor like it was nothing, and it probably would have gone through me if I hadn't had stone skin still active from our quick little assault. Lightning bolt wasn't going to be enough. I knew what spell would work, though. My brain was stuck on lightning, but I could tell it to go where I wanted. I had no idea if people here could do chain lightning, and I didn't care. As I expected, my spell was drawn into one of the guardian spears. Other ones were being withdrawn, flying over my head. The crazy telekinetic spearwoman was one step from finishing another spell that might create an even bigger flurry of spears. If I wasn't thinking and moving multiple times as fast, I would probably be dead. The lightning hit the spear, but I didn't let it stop there. Unfortunately, it wasn't just one that attracted the lightning. I had to do a full half circle before I could wrestle it away from the defensive spears. I guess it helped that I hit the woman in the back. She staggered forward, losing the spell she was in the middle of casting. I was already planning on something new. Should we just leave? Midnight should be able to teleport the others out, except he was already running towards me. I thought the woman lost her spell, but she wrestled control of the mana. Manual control. What a disaster. I'd underestimated the locals, though I hadn't expected to just have spears chucked at me. One spear. It was so much faster that I acted on instinct. I was still thinking about dimensional smuggling and what it might include. I was so lucky that this woman's telekinetic control didn't stop my magic from working, or I wouldn't have had a ribcage. The tip didn't even touch me, so I could put things in storage at a distance. Well, I suppose that made sense with the local version creating a space slightly away from the body. I didn't have time to waste on interesting thoughts. I needed more power. This woman barely staggered from chain lightning and a rain of stunning shots. I only had one spell more powerful, though it might hit me from this distance. I wasn't sure if I would use it, but first I needed mana. In a way, I was lucky that gathering mana took the same amount of absolute time, with or without haste. I wasn't done when I heard someone yelling, "What?" A formation of 6 spears was hovering above the pink mage's head. I was going to be impaled by all of those in a moment. Even if I cast Meteor Storm, it wouldn't hit her before I was dead. Her hand was raised above her head, her fingers spread. She clenched into a fist, and the spears launched, but not at me. Instead, around me, hovering on all sides. "What are you doing, you—" The word that Yalith was yelling was garbled. Velsolis also appeared on the scene, coming out of an alley between myself and the spearwoman. Velsolis had her iron-studded club held at the ready, capable of being used on either of us in an instant. I could probably dodge or deflect with haste. The pink woman pointed at me. I thought that would be the spears stabbing into me, and I was thinking of trying to improvise a stone gut spell because my skin wasn't going to make it. But she was only gesturing. Her words were quick, not drawn out much, even for haste. "This criminal is working for us," Yalith yelled. The pink woman blinked. "Oh." The spears were immediately falling. I didn't know what to do with my gathered mana. My head spun. If I knew healing magic, I would have used it on Avija. The woman was impaled straight through, but I still saw her straining to pick up her gun. Unfortunately, she wasn't supernaturally tough, so a spear to the guts was bad. And she was my favorite of the rank-and-file extra agents. Maybe I could gate her to Sierra. No, she wasn't best for trauma response and wasn't in a guaranteed spot. Power Brigade's clinic wasn't somewhere I could go directly. Oh right, Extra had medics. The spear suddenly jerked out of Evija with a spray of blood, then the blood went in reverse, flowing back into her body. "Ah, sorry about that," said the crazy pink woman. "It was a misunderstanding." If I wasn't misreading the flow of magic, she was holding lots of Evija's bits in place, including her blood. A bottle floated over. "Here, drink this." Evija was still being held in place. I had the feeling she was thinking about maybe ripping out her guts to grab her gun, though she had also seen how little good that did her allies. Speaking of which, they were now huddled off to one side of her, looking for guidance. The red bottle was either healing, blood replacement, poison, or literally anything. I wasn't an alchemist, and I was barely an enchanter. Ugh, we were weeks behind on the Selmothian embassy, weren't we? "What is it, Yalith?" I trusted the librarian the most, especially with regards to this. Velsolis would be good to have on my side in a brawl, though. Keeping my words steady was difficult, but haste was about to fade anyway. I hadn't gotten a full-length casting in my panic. "It should be a healing potion." She turned to the pink woman. "Right? What else would it be?" She shrugged. "Go on, drink it. I swear it will work, even if your stomach is... It'll work." I sighed. "You'd probably better do it." Evija grabbed the potion and knocked it back like a shot. It didn't take long to see it working. In a few moments, she was knitting back together. "Sorry about that," said the pink woman. "I kind of expected you to be more durable. Like this guy," she gestured vaguely to me. I wasn't sure I was that much more durable. But Evija was a normal human. Even a mage like me would be more durable than someone without levels. Combine that with Francois's specialty clothing and the fact that extra agents got mass-produced gear. Solid, but not exceptional, and this was expected. Maybe. I wouldn't have been that mad if she impaled me, but I didn't like people stabbing my friends. "Who even are you, lady?" Yalith made a face. "She is..." "Riala," the woman held out her hand. I wasn't anywhere close enough to shake it, but I began to approach. "Turlough. If I needed to, I could overload Shocking Grasp at my maximum power. It had to do something right." Riala grinned as I approached, as if I could do nothing to threaten her. Then, when I was still 2 steps away, she fell flat on her face. The back of her head had a nice scorch mark from chain lightning, and her nervous system might be fried from so many stunning shots. Yalith was panicking, blabbering parts of words that didn't translate. Zarin, who hadn't said anything yet, was just frozen. Velsolis had fallen to her knees, even though she hadn't been involved in the combat at all. "Think she has more potions in there somewhere?" I asked. Chapter 4, 139. People were scrambling around the pink lady Riala, assuming she'd been lucid enough to get her name right before she toppled onto her face. But I frankly thought everyone was overreacting. I approached Evija, who had just consumed some sort of fast-acting potion. It helped stitch her guts back together after having a spear impale her to a wall, but clearly things still hurt. I helped her stand steadily. "I need your opinion on something." She raised an eyebrow. "Lay it on me." "As one of the injured parties here," I said, "even if you're mostly uninjured now." Uninjured is of course what happens after you get injured and it goes away, compared to uninjured, which is just you not being injured. I guess it wasn't clear, though. "Recovering. How do you feel about the whole situation? I'm not a good metric for determining if this is bad." She grunted. "If you're asking if I'm going to raise a fuss, don't worry. I knew the job had risks." She straightened, but that appeared to hurt. "I just didn't quite think they'd be like this." "You can raise a fuss if you want," I said. "You were stabbed." "Eh, she seems too important for that, though you've got to negotiate for concessions. Healing people you injured wasn't as net neutral as it seemed. Concessions could be good. Any particular kind of magic you want to learn?" I was thinking something for the mission, like access to later volumes of heroic curses. I frowned. Pretty sure Yalith would let us have the ones she has access to anyway. "Yeah, well, Pinky isn't from Fort Sayre, I don't think." "But they know her name," I pointed out. As it turned out, Riala did have more potions, and she wasn't even that hurt. It was just the adrenaline wearing off. And the stun shots, of course. It was probably bad to get hit by those repeatedly, but it was still better than the alternative. Pretty sure we could have filled her full of holes, magical protections or not. The pink woman waved off the people crowding around. No more potions. You have to give them time to work. Riala's body stood up in an unnatural way. She could apparently use her telekinesis to prop herself up, but she might not be able to stand straight. Oh, but nobody else was supposed to know that, were they? Her eyes settled on me. Green, radioactive green, including a glow that might have been magical aura. I hadn't noticed that earlier, but I was busy dealing with various sharp lengths of metal. So, she stood a bit straighter. Maybe those potions were catching up. What happened in there? She gestured to the building we had infiltrated. Were we just going to gloss over the part where she attacked us? Inacia was my official manipulator, and she seemed fine with it for the moment. Those inside had stolen some tomes, Yalith explained. Turlough helped track them down. I nodded. We knocked them out. We managed to retrieve 3 of the 5, and this fellow did something with the other 2. I was glad we left the books inside on the counter where they weren't speared or in danger of being hit by lightning. This one probably holds the secret, I said. Meanwhile, I dragged the guy who'd done storage shenanigans out. I could probably retrieve whatever books he had with advanced spatial magic. Certainly, with his own abilities suppressed and him restrained, it would be easier. But it might be a little bit risky to do that, since I couldn't make it look normal. Let me see that. She gestured to the book I mentioned. I kind of expected her to snag it with telekinesis, but maybe she was just being polite. I handed it over. She looked at it suspiciously. Because it was stolen. She shouldn't have noticed the ward was faded, right? But she had manual control over her flow of mana. She might also be sensitive to active spells. I had a handful of things active right now that I wouldn't be able to explain away. I also hadn't exactly been subtle when we fought. Hopefully her memories were fuzzy. She made the book float in front of her as she dragged the guy forward with telekinesis. So she was willing to do that, but not with books. Did it have something to do with fine control? She turned the pages manually as the book floated there. What did you hit this guy with? She asked. He's out cold. Just slap him, I said. He'll wake up. No way I could explain sleep. I wasn't even sure what category of magic that fell into here. It doesn't have to be very hard, or he'll wake up naturally in a couple minutes tops. As he dangled in front of her, she swung her fist down on top of his head. The guy yelped, then looked up at her. Yee. Nobody was able to say that word right today. How frustrating. If they said it properly once, even if it was incomplete in the future, translation could fairly accurately give me what was expected. What could it be? You of great might. Yeoman of many spears. You of great momentary anger. I might have been making up some of those words. Translation was good for extrapolation, but sometimes I forced it and it got weird. And sometimes Raglubithex. Riala let the man drop. You have 3 seconds to return the books you concealed. I would need to peruse that tome, he said as he looked up, and my shackles. What page? About a third from the back. He dragged himself to his feet, reaching out for the floating tome. She smacked his hand away while turning pages with her other hand. This should be it. Seems easy enough. Let's see. Short-term concealment, spatial distortion, long-term concealment. I'm going to have to throw in a reversal and… She sure went through the verbal and somatic components like she was familiar with the spell and not modifying one she'd just found on the fly. How much proficiency did she have with that sort of thing? At the tail end, there was a little bit of manual control thrown in, probably because she forgot a targeting component and didn't want stuff to drop on her toes. Good thing too, because the guy dropped 3 suits of armor as well as the 2 books. There were also several weapons of various sorts that looked kind of like what belonged to the guards. Riala turned to Zarin. These are the forts. Most of them at least. Her eyes turned back towards the sneaky guy, revealing their glow to me again. In that case, I sentence you to death, for stupidity. She shoved him back, and before he could even really protest, one of her spears had pierced through his heart. The angle she had to throw at was extremely awkward, yet she still did it. which meant she probably hadn't been trying to kill Eviha, despite how it looked. I glanced over to my friend from Extra, and she just nodded. "You can deal with the rest, leader of peace and violence," she said to Zarin. That word was also kind of mayor, and clearly related to City Hall. Intense eyes settled on me. "What's your rank? I don't see your insignia." I was almost ready for that question. We had come up with proper cover, after all. I just wasn't ready for it to be said with the assumption that I was military. Was everyone supposed to have a rank? "We're a detached mercenary group," I said. "We've sort of been drifting around the border regions." Fortunately, it didn't seem to be completely suspicious. Riala nodded. "Want to be a 100-man slayer? Your lieutenant can be promoted up behind you. I can't set you up as a 1,000-man slayer until you complete the required procedures." How did one politely turn down this? It would be nice if Inacia could whisper helpful words in my ears, but I couldn't be certain Riala wouldn't overhear somehow. Obviously, we'd be using comms, not actual whispering. "I am quite pleased with my current status and the freedom of movement it affords," I said. "I would not want to make a hasty choice." "Really?" She tilted her head. "You seemed like the hasty choice type to me. Good combat sense." She turned to Eviha. "You want new armor? I don't think I have easy access to anything that could stop me, but it would be better than that," she gestured. "That." Indeed. I was so lucky that disguise had managed to keep its form as her actual armor was damaged. The real gear didn't look at all like the metal breastplates that the extra agents appeared to have, yet somehow the damage looked approximately right. Or at least it looked like a damaged metal breastplate with healing skin beneath the deepest layer. Evija wasn't quite ready to be directly addressed. "Armor? Well, I find mine adequate enough for most tasks. I was curious about something, but I doubt you can address it." "Do you think me unlearned?" Riala raised an eyebrow. She looked upset, but not really upset. Like she thought she was supposed to be, maybe. "Not at all. It's just that we heard the information was restricted, so we might not be allowed to access it. But we ran across some knights on the border, and we heard something about a new wave of heroes. I wondered how that whole curse that binds them here worked." "Ah, that," Riala said. "The later volumes are secured in the royal courts." "I understand," Evija nodded. "It was just idle curiosity." "Yes, I cannot allow such sensitive information to be spread carelessly. You would have to visit in person." Evija's eyes screamed for help. Fortunately, Inacia was around because I sure didn't know the right thing to say. Even odds that Riala would accept a casual, "Oh, I guess we'll go," or maybe she'd say it was a joke, and we were clearly overstretching this boon. "None of us have had the honor of visiting the capital," Inacia commented. "We have some other comrades that would be quite interested as well." "A handful or 2 dozen. What difference does it make?" Riala shrugged. "After you settle things with the mayor, come find me. I should likely be returning to the capital soon regardless." I casually glanced towards the locals we knew. Something about their faces told me that I should know who this woman was. It didn't seem she was just a personal friend. Maybe a famous general, a 10,000-man slayer or some such. These people were led by a king, right? That wasn't something the humans were wrong about. I was pretty sure I had confirmed that, but Riala could be a noble lady or a princess or something. There were probably a ton of princesses. Those of the many-colored skin should have had the same king for... It sounded like centuries. There were plenty of things she could be besides a princess, but there could also be like 50 of those. I was back in the comfort of the library with Yalith and not a single spear-tossing pink-skinned woman. Unfortunately, if we head to the capital, we wouldn't be able to return the tomes in a timely manner. "No problem, you can just teleport them back when you're done. Though if it's going to take longer than a year, I'd like to know." Was the capital that far away? No, that didn't seem right. It was more like... Her sense of time was weird. Maybe a year was a normal length of time to borrow a book from a library. I can't teleport stuff, though. That was technically true. Aside from gift, I guess. Yalith grinned. "Ah, gift. Such an interesting spell. Have you tried to modify it?" "Not all that much yet. I couldn't imagine it reaching this far, though." "Of course not. The librarians will do that. Though actually, if you only want exactly 10, your copies will cover it." I wanted more. Was that greedy? Especially since we were making digital copies of anything we'd gotten our hands on. Can one of them be dimensional smuggling? It sure can. You like that sort of magic. Well, I only just started with Gift. I wondered if humans did magic differently. If so, we might appear extremely suspicious to everyone. Speaking of which, why hadn't Riala called us out on that? She had to know that our weapons were weird. Maybe the capital was a trap. But we also needed to go there. We'd have to consult with Malaliel to see if she thought we were crazy, but… You're crazy, Malaliel said. Unfortunately, I don't know of another way to resolve this, especially not in any reasonable amount of time. This is already stretching very long. But of course, we would not abandon any of our people. The ongoing threat of further abductions is also a concern. In that case, I said, what are your plans? If I leave Midnight with you, it will be possible for you all to survive without issue. He could gate to get them food even if they ran out of local money and shelter just worked. It wouldn't be a fun period, but it would be safe. Malaliel clearly took some time to think. I will need to be there in person. You are not the greatest judge of truth. Inashia's pretty good, I said. She may find truth, but it is not imbued in her very being. Agreed, Inashia said. Malaliel is superior in that regard. And so, we will have to join together. I could protect the teens instead, Inashia suggested. I thought that sounded reasonable. Maybe that meant it wasn't somehow. Your presence would be missed, Malaliel said, unless you plan to say you have sudden business in another city. But I doubt we could name one. She might not notice, Inashia said. Even I didn't believe her. I shook my head, not that Malaliel would know. We weren't doing video calls. Riala would absolutely pick out that you were missing. I don't know how she would respond, though. And that is why, Malaliel concluded, I must be there. We may have to deal with this Riala along the way. If she were merely prone to violence, like Turlough, it would be easier to handle her. But she seems to have deeper motivations. I'm not that violent. I've been using sleep tons. How many people have you fought in that fort that aren't our enemies? Only 2, and they both started it. Fine, you're just a violence magnet then. That didn't sound that bad. Violence was good for me. Chapter 440. Rather than going into detail, it was far easier to gloss over why we were separated from our other squad. Honestly, that was the least of our concerns with Riala. I was more worried about what she had already figured out, though that was also half the reason that Malaliel and the others would be joining us. Along with Inashia's cover name of Edel, Malale was going with Ragnar. If angels existed in this world and had similar naming conventions, we really didn't want those particular names. The rest of the extra agents went with their real names, or at least what I had been introduced to them as. They were, well, I knew Evija. It wasn't really my job to order people around individually anyway. With Malaliel around, she would be in charge of the overarching battle strategy, if necessary. Fighting against familiar foes, we would already know what to do. But it was seriously unlikely there were only a few varieties of monsters in the entirety of Idura. Midnight was taking care of disguise for the second squad. I was in charge of my regular group. As much as possible, we were trying to handle that away from Riala. She might have proper mana-sensing capabilities. Riala was dangerous, and yet, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. I was dangerous. Malaliel and Inasia were dangerous. With no offense to our extra agents, their weapons were dangerous even if they weren't. Midnight had dangerous Selmothian tech. Dangerous wasn't inherently bad, it just depended on the context. The danger was only a problem based on the risk of violence against us, instead of for us. Had Riala almost killed Evija? Yes, but it was important to note that Evija hadn't survived because Riala was unable to kill her, but because her violent incapacitation methods were nonetheless non-lethal. Now that we knew her, there was little chance she would randomly attack us while being uninformed, so it should be safer. Unless she found out we were mostly humans and decided to eliminate us. Having an orc and some angels and such wouldn't really tip things much, since only those of the many-colored skin lived here, except for some captives of war. So yes, Riala was dangerous, but the actual risk of traveling with her was deemed low enough compared to the relevant necessities. Specifically, her offer of letting us observe the rest of the six and their heroic curses. It was also too late to pretend we weren't interested anyway. Midnight and I did have an emergency plan. Assistive familiar casting and multicasting combined between the two of us would allow us to use teleport on far more people. It would take nearly 40 mana, but we could just go. If there was sufficient risk, we'd implement Selmothian Tactical Retreat, called that, because of the language we would be using to call it out, and because they did a lot of teleporting. Obviously, if I meowed loudly, whatever was causing us trouble would know something was weird. But hopefully they couldn't do too much before we were gone. For all that we had various plans, including Malaliel clearly thinking about whether or not she could cut off Riala's head before she noticed, the journey was fairly relaxing. The greatest discomfort I suffered was not being able to use shelter. I had no idea how to properly do something like that according to the local magic system, and I wanted to pretend as much as possible. I had no idea how much Riala suspected. During the day we traveled, and during the evening we generally did a lot of studying. My main opinion was that quills sucked. I was properly inscribing my notes on lightning magic for Yalith, as promised. I couldn't exactly pull out electronics with Riala around, so I had to actually start the final draft. There was also magic practice. The disguises for the teens still looked young because hiding their youth would be nearly impossible. Everyone treated them differently. We also didn't neglect practicing magic, and we had plenty of books for them. It was probably weird to have them as part of a mercenary group, but we did have the good excuse that they had advanced talents. And we could honestly say it was impossible for them to go back to their families for the moment. Malaliel and Inacia both agreed about one thing. If you had to deceive someone, starting with the truth was the most reliable method. Obviously they split somewhat from there, with Malaliel being in the "but you should try to avoid deceiving people" camp. Inacia thought it was perfectly fine for enemies, but Malaliel was quite reluctant. I thought it might even be painful for her to be disguised, but she never complained about it. Riala was social, which wasn't that surprising, but did make things harder. If she had avoided interacting with us, our journey might have been smoother. As it was, I was mainly confused why she was apparently traveling alone. There were multiple reasons that was weird, including that she was clearly important. There was no way someone as powerful as her wasn't some sort of high-ranking individual in a situation where the 6 countries were seemingly constantly at war with their central neighbor. The others had also known her, if not personally at least by image, which meant she was famous enough for people to at least have heard an accurate description. It wasn't the pink skin either. I'd seen some others around. "What are you studying?" Riala peeked over my shoulder. I held up Dimensional Smuggling, letting her see the cover. "The thieves took the original of this," I commented. What I held was a copy that Yalith made with magic. The tome didn't have the right number of pages and was too big overall. Being unsure how the copy spell worked, I'd preferred to overcompensate. Apparently it could reshuffle text too and shrink images as necessary. But I hadn't known that. So all the copies I got had extra pages, and some had weirdly large font. "I'm interested in dimensional magic, so Yalith got me a copy as part of her promised reward." Riala nodded. "I see you have a few tomes on lighting magic as well." "As expected, really. I found your mastery quite impressive." "Thank you," I said. "Think you could teach me that one, where the lightning zapped around behind me?" she asked. "Ah, well, that's a trade secret, you see." I did my best to put on a pleasant grin instead of a nervous one. Maybe disguise would help. Maybe it would make it worse. I didn't quite know how my other face worked. "Humph. You'd better not be a magic hoarder." Riala clearly wasn't concerned about personal space as she leaned in quite close. "I don't think the Fort Mage would have been so open with you if you were the type, though." She turned her head oddly as she pulled away. "But I'm not going to ask you to give up your secret techniques already." She stepped back and stretched. "I'll just steal it in a duel in the future." Did she mean we'd be betting techniques on a duel, or that she'd just learn it by watching? I couldn't ask, because maybe I was supposed to know which one was normal. Well, normal could have only been the former. I had the feeling Riala meant the latter and didn't expect me to think it was normal. I don't know enough about telekinetic magic to benefit from the reverse, I lamented. I was pretty good at Mage's reach, but tactile telekinesis was quite different. As for telekinetic hand from this world, it was a simpler and lower-tier spell. That wasn't bad, but I really didn't have the expertise. She meowed at me, Midnight complained. I have no idea if she has some sort of translation active, so it's a pain to respond. I nodded slowly. The translation built into our summoned hero buddies was hard to detect. It was more innate than an enchantment. Presumably other people could do that too. Also, Riala had a lot more magic active at all times compared to everyone else. Yalith had a few things lingering on her, mostly to help around the library. I was pretty sure there was a defensive ward among them. I was less certain that it was specialized for paper cuts, but I'd gotten hints of that. I hadn't studied her long enough to be certain of that speculation, though. We didn't know how much Riala knew. Our angels were looking for malicious intent from her. If they found any, we absolutely wouldn't be entering the capital with her. Riala was dangerous. Riala and the forces of a major city, plus the king. Absolutely not, especially if he was her dad or whatever. That was speculation, though, because we hadn't been willing to ask about Riala. If her identity was secret, she was bad at keeping it that way. But if it really wasn't secret, it was too weird not to know. A lack of information was really making things difficult. If it weren't for the teens not being able to leave this world, I could be more bold in my investigations. Sadly, that wasn't the case. Riala's own boldness might soon make other things irrelevant, though. So what made you interested in the curse? Riala asked. I was studying the new information we had about that. Unfortunately, only myself and Midnight could do that easily. Midnight because he could pull it up on a personal display. I was the primary person studying them because I had the most experience with practiced magic. The angels were inherently magical, but it wasn't the same. Why now? Well, I tried to give myself some time to think. I'd prepared answers before, but clearly she wanted something more in-depth than Zarin and the others. This is my first time really paying attention to the hero summoning thing. I've been an active mercenary for a couple years, so this is the first time the Six have summoned any heroes during my career. I wasn't sure quite how often this happened, but I did know the previous cycle of heroes had started more than a handful of years ago. The matter was brought to our attention when we came across some knights on the border. Yes, from Zuresh, right? Riala smiled. We haven't been attacked by their heroes yet. That's right. Do they usually travel in whole groups or... I realized we had one piece of unexpected cover. There were far too many of us to be a group of heroes. Sometimes they form parties of 6, Riala said. Sometimes 2s and 3s. Stupid ones go solo. They usually get captured a couple days into their foolishness, if monsters don't get them. Speaking of monsters, we hadn't had much trouble on our journey so far. It had only been a couple days, but the roads had been clear. Then again, we had also encountered a couple patrols, passing in either direction. Obviously, they would want to keep the way safe for supplies to reach the border. How would we stop this hero summoning long-term? I asked. Capture all the heroes. Obviously. Riala said that as if the reason there were bounties was public instead of secret. They can't get replaced if they're still alive. That's actually pretty efficient, I admitted. What's stopping it from working? Riala shook her head. We never catch them all. It's also quite difficult to prevent suicides. Their health tends to fade pretty quickly in captivity. I couldn't help but continue the conversation. How do you treat the prisoners? Do you feed them enough? Nutrition is important. It shouldn't be a problem to advocate for proper treatment of prisoners. We do our best, but some fade anyway. It might be curse-related. Our healing magic doesn't always work, and they're often injured when they arrive. It's also not healthy to be bound at all times, but... She shrugged. What else can we do? We can't exactly let assassins roam around the castle. She wasn't offended about the idea of treating the heroes humanely. That was good. Or rather, if she had been, it would have been one of the signs we had to kill her. Since Eviha was willing to forgive her, I was kind of fond of her. Strong and honorable, and I couldn't personally fault her for being a bit reckless. Though a little more warning would have been nice, like any chance at all to actually explain. Then again, if we were enemies, catching us off guard was the correct option. I'd done that to people I was certain were enemies many times. Usually they were wearing obvious markings, though. You know the heroes are from another world, Riala said suddenly. Most of them want to go back. We'd prefer to not deal with them, but we can't send them back. I nodded. They're tied to this world, right? The tomes I'd already read on the curse had that information. I wasn't giving away first-hand knowledge. Yeah. So we were thinking, what if we faked it? If we only needed a certain count, we could just mark some of our people, or random humans. Presumably they abducted those humans. Or they were prisoners of war, which was slightly different. It wasn't yet clear whether getting rid of the heroes would just make it easier for these people to kill their foes, but at least they weren't entirely cruel, which would make it more difficult to handle if they did prefer to be at war for some reason. I assume that didn't work, I said, given there's a new batch of heroes. It really didn't work, Riala grumbled. For one, replicating the curse isn't something just anyone can do. Then there are the semi-mandatory components dragging it down, and I should probably stop there. Until you officially get access to the rest. I nodded. What else could I do but agree? I was disappointed, though. It sounded like she was going to say something important. So do you have any experience with other curses? Not really. Aspect of the Barbarian wasn't actually a curse, even if I had called it a curse when I wasn't happy with it. Aspects were innate. It seems tougher to do than just zapping someone with lightning. Same with tossing a spear through them, Riala agreed. Evija still liked learning magic, and I still liked helping people develop their powers. She needed my help more now because Midnight couldn't be seen talking to people, and because there were limited books with the introductory magic. Again, except for digital copies, we couldn't access right now. I was teaching her an extension of the most basic lightning spell in the book. The first one had created something like static electricity. This one was a real damaging spell, and I could compare it to Shocking Grasp. Except it didn't work via touch. Instead, the lightning was charged on one hand and released when one got near their target. It would then jump to them. It was called Lightning Claw because of how it tended to flow from the fingers. The insulation is a very important part of the spell, I said. Or you just zap yourself, but you have to release it to activate the spell. Evija, of course, could understand the reason for such things. My goal was to make actually doing it easier. You could create double layers if half dissolution is an issue. I demonstrated forming insulated layers on my palms and the rest of my hand, including through my wrist. It's more difficult in some ways, but only on the front end. I had enough experience to modify these basic spells all according to this world's rules, so I wasn't concerned about Riala overhearing, which was good because she was frequently listening. She didn't have quite the same desire to learn everything about magic as Yalith, but she was clearly an expert. The tomes had basic lightning wards I could use to help with training as well. Energy ward would have worked, obviously, but I wanted to look as natural as possible. I hoped my hands weren't too clumsy and my words too weak to appear experienced. At least translation helped my vocal confidence. Evija replicated the method a few times before getting a look on her face. Can I try something? As long as you keep your levels low and only use lightning, I can prevent any major catastrophes, I said. We don't have a lot of spare potions, though. I think this should work, she said. Technically, I'm not changing anything. I'd like to know what you're going to do first, if you can explain it. It was safer that way, but I also knew that it wasn't always possible to explain. This time, though, it wasn't that weird. Okay, so I cast it twice. She held up her hands, currently unmagicked. I could picture an invisible basketball held between her hands. Then the lightning goes between these two. Ah, I get what you mean. It might work, but I definitely wouldn't do it without a target. Why? She asked. Where do you think that electricity is going? Between my hands. And what's protecting them? Well, the insul... Ah. Yeah, I nodded. Best not to rely on the insulation you're weakening. Technically, we didn't remove the protection, otherwise it would just harm the hand to begin with. However, the power weakened to let the lightning flow out. Intentionally releasing a charge towards the hand would be risky. And unlike my native system, magic here didn't have automatic safety features. Instead, casters relied on proper spellcraft. It would be so cool to grab someone and zap them, though, Evija sighed. I think that's just a higher tier spell, I explained. You'd have to create a special node to draw the current, but you could center it between your hands. It's not a bad idea, even. Chapter 4, 141. As far as sorry for nearly killing you apologies went, I thought Riala's option was pretty good. Evija was pretty interested in magic, even if she didn't seem to have any talent. So once she got over the initial hurdle, she seemed to very much appreciate being taught telekinetic magic. I was a bit confused as Evija had actually asked for information on the curse, but maybe Riala realized that wasn't her personal desire. She seemed too insightful for that. But we still had no signs of malicious intent, so we were just going to have to accept things. I had the most official capability with magic, as well as the most actual experience with learned magic, so I spent a lot of time teaching the kids. They were probably past the point where they would be a danger to people around them if they were back on Earth right now, but I couldn't help but want to help people who wanted to learn more. And they all did, even if their subjects of interest were different. I couldn't help Rahman much with his javelin tossing, but I could help him train in melee combat. Malaliel too, but she was more specialized in the sword. The risks were much bigger for her, but as long as I didn't knock him in the head, he would be fine. Obviously, that was with my staff that didn't have energy enchantments. Speaking of enchantments, I was finding that my enchantments needed some refreshing. Obviously, it needed to draw in mana to keep functioning, but that was well covered, especially in this world. No, it just didn't last forever. Hopefully, the research we'd done for the Selmothian embassy and the materials would make things more durable. Plus more practice. Ultimately, most of what Rahman needed was real targets for target practice. He could pretty much hit anything stationary at a significant distance. I could help with telekinetic hand, holding some target and swinging it around. But so could Mita, so their training overlapped there. Even if Mile didn't have a specific talent for such things, he liked telekinesis. I had to admit I very much liked Mage's reach, so a slightly weaker version would certainly have been appealing. Mita was soaking up magic in general, and spatial magic in particular. It was great that we got dimensional smuggling, as it had quite a few interesting things. It wasn't just creating alternative storage that was difficult to detect, but also short-range teleports and various methods to alter spells. None of it was meant for combat, but I could see value in certain range-extending manipulations. Relatedly, Mita did have talent for adding additional twists to spells on the fly. His main weakness was that his level was still low, and thus his maximum mana and his fatigue limit. The teens might not be strictly limited by fatigue limit like the magic I was used to, but I knew it was wise to stick to it so we didn't push it. It would be kind of pointless to use a style with great stability and then just give that up for a bit more power. Graciana had a tome on alchemy now, one of the 10 books Riala copied for us. She wasn't able to practice on the road very much. We were lacking both equipment and ingredients, and she obviously couldn't do much in a wagon during the day. However, she was able to study information we didn't previously have proper access to. She had recognized various things by the road and was constantly jumping out and picking things, then mixing them as well as she could. Her experiments only caused trouble for herself. Malaliel was worried, but Graciana explained that she was more resistant to side effects of such things. Something to do with her secondary affinity, apparently. She had learned to make a simple elixir that helped purge anything problematic. So that was nice. She also learned a bit of magic, like the local version storage, so she could hold fragile elixirs somewhere people couldn't break them. Everyone could benefit from storage and similar magic, actually. Rahman was still going through the basics, but at some point he could keep some javelins there for emergencies. And he was also learning to recall his weapons. It was a battle between telekinesis and simple teleportation. The latter was more mana-intensive but faster. It didn't really work if someone had grabbed the javelin, though. Then again, his telekinesis wouldn't be strong enough to wrestle something out of another person's grip for a long time, if he ever got to that rank of magic. Ayat was practicing some techniques from dimensional smuggling that would let her disappear anything she snagged in combat. Generally, she had to completely remove something to toss it into storage. so she couldn't just grab a belt and make it disappear. Then again, a weirdly loose belt could be worse than none at all. She did some experiments involving messing with bootlaces, but even with her fast hands boost, it was far too obvious and inefficient for her to bend so low. The exception being if someone tried to kick her. Very situational. At some point I was going to try to teach her Mage's reach. Telekinetic hand didn't use her own dexterity, but Mage's reach worked based off of the user's capabilities. If she could keep the spell unnoticed, she could grab a lot of things. Undoing buckles on armor, or messing with belts, or snagging elixirs or material components. Not that they used many material components in this world, all were valuable. On Earth, she might be able to swap safeties on guns or eject magazines, though people were generally aware of things happening around their hands. It was supernatural, though, so she might still manage it. Everyone was learning nicely, but they were still at the point I could just beat them up with a stick. I had 2 years of active power brigade work under my belt, so even if they had some basic magic, it didn't matter. Though I might not always win without my perception for magic. Riala looked defenseless as she slept. I wondered if that was true. It was possible she simply trusted us, but the alternative was that she put on an exaggerated performance with her snoring. She probably wasn't actually defenseless because she slept in her enchanted clothing and the tent seemed to have some wards. She would probably notice if I cast a spell big enough to smash through that. Maybe not meteor swarm from a distance, though, or not fast enough, but we weren't killing her. Malaliel and Inacia were still convinced she was legit. I thought so too, but they were the ones that would be harder to convince. What do you think her goal is? I asked. Midnight had a theory. She might just be having fun shirking her real responsibilities, whatever they are. She doesn't seem super responsible. I can't tell if she knows, though. Obviously, our discussion was taking place on the far side of the camp. Even if she had good hearing, I would notice if she supernaturally enhanced it somehow, so we were quite safe. Plus, she'd also have to have some form of translation, and I didn't think that was among her active spells. It was obviously somewhat risky to speak another language, but that would just arouse suspicion compared to her certainly overhearing things we didn't want her to. Malaliel shook her head. What didn't she agree with? She's not irresponsible. I do believe she's natively the carefree sort, but she's serious about bringing us along to fulfill her promise. The only question is what else she wants to do. She looked at me. She might believe you have an actual chance of helping resolve the curse in some manner, to counter the heroes. Should I? That was a question that we absolutely needed to answer. I know we've only interacted with 2 out of 7 countries, but I'm definitely leaning towards the locals here. You should do whatever allows us to safely return our people to New Bay. Malaliel paused, within reason. Worst case, we just have to kill the Demon King, I said, except, we don't actually know if the curse would let them go after that. Together we'd gone over the volumes we had. There was a lot of information, including various observations over the many times the 6 had summoned heroes. Apparently, the early policy had been to kill all of them, but that just made the cycles come more frequently, and heroes were frequently trouble with a relatively short amount of training. Midnight tilted his head. I feel like that's not true this cycle. Given what we've seen, the ones out there aren't bad, of course, but they're not liable to be a significant military force in the near future. Maybe it's a gambling game until top-end talents appear, Inacia suggested, which would be why those of the many-colored skin started drawing things out. She gestured to me. If advanced talent means relatively quickly learning up to the same level as your advanced mastery, that's worrying but not world-shaping. But if they could easily learn things like Gate and Meteor Swarm... She shook her head. Had she actually seen Meteor Swarm? I was pretty sure she hadn't, though I had described it accurately enough for her to get a good impression. They'd be more effective, Midnight added, if the 6 all acted simultaneously, instead of competing for prestige. How do they still exist? I asked. I mean, if the Demon King is so strong, why not wipe them out? Unless they're only sending the heroes as sacrificial forces and conserving their own power. At some point they'd lose their best people due to age and be weak enough to target, though. They're probably strong enough to survive together, Malaliel said. The population here isn't particularly high, as you can see. She gestured broadly at the surroundings. We hadn't seen a city since the border fort, and it had been days. A well-populated country would have cities along every main road, appearing every day or half a day. I doubt one man can take down a country. Could crush their main castle, though. I could, specifically. I could position with teleport, maybe fly also. Meteor swarm a couple times, teleport out. Zuresh's castle would be, not quite rubble, but the important bits would be ruined. I didn't have the area to destroy the whole castle, even with multiple castings. Though that might just provoke them into actually attacking. Or, Inacia said, he doesn't want to. Malaliel raised an eyebrow. You're already thinking it, aren't you? They seem decent. Maybe I'm not quite right, but surely the king has better things to do than topple castles. This place seems dangerous enough. We haven't even run into any monsters, though, I said. Some might say that calling out things like that was bad luck, but they would be wrong, because I wanted to see monsters. So either we avoided threats, which people would prefer, or I got to fight monsters. There really wasn't a bad luck in that situation. Anyway, the next day we got monsters, and also a city. Damn, Riala said, Shimmer City is under attack. Forces drawn from afar. I repeated the name. I wasn't sure how the language packed so much information into it. It seemed like picking any random name would include meanings you didn't intend. It must be difficult to learn. I scanned the horizon. I don't really see anything. Look higher, she pointed. Ah, I'd thought those were distant birds, but it turned out they were very distant birds. Or some sort of winged flying creature. I couldn't see them that well, but they didn't quite fit birds. Riala turned around, spotting more approaching from vaguely our direction. Why don't you handle those? She gestured. I'll head towards the city itself. And don't worry, Shimmer City will absolutely pay for your services. She didn't even wait for a response, instead instantly shooting forward. All of a sudden, spears were floating around her as she almost flew towards the city. She basically performed large hops that seemed to be aided by telekinetic magic. Not something like spatial step. Well, maybe her talent didn't lie in that direction. This is good for us, I commented. We can shoot them down. Unfortunately, we probably still shouldn't have Malaliel and Inacia flying about. They might see that from the walls of the city. As for the guns, maybe Riala thought they were weird wands or something, or perhaps she was ignoring them on purpose. I still found it hard to believe how long she'd held off while getting peppered by them. It was hard to believe she was conscious today, let alone shortly after that. Once we spread the words, we had mixed reactions. Finally, Rahman said, something I'm good for. Well, that depended on if he could hit something flying, but I'd give him the benefit of the doubt. Graciana was less pleased. After all, she couldn't toss her acid vials far and wasn't enthusiastic about using them on things with flesh. Mita just wasn't much of a fighter to begin with, and nothing had changed about that, even if he knew a basic lightning spell or two. Ayat looked up into the sky. I don't know if I can reach those. I can help with that, I said. Midnight and I were preparing people with stone skin and such. We didn't want any deaths here, not among the teens, nor among the extra agents. I'll cast Fly on you. I'd appreciate you keeping close to the ground, though. Try to stay among the trees so you have something to perform footwork on. She had about a minute to practice flying before the knot birds got close. She made the decision to mostly stick to the ground, though she could leap around in trees if necessary. The creatures were brightly colored, but they didn't really have feathers, or at least not the sort birds had. A more detailed analysis could be done after combat. At the moment, they were trying to kill us with wind magic, I warned. I didn't know much more than that immediately, and it turned out they were doing various different things. The flying creatures had triangular-shaped heads with long beaks and wide wings that were more bat-like than something a bird would have. Those very wings were turned upon us, some releasing slashing gusts of wind and others stirring up the skies in different fashions. Certain birds flew swiftly, while others created some sort of blurry barrier. I wasn't sure what the latter was until Rahman tossed a javelin and it was blown wildly off target. Something like wind wall, then. How unfortunate for him. But he swiftly recovered, pulling another javelin and trying to find a different target. I didn't know if he could actually sense where the wind wall was because of magic, or if he could vaguely pick it out with his eyes or other senses. The slashing gusts were only barely visible, but fortunately people were protected with stone skin. Extra agents returned fire, and the gusting winds didn't have much effect on their shots. They still had physical components, but the stunning energy was fast enough that they weren't terribly hampered. Though clearly there was some effect, or the flying creatures were durable, as they took more than a few hits to bring down. Once one did fall, though, well, they weren't very graceful as they face-planted into the ground. A few dove towards the easiest targets, the smaller individuals, which were mostly the teens. That was what I had been waiting for, and I used chain lightning to take out some of the foolish individuals from the flock. Or whatever you called a group of these things. Guns were good. Flying creatures were generally more vulnerable because they didn't expect things to be able to reach them. It appeared these were a bit more durable, perhaps because ranged magic had always been a thing. Obviously bows existed too, but wind wall generally helped with that. Everyone got to fight some, whether they really wanted to or not. Graciana did deploy some sort of poison held inside a primitive clay blob that was probably less damaging than her acid vials. But the results were more tolerable, less melting flesh and all that. The flying creature really didn't like the results, and Graciana smacked it with a club she held. We didn't leave anyone unarmed, even if they theoretically had other attack options. Mita hit one right in the eye with a bit of lightning. A very small bit, and he might not have been aiming there as he frantically tried to get out of the way, but it still counted. The creature reeled in pain, and Raman took it out with a javelin. A bit of blood was far less concerning than melted faces. It wasn't long before the last of them were flying off. We took down a few, but since they weren't heading for the city, we didn't see any reason to try to chase them down. Speaking of the city, "We'll stay with the horses," Malaliel said, referencing herself, Inashia, and a couple others. "You go on ahead." It was a good thing we'd had time to plan our assault. The horses had also been attacked, and while they had been brave enough not to bolt, I had to praise the knights for their training. They really did need the stone skin I'd provided. We obviously did our best to protect them, but there had been many attackers. Malaliel's implication was that they would try to make the corpses more presentable. Maybe a bit of flaming sword here and there, and more visible wounds than the stun weapons would provide. They were also less capable of attacking more of the creatures, even if we did get to the city. By the time we arrive at Shimmer City, Riala was flying over the city walls, hurling her spears into enemies. I wasn't sure why she couldn't do that from the ground, but maybe she had an easier time keeping the spears around her. A shorter path for her attacks was probably good. Sadly, most of the enemies were dead. I only got a couple very normal lightning spells off. Spells I knew how to properly do in the local system, so that the various guards wouldn't notice anything was off. And Raman took down a couple as I advised him on where the wind walls were, or took down the ones maintaining them. I got enough experience to reach level 46, which was nice. After a few real battles, it wasn't that surprising. Real stakes always brought more experience, with things trying to kill me and me killing them. Maybe someday I would turn into someone else's experience, but I would do my best not to. Chapter 4, 142. The atmosphere of Shimmer City calmed down pretty quickly for having just weathered a monster attack. I was reminded of New Bay to some extent, but they hadn't even finished cleaning up yet, and it felt slightly unnatural. Same as the way they welcomed us into the city, but we had just helped kill some of the swarming flying things. Snatchers, they appeared to call them. Unfortunately, translation didn't let me know the name for things I didn't know another word for. It was especially tough with the local language where they just named things differently. Just like disembowelers, snatchers had a normal animal name attached if I just thought about the sounds. "Nice lightning," Riala said as we caught up to her. She had been waiting inside the walls after having flown over them. There were probably at least a couple dozen snatchers that had holes that matched her spears, though there could be even more that ended up out of sight. I shrugged. "You've seen it before." Still, though, you could be in the top 10 lightning casters in the whole country. That was concerning. Obviously, I didn't expect to be the best, but with 12 upgrades, there were so many people who could match me in lightning specifically. If people were generally specialized in energy magic, I would expect it to be more common. If we considered possible other energy types, then I could extrapolate 50 or so powerful magic users. Perhaps it wasn't unreasonable for a country that seemed to frequently be at war, but it felt like a lot. Then again, I wasn't fully aware of the number of mages in Grautan. Ethers certainly didn't match them, but maybe they'd match up to a magically powerful country from my old world. Then again, mana here was pretty intense. Training would be easier, so it wouldn't be unreasonable for them to be stronger. And if affinities actually did something, a sufficient population size should also nearly guarantee something similar. Riala leaned towards me. What are you thinking about? Magic. The actual details were suspicious. Why did they have magic that was so efficient here with the level of mana I'd seen? It wasn't just Idura Zuresh had been the same. The rest of the 6 were probably similar because I hadn't gotten the sense that Zuresh was exceptional. Riala laughed. Well, what else would I expect? The libraries in the capital have quite a lot to offer. I'm sure you'll love them. That would be great, I said, though depending on how things worked, I might not get to see much of them. We had to solve the problem of the curse first. If our disguises survived that, I might then delve into whatever else they had. Sticking around after we no longer needed to be here seemed a bit much, especially since I could be content with what I'd already gained. Yalith had been shockingly casual with handing out information. I wondered if that was a security flaw, or maybe they just assumed their wards were infallible. I looked upon the smiling face of Riala. She seemed genuine, but she also had a concerning level of insight sometimes. It was quite possible that we'd already given away too much. It was a good thing we got paid for helping with the assault, because our funds were running thin. We'd had to buy all sorts of things to try to blend in with the locals, and we hadn't been able to pop back to Earth for food supplies since we were traveling with Riala. Even if we did, the food itself would be suspicious, so we were doing our best to eat locally. Graciana was pretty bad at cooking. It was a surprise not because she was a woman, but because of her alchemical affinity. Apparently, mixing things together wasn't a skill that translated for her. Relatedly, Rahman was surprisingly good at cooking. I didn't expect a jock to know his way around a kitchen, or various cutting implements next to a campfire. He helped make various stews, but nothing with noodles. Shimmer City was weird. It was difficult to say why it was weird, except that it was a fortress on wide-open plains. Why would anyone bother assaulting this place when they could just go around? For that matter, Fort Sayre wasn't all that well placed, though it might not have been trying to cover everything. Shimmer City was supposed to stop people from reaching the Heartland. Probably. Forces drawn from afar. Maybe they could teleport things? You want to teleport? Riala asked when I was making idle speculation about the name to Midnight and Inacia. I hadn't realized she was standing close enough to hear. It was a good thing I hadn't been talking to just Midnight. We could do that. Though, with your wagons, it would probably take just as long waiting around here as to go over land. They've got a tight schedule, and not just anyone can skip ahead. I kept my face as free of suspicion as possible. I was pretty sure she was one of those people, and it might even be possible for her to get 2 wagons full of people on an accelerated timeline. That's neat, I said. I'd kind of like to see them, but if it's faster to just continue on foot, it's better. Cheaper too, I bet. You'd be right about that, Riala nodded. They'll charge you both horns. I had to assume that was similar to an arm and a leg. It was unlikely they were actually charging horns, it just meant it was pricey. I reached up towards my head. I need these, so I guess foot it is. Yeah, we could go see the circles first, though. Sounds neat. Can we bring Mita too? He's learning spatial magic. If she was hesitant, I'd just ditch him. I needed to see these. Would they be something similar to what Extra had, drawing in teleportation? No, probably not. Otherwise humans could use that against the city. It would have to be exclusive somehow. Sure thing, Riala said. You're pretty fond of the kid, huh? Even giving him a strange nickname. So she noticed. I wasn't going to admit that I was probably just wrong about his name. Mita was fine, but his initial attitude hadn't really given me much confidence in him. Maybe he'd earn it later, like Graciana. Even if she'd just been guessing about the curse, sometimes randomly correct ideas were what you needed from people. If nothing else, some people could inspire the right line of thought by not being too timid to bring up ideas without strong reasoning. Intuition was a very real thing. Sometimes people knew more than they could say they knew. Riala and I grabbed Mita and also Evija because she likes magic stuff. Honestly, that was a great reason. I just hoped her gear wouldn't be closely inspected as we approached the teleportation building. They sure had a lot of guards. I saw at least a dozen in the short trip through the front door and down a hallway. And then there were more inside the central chamber, but nobody stopped us. The only thing we got was a guard captain of some sort greeting Riala. Madam Riala. There was that word again. I should have listened for it more. I was still betting it was something like Ye of Impaling Enemies or something. A very specific title? Sure, but the people here seemed like they'd be into that. Every good country should have a head impaler. Doubly so if they were demons, though it seemed these people here just shared visuals. I wasn't an expert on fiends, but they should feel different. And the angels were experts and seemed to think they were fine. I could understand their leaders slipping by, but every random civilian. Well, common soldiers, really. We'd barely encountered anyone that could actually be called a civilian, except maybe some of the book thieves. The whole room was a big teleportation nexus. It didn't have separate alcoves like Extra, where they expected people going in and out frequently. In fact, while we were observing, only one group came and went in each direction, filling up a large part of a big circle in the center of the room. But I was certain the circle wasn't the strict limit of the facility's teleportation capabilities. Relatedly, I'd also snuck Midnight in. He needed to observe teleportation stuff too. He could compare it to how well Selmothians did. It certainly seemed less convenient, but it might have its own upsides. The walls were engraved with various materials. I couldn't say what they all did, but I knew enchantments held better on certain materials. The Selmothians were using proprietary high-tech materials for their embassy. The construction was probably being held up by our absence, but there were probably an infinite number of options that could still be effective to some extent. I hoped Midnight recorded as much as he could, though some of what we encountered couldn't be picked up by any standard recording equipment. Magical signatures were something we would have to remember for the moment, though I was sure someone like Wilhelmina could have found a way to record them. Maybe I should find an excuse to contact her again. I wondered if I wasn't supposed to show her Ignis so that she could pretend she didn't know what happened there. This is amazing, I said honestly. I only understood a tiny portion, but I knew that I couldn't teleport here, in or out, without something special. I didn't even think about the consequences of the latter until a different time. My focus more on learning what I could. These pillars stabilize things maybe. I wasn't supposed to know how these worked, and Riala had brought me here to fill my curiosity. Look at these runes, Mita said, kneeling down just outside of the circle. They're so intricate. It must have taken forever to make this place. Not all that long, really, Riala said. A good crew of skilled craftsmen can make something like this in a decade. That was a long time. I couldn't complain too much about how long people got to live when I was still young, though. Reviewing the whole place in a couple hours would be impossible. Riala seemed to be getting bored, and we had at least taken recordings of everything with Midnight's tech, like we were spies, which might technically be what we were, though not sent by anyone the people here expected. We didn't stay long in Shimmer City, but I noticed something interesting as we left. I could finally place my finger on the weird feeling once it was gone. Something had been drawing us towards it. But once we were beyond that feeling focused on another destination, the capital, or a decoy. Maybe the capital was a decoy. Magic like this. Would it be to protect civilians? Cities with important infrastructure? Would people who were less magically sensitive be able to detect it or resist it? I could probably do it, now that I knew. But we were also following Riala to our destination, so it didn't really matter. She was either going to the decoy or she wasn't. The woman couldn't sit still. Seriously, when she wasn't striding back and forth along the lengths of our wagons, she was sitting in one messing around with telekinesis, grabbing random rocks or her spears or whatever she felt like. Though she did seem to leave other people's stuff alone for the most part, unless she was teasing them. Or training them. "Come on, Raman," she said. "I'm barely holding it. You can snag it back." One of his javelins was way up in the air. It wouldn't really be an issue of power for him there, but of distance. I thought he'd get upset about the situation, but he actually took it pretty well. He did cheat a little by climbing as high as he could on a wagon and jumping to extend his reach, but I couldn't fault creative problem-solving. At least he pushed his actual grabbing range a little. People were growing fast with proper instruction available. It made me wonder whether Zuresh had been rushing things by sending us out after a few days, or if the combat was really important and people would have gone back to more instructive lessons. I learned a couple neat things with Mita during the days at the castle, but they were really thin on details. There had also been no way to study without the assigned masters around. My best indication of level growth for the teens was their mana levels improving. It didn't seem this local world had a concept of strict mana points, but I could go with how my world worked. It seemed people had gone from level 0 to level 4 or 5 now. It wasn't amazing, but the growth was quite observable. And they were getting more efficient, so even if they only had half again as much mana as at level 0, they could do 2 or 3 times as many spells or other moves in the same period. Then mana would recover quickly and they could start again. Usually they engaged in physical tasks in between, though of course on the road sometimes they were just sitting in the wagon. I wondered how they would compare to Jerome. Obviously he was more advanced than them at this current moment. He'd been learning for a couple years instead of a couple weeks, but he might not have any special talent, aside from the ability to work hard once anyone believed he could be intelligent. Maybe it would be good to introduce them once we got back to Earth. Jerome could use more friends, and they could use someone closer to their age with experience. Even Raman wasn't as bad as he'd seemed right when we arrived, his negative reactions understandable due to the stress of being abducted to another world. As we continued on, I spent a lot of time staring at the sky. Sometimes I saw birds, sometimes I saw things that weren't birds, like more snatchers. But it was a small group of flyers, and Riala said they weren't a concern like that. Then I saw something else, a tiny little thing fluttering about. No, wait, I'd been through this before. I waited for Riala to be heading towards the back, then grabbed a pair of binoculars for just a moment. Yeah, that wasn't something small up close, it was something huge far away. "Hey, Riala," I said, "I think I see a dragon." She vaulted over the wagon, landing next to me as she hovered. "Where?" I pointed. "What kind?" "I don't know. Red? Burning calamity? Boiling blood?" I didn't know. She shook her head. "I just hope it's not a sour of chaos." "What's that last one?" I asked. "It's fine. They're incredibly rare, and they aren't really red. It's more of a..." She thought for a moment as she looked off into the distance. "A point in space where your eyes blot out what you saw?" I asked. "Yeah, that. You've seen one before, then?" "No." Riala sighed. "Damn it." "How bad are they?" I asked. "They can easily topple a village. Cities can withstand them with minimal casualties usually." I wondered how many minimal was, but it probably didn't matter. I'd seen how many guards were on Shimmer City's walls and how they fought the Snatchers. They had been swarmed, but still stood strong. It seemed that one of these dragons was a greater risk, which wasn't a surprise. Riala gave me a look, like she was pondering something. Then she shook her head. "I'm going to have to go take it down." "Alone?" "Can you fly?" "No wings," I gestured. Even that might have been too much. "What sort of danger does it pose? Elemental? Claws?" "Indeed." "What kind of elements?" "Any or all of them." Ugh, I had no idea how to make either energy ward or stone skin look like normal casting. "Can't we just hit it from the ground?" "Do you have a range of a half-mile?" "With meteor swarm?" "Yeah." I didn't have any lightning spells that would go that far, though. I was pretty sure the tomes I had were lacking in that department, too. "It's not that high yet, is it? I could start with a lightning bolt." "It won't be that effective anyway," Riala pointed out. "It's resistant to every element." "Sounds like cheating," I said. What else could I do? I might get Ignis to fly up there in wind form, but Riala really needed defensive enchantments. If she died, we wouldn't get anything she had promised. Also, I kind of liked her. Getting her to not try to take down the dragon didn't seem like a viable option. It was a shame we couldn't just sick our angels on it. If we did, we might as well just cast fly on other people. Chapter 4, 143. I need to know more about the dragon, I said. We had a couple plans for what we could do to aid Riala, but we might need more. It would be a shame if she died. Is it resistant to only elements, or magic in general? The pink-skinned woman was clearly eager to be going after the creature. She wasn't going to tolerate much questioning. Highly resistant to elements, somewhat resistant to general magic. Of course, I said. I was already reaching into my pockets, ignoring the fact that I hadn't gotten all of them properly in the right spot with disguise. Riala probably already knew too much, but I didn't even like hiding things. In case it tries to chomp you, I can provide some stone skin. Over the course of my time in this world, I had learned at least the basics of magic. Targeting and area were common between different disciplines. I could manage the hand signs for such with a single hand, and by adding verbal components, I could approximate almost a quarter of what stone skin needed to be. That wasn't great, but I think Riala was more focused on the plastic baggie I had pulled out. What's that? A special component pouch made out of organic compounds. That was all true. I poured the stuff into my hand and distracted her by sprinkling the powder on her as I did my magic. It came to mind that directly rubbing the material onto the skin might actually be better somehow. A sort of ceremonial component. Would that matter? Mostly the spell just ate the components and applied the effect to a person. That was why I wasn't concerned about getting it into her hair. Riala let me do my spell without resisting, thankfully. The material inside is granite and… I didn't know how to say diamonds without saying diamonds. Not in this language. Mineral dust. Saying diamonds would potentially lead to questions like, aren't diamonds expensive, and why do you have a jacket full of diamond dust? Even if the answer was basically the same one, these ones aren't, and that's why I have so much. We can't help much beyond this, I said, but we'll do what we can. Inashia was the next most proficient at magic after Midnight and myself, though that was almost by default. Malaliel's innate magic wasn't really helpful here, and everyone else had no prior experience. That included Evija, of course. She offered what she could. I might be able to blind it with darkness magic. Speaking of blinding, I needed to get better at light magic. I'll try to open up with a bolt of lightning, I added. If it was resistant to all elements, might as well do that one. Assuming that won't scare it off. Riala shook her head. Just expect it to fly high and bombard anyone attacking it. Most of you should seek out cover. We can help. The call came from Graciana, though the rest of the teens were with her, despite Malaliel's clear annoyance. Graciana held out a small leather pouch. Take this. I hefted the pouch. I didn't open it, but I could feel some sort of loose material inside. And do what with it? Mita had the answer for that. Cast gift. You know those modifications we talked about? Feed that to the dragon. I made a face. The spell really isn't good at transporting anything dangerous. It should only work for food if you're using it like that. And that's pretty debatable. It is food, Graciana protested. Dragons probably eat leather all the time, and inside is also food. Flour? I tilted my head. Concentrated chili powder, she said. I made it myself. That was food to me, but would it be food to a dragon? I supposed it was worth trying. I want to hit it with a javelin, Raman said. I shook my head. If it gets close, you can do that. Aim for a wing. But hope it doesn't approach your group. I turned towards Ayat. And you? She shrugged. I just wanted to participate. Even if I could fly, I doubt I could do much except draw it away. Keep that in mind in case it's necessary. Riala wasn't willing to wait any longer to intercept the dragon. Fortunately, it seemed to be flying along the road for some reason. Was it drawn in by the enchantments like people on the ground? That would imply it was weak to mental magic, or maybe it was just looking for prey out in the open. Most people remained with the wagons, turning off the road to hide under some trees. Midnight would be there for magic support as necessary. Keeping the horses calm might be troublesome, but at least the extra agents would be there to protect the teens. Malaliel too. If it came close, she would fly up to cut it down, regardless of what that would give away. I knew spatial step, and with only a little bit of cheating, I cast it on myself, Inacia, and Riala. The dragon was moving at a leisurely pace towards us, but we wanted to catch it further from our group if possible. Just hiding would have probably been the best option, but Riala wasn't going to let it go, and I wanted to fight another dragon. It was hard to look at. That became more and more apparent as it got closer. It wasn't really red so much as an impression left behind on your retina that was something no longer there. Riala had said something about a sour of chaos. Too bad we couldn't have just dealt with a burning calamity. I was so good at protecting against fire. Even weird fire. Spatial step was still a weird way to walk, though it felt most normal on a regular road. It was more like being on fast forward there instead of more varied terrain where it was very clear I was skipping segments. Soon we were near the dragon. If they could resist elemental magic, I really needed to do the best I could. Within reason, my fatigue limit was 25.5. I'd only ever done a couple spells near my limits when they were slightly less, but they were difficult to control. With the magic I was using, it was better to settle for something near the normal limits of advanced energy magic. That would be 13. But that was too low. I pushed closer to 18 to account for magic resistance. I hoped Riala had durable eardrums because the sound was ear-shatteringly loud. Fortunately, I was protected, and Inacia should be to some extent. Then again, it might balance out for her because of her werewolfness, which would sadly not help against the dragon. She at least completed her spell first, darkness settling around the dragon's head. Probably. My lightning spell basically doubled as a flashbang, and I just barely saw it go straight through the dragon. If I was asked if that was a good thing, it was not. Probably for the best I hadn't put even more mana into it. The dragon didn't fall. Why would it? After all, my lightning went through it, not into it. It continued flying without a care in the world, as if it hadn't been touched, which might be the case. Though it was a bit angrier. Or hungrier. Hard to say, as the roar it made didn't seem like words. I wasn't even sure if local dragons were sapient. I could feel the mana it was gathering. Riala was already rising up into the air. The dragon was going to strike with lightning as well. I wasn't sure about the target, but I could tell it would originate from the dragon. There wasn't anything to do but perform an inverse energy ward. Another reason I was glad I hadn't quite maximized my previous magic. Or it would made me a bit less stable. There wasn't a strict limit to the mana I used in sequential spells, unlike the individual fatigue limit, but if I was pushing beyond my limits, I did feel it. Inacia was the target. She was smart enough to have already been splitting off to the side anyway, her first spell complete. Lightning dropped from the skies, but not nearly as much as there would have been without. Riala's opening assault with her telekinetic spears aimed at the wings, even as the dragon was pulling higher. It was difficult to look at, but either she successfully damaged its wings or managed to provoke it. Either way, it stopped rising at least for the moment. The dragon roared again, opening its maw wide. The magic it was using now was less familiar. I couldn't resolve it to an element or anything familiar. Maybe a mix of energy types, a few hand signs and a half-finished chant, and my next spell was Gift. Because as unlikely as it was to work, I had to try the kid's plan before the dragon was out of range. I tried to focus on the fact that the Sour of Chaos had no hands. Thus, it would hold things in its mouth. That was where gifts of food should go. And it worked. Out of the black blob that was Inacia's darkness, spell still sticking to the creature for the moment, came a bunch of powder. The bag must have both arrived and been punctured. The dragon let out a single cough, but its mana flow was disrupted for that moment. Riala didn't let up for even a moment, flying even closer, presumably to improve her control or power, as her spears stabbed at the creature. I heard the sound of spears clashing on scales, and I could see bits of blood raining from the sky. I was preparing more magic, but I had to stop myself when Riala and the dragon overlapped in space. I could easily hit her with offensive magic. As far as I could tell, they were a blur of teeth, claws, and spears. The fight didn't last long after that. The whole mass of clashing energy fell towards the ground. Inacia leapt upwards as I tossed out what I had, Mage's Reach. I could actually see the dragon now. It had spears sticking through its eyes and out of the roof of its mouth from the inside. That was the only thing keeping Riala intact, as razor-sharp fangs threatened to bisect her. That, her armor and stone skin. The dying dragon's jaws clamped down strongly. As I tried to pry open the mouth with two floating hands, Inacia managed to wrestle Riala out without causing too much more damage. Then the two of them crashed through the canopy of a tree. But it was far better than impacting the ground with the dragon's jaws around Riala. The dragon twitched. I had about half of my maximum complement of mana gathered, twisting it into a sleep spell. I had no idea if the dragon was actually vulnerable to such magic, or if it was already basically dead, but it stopped moving. Its horrible visual effect had faded, and there was blood everywhere. I took hold of my staff and swung it at the end of one of the spears, driving it deeper into the eye socket. Compared to the size of the creature, I barely moved the spear, but it didn't react. "Hey, you all right?" I called towards Inacia. She groaned, which meant she was totally fine. Meanwhile, I was improvising a divination spell to tell if the dragon was still alive. I managed to do that, and the answer was, barely. And fading fast, I watched carefully until I was sure it was dead. It was very fortunate that Riala was unconscious. Malaliel rushed over after seeing the dragon fall from the skies. She had a bit of healing magic, and combined with a healing potion we found on her, she at least stopped bleeding. Inacia had ripped her out of the dragon's jaws somewhat inelegantly, so there were still a few teeth in her guts. Or shards of teeth, some of which were up to a foot long. "Wow," I said, "she's so reckless." The two angels gave me a look. I didn't know why. They probably shouldn't even know about half the times I almost died working for the power brigade. Riala woke up half an hour later, as people were working on unstabbing her from the various teeth. She waved us off and alternated between telekinetically yanking them out and stitching up her own belly. Though she did ask for help on her back where she couldn't see. The women helped with that. I could vaguely hear what was going on, but they'd had to take off Riala's armor, so she was presumably immodest at the moment. "I have some poultices," Graciana said. "They can help with the scarring. Or at least minimize new scars. I can't match the actual potency of your potions, though." "I wouldn't expect you to," Riala replied. "Don't worry about it. Or the scars." She grunted. "Glad we got the dragon." "You almost didn't," Malaliel chastised her. "How could you be so reckless? I'm certain you could fight better than that." "Not against something like that. I had to go for the kill right away. Guarantee bringing it down." You truly care for the people," Malaliel commented. She would know the truth, of course. Rahman was comparing his javelins to the spears and wounds on the dragon. He shook his head. "I couldn't have hurt this thing, huh?" "Not without magic weapons and far more training," I agreed. Midnight climbed onto my shoulder. Riala was distracted, so he took the opportunity to contribute to the conversation. "I would have cast Enhance, of course, but it would have only improved your strength to a certain point." Relatedly, all of Riala's spears were definitely enchanted, and some of them were broken. Hopefully dead dragons were valuable. When Riala was finally done, she couldn't even sit up straight, despite her stubbornness to make the attempt. She also had splints on one wrist and a thigh, though that damage was from the fall. I was glad I'd at least contributed stone skin. If we'd been so worried about our cover that we let a steadfast battle companion die, we wouldn't be great people. Though it was also difficult to justify risking the lives of the teens, which every strange detail might do. That was all that I could really say upon seeing the capital. So far, most of the terrain had been pleasant, but it came to mind that we might have chanced upon the tamest approach into Idura. The dragon sure wouldn't have mattered if it was going this way. Obviously, Riala had been concerned about it flying off to random villages, not the capital. After all, I was certain that the volcano fortress could handle a simple flying guy, especially since I could feel one of their spellcasters already. We could barely see the top half of the volcano, concentric walls seemingly going all the way around, making up a multi-tiered city. At the top was an impressive castle with grand towers. And someone strong. So strong I almost suggested we just leave. Riala chuckled, then groaned as she strained her side. It's fun to watch people who have never seen the capital before. Eyes focused on grandeur was an appropriate name for the city. Also, the casual way we'd previously talked about the capital hadn't had its name mixed in. I was getting used to the sense of layered sounds as I spoke this language more. I wasn't sure it was possible to speak without magic. I couldn't sense any from the locals, but maybe it was small, or maybe their vocal cords were special. The capital had been slowly revealing itself since that morning. In the end, it took us several days to reach where the walls began, climbing the slope of the mountain. Without the roads, it likely wouldn't have been possible with wagons, or even off-road vehicles. And I wasn't even counting the lava pools. I was pretty sure even active volcanoes didn't have random lava pools around. I also kind of understood why the humans thought the residents here were demons. It kind of looked like hell. At least until we entered the city. Inside it was nice, really nice. Was there a lot of black stone? Absolutely. Some of it was certainly obsidian or directly carved from the surroundings, but there was also white marble mixed into the other stone. Not in the walls, though. They were almost entirely without ornamentation, except for spikes that would make it more difficult to climb them. Not all the walls were precisely the same. We passed through several layers. Riala led us into the city without trouble. We passed layer after layer until finally reaching the second one. I was glad we stopped there, because I wasn't sure I wanted to get any closer to the king. It had to be him, right? He didn't feel any weaker from up close. It honestly didn't matter if there was some sort of enchantment advertising his presence or if that was all natural. He was absolutely strong. Would anyone from Earth be able to match him alone? Dr. Doomsday might, but probably not in a direct fight. Though ultimately my thoughts were pointless, as it would depend heavily on the matchup. It was obvious Riala was important. It had been from the beginning. But getting us into nearly the highest section of the city and being given rooms there didn't even take her any effort. They barely even inspected us. I would say it was a glaring security hole in the city, but maybe it didn't matter. I didn't see the library we were supposed to visit until Riala pointed it out. It didn't look that impressive, but that was only because it intentionally melded into the surrounding buildings. Inside was another matter. The entire city was warded, but the library was perhaps even more so. I was kind of nervous to step inside in case it disintegrated non-locals, but Riala handed us entry tokens. Specifically myself, the two angels, and Evija. Midnight would have to remain outside, though I did notice how Riala had looked at him. All we needed was a way to undo the curse. Then we could leave. I was pretty sure the wards wouldn't stop us from teleporting out. Well, the city guards probably wouldn't stop us from just walking out, and by the time they even noticed the gate spell, we would be through. Though that would only solve the problem for the teens. Preferably, we would save everyone from Earth that was still alive. As for those that had already perished, if we could at least confirm their deaths or easily retrieve the remains for family, we would. But I wasn't holding out much hope for the latter. Chapter 4, 144. After we obtained access to the final volumes of the Six and their heroic curses, the next day was a blur of information. Midnight and I were the ones most qualified, as we had been trained to perform magic, but honestly it was beyond our skill level. The two angels had some insights about curses that were helpful, but it wasn't enough. I sighed as I looked at some of our notes. Normally, I would say I was confident in casting any spell. I have the free points to learn anything, and more than enough fatigue limit. But I slumped on one of the desks in the guest house we were staying in. I'm not strong enough for this. Midnight comforted me. It was nice, even if he didn't fully believe it. We almost have it. We just need 6 people with the ability to use magic at a proficient level. I'm sure we can find who we need. The number being 6 was of course significant. It seemed to be of magical significance in this world. Whether it was always that way or became that way after a long period of practice was irrelevant. It was sufficient to say that right now it was a rule. We can't just grab random people, I said. The less skilled someone is, the more they would drag this down. Of the people we know, maybe Sierra and Jerome might be close, if I could hold up the top end of things. That wasn't true. I was lying to myself. There was no way they would be sufficient, even if Sira was greatly skilled in one area and Jerome was an excellent learner in a wide variety of fields. Not that I'd bring them here regardless. I didn't just mean Idura, the capital. I meant this world. Jerome was still very much a teenager, younger than the other four, but he was now 15 years old. Sira wasn't much younger than me, but I didn't want to risk ruining her life any more than my apprentice. And even if I suspected they would resist any weirdness because they already had magic, not being able to guarantee it meant the option wouldn't even be considered. Malaliel knew when to offer comfort, but she was also a practical-minded sort. The two of us wouldn't be sufficient either. Our innate magic will leave us lacking in this department, even if we can weaken the curse. Evija wasn't even being considered, because with no insult to her, she'd probably need a decade to be of relevant magical skill. She had potential not because of innate talent, but because of endless curiosity. She stuck with her learning until she got results. But she was just a few weeks into learning magic now, not enough to upset a worldwide phenomenon that might have divine workings. Any other powerful magic users I knew probably wouldn't have any investment. Would they want to come to a potentially hostile foreign world? I doubted it. The various archmages wouldn't fit. Rickle didn't practice the right kind of magic. Spellshot was good in his niche, but the only way he could remove a curse likely would involve shooting someone. His magic was less functional outside of his chosen scope. Of course, there was one more option. It was just that involved significant risk. Careless action could backfire to an unimaginable degree. Sometimes you had to make a risky choice, and sometimes even a slight hesitation took that choice out of your hands. The king and queen have invited you for a formal audience. That was what the messenger said. He presented an official-looking envelope that was concerningly magical. I tried to suppress the explosion as I gingerly took it, but it didn't react negatively to me. So it wasn't the same as the book wards then. Relatedly, the ones from the library were stronger than Fort Sayres, to the point it had almost been a problem. Fortunately, they hadn't been throwing the books at us like Yalith. Indeed, the several tomes handed into our possession only did so with great care. "Thank you," I said. "What else did you say to a messenger? He might not even be able to accept a polite rejection, even if I knew how to give it." I could only accept the envelope that might explode when I opened it rather than when I touched it. I carefully set it on the table, the messenger already gone. It didn't take long for the others to gather. For the last couple days, we hadn't been disturbed except to have meals offered. With some trepidation, I opened the actual letter. There were a lot of flowery words I had to read several times to really get, but ultimately it said that the king and queen were inviting the leadership of our little mercenary band to an audience. Among other things, we were to be given thanks for helping to slay that dragon, even though Riala had done a large part of that. Speaking of which, we hadn't really seen her around. I hoped she was recovering from her injuries properly. "Well," I said, "this was one of the options, and now I guess it's the only one. If we needed someone powerful and motivated to do something about the curse, the king was absolutely the right choice. I could literally feel him from a district away, his aura of power projecting down upon the capital. Eyes focused on grandeur. Was that referencing the city or the king? I wasn't good at dealing with arrogant people. Then again, at least this guy had a reason to back up any self-confidence. Nobody else seemed keen to jump in, so I continued. "We kind of have to go. One of you should do the talking. I'll probably just make him mad on accident." "Or on purpose," Inasha said. Malaliel nodded, then she stabbed me in the back. "But we've already established the precedent that you are the leader of this group, so you need to be the one to speak." I looked to Midnight for support. He just gave me a look. "Well, I'm not speaking for you, and she's right. Just think carefully about whatever you say. Since they are bringing you there to thank you, just be polite and accepting. Fewer words is usually better. I'm sure someone can coach you a bit." "When was it again?" "I think in an hour." I checked the letter again. We should probably ask someone what "when the light of the sun stands tall over the fifth ring" means. "Not very subtle," Midnight said. "People should know that, probably." "Yeah," I said, "but we don't. Maybe Riala will brush it off if we can find her." I could cast sending, but I couldn't explain that. We're probably going to have to be honest at some point, and also be prepared to teleport the kids away. They were sneakily listening from behind a door, but they weren't any good at hiding their magical signatures. We're not going to risk your lives, I spoke directly to them. Ayat stepped out. If we don't do anything, we'll be stuck here forever anyway. And while powers are awesome, I don't know if that's worth it. Yeah, Mita said, I want to see my family. The others concurred. We need to judge their intentions first, I said. Of course, that meant Malaliel would be the one doing it. We don't know this king and queen's motivations aside from what we've already heard, which is certainly only a small part of the picture. Whether or not the time limit was to pressure us, it definitely didn't leave us much time to overthink things, so we quickly decided on a plan. It wasn't a good plan, admittedly. Midnight would be staying with most of the members of Extra, ready to teleport out of the city if I was in mortal peril. Then he would gate away everyone except the teens. I would be responsible for fleeing with the others, assuming the king hadn't killed me instantly. I was usually confident in my ability to survive, but clearly the king's intimidation factor was working. 3 of us would enter the royal palace. If we were in actual danger, I wouldn't hold back on unusual spells. Haste would be first, and one of them would grab me and start flying. I'd focus on defensive spells before casting Fly on myself to allow the others maneuverability. We had plans, but we hopefully wouldn't need them. I'm still confident in my reading of Riala, Malaliel said. So as far as she is concerned, there shouldn't be any hostile intent. Unfortunately, you'll have to use your own judgment on when to bring up our issues. The thing was, we had to get help with the curse, or I could have immediately thrown all my power at trying to remove the curse myself, disregarding the inevitable consequences from doing it the wrong way. This one had more personal risk to my own life, but I didn't mind. And it wasn't because I wasn't afraid of battle. I wasn't, but I was afraid of death. This could be it. But this random group of teens had grown on me, and I wasn't so callous that I would let them die to save myself. Here was the moment I actually proved that, because the rest hadn't been a risk. I tried to send midnight calming feelings. Then I forced it with magic, because we were in a feedback loop of worry. That was not going to help. Mental freedom didn't actually suppress normal feelings, but it would help cut off that loop. And there was a secondary effect. It helped me ignore the oppressive weight of magic in front. After this, I was going to have to talk to my therapist. It was probably normal to be afraid, but I didn't like it. I would feel better if I thought Meteor Swarm could solve this, but the palace seemed far too sturdy. I only vaguely took in the architecture along the way. I passively noted that the gates we passed through on the way to the final ring of the city were extra enchanted. Everything looked nice, and then we were standing in front of 2 very large doors. Names? I blinked. Didn't they know who we were? I'd shown people my letter. Oh right, this guy needed to announce us. Turlough. I couldn't remember the angels' cover names. Ragnar, Malaliel spoke for herself, and Edel. The herald nodded. Very well, your majesties. I got it now. That was the word I'd been missing. The mercenary heroes and dragon slayers, Turlough, Ragnar, and Edel. This guy was pretty good at his job. He didn't even stumble with my name, despite it being unusual for the language. I probably should have faked my name too, but I knew I would have screwed it up. The doors opened. At least I knew where Riala was now, and she looked like she'd been healing up just fine. Also, she sure was bigger than I remembered. The king, too. The 2 of them were massive. It was like they were sitting right in front of my face, but they were at the far end of the audience hall. No, they couldn't be that big. Riala was normal-sized. Even an absurd enlarge wouldn't do that. An illusion? No, it was more like, "You may approach." The king's voice was commanding, not magically, but I felt like I had to do it anyway. Partly because I could barely think. The 3 of us approached, with myself in front. What was I supposed to say? Was I supposed to wait to be addressed? Should I stop halfway? Go to the very edge of the carpet? Someone really should have told us how that worked. Riala should have told us. She was smirking at me. My tension suddenly lowered. I hadn't realized how stiff I was until that moment. Esteemed dragon slayers, this is our first meeting. Sometimes your body reacts on instinct. That can be from excessive stress or relaxation. Proper training can also hone defensive instincts for survival. Maybe there was something subconscious that made me react to the king's hand symbol, or maybe I was just stupid. But if I was going to justify it, it was probably very rude to refuse a first meeting duel with the king, wasn't it? I returned the gesture, just like I had with Velsolis. Everything went quiet. Damn, this was one of those things where it was rude to accept, wasn't it? I kept my glare at Riala internal. This was her fault. Oh? The king turned to the woman next to him. You are right. This one is bold. Her smirk only got bigger. Maybe I had been set up. This was only my second first meeting duel, so I didn't really know the traditions. The king turned back to me, purple irises. Relatedly, I could see his skin was a sort of cyan, with horns that curved to almost match the line of his jaw. Everything about him exuded confidence. What arena do you wish to compete in? Wrestling? Weapons? Magic? There was probably only one correct choice. Personally, I prefer magic. I love magic, I said. He grinned. Were his teeth sharp? They looked sharp. So I have heard. Is that your choice? I would lose wrestling for sure. He had a large polearm with a hooked blade on the head standing next to him. I had almost mistaken it for a torch, especially with its magical glow. Wrestling was probably the safest, and I would lose any sort of match, so it was probably the correct one. I want to choose magic. Riala laughed. I hoped that she wasn't laughing at me choosing death. First meeting duels were probably not supposed to involve actual harm, but maybe I should change my answer. One step. The king took just one step, and he was suddenly far closer, and yet similarly towering. Not an illusion. Spatial distortion somehow. There was no way I could pick out the details with the massive amount of wards in this room. I'm ready, he said. Don't hold back. His enchanted armor could probably take it. Surely his stuff was at least equivalent to what Riala had. I could only really do one proper offensive spell, so a lightning bolt it was. The man blocked it with his hand. No, he absorbed it. Some sort of active magic, but he hadn't chanted anything or made a single somatic gesture. He was cheating. Sure, that was literally how I did most of my magic, but that wasn't how people worked here. He could absolutely sense magic manipulation. I was as sure of that as I was that something was about to come my way. Darkness. He absolutely didn't have to gather it in his hands, but he did, slowly and deliberately. It wasn't just darkness, though. It was cold. I needed energy ward. To resist cold? No. To resist that. It wasn't actually that far from Darkstarfire's stuff if I thought about it. I just needed to perfectly match that magical wavelength to avoid being annihilated. I still threw myself out of the way, though. Standing at the epicenter of the blast would be crazy. As I tumbled across the sudden ice, I got a glance at the two angels. Their demeanor was very serious. Malaliel was probably an instant away from pulling out her sword and joining the battle. I should signal that everything was fine. But I didn't have room to talk. If I didn't force the king onto the defensive, he would probably keep chucking death at me. Chain lightning. I didn't quite know how to target it. It was difficult to judge distance when he always appeared one step away from me. I could only rely on my experience. The lightning flew forward, and he held out his hand to block. At the last instant, my spell curved, but the path was already predetermined as it curved around behind him to strike his lower back. The path was a bit longer than it absolutely needed to be, because I wasn't certain how big he actually was. He instantly shifted his magic behind him, but this time my lightning sprayed everywhere instead of being smoothly absorbed. Not bad, he said, worthy of being called a lightning specialist. But I heard you can do better. Had Riala really been paying that close of attention? Of course she had. I didn't want to simply throw more mana into a single spell. If I actually hit him, I might replicate the thing where Riala got lightning in the back of her head. Yeah, she'd been shot with a couple dozen stun shots too, but it was too much of a risk. First, I had to deal with my own lightning bolt. I hoped it wasn't a breach of protocol that I blocked it with my staff. Though if he complained, I was just going to complain about my staff. Seriously, I had just got that replaced and enchanted. Now it had a smoking hole through it, and my jacket was singed too. If he'd given me another half a second to form a whole energy ward, maybe it wouldn't have been an issue. I wasn't standing in place. The king moved like he was taking a leisurely stroll across the room, but the ice had faded rapidly, and I was sprinting around to get different angles of attack and defense. That was what my next spell was going to be. I wanted to demonstrate skill, since I couldn't win in terms of power. Lightning shot above him, then it split into 8 points on every side around him. It was still basically chain lightning, but it was doing all its jumping at once. I had infused extra mana beyond the normal limits, but the total power of each bolt wasn't anything impressive. The lightning flashed, whiting out my vision. I could still feel magic, though. The king twisted the incoming power downward, and I was able to confirm a few moments later that it had all been directed into the floor. The carpet was ruined. I hoped I wasn't expected to pay for that. Not too bad, but I'm sure you have something more exotic. He just looked at me. Then I was on my knees. I was a worm that deserved to be crushed. I could barely breathe under the oppression. And that was with mental freedom already being active. There are only so many things I know, I said slowly. How can I say what would appear exotic in your eyes? Guess, he said. For comparison, though you have green skin, tusks aren't something I am used to seeing. That blue and yellow hair is quite unique. He gestured to his own face. We all have horns, obviously. He turned slightly. And those wings, I'm reminded of ancient legends. Oh, I didn't even notice he had something that could pierce through disguise among all of his other magic. Or maybe that was a natural ability. Willpower, maybe. So, are you going to do anything else? Or… I stood, not that it would actually make a difference in my spellcasting. I've got one more thing that might impress you. I could throw out other different elements, but I couldn't imagine it would make much difference. I was pretty good at spatial magic, but I wasn't sure if something like Spatial Rift would work here, and if it did, it might cause significant trouble. But the hall was big enough that I could just manage to squeeze in my biggest spell. Was it a good idea? I had no idea. I was far beyond the part of this where anything seemed like a good idea. You asked me not to hold back, I said. I did, but you seem to have done so anyway. I grimaced. It was more for my sake than yours, but I do have one thing I can show you. He watched me gather mana. I could feel his own mana rising in similar quantities, so he was obviously keeping track of what I was doing. I took a few steps back. He still seemed to be just as close, but I wanted to be away from the center of the room. The various people watching the battle should be far enough back. I didn't hold back. I just kept a little bit of extra mana in reserve to protect myself from myself. 20 mana. I'd never actually gotten to hit a person with this. Technically, I still wasn't going to do it. 4 meteors appeared high up in the room. I needed that distance for the spell, and I also needed to be near the edge of the blast zone. Anything smaller, and I simply couldn't cast this spell inside. I dramatically waved my arm. The meteors were aimed to pass just over the king and detonate around him. I never expected him to jump up to meet them. A sparkling swirl of magic surrounded him as he spun around. As he connected with each meteor, they exploded in sequence, but the flaming energy they released was directed away from the king, and mostly upward towards the ceiling. I still needed every scrap of energy ward I used, and even with my arms covering my face, my hair was still singed. I pinched bits of it to smother the fire. I sure hope he wasn't interested in making the number of attacks even. That's all I've got, I said. Technically, I had mana left, but with the various offensive and defensive spells as well as overcasting, I was already in the negatives. If he wasn't trying to kill me, I didn't want to risk more magic. If he wanted to kill me, I'd just die. Shame, the king said. I was hoping to see some of those other spells Riala talked about, but I suppose they didn't really suit the situation. He turned and walked back towards his throne. I walked back towards the remains of the carpet in the center of the room. Hopefully, he would be amenable towards weird outsiders showing up in his throne room. Chapter 445. Optimistically, things were going great. Pessimistically, I might be about to die. Unfortunately, the king would be able to sense me gathering mana, so if he started anything weird, I was going to have to respond with haste after that began. No, wait. It would probably be pretty rude to execute someone for agreeing to a first meeting duel. Presumably, you wouldn't offer it at all. Though I wasn't sure if such things applied to spies from foreign worlds. While technical details could be argued about, I was certainly not from this world, and I'd been brought by this country's enemies. I was reminded why I didn't go into negative manner often. My brain processes were slower than normal, which didn't help when the same amount of stuff was competing for processing power. The king was sitting. I hoped nobody had said anything important. Riala was still smiling at least, and the angels hadn't yelled, "Run." So we were probably good. "You know," Riala said, "Queen Riala, I sure hoped I wasn't expected to address people properly because nobody told me how to do it. Normally people decline first meeting duels, especially with the king. Ugh, why would anyone even offer them then? Such an opportunity doesn't appear often," I said. "That would have to do. Though she should know why I lacked any of Idura's common knowledge." The king's voice boomed out once more, imperious but restrained. "It is quite disappointing, honestly. It seems that people lack faith in my ability to control my power." "Well, you do have a lot of it," I pointed out. Was it dangerous to talk casually with a king? If he was displeased, I could prostrate myself or whatever he wanted. Embarrassing as it might be, it wouldn't be long before I was back in another world entirely. The king nodded. I wondered if he had a name. Maybe it was surprisingly normal. I should very much hope so. Otherwise, my centuries of training have been for naught. He leaned back on his throne, his horns only just touching the surface. It continued to be strange to observe how he still always appeared to be immediately in front of me. His upper body seemed to grow as it went further away, confusing my brain. But such discussions can be later, if we return to them at all. I brought you here to offer you a reward. You did not have to aid my beautiful wife in slaying the dragon that threatened our people, but you did so anyway. Had you not provided your aid, it most likely would have slain her and destroyed a village or two. It is not possible for me to offer you something of commensurate value to the life of the queen, but I can at least offer you rewards suitable to the price of 2 villages. I had no idea how much that was. It would depend on how much he actually valued his people. I am certain that the king has already been informed of our primary reason to come to the capital. There is the matter of the heroic curse of the 6. Yes, an interesting topic indeed, the king nodded. Though, there are certain details that confuse me, even with Riala's information. For example, you are not afflicted with the curse. You can tell? I asked. I didn't even notice those who were afflicted until I saw some side effects. Of course I can tell. I've been dealing with it practically forever, you might recall. Ah, yes, I nodded. Of course. The king straightened up. His purple eyes bore down on me. Your numbers don't add up. There are neither 6 nor 12 of you, and we are confused about the cat. That's right, Riala said. Deepest Night appears to share in your power. Midnight's name was still awesome in the language of the many-colored. He is my familiar, I said simply. That was true, even if it wasn't the full explanation. Do you not have those here? I could assume not, specifically because familiar didn't translate. The humans hadn't appeared too concerned, but they were idiots, so it was difficult to say. I don't believe so, the king of the many-colored said. Now then, you are interested in removing the curse from certain individuals. That is correct, I said. And you came here to kill me? I tilted my head. I don't know if that would do any good. Obviously Zuresh said we had to kill the Demon King. Maybe the curse would end with his death, or maybe it wouldn't. Obviously nobody had actually tested that. Also, we probably would have fought alongside Zuresh and the 6 if we wanted that. Wouldn't have helped, he shrugged. Either he hadn't believed I actually wanted to kill him, or he was convinced that I couldn't. He was probably mostly right. They always lose. But it's not great for our development here to constantly be at war. We could do something better. Than removing the curse, I mean. I really need to bring back the cursed people, I explained, so we can just leave. I understand where you are coming from, the king said, but that wouldn't solve either of our problems, I don't think. After all, chances are that the 6 would just grab more of your people for the next cycle. I made a face. Ugh, I was hoping it would be difficult for them. It does take significant effort and resources, but they seem willing to repeatedly do so. I can't guarantee that they will always draw their new sacrifices from your world, but it is quite likely at least for the near future. The angels were very quiet. Why did I even have them if I had to do all the talking? So, I asked, what solution do you propose? Simple. We merely alter the curse instead of removing it. Is that simple? I asked. Based on what I've seen, that would be more complicated, and it's already an extremely difficult task. You are correct, the king nodded. Even one such as I would tire myself to exhaustion attempting it alone. But, he looked at me, then the angels. We have a unique opportunity here. Your connection to your own world should provide a stabilizing force. I must ask something, however. You could bring the heroes back to your own world if they were not otherwise bound here, correct? It would be counterproductive to lie about that at this moment. Yes. Excellent. Then the solution might be even better than I anticipated. He stroked his chin, cyan fingers nearly brushing against the long horns that surrounded his face. All we'd have to do was remove the travel restrictions and we could leave the rest. Though we'd have to make up for the numbers. Do you think we could curse some more of your people? Ah. They wouldn't even notice, and you'd simply bring them back to your world where nobody here could touch them. The Six can't summon more heroes when they're at capacity. We would need to thoroughly go over the details before I could agree to something like that, I said. Obviously. I'll write up some plans for you to look over. Let me know what you want as a reward. Oh, and could I ask for a favor? I hesitated. What sort of favor could the king want? Talk to the heroes we have captured and get them to eat, please. They're going to starve to death, and then those people, he gestured all around, will just summon more. I don't believe you or I want either part of that to come to pass. We don't, I agreed. Great. Riala dear, could you handle that? Nobody likes to see me in the dungeons. Of course. I can't believe you didn't tell us you were queen, I chastised Riala. She just laughed at me. Even though I was the one who was deceived. I can't believe you didn't figure it out. Did you never talk to anyone? Inusha cleared her throat. I suspected. By the time I actually knew, it was too late to make a difference. I frowned. Couldn't you have told me? And risked you giving us away if we weren't already compromised? Fair. Maleliel had been quiet, but she finally spoke up. I am glad that I did not read your intentions incorrectly. Likewise, Riala said, though I did find it nearly unbelievable that you would even consider not trying to kill us. She stopped for a moment in a random stretch of hallway. I didn't know you had wings. Could I see them? Perhaps later, Malaliel commented. Right, prisoners first. Can we entrust them to you, by the way? It's quite difficult to communicate with them. Several different language translations and all that. If they are people of Earth, we will watch over them, Malaliel said. It is our duty. It might have been her duty, but it was just my job. I wondered how much I was getting paid. I hadn't calculated it on my phone because I didn't know the full time of the assignment and was unsure how often I could get battery resupplies and such. Probably less than 2 villages. I'm pretty sure that value should be shared with at least the angels. And Midnight should get some too because he was watching over the kids and the rest of extra. I wasn't sure about the random members. Could they even accept money? If not, the angels doubtless couldn't either. Oh yeah, and Riala had mentioned the dragon's evaluation would be concluded soon. What are you thinking about? Riala asked. If you are worried about the prisoners, they are in the best state we could manage. Some were injured as we captured them, or beforehand, but they have been treated appropriately, though they would be in better shape if they weren't stubborn. Glad to hear it, I said. I didn't mention that I hadn't thought about them at all. I didn't even know them. As we approached, Malaliel spoke up. I suppose we should reveal our true forms before we show up, or it will appear suspicious. She looked to Riala. It won't be a problem, will it? Not if you're walking with me. The guards are well trained. Thus it was time to dismiss disguise on the 3 of us. From my own perspective, I didn't look much different except now I wouldn't see random horns. I'd kept my skin color the same, but the angels were significantly different. Fascinating, Riala said. Your styles of clothing are all unique. You must introduce me to your tailors. I don't think they'd let me, I said. We're really supposed to minimize cross-dimensional interactions. Not that I cared, but extra did. Ours just come from a factory, Malaliel commented. Now that she mentioned it, their equipment was mainly high-tech materials, not super-tech. The difference was that one couldn't function without powers. So, Riala said, you're interested in spatial magic, huh? But you could get those kids back home if they weren't cursed. I only know the very basics of how this world's magic works, I said. She wouldn't be fooled, but I wasn't trying. I believe this was called subtle deflection or something. We soon came to the prisoners. Honestly, when Riala had first explained the conditions of the captured heroes, she was pretty accurate. There wasn't anything luxurious, and they were magically shackled, but their living conditions weren't awful. The cells were clean, if small, and everyone was wearing decent clothes. 4 out of 6 had clothes from Earth. Riala tossed Malaliel a set of keys. Just make sure nobody does anything stupid. They honestly didn't need me here. People were so relieved to see angels, who happened to be extra agents to boot, that an orc mercenary was kind of an afterthought. It was nice not to have to interact with people I didn't know. It came to mind that none of the 6 were teenagers, though they were still relatively young. It did seem to snatch people in groups, though there was a split of countries these people had been summoned to. We confirmed everyone had come from New Bay. Malaliel seemed hesitant to display unnecessary technology, even if we were revealing our true looks, but we were able to confirm identities for later. Hopefully we would be back on Earth soonish so they could handle the paperwork. When we got back to everyone else, we had so much to explain. I was only interested in explaining things to Midnight, though. It was a first meeting duel. He shook his head. Absolutely terrifying. I almost ran away, even though you were firmly confident. I'm not sure I actually felt that during the duel. Maybe I blocked even more negative thoughts from reaching Midnight. I never thought he was trying to kill me. I was terrified that he might want to, but I was barely injured. Why haven't you asked anyone for healing? Midnight nudged me. I forgot. Midnight just sighed. At least you magically reached a solution. Magic is the best solution, especially when the problem was magic in the first place. There was absolutely, positively no way that modifications to the curse were humanly possible. I already knew it would require 6 people, but that was for removing things. The modifications would require absolutely massive amounts of mana. It was a good thing most of us proficient magic users weren't human. No, none of those who would be involved were. 3 people from Earth. Well, the universe that contained Earth. I was naturalized, Midnight was local, and Inacia was... Look, magic didn't have to always be precise. She lived on Earth and not in this world, so it was fine. Malaliel was stronger, but she hadn't gotten much practice with this world's magic. Inacia had been deeply interested since the first day, and her lesser responsibilities allowed her to spend more time on it and less time worrying about the safety of the teens and literally all of the others abducted from Earth. Then, from this world, there would be one random mage I didn't know, Riala and the king. Most of the impossibility would be made up by the latter. He still needed competent assistance, though. Over the next few days, we did a half-dozen practice runs. The actual event would be a long ritual, up to several hours of spellcasting, to modify just a single curse. Future iterations might be faster depending on how that went. Verbal and somatic components would be used to keep our magic stable over that long duration. A lot of chanting and hand signs. Even just the practice was exhausting, and enduring for that entire time would be impossible without this world's abnormally high levels of mana and thus mana recovery. I'd come to the conclusion that the components were necessary because there was too much mana. Manual control of mana might be dangerous for new trainees otherwise. I would be interested in confirming those theories later if I got further access to libraries and such. For the moment, we had to finish a single task. The random guy I'd seen with scrying, the first one locked up in a dungeon, would be our first target. He had volunteered, not because he was in a rush to get back to Earth, but because, if it kills me, you can figure out what went wrong. It was amazing how much friendly faces had helped the ex-prisoners. They had been afraid to eat because of mind control poison or some such. Maybe Skekor, where he had been summoned, did such things, but I was pretty sure those of the many-colored skin didn't. Though maybe they should, It would have been easier to handle the prisoners. They were lucky that people bothered to pad their manacles with how much they had apparently struggled. They weren't fully on board with the idea that the people here weren't demons yet. But they had to admit they'd been treated all right. Obviously they had complaints, but nobody had flush toilets in this world. As far as I knew, hopefully we could get everyone back home soon enough. Those who were still alive. Most likely there were some still being trained as heroes, but that was a problem for later. I'd probably have to make some return trips until we were sure the Six couldn't yonk any more of our citizens. Chapter 4, 146. Random guy was sitting in front of us as stoically as possible. Some people probably knew what his name was, but I forgot. It shouldn't make any difference for the ritual we were attempting either way. We sat outside, more or less. We were surrounded by great pillars carved with various runes. Expensive, no doubt. They were meant to enhance the ritual. Or rituals, assuming they worked right. We had a lot of them to get through. We had practiced as much as was feasible without actually altering the curse on a target. Now we had to actually try. We would still be able to abort the process partway through and let things settle back to how they were if we made a mistake, but only up to a point. Once we hit that threshold, we had to finish. It would also be a huge problem if we were in disagreement about when that was. Fortunately, I wasn't going to be the judge of that. Nor was the king or Riala. Instead, it ended up being the domain of Malaliel for several reasons. First, she would have to be honest with both herself and us about whether it was working. She had a decent sense for curses to go with that. She would also be free to observe since she wasn't actually doing anything else. Finally, she was both connected to divine magic and not of this world. That last bit was quite important, given the source of the curse was divine. It might not be a god, I remembered discussing with Midnight. There could be angels involved, or something like clerics, and not any sort of direct divine intervention. I see, Midnight commented, and given the strength of this curse, how likely is that? Well, it's more likely to involve a deity directly. Was that 51%? 90%? Such calculations were difficult and pointless. Ultimately, if they could just annihilate people, they would have done that to the king. The king. I was pretty sure his title was his name now. He was the one that had most of the power. More than the other 5 of us combined. Since precisely 6 of us could participate, we had split into 3 from this world and 3 from without. The king, Riala, and one of the great mages. Not Yalith, because she was both very far away and probably not the best that Idura had. An eager learner. Yes, but she said herself she had no talent. Just curiosity and time, plus hard work. The king clearly had everything: talent and innate strength, effort, copious time. Lucky for him, not so lucky for the locals who wanted him dead. Maybe he deserved it, but the people of Earth didn't deserve to be pulled into this even if he did. So we were going to stop that. Midnight, Inasha, and I were responsible for the other universe side of things. Stability was more important than raw power there, so Inasha just had to stay focused. It would be fine, because today wasn't even a full moon in either the local system or on Earth. The king and his side had clearly been preparing this ritual for longer. Decades, maybe. They had perfect form as they began. There had only been a few modifications to incorporate extra-dimensional casters as the balancing point. Less than 1/10 of the ritual was altered, so they only had to memorize those changes in the days of practice we took. We had to memorize the whole thing, which was why we had recorded it. Making sure our various devices were charged for today was critical. The many-colored were quite curious about them, but we wouldn't be explaining technology until later, if we even stayed in contact with this world, by which I meant extra. I probably would, because their magic was fascinating. Translation had been getting a lot of work lately. The magic words that made up the verbal components of spellcasting were especially relevant, as that was a shared magical language. Something innate to this world, perhaps, but I had at least carried some of that with me as it worked on Earth during supply runs. The ritual didn't have a set length. Most of it was repeatedly reaching out for the curse and peeling it apart layer by layer. Yet we weren't trying to dismantle it, but instead form it into a malleable state where we could change a few things. As the curse unraveled, it became far easier to see. It was just magic, but buried deeply inside a person. Very interesting. It was also no wonder it only worked on weak people, because it had such complexity that a certain amount of resistance upon its formation would have made it fall apart instantly, until its hooks were properly locked at which point it took, well, all this. No part of the verbal or somatic components was automatic to me. I had barely reached the point of proficiency where it was familiar. I was used to spells just working, at least until I hit a certain mana threshold. Even then, I never wrestled with a powerful spell for more than a few moments. The curse became more and more real as I held strands of it between my fingers. Fragile, malleable. It was a good thing I wasn't responsible for putting it back right. My mere existence was what we needed to guide this connection back to Earth. But we weren't quite there yet. There was about 20 or 30% of the curse yet to unravel. Such complexity went far beyond simply binding people to the plane. But the rest of it hardly mattered. It might even be considered beneficial. "The tipping point approaches," the king declared. "Should we proceed?" Malaliel continued to stand nearby, causing no disturbance to our ritual. She took in everyone's states. "Yes, you can accomplish it." "Then we continue." He gave another tug. Nothing too sharp, and the curse wouldn't easily snap. To be honest, it wouldn't be that bad for us if it did. We could at least bring people back to Earth. Everything was going fine. I could feel things being rearranged, and I was prepared to help attune people properly to Earth again. I had enough spatial proficiency to do it, and it might help that I'd naturalized myself to the planet. Then it appeared. A swirling ring of yellow lightning. No, at best, it had superficial similarities. The energy signature didn't match. It wasn't a storm. Storms had many components. This was just energy, and it was not happy. I was pretty sure of that before it tried to kill the random guy. Then I was very sure. Nobody was in a state to do anything about it. We were all focused on manipulating and stabilizing the curse. Nobody, of course, except Malaliel. She threw herself in the path of the attack. The energy stabbed into her, twisting like incandescent wire. She barely managed to slash at it. A normal sword couldn't cut energy, and hers only temporarily severed the connection. But it was long enough for me to feel a retraction of energy. Not from the sky, but from the king. I maximized the amount of mana I was inputting into keeping the curse stable. So did everyone else, based on what they had left to spare. His voice was angry. I'd heard him speak sternly before, but this was different. "You don't even have the courage to attack me. How dare you think to assault one from another world? Your iniquities against these people already reach too far." The mountain trembled. I was reminded we were sitting on a volcano. The ground burst outside of the ritual area, spraying lava into the skies. It would have been utterly terrifying if it wasn't clearly on purpose. Random guy wasn't good at feeling mana, so he screamed. The lava blasted into the sky and clung to the energy there, wrapping around the wriggling radiance. The glow of both rapidly faded as the lava hardened, dropping long strands of crystallized blackness that shattered against the ground around us as each part hit. The curse was straining against us. With the king's power withdrawn, we were quite short. I couldn't say the diversion was unnecessary, though. That power could have easily killed the subject of the ritual. It almost killed Malaliel. Not that she would admit that right now. She planted her sword in front of her. "Finish the ritual." She glared into the sky, watching. The curse was nearly tugged apart as the king reinserted himself into the process. It was not due to his own clumsiness, but even a momentary separation made the ritual difficult. It had to be 6. That was important in this world. The change to the curse was simple. Planar transference wouldn't be restricted. No, it would even be enhanced. And yet, in some ways, the target of the curse would be more tied to this plane, to the point where they always counted as being here. That was the trick. They would count as being here, and we would take them back to Earth. Nobody could abduct more, and they were already in the world, so they couldn't be drawn back. I sure hoped it worked. I offered up my connection and my understanding of spatial magic as the strands began to be manipulated. After the brief diversion, everything went well. At the very least, we put things back and our volunteer showed no discomfort. We just needed to test it now. I strode towards the people standing in the center. "Time to go back." That ritual sure took a lot out of me, but I could still cast Gate. I just had to be extra focused as I reached further into the latter half of my mana. Go on, I prompted random guy as Extra's teleportation hall appeared before us. Then I pressed on Malaliel. You too. I turned to the rest. We'll be back sometime later today, or I'll get in contact with you. Midnight nodded. I'll watch over people here. I was glad to have him. We needed someone who could cast Gate in an emergency. He still wasn't quite at a level where he had enough mana to cast an unupgraded Gate, but we had plenty of upgrades. The gate closed behind just the three of us. Someone will come to take care of you in a moment, I commented to the random guy. You can go out to the lobby, there are snacks. I tossed him some cash from storage. Then I pushed Malaliel along. I had already contacted Zorfax to ask for whatever medics they had on hand. I might be able to teleport us to a powered clinic somewhere, depending on the assessment. Malaliel said after a few moments. Why am I here? I'm fine. You're really not, I said. I wasn't sure precisely how presumably holy light hurt angels, but apparently it could. Well, Malaliel had accomplished the same task with a sword, so maybe it was just the physical trauma that Malaliel had to worry about. The divine nature might have been dampened. She didn't look great, though. Malaliel was dangling in a funny sling. Beds weren't great for people with wings, especially when they needed to rest. Thanks, she said. I kind of locked up there. No problem. How is it? It'll heal, she said. Unfortunately, this might set back our plans quite a bit. I shrugged. We'd need to build some countermeasures for whatever that was. Regardless. A god. Not a very good one if it was, I declared. Malaliel snorted. Sounds blasphemous. It didn't even speak. What do I care? I had carefully studied the remnants of the energy inside Malaliel, both to see if I could help and if I could counter it. I was pretty sure I couldn't do anything to the power inside of her without hurting her at least as much. But it was a form of energy. I was pretty sure it would take an advanced form of energy ward to deal with it, but I had that. It was kind of like light. I was pretty sure I couldn't use that sort of energy, but blocking it was different. If mages couldn't defend against divine power, wouldn't they just die? I practiced a few methods. Maybe the king would have some methods that would work in his world. I just blasted it, the king shrugged. I hadn't anticipated needing a ward against external assault to deal with the curse. So no, we don't have any specific counters. Is your angelic friend all right? She will heal, I said. There are people working on it. I don't think she could lie about that either, but if she did, I know someone who could help. He raised an eyebrow. Someone who can heal the unhealable? I shrugged. You do have healing magic here, right? The king made a face. If you mean something beyond potions and salves, it's mainly the heroes, which means we don't have much. I pondered. They did have good potions. You could barely even tell that Evija had a spear through her guts. She'd been moving around the next day. Part of that was Riala avoiding hitting anything too vital, but that was still a lot of stuff to put together. Well, we have various options, I commented, like good surgery, and I'm pretty sure Malaliel resisted the worst of the damage. The king smiled. I was worried they were some sort of trap, you know? The angels. You were clearly convinced they couldn't lie, but that's not part of our local myths. Sounds more like her kind, I gestured to Inacia, but I saw where she came from and it wasn't here. A lot more blood drinkers. Funnily enough, those are the ones that can't lie. Though it's different from Malaliel. I was fairly certain Rositza could say anything that was technically true, even if it was deceptive. She was still just generally truthful, like most people, but she had the capability. Malaliel looked sick when she told people they were going to be all right, as long as there was any doubt about that. Even if she was going to do everything in her power to make it be so. So what's the plan? Riala said. We have 35 more to go. If something like that happens again, we'll need her. But we can't exactly ask her to sacrifice her health again. I pondered for a moment. I was thinking we use a roof. Midnight burst out laughing. The king did too, but for a different reason, I think. That is a good one. Alas, I doubt even our best materials would hold up against divine power. We certainly will, but it's not a complete solution. Well, obviously you enchant the roof, like your other things. Riala pursed her lips. The king didn't seem to care about national security. Or maybe he was the national security. He gestured vaguely to the palace around us. You overestimate how well this works against things we haven't specifically engineered solutions for. I nodded. Sure, it's a bunch of precise wards, so just do that. The king shook his head. How would we even block divine energy? Well, like this? I held out my hand. Indeed, energy ward at the standard cost didn't work. I had to spend 10 points of mana instead of 4 to get something stable. See? He poked my palm. Obviously, it just felt like anyone poking a glove would. I can't tell if that would work. Midnight had my back. If he thinks it will work, it will. You should see what he does to Dark Star. It's actually hilarious. Inasya nodded. Yeah, she falls right out of the sky. That's why she's been avoiding him for a while. Come to think of it, she really hadn't picked a fight with me since I got good at reverse energy ward. And that also meant Gloom and Spot, because sending less of their alliance against me was a terrible idea. Likewise, there was a good chance I could show up to reinforce Great Girl if necessary. Or Midnight, since he could just do whatever I did. The king stroked his chin. One with the power of a dark star. She sounds powerful. She is, Inasya said, though it's hard to explain exactly how. Earth's power system is… She shrugged. It was both hard to explain without various related concepts, and extra agents really shouldn't be doing it when there wasn't an official connection. Anyway, I said, Deepest Night and I might be able to add this sort of thing to your wards. I mean, for just the ritual area. It doesn't seem to be a problem for the capital in general. The king shook his head. Truthfully, I have only witnessed divine power on rare occasions. The first time, I got this. He lifted up his shirt, revealing a wicked scar just above his hip. It was clear that these people had different thoughts on royal dignity. I liked this version. I tilted my head. At that angle, no thanks. It really didn't matter if it came out of his lower back or his butt cheek. I was still young, the king sighed, but I was already causing a ruckus. It was a good thing Riala was there to save me from the surrounding hordes of attackers. They were mostly dead when I got there, she said. He doesn't remember because of the blood loss. That was great for them. Anyway, I can at least temporarily enchant something with this kind of ward, I said. I might need some materials, though. We'd have to see what it clung to best. I certainly wasn't an expert in enchanting. Midnight and I had exactly one completed project between us, and it was already something that mostly worked without us. Chapter 4. 147. It was quite possible that we would have been able to continue altering the curses in the same way with only minor precautions. But I had the feeling that Malaliel's injuries would have been far worse on anyone else. Since we couldn't exactly ask her to sacrifice herself over and over, we had to be ready for some nonsense from the sky. I sighed. This whole place is a roller coaster. I had been led to believe those went up and down a bunch. First, we come up against an undefeatable foe in the King of the Many-Colored, but we don't need to defeat him. Midnight listened as I complained. Then the sky tries to kill us. Some local god, Midnight commented. You can't prove that. You were the one talking about countering divine energy. I shrugged. Divine energy could come from a lot of places, even Spot. Or Bandage. Powerful divine energy, seemingly of a similar wavelength to angels, but still enough to hospitalize Malaliel. That sounds like, if it doesn't have a face, it's just a dumb natural phenomenon. Anyway, I shook my head. We have to deal with it. We basically had the same setup as before, minus Malaliel. Idura probably had more powerful individuals, but they were focused on things like protecting the border and potentially grabbing the rest of the heroes. That wasn't a solved issue just yet. For now, we had to focus on what was in front of our face, and what would be raining divine lightning upon us. I stared at the ritual setup. I don't understand how it's a sphere. Riala shrugged. A sphere is the easiest shape to form. But these pillars, they're almost tangenting the top hemisphere. Shouldn't wards at least vaguely follow the shape of the structures they came from? It should be a cylinder. Riala made a face. And take direct force from vertical attacks. Absolutely not. She was the one helping me with this because the king was busy. Also probably tired. He had been taking care of the majority of the power for the ritual before he had to fight off the divine lightning. Afterwards, he no longer felt quite at his peak. It was probably some kind of taboo to mention that he had seemed a little bit tired, so I didn't say anything. Either way, we had to check out what we could do with enchantments and determine whether we needed Malaliel. It would be preferred to have her as a backup, but hopefully not necessary. Apparently, Extra didn't have any equipment rated for defending against high-ranking divine power available. Whether that meant we couldn't have it here in this world, or they were still trying to figure out how to produce such a thing, or that other branches wouldn't share with New Bay. It was difficult to say. I knew that New Bay was quite influential because it was one of the hotspots on Earth, but this wasn't the only thing going on in the solar system. I didn't know if Mars had much in the way of weird extra-dimensional intrusions, besides sometimes me, but they were heavily involved in the extraterrestrial stuff. Extra-Martian? The word was probably different between languages. Aliens from a different system. Many of them were not friendly and had to be appropriately handled. I thought about space-age materials and which ones might work. But ultimately I just needed to make what was already here have more to it. If I'm understanding this right, it's mostly focused inward. That's right, Riala said. We weren't expecting to be attacked. Obviously we'd notice an approaching army, and there aren't any people that can slip by our wards. They picked out all of you properly. Did Fort Sayre have anything like that? I was just wondering how quickly we had been compromised. It would take too much energy. The wards here are mostly powered by the volcano. Ah, I nodded. That might actually make things easier. If I can draw on that, we probably just need a few materials to add on to hold the spell. Something divine, maybe? That won't be easy, Riala said. Maybe the Six have something. They have to catalyze their summoning somehow, but… Did Malaliel drop any feathers when she got hit? I asked, looking around. They could have easily blown away into a corner. A little divination should answer the question if there was anything around here. I didn't need a fancy catalyst, but I used my phone out of habit. A compass appeared on the screen, though it wasn't pointing towards anything magnetic. Aha! There were some, burnt around the edges, yes, but still quite angelic. This would be enough for once, but I don't think these are reusable. They'd be more of a consumable than a focus, which meant we'd need 35 times this much. Turning towards Riala's noise, she answered my implicit question. Your magical tools are strange. I can't even feel anything from them until you activate them. Actually, there were some of the other things you had that I never felt. These ones aren't magic, I pointed out. They wouldn't remain functional here for long, though. Not without a charging spell of some sort. That would be very specific, though. Also, I mostly just used a spell. I used this. I held up my phone. Because it's reflective. So you're saying that you simply had a spell to find angel feathers? Don't be silly, I improvised. She didn't seem to believe me. You've used flexible magic in front of me. I'm sure you could do it with practice. She still seemed a bit doubtful. If you say so. I don't mean to pry too much, but do you have multiple strong talents? This, I could answer, sort of. The humans said I had an advanced spatial proficiency, I commented. Thus why you were interested. Those are unrelated. I'm just aiming to improve in various fields. Anyway, I don't know if it was right. Why wouldn't it be? Because, I said, I'm pretty sure it wasn't reading talent. Or it's a huge coincidence. Do you happen to have better detection options? Because the humans couldn't even determine the kid's secondary proficiencies. That's probably on Zeresh, Riala commented. It's likely they grew complacent with their mediocre summons over the past couple of generations. Some of the humans have better options. And of course, we do as well. Can you show me? I asked. I have a theory. This will be the first time we've tested the talents of a cat. A feline, Riala corrected herself before Midnight could. Why is Deepest Night going first? Because it's a test, Midnight commented. Midnight got it. Best to start with the weird option so that it couldn't adapt and repeat the same results after me. Would it do that? Probably not. Rather than an orb all on its own, Midnight stood on a small platform that was connected to some sort of platform with a slate. It looked a lot like a display. Riala activated it, and then, "I can't see it," Midnight said. "What does it say?" Riala gestured for me to step forward. It's a bit rude to pry into people's personal details. I wondered if this recorded the results so she could snoop later. It was fine if it did, because they already had seen most of the things I could do, including gate. I doubted I was going to defeat their king with the knock spell, though maybe that would be good for sieges. I could probably unlock a portcullis, but it probably wouldn't lift it up. Based on that one time, though, I could open a bunch of nearby locks. The readout was underwhelming, but informative. Advanced spatial magic. Advanced energy magic. Grease. So it only went up to the third, huh? Does nobody have more than 3 affinities? I asked Riala. She shrugged. It's not worth trying to look deeper. They're ordered by prominence. Yeah, that's probably true if nobody has prior training. Riala looked curious. I don't mind if you ask. I do kind of want to know what it says. I shrugged. Same thing as our status windows. Advanced spatial magic. Advanced energy magic. Grease. I could finalize the results if I brought Jerome, or one of the portal squad. But first, we kind of needed to resolve stuff here. Riala frowned. Is Greece a school of magic where you come from? Ha! I waved my hand, gesturing to the corner of the room. It was coated in a black substance, clinging to surfaces and yet slick at the same time. Not at all. This is the third spell I learned. The third spell. Riala made a face. So you have 2 affinities, and then... I shook my head. No, I thought you'd get it, because your device here doesn't say it. These aren't talents. This is just a description. I might not have any talent. Are you sure? I stepped up to test the device on myself. It wasn't difficult to use once Riala had activated it. Hard to say. Maybe our kinds of abilities just confuse it. It's quite possible. I of course got the same results as Midnight. Our magic was the same after all. It's the same. I was kind of hoping it would see all the way to familiar bond. But this is enlightening enough. The reason I wanted to see that was because Midnight didn't have familiar bond listed normally. But if it was just showing the first 3, it would require quite a lot of work to get to the 9th spot. I still had to practice for the ritual, even though we'd already done it once. Perfection was better, especially given the troubles last time. I did split my time with learning other bits of local magic, though. It was just so interesting, and it allowed me to get my hands tired in different ways. Then came time for the second attempt. Midnight and I enchanted the ritual area the day before, securing the few angel feathers we had to it. We put as much mana into them as we thought they could hold, which seemed to be quite a lot. But even with the fast mana recovery of this world, we still thought it best to wait for the next day. Running out of mana wasn't the only relevant sign of fatigue. Malaliel was recovered. Or at least she was standing. I seriously doubted she was fully recovered, even if she had some innate healing magic. Extra had access to other sorts of healing as well, but the damage Malaliel had taken was the sort that would be hard to heal. Probably. Maybe I was wrong about that, but I did recognize people trying not to look like they were in pain. Hopefully the enchantments would be fine. The first part of the ritual took less time. Having done it properly made the more complicated mana weaving a bit less ponderous. We were also more certain that it wasn't going to hurt the subject. Just another hero that had been captured. He was eager to go home, and we still weren't sure about the teens. We'd get them next if this worked. That was the plan. Whatever empowered the curse and the interdimensional kidnapping wasn't happy with us. I also wasn't happy with it. There were probably literally millions of people that wanted to be kidnapped to a magical realm, but it took people who just happened to be standing near each other, and then the 6 sent them to their deaths. Well, what would have been their deaths if the many-colored wanted them dead? They probably would be dead if keeping them alive didn't have benefits. The people here didn't strike me as saints. Killing soldiers in a war was pretty normal, and they must have done so many times for both heroes and armies of the 6. We weren't as surprised when the wriggling energy appeared, though it was a bit earlier than I expected it, even relative to our faster progress. Maybe it was impatient. It blasted down towards the guy, The king momentarily stopped his efforts to once again throw a volcano blast, but by the time his magic arrived, it was already over. Energy Ward was pretty efficient at absorbing one particular kind of energy, and powered by a bunch of mana and then the volcano itself, the whole thing winked out in a moment. The guy who was sitting in the middle of the circle still startled at the sound and light. The angel feathers also disintegrated as their potency was used up. Still, it worked. The king was around for our following discussions. "We can't just pluck our angels bald," I said. Inacia frowned. "Actually, would hair work?" It took a moment to analyze her hair. "We'd probably need half of it for one round." She shook her head. Pass. Too bad we didn't preserve all those guys that died. They've probably rotted away by now. At the very least, it would be gross to dig up a bunch of angels. Grave robbing shouldn't be done casually. The king had some suggestions. We could raid the Six and snatch stuff from their temples, but that would take some time to set up. Still, if we had a large number of blessed diamonds, Midnight and I might be thinking the same thing. I spoke first. Bandage might be able to bless things. Her time would cost more than a pile of industrial diamonds, but Extra might be willing to go for it. Or she could donate her time for the kids, or maybe the city would pay for it. Do you think they need to be high-quality diamonds? Nobody had a solid answer for that, so we just had to try. We need bowls, I decided, to hold the diamonds. Riala just gave me a look. I understand that this organization you work for is quite powerful, but to think you could get this many diamonds. I shrugged. Someone just made them. It's fine. I wasn't going to even mention the meter-cube perfect diamond that had been made as my scrying orb. That would get us off track. Diamonds are just carbon. I set handfuls of uncut industrial diamonds on each pillar, just enough so that the angle of repose didn't topple too many off. I was pretty sure that the many-colored were paying for some of this. They did have a significant interest in handling the curse, and thus the ability to summon more heroes after all. A few chunks of gold could pay for quite a bit. Personally, I thought their knowledge was more valuable, but probably not to New Bay as a whole, given how few magic users we had. "You have strange knowledge," Riala finally said. "You should have seen him learn that diamonds could be made," Midnight said. "He bought so many." Humph. I hadn't even spent a single paycheck on it. When we determined that the enchantments were holding steady in the diamonds, holding significantly more power than the angel feathers, we decided to go for our first double. It would cost more mana, yes, but the main strain on both of us wasn't quantity of mana, but time. The king would have to handle it, but I was confident he could manage. It would also be useful to see if the feedback was doubled or not. And Malaliel was watching like a beakless hawk, prepared to throw herself over the teens to save them. Raman volunteered to go first in this batch. "If the sky tries to kill us, a real man must stand up against it." He shook his shield. I wasn't sure he was a real man, or when he started caring about that. But good for him. Ayat was the second with the theory she might be able to dodge any attacks. It was true that those in the ritual circle didn't have to remain perfectly stationary, as long as they kept to the central portion. I did note that the many-colored had a few extra people hanging around. They would probably have had more if this weren't a secret operation. It could have been due to the risks of doing two at once, but I chose to believe it was because it involved kids. And the teens were kids, even if they were on the older end of that spectrum and would prefer not to be called that. There had been great tension the first time, and then surprise danger. The second time, I was confident in my ability to discern what sort of energy had tried to kill us. It was a bit harder to hold the strands of the curse steady for two people at once, but even though I didn't have an actual skill for whatever this was, I was certain I had gotten better. And being nervous wouldn't help. Plenty of other people were already tense, like Midnight. I helped balance him out. Tension might help people react if they needed to, but someone had to be steady. But mostly I just believed things would be fine and truly wasn't worried. The bad news was that 2 people's worth of curse feedback was more than twice as powerful. The good news was that we could just get another few pounds of diamonds. It wasn't exactly cheap, but it was achievable. Probably half of this batch could be salvaged, but that didn't mean we were going to make the attempt with just half. There was a tearful goodbye between the teens, as if they were going so far away they could never meet, instead of just going back home a few days before the others. True, it was literally the furthest way any of them would have ever been, but the group had only been at the level of pretty good friends that hung out after school. You know, until they were abducted to another world and fought alongside each other against dinosaurs and knights. They hadn't participated in the most dangerous events, except from a distance. "Are you finally ready?" I said. "Remember that once I open the gate, you have 1 minute to get through." I could hold it for over a minute and a half easily, actually. This world was easy to get back and forth between, if people weren't bound to one. But I wasn't going to risk anyone losing limbs. Then I'd have to bug Chira, and she was still the most popular option for regeneration-type stuff, even if a few more people had started being able to do it. Ayat nodded. "We're ready." "Thanks, Mage." I sent them through. We could have had them wait a few days, but everyone was eager to get back to their families. Midnight was talking with me afterwards. "You know they're going to post about you all over social media. I mean Mage, of course. I doubt either of them are so ungrateful as to break your thin veil of anonymity." I shrugged. "Will it make any difference?" "It might. I only saw a little bit from the two who went back already, but New Bay is pretty hyped about the isekai abductions and the rescues." I made a face. "They're not going to be happy about the people that are already dead." Midnight nodded. "Good thing the king won't be hearing what stupid people say about his people. We knew they really tried not to kill people from Earth. I'd personally witnessed some deaths to monsters. But people would be upset. Maybe you should stay off of social media for a couple weeks after we get back." I already did, as a general rule. Maybe. Midnight probably wasn't going to. He was protective of me in that way. At least I could come snag him if he was having trouble, though. It was easy to tell when he was upset, and he was just across the hall. Chapter 4. 148. Preparing things ahead of time was great. I was getting better at setting up wards every time, and the whole process was smoother. Now that we knew the divine attacks were stronger with more people, we limited ourselves to 2 individuals at once. Since we were tiring ourselves out for the rest of the day regardless, it was better to get 2. 3 might be pushing it, and was quite unnecessary. If there was an actual god trying to stop us from messing with the curse, they were stupid. Or extremely limited. I had put so much effort in making sure the energy ward covered the whole area, even taking account of the possibility that it would try to form inside the ritual area and strike from beneath the ward. But it always attacked from directly overhead, and at the same time. At first it seemed like we were being lured into a false sense of security. But the thing was, we'd already succeeded with everyone I cared about. Yeah, New Bay wanted the rest of these people to come back, but we were working on that. It only took us a week to run out of heroes we had access to, and that was with a few more being brought in. Obviously, Graciana and Mata had been part of the early returns to Earth. After that, I attempted to scry some of the various missing people. We recorded what information we got. We didn't have a perfect list of who had been abducted in this way, so we got a few false flags. A couple people had actually been found and nobody properly reported it. Some others just left New Bay without telling anyone. It wasn't my job to figure out what to do about that, though the answer was probably nothing since they weren't missing anymore. It was pretty awful to abandon family and friends, but I didn't know their reasons, and it wasn't something that needed to involve mercenaries. I could get decent information from Earth, but we had to record stuff to show to the king and queen, which wasn't ideal. Eventually, I just asked if they had a really nice mirror. They had a lot of them, actually. Nothing would hit the quality of Wilhelmina's scrying orb, but being in the right world would mitigate some of that loss. Most relevantly, however, I could get real-time commentary on the locations of people. "Ah, that's Rocha," the king nodded. "I recognize that architecture. Looks like they still have 5 heroes." He turned to Riala. "Has there been any report of heroes from Rocha?" "There were some probing attacks," the queen commented, "but no conflict with anyone that appeared to be heroes. Now that we'd found that group, we could at least confirm who had actually been abducted. Since it happened in groups, witness testimonies about people they had seen together led us to figure out the 6th and final member's identity." I pulled up an image of the man as I attempted another scrying. Nothing. No resistance either. That meant, "He's dead, probably," I said. "I'm not getting anything." "Shame," said the king. "They always rush things with the heroes. It's not like I'm ever going anywhere." His purple eyes landed on me. "Do you want to get paid to monitor their movements?" I made a face. "Sounds awful. Get someone else to learn scrying. Do you not have that here already?" "In different forms," Riala commented. "This version appears to be more powerful, though inefficient." I shrugged. "The focus really makes up for a lot. I bet both of you can learn this just fine. You just need to be experienced with flexible casting." Unsurprisingly, the king got it on his first try. He had seen it multiple times, and he clearly had a strong sense of mana. He also had more experience than Riala with flexible casting, I thought. Or at least more power to throw around and try things out. "Eventually, you got good at it." "Ugh," he said. "I can't believe I'm viewing a smaller area than you. No offense, but I don't often get outdone." I didn't have any exact measurements, but I was pretty sure the viewing area was already larger than standard. I knew he probably didn't have actual upgrades for spells, but it implied some amount of overlapping proficiency, or he'd instantly improved his first attempt. "You're already better than a regular first success." He nodded. "I've also tried to replicate that other spell. Explosive meteors fall from the sky, wasn't it? That was the meaning I had infused into my translation of Meteor Swarm. Relatedly, with a couple weeks of actually speaking to the many-colored regularly, I was really starting to get how that worked. It was absolutely a thing that was impossible to do with normal vocal cords. Overlapping sounds, spoken in a way that the sounds didn't clash and distort each other. There might have been the tiniest bit of mana involved in simply speaking. Not a relevant amount with the natural quantities in this world, though. "How did it go?" I asked the king. "I only saw it once," he said, "and I couldn't tell if you were creating something or calling it from afar. So I've only managed to replicate something similar with perfectly normal fireballs from afar, which just isn't the same." "Well, I'd be surprised if you got it the first time. That's the limit for how powerful spells get in my system of magic." Riala frowned. "That doesn't seem right. You've used more mana for things." "That's just casting things multiple times in parallel. It's different," I said. Had I actually used more than 20 mana on a spell in front of Riala? I couldn't remember. I might have. Well, it's still possible to push individual spells to a higher tier, but that's not the norm. I didn't intend to explain everything about my world's system of magic right away. At the very least, we needed to finish resolving this whole issue, and then we could do a safety assessment. "Gate was harder, I think," the king commented suddenly. "I couldn't even start it forming. I suppose I don't really know what I would be connecting to, though." "I'd be careful about that," I said. "There are a lot of places that are bad." I wasn't sure what planes they had local to this universe, but if he opened a gate on a planet without atmosphere, it could be a serious issue. I should know because I'd done something similar on purpose. Then tossed part of a Bunvarixian tower through it. Extra wasn't going to like the possibility that this guy might learn gate. Personally, I thought it was fine. None of the many-colored seemed completely unreasonable. And though I couldn't defeat the king alone, I was fairly confident that the Power Brigade could put together a modest team to take him down. At least if we weren't fighting him in his volcano fortress city. Just because the last of the people from Earth weren't yet safe didn't mean my work was otherwise done. Because this was only half of the project. Specifically, nearly half of those abducted were already dead. We could wait for the 6 to summon more of them and then try to capture them, but there was a better idea. Just curse other people, specifically people from Earth. Volunteers, of course. They weren't that hard to find, though. Evija was our first volunteer. People from Extra would be our first pool of people to consider because they had already been to this world. They understood what was going on, and any exposure they had to magical powers was already done. "I wonder what sort of talent I'll unlock," Evija commented. "I hope it's magic-related." I frowned. "We're not certain it works like that," I said. "Maybe already being exposed to magic, and this world will mean you just get—" I waved my hands vaguely. Honestly, the curse wouldn't do much but take up space in the celestial ledger that decided each of the 6 couldn't abduct more than 6 people at once. Since we would obviously be keeping out the part that involved not being able to leave the world, it might end there. But it might also come with revealing talents or granting them. "Don't rain on my parade," she said. "Let me dream of magic." She already had magic, and theoretically she could get as good as Yalith, though maybe that took more than a human lifespan. Either way, she could still get good. I would happily continue to train with her. Everything was ready. Extra wasn't super enthusiastic about what was happening, but it would ultimately make the most sense for their agents to fill in the gaps, protecting the people of Earth. It really was just basic to put the people in another world where they couldn't be touched. Oh, that was another good reason for the king to not develop his skills with Gate. Someone could steal it, maybe. Not that I actually cared that much. Cursing someone with a ritual was different. It took us a few days of practice, since it was far different from simply modifying what already existed. We included a few scraps of knowledge about how the actual summonings went. Obviously, the Six kept the details on lockdown. They wouldn't easily give up their greatest national secrets. I was able to witness how powerful and determined the king was. Because you see, he forcefully channeled the rather unfriendly divine power through himself for the process. Whether it was actually a god, he certainly arm-wrestled a divine force into submission. It was only momentary, but it was enough for the other 5 of us to manage to form the necessary structure we had practiced. I couldn't say the process went perfectly. At the end of things, the king was bleeding from his nose and some blood was dripping out of his eyes. But Avisha was fine, and I was pretty sure we'd done the thing we wanted. I could still only faintly sense the curses, but I could feel it was properly there. Actually, was it even a curse anymore? I wasn't sure if it was restrictive or negative in any way, without it limiting the ability to depart from this world. Honestly, I was surprised that it didn't force people to try to kill the Demon King. Maybe that sort of mental influence backfired. I could see it making people unstable and less able to train. I really couldn't see the people who did this to us in the first place caring about other consequences. Immediately afterwards, we took Evija to the talent sensing platform. It was agreed by all that it was possible this curse would still grant or reveal talent. The summoning process might also search for people who already had talents and pull them through with the curse being separate. That was why I hadn't wanted Evija to get too excited. "So, what's all this master and advanced stuff?" Evija asked as she looked at the device. I couldn't see because I did agree that powers were private to some extent. For example, I didn't want villains getting a detailed list of my capabilities. "Those are talent levels," I said. "It's entirely possible that Translate is using my own wording. It might not match my own system, but basic would be the least prominent, then advanced, and finally master." Advanced was the level that the kids had, right? Evija suddenly looked excited. "I got a talent that matches them, and in magic." "Well, spell breaking. That has to count though, right?" "There's only one way to find out," I said. I found out far later that she did also get a master talent and just ignored it because it didn't have anything to do with magic. I couldn't blame her because magic was the best, but it was still useful to develop diverse abilities. Spellbreaking was magic. Specifically, it seemed to include both things like dispel magic and actively countering an enemy spell with the same one. The latter was more difficult than it sounded, because you couldn't just throw a fireball at another fireball. That wasn't a counter. That would just cause a big explosion in between, assuming you hit. Most likely they would hit right in front of your own face. Instead, it involved disrupting spells with an equivalent manipulation of mana, or sometimes an inverse form of it. There were apparently different schools of practice. All of this we learned from Idura, because they were still being quite generous with knowledge. Riala specifically was still paying back Evija for almost killing her when she didn't deserve it. She didn't limit herself to what she had already promised, but happily provided additional support. Then again, I got far more access to random things I was interested in than I thought was reasonable. Not that I would complain. I'd already learned more about magic here in a world where the magic system was different than in my own. Though that wasn't quite fair to Master Uvithar, I would have learned a lot more under his instruction if I could make practical use of more spells. Though he did keep the worldwide secrets, I had access to basically everything that people would share. It seemed that spellbreaking came with a lesser secondary proficiency in magic in general. Either way, she had a notable increase in her learning speed. It probably helped that she seemed to be growing in power generally, and thus something like level. At the very least, her fatigue limit improved over the next couple weeks as we trained regularly. With the mana recover speed in Idura, we could exhaust her a couple times per hour and then let her recover fully. Evija wasn't throwing around anything much more impressive than a shocking grasp or a very minimalist version of Dispel that the local magicians had put together, but she was able to consistently cancel my lower-level spells. When I didn't fight her too hard, it wasn't all that much harder to resist her than it was to cast spells in negative mana. But she was also just beginning, and that meant it wasn't trivial. "You should be careful," I said. "If you only partially break a spell, you might get unpleasant or unstable results. It's more likely to be closer to the caster, but if there are civilians around..." "I'll shoot them with a stun blast," Ivisha said. "Or someone else will from a better angle." Fair point. Extra agents were also not involved in hostage situations all that frequently. Their job was to prevent people from getting a foothold, not to handle already established villains. Obviously, sometimes they had the best expertise, so situations were flexible, but usually heroes got those jobs. Or mercenaries, but New Bay was officially focused on heroes, even if mercenaries probably did more jobs. Other agents from Extra did get talents unlocked or revealed, but most of them seemed to be lower than Iviha's. It could have been random chance or the fact that she actually practiced magic beforehand. I would have personally tried to science it out, but Extra wasn't really in this for giving supernatural ability to their agents, but instead to finish resolving this problem. About the time we were getting the last couple people properly cursed, the king himself retrieved the last 5 people. "This sleep spell is good," he declared. "It's amazing to just take people down, then if you're quiet and don't do too much magic or bump them around too much." At some point, the topic of how we dealt with the knights had come up, and thus that spell. Relatedly, Extra was agonizing over what to do with our captives. I was thinking about dumping them in one of the towns we had passed through. Nobody wanted to interact with the leaders of Zuresh at the moment. Inasha thought they would probably infuriate Malaliel, and Extra really wasn't trying to interfere with the local situation too much. We just wanted our civilians back. Would our methods drastically change the local situation? Probably. But it was still the most efficient way to do so, compared to trying to negotiate separately with 6 different countries of kidnappers. The only reason that the 5 remaining heroes were captured so easily was that the king was strong and knew who to look for. He would probably be a menace with my world's form of scrying. Frankly, the 6 deserved whatever came to them. "Want me to destroy the castle in Zuresh?" the king asked after we spent the last few days getting the 5 remaining individuals back home. "I can't guarantee it will be soon, but I might get out there in a year or 2. I shrugged. "If I wanted to do it, I'd just go do it myself. And the staff there were totally fine." He made a face. "Good point. Civilians made all of our previous counterattacks so much harder. We couldn't just level the forts. Well, it's better to force them to flee into the surrounding areas anyway, as it occupies more resources." I nodded. I couldn't comment much on the local situation. It would be pretty hypocritical of me to say he shouldn't fight them. Even if he said he was going to destroy the 6, I couldn't say they weren't trying to do the same to his people. "So, what are your plans for the future?" That depends on how long it takes them to figure out that there are no more heroes. Could be a few years. They'll probably start sending in armies after that, but it'll take them some time to train up. We'll monitor the situation as it evolves. I'll probably get involved with exterminating the land ravagers for a bit." "And the disembowelers?" I asked. "Nah," he shook his head. "They're not all bad. We try to keep their numbers low enough they aren't a threat to our civilians. But they're a nice buffer against the humans. Besides, there's no way we exterminate all monsters, not unless they actually leave us alone for half a century." "You know the humans think you send the monsters?" I commented. Figures it would be like that, but they just live here, you know." Having determined he wasn't planning to go on a campaign to eradicate the surrounding countries for at least a while, I figured that was good enough. Sure, his plans could change, but I wasn't responsible for interworld diplomacy. I just wanted to make the people at Extra feel better about things. That way I could get paid. This whole project had been tough on their budget, with weeks of hazard pay for quite a few people. So I was planning to ask them for something I wanted more than money. Future leeway if I gave other people powers or something. Since I was going to be even for the whole thing with Thiziri on the day I got isekai'd, I figured I should have the leeway for 2 or 3 incidents easy with the over a month of work I'd put in here. Chapter 449. Before I introduced people to Jerome, I wanted to make sure he was okay with it. "They're decent people," I said. "A couple acted like idiots at first, but that was because the situation was stressful. They're a bit older though, so it might be awkward. A couple years could make a big difference at that age, especially since Jerome was more experienced. Mostly I was thinking magically, but he'd also leaped into a rapid pace for his normal education. He'd gone from behind in classes when I met him to actually gaining confidence in himself. And now, at 15 years old, he was taking college classes alongside his other work. He likely benefited from enhanced mind occasionally, but he didn't actually need it. Jerome thought it over for a while. It would be nice to have more friends that are acquainted with supernatural stuff. You know, vaguely my age. Great. I'll get you in contact with them. Somehow, kids these days barely even use real phone calls. Jerome rolled his eyes. Adults these days don't usually call each other on the phone. You just like it because it's the first thing you learned about. It's very convenient to speak directly. Did you get the books I sent you? Yeah, he nodded, but I can't read them. You'll have to practice around me, I said, with Translate active, obviously. Just like their speech, the many-colored layered their text. It was likely able to be translated with some proper notes, but it wasn't something that could be done automatically. So for the moment, magic would be the way. Actually, the others have been around the language to give you a decent basis for it, I suggested. You could study together. Mita, at least, is specialized in magic. I gave Jerome his first lesson on the otherworldly verbal and somatic components. They were quite inconvenient, slowing down spellcasting. However, that would be mitigated with time and practice. Either way, they were more efficient and provided a great measure of additional control. It wasn't necessary for people like Jerome, but that didn't mean it wasn't valuable. Now that we had finished making sure a full set of 36 was cursed according to our specifications, the main reason to return to Idura was to transport people back and forth. I wasn't the only one who could accomplish magical translation, so I didn't have to be there all that often. However, Extra still didn't have much of anyone besides me who could go to somewhat arbitrary worlds and back whenever they wanted. And likewise, their options for cross-dimensional communication were limited, though apparently they could set something up, if they were willing to invest in some sort of infrastructure. How long the relationship would be with this world was yet to be determined. If everything went well, there would be no need for interactions until this current generation died off. Assuming the rearranged curses worked properly, between that and working on the enchantments for the Kelmothian embassy, and my days were frequently occupied with things besides combat training and patrols. I couldn't be too upset, though, because I got almost 2 levels during that whole excursion. Most of it from 2 specific battles, the Dragon and the King. Augmenting the wards for every round of curse modifying had been valuable for improving our enchanting skills, and so even though Midnight and I thought we had been ready for the Selmothian embassy, it actually would have taken a lot more maintenance than expected if we used our original skill levels. The building itself was pretty much done, and it was even being used for a few things. It just wasn't officially open yet. "We've begun a big project," Midnight commented, one that Selmothians hadn't really bothered much with. Long-range interstellar teleportation. Mostly, we've stuck to intra-system before. I nodded. It's not like you guys have a huge empire. Specifically, with the Bunvarixians being their neighbors, their early conflicts had kept either from expanding quickly. Aside from diverging resources towards the war, it was also a matter of requiring fortification wherever they built. How are things going on Bunvorix? Midnight was the one who could contact Flopan, Starla, and other members of the Resistance. They had big ambitions, but it wasn't clear if they had the capability to succeed. Though Zeb also helped. Apparently the Resistance was brimming with the news about how the Bunvarixian leadership was actually responsible for the squirrels being gone. There were videos of Zeb with her squirrels. And occasionally midnight, excellent anti-government propaganda. Well, it's complicated, Midnight said. It's fairly likely that with the aid of the resistance, Kelmoth could strike a telling blow against the Bunvarixians. But that might bolster the sentiment against us, even if we're trying to help. Unfortunately, it takes time for these sorts of things, especially since some Kelmothians would want to push some sorts of restrictions on them. It could be a huge mess. No outside help, huh? Probably for the best. They might appreciate help from humanoids, though, Midnight commented, but they still need to do most of it themselves. Zeb might be approaching critical mass at some point, so we'll see. I tilted my head. What do you mean by that? About Zeb, Midnight asked. Each of her squirrels is basically a full combatant. Maybe not the equivalent of a properly equipped soldier, but the stronger ones could cause havoc, especially since most Bunvarixians wouldn't want to attack them. Well, they'd want to chase them, but they probably wouldn't kill them. They're just a cultural memory now, so they've been elevated to a high status in people's minds. The leadership went along with it for their own propaganda, but bringing them back. How strange that squirrels would be responsible for such a significant shift. Though I absolutely understood the combat part of things. Every once in a while Zeb had some squirrels that wanted to fight me. While they weren't individually much, a handful of them could be a tough fight if I didn't use magic. I had no idea how she consistently managed to improve her bonds with so many different squirrels. A genius talent, perhaps. Or maybe it was some sort of secret shared consciousness that Bunvarixians didn't even know about. Kelmothians had their own bond, so it was possible. Squirrels were silly until they were coming for your throat. Then you realized how sharp their teeth could be, and how not little some of them were. I now had far more tomes of magical studies that weren't from my native world than ones connected to it. And that counted the one I was writing. Some of the copies were purely digitals, but Yalith had given me physical copies to keep for rescuing some books. Riala and the king had handed over a few more into my custody that I wasn't sure if I was supposed to return at some point. I had all of that, but I still wanted more. I was reminded of the days when I had just learned to read, greedily absorbing all the magical knowledge I could. Except I hadn't been able to practice any of it, which had been awful. Retaining knowledge and being motivated to study more were both heavily impacted by my slow levels early on. Maybe I should have asked Master Uvithar to punch me in the face. Obviously, that wasn't normally the correct thing to do with people under your care, but if he's properly understood aspect of the Barbarian, I was tempted to keep seeking him out, but I knew that most likely I would just wear down his defenses and make it easier for mutual enemies to find him instead. I didn't know who such mutual enemies would be. Maybe the shadowy cabal of people that decided to lie to people about the world. Only a very small amount of that could feasibly have been to protect people. Master Uvithar didn't tell me how to fully unlock training, even though he must have known. On the other hand, I couldn't say that I wouldn't have run off into the wilderness looking for portals. Chances were, I would have found 0 portals and a couple bears. No, more likely just one bear because I wouldn't live to see the next one. Unless I got lucky with Firebolt. Obviously I could beat a bear with Firebolt now, but at the time both my aim and power were lacking. So were my defensive improvements. I might have even been foolish enough to use Shocking Grasp because it was stronger. Some of these realizations I had come upon as I matured. Others had required Dr. Paternaud. I wondered what a psychiatrist would say to the king. Surely he must have things he worried about. Riala too, even if she seemed carefree. It was amazing what someone could do with minimal powers. Obviously, reading my emotions was super helpful when I was hiding things or didn't understand them, but the rest of what he did was from his knowledge. I had a lot of respect for that. Without my magic, I would just be a pretty big guy in decent shape. Magic had always been part of me, and everyone from my world, so I couldn't say I was unworthy. But what could I do without magic? Wrestle. Shoot people with a gun or hit them with a staff. Dodge attacks. Did sensing magic count? It might be tied to my ability to perform magic. Maybe I should try to get better at looking for people's tells without involving magic. Though I couldn't think when it would be useful. Fighting was a worthy thing to learn, though maybe I should get another hobby. Something practical. I had no idea what I would be interested in, though. The storage spell I had learned in Zuresh was bad. It had a lot of problems. It couldn't hold much. I had to access it in a very specific manner, reaching my hand into extra-dimensional space that only I could touch. Anyone who knew what I was doing could react. I was also fairly certain that the space could be interfered in by those who knew what they were doing. Or rather, I had been testing that. Obviously, I didn't do it in front of people I didn't trust, but I was working with Midnight and Bolster. Meter wasn't available during work hours, even if I wanted to test things with him. He had school to attend, and he should probably be spending a lot of time in therapy. I want to punch Yamaha in the face. It didn't matter whether he thought we couldn't handle advanced maneuvers, was hiding them from us, or was simply ignorant. All of them were a sufficient reason. 2 simple spells, that was all. Both were taught together for basic spatial magic. First was storage, which with simple modifications could be used to access another person's spatial pouches. After all, it wasn't using the space most connected to a person, just something near them. Bolster made a face. It's tough, they're difficult to sense. I nodded. I probably wouldn't notice them if I wasn't actively looking. That meant that Yamaha probably didn't know. Most people hadn't seemed very good at sensing active mana. I guess I'm leaning towards ignorant then. The second application also involved sensing that space. Gift was a very good spell. In this world, nobody was prepared to not catch things. I wasn't even considering tossing live grenades into people's hands. Merely occupying them with rocks or empty water bottles could be extremely valuable. Gift was good. But using Gift to throw stuff into someone's personal storage area was actually mostly useless, because everyone I knew who would do that was already a friend I could just hand stuff to regularly. Still, if I needed to give Midnight something, it was great. Since he didn't really have hands or anything, it was basically the only way Gift worked. And in theory, I could fill such a storage area full of needles or razor blades. Caltrops maybe. If I fought any spatial mages from the 6, I'd try it. It would be awful for them to reach for something they needed and get a handful of pain instead. This version is bad, I said, except for the ways it's very good. For example, I could dissolve a floating storage pocket and let things fall out. What good was that, you might ask? As good as it always is to drop things. Unlike my version, this could release things away from my body. A storage zone didn't actually have to hang directly next to my hip. That was for convenience. I could put them in a specific spot or anchor them to a relative position, for example of a specific location in a doorway, or above it. Then bam, bowling ball, though I was going to try to get my hands on cannonballs or a tungsten cube. The latter was pretty much the mass limit of my regular storage, and not for a huge one. It would be a 5-inch cube. Anyway, our group was reassessing the combat applications of released potential energy, i.e. dropping stuff. It was great to drop stuff from not directly next to you. Technically, I could do it with Mage's reach, but that wasn't invisible. Indeed, it was extremely suspicious, and most people would find it worth watching. What if? Bolster said. Nah, it's a stupid idea. Well, now we have to hear it, Midnight said. She sighed. Okay, so what if we made one big enough to cover a doorway, and people just ran into it? She shook her head. It sounds kind of stupid now, and impossible. I thought about it. It would certainly require a significantly modified spell, but it could be valuable. Invisibly blocking an opening is of great value. Yeah, but Bolster was determined to argue against the value of her own idea. I don't think you could even hurt anyone. She punched the air beside her for reference. It's not really solid. I'm not even sure if you could force someone else to interact with it anyway. She had a point about the solidity. The end of the space wasn't actually a wall. That was why things didn't disappear until they were fully contained. We would have to have it fully encompass someone, I said, and then stop them from just stepping out. Would they keep forward momentum? Once fully inside, they might not be able to push off of things. Maybe we could first test if there was air. Start with a drone, then some bugs. Then if everything was fine, Zeb's squirrels, since they could listen to orders when they wanted to. Even I was pretty sure I couldn't easily make a human-sized box. Maybe a cat-sized one, but we didn't immediately need to jump to dangerous extra-dimensional stuff with Midnight. He was pretty much recovered from his teleportation trauma, but that didn't mean he would appreciate it. Rob might also be a good option along the way. Rob was a convenient shape, but first, non-living drones. It was possible this stuff would improve my spatial mastery. I honestly didn't care if it did, because it was interesting. Still, it would be nice to get another level of improvement. Chapter 450. I felt sorry for the few orcs who were just trying to get along in New Bay. Not the ones working for Dr. Doomsday, just ones from other worlds with orcs. Some ill-mannered reporters seemed to think all of us knew each other, and I was related to one of the big incidents. People mass abducted from New Bay was a big deal, and would remain so for at least another couple weeks, or until some other disaster came up. It couldn't be standard villainy. That wasn't novel enough to make the news on most channels. Maybe another portal incident. Sadly, we weren't anywhere close to relevant holidays. April Fool's Day brought out a bunch of supernatural pranksters, but it didn't seem to go beyond what people could do. Easter had never caught on as a supernatural phenomenon, not enough monsters. Were there random eggs around the city? Absolutely, but they could have been put there by anyone. And barely any of them had rabbits inside. Mostly branded chocolate that I was pretty sure was corporate advertising. Ultimately, most people would forget about it within a month anyway. But until then, people kept trying to interview me. "Excuse me, sir," said a woman who wasn't actually polite. "Have you heard about Mage and the Isekai abductions? What is your opinion on the matter?" I heard that some kids got caught up in that. That sucks." "What about?" "Listen, I'm just trying to take my dog out to the park. Midnight was a dead giveaway right now. He found it preferable to disguise himself rather than not hanging out with me. He also found it very ironic to become a small dog. He barked at the reporter. I almost lost control of him. Then they were gone a few moments later. Everyone knew better than to mess with tiny dogs. Everyone who mattered probably already knew too much about me, but making the clips not worth publishing would limit information spread just in case. My tusks weren't ever really hidden, so people could figure it out. I was just waiting to fade from the public consciousness so I could relax more and hang out with friends without bothering them. Some of them really didn't need media prying into things. If I ever really needed to get places, I could teleport around. I was trying to get better at that stuff anyway. Obviously, there were a limited number of places I could appear without risking people noticing, but that was just how things were. "Mage! Mage!" Some dude came running up to me. I could just brush him off and say he was interrupting my patrol, but it was pretty obvious that I wasn't doing anything important right now. Maybe a call would come in and save me. "Is it true that you had to sacrifice the lives of citizens to save just a few people?" "I'd gladly sacrifice you even if it didn't save anyone." Was something I didn't say, but I sure thought it, and Midnight could tell. I also didn't punch them in the face. "I already gave an interview," I said. "Why don't you license that and perform your own blathering commentary?" Some people might say this was bad for my public image. However, being blunt was just part of my official persona now. The brigade had been working with me on how far I should go with these things. The man didn't give up. Personally, I find your answers during that interview lacking. And seriously, Channel 72 News, they're nothing. Now how do you explain the deaths on your hands? I could probably punch this guy just a little. As long as I didn't break the camera, it should be fine, right? You afraid? I wasn't the one that said that. Instead, that came from my backup, who they had been ignoring. Probably because Midnight was harder to make look bad. Everyone liked cute cats. They also liked cats that were full of cutting words, so Midnight couldn't really lose. That must be why you're not talking to the angel who literally can't lie. Worried she'll reveal that you're cheating on your partner? The man's eye twitched. I'm not. Must be something equally bad then. I remembered hearing about that incident. Apparently, even angels had a limit to their patience. Malaliel could read deflection nearly as well as direct answers, and one reporter had been destroyed. Malaliel's truth-reading might not always be allowable in court. Certain powers were treated cautiously in such scenarios since not everyone could be trusted. But it wasn't a situation that required everyone to believe her. Just one person. Or apparently 3 or 4 people, some of which hadn't known the man was with someone else. All that, and she only asked 2 questions that the reporter mainly responded to out of surprise. Needless to say, she kept people on track after that. She was a lot better at sincere grief for those people who had died that I never saw. I was also upset that they had died. But realistically, some of them died before anyone even knew there was a problem. Then there was a while before I managed to find a way to that world, and I saved everyone who was around me. Nobody should expect better, and even if I sort of did, random reporters shouldn't. The reporter was still not willing to give up. If you would just answer a few simple questions, maybe I could purchase some sort of mind-reading spell and reveal dark secrets about the man that way. I just needed the right way to prompt his thoughts. Then a window shattered. Sorry, got work to do. I was going to be particularly gentle with whoever did that. That was what I decided. 10 minutes later, I was helping a young speedster pick glass out of his torso, except for that one big shard the ambulance would deal with, though I would offer to toss it into storage once they were there to staunch the bleeding. I can't believe you caught up to me, the fellow mumbled. He wasn't that fast, nothing that a combination of haste and slow couldn't manage anyway, and that wasn't even counting the fact that his shoes began to fall apart 2 blocks down. Lucky for him, none of the glass went through his soles, but they didn't hold up to his power. You do realize you can use powers to make money legitimately, right? I prompted the young guy as I tried to preserve what was left of his t-shirt. If he was lucky, he was a teen, and the sentence wouldn't be that long. Even training for newbies pays pretty well. That policy was precisely to prevent events such as this. Yeah, heroes weren't going to be rich unless they became famous, but people had to last from day to day. Newbie mercenary salaries weren't that exciting either, but once you stuck around for a while or got some active service in, things changed significantly. The point was not to work. I was going to pretend I didn't hear that for the sake of any trial. And spend all day running from super trackers? That's not a relaxed lifestyle. Pfft, there's no way they could catch me. Midnight rolled his eyes. You have to sleep somewhere. And I doubt you're in with any villains who could shelter you. The guy just made a face. When the medics arrived, they had someone who could stop blood flow in certain spots. Guy could have made a killing as a mercenary or literally as a villain. But a medical profession was a great option. You do that, and I'll make the shard disappear, I explained. That way it won't cut on the way out. Technically, it probably shouldn't have worked. After all, the shard was in someone's side. I couldn't use storage if someone was holding on to something. But after a little bit of effort to consider how magic could work in the opposite direction of gift, I figured if the guy wanted to hand it to me, it should work without a fuss. Alternatively, from a certain perspective, it was outside of him. A very limited topological perspective, but I had sufficient magic to cheat a little. Either way, it worked the first time, so I didn't have to worry too much. The foolish speedster wasn't going to bleed everywhere, and it would be way easier to stitch him up. I also didn't have to deal with that reporter because he couldn't keep up, and I had legitimate reasons to knock people out if they were approaching an active crime scene. They were probably better off speaking to the owners of the jewelry store, because those people wouldn't try to figure out some way to make the reporter's life bad. Suddenly, we were surrounded by people. Midnight didn't think I should be surprised. What did you expect to happen? I frowned. I don't know. I didn't think people were that civically minded. It's the grand opening of an embassy, an alien embassy, with people that look like cats. Despite Extra's best efforts, there aren't that many, and less than half are on Earth. I nodded. I guess they'll have to seek out more people that look like cats then. I looked around at the group of important people near the front. Technically, I was one of those. I was in my mercenary garb because it related to enchanting, but Midnight was related to important people on Kelmoth and the other half of the enchantment crew. There were a few Selmothians I didn't recognize. I noticed Angelica was present, which didn't mean much. She could probably be present everywhere. I did wonder if this was the one usually on Selmoth, though. I hadn't transported her back, but she could probably just stop being there. I wasn't sure, though, because I hadn't looked deeply into Madame Multitude's form of splitting. She wasn't a combat threat at literally any point in her life, especially not at her current age. Some Selmothians I didn't know, probably actually involved with the ambassadorial roles. As it turned out, I didn't know most Selmothians, not even the famous ones. I was trying to figure out who one clearly alien woman was. She was next to some man with a very long neck and an extremely odd waist that was double bent and looked terribly inefficient. Maybe it was just an extreme form of alien scoliosis or something. Anyway, the two of them were surrounded by several guards, people with powers that I could feel the strength of, but none of which I recognized. "Who's that maroon woman?" I asked Midnight. "The one with the stomach mouth?" Now that he mentioned it, her stomach mouth was rather prominently displayed beneath her nicely tailored business suit. "That's the one." Midnight sighed. "She's the president." "Of what?" Midnight was both clearly annoyed and had expected this of me. "The United States." "Oh, that one." I thought for a moment. "She's the first extraterrestrial president. Or extrasolar, at least." "There hasn't been a Martian one yet," Midnight said. "So both." Neat. Apparently, that second mouth could eat energy beams. I wasn't sure if it was all of them, though, because the online data was rather sparse on such things. Wherever her parents were from, their people weren't well known on Earth. Ziania was born and raised here, though. And that guy? The head of Extra. And no, I don't mean the New Bay branch. Obviously, I knew most of the leadership here. I guess it made sense that he'd be in attendance. There were also other heads of state from different countries. The embassy wasn't actually to the United States, it just happened to be that New Bay was part of that. It would provide some benefits to the host country, and New Bay in particular. The reason it was here was obvious. New Bay was one of the places most open to aliens, and also most of the Selmothians on Earth were here, including Midnight. The New Bay branch of Extra was also one of the most influential on Earth, given the area's supernatural attraction. Everything added together to it being natural. Though the Selmothians did eventually plan to spread out, it would be a slower project. The fact that anything was approved in less than a decade was already amazing. Grand openings were boring. It was just a lot of talking. Even so, I didn't even once wish someone would come cause trouble to make me not bored. So it wasn't my fault when it happened. Fear, panic, chaos. It all happened at once, springing up in the middle of the crowd as Link, that was the important guy from Extra, gave a speech. There wasn't anything that caused the panic. Or rather, the panic was the direct effect, not caused by something else. It was familiar. I had no idea how Gloom had snuck into the area, but clearly she could suppress her powers well enough not to be noticed. And importantly, well enough to create a horrible rush of people without causing them to pass out from fear. Or die. I was shaking even from further away. How annoying. Just willpower wasn't good enough. Midnight, pick some targets for mental freedom. I'm starting on this side and including us. I didn't know whether Gloom was stronger since we'd last clashed. Some powers didn't grow much, but mental freedom was certainly stronger. I picked out a few of the strongest people around the important bunch. And Madame Multitude. It didn't matter to me if the guy on the microphone was shaking so hard he was almost falling over. I looked into the sky for incoming Bunverixians. There were indeed some of those, but there was already someone punching their saucers. Some flying super that maybe didn't have quite as much super strength as they needed. Much further up, far more of them had been intercepted by various things I couldn't quite make out. Some drones, maybe, and some sort of barrier. New Bay itself wasn't a place aliens could just drop in easily. The only thing missing was… there she was. The flying guard was tackled by a bright black blur. Darkstar Girl was here. Get inside the embassy. Midnight had already cast mental freedom on some choice targets and was now urging the important people to flee to safety. It might have seemed rather callous, only telling them to reach the defenses, but realistically, nobody was actually after the civilians. Even so, I found my way to Madame Multitude. I cast haste on her, which I could have done from a distance, but I needed her help. I also included myself and Midnight, plus a large man that had the president held to his chest, and he looked about ready to pick up Link in his other arm. The other targets were random guards that were nearby, anyone that looked like they had their head on straight, regardless of if they had mental freedom. "Hey, you need to direct the civilians." "Absolutely," she said, "but I'm not particularly fast." You are now, I said. Don't worry if your powers feel sluggish. Remember to slow your speech. Something like this. Normally, when crowds were panicking, adding more people to the mix was precisely the wrong way to go about it. But Madame Multitude wasted no time reaching the outside of the group and directing people away, into nearby parks, into the streets, or anything like that. She really wasn't fast. She wasn't even really running, but her fast walk with haste was good enough for her to catch up with the general flow. Those people that were actually fast could handle themselves if they got away from the crowd. It was the first time I had really seen it. She split and split and split. I lost track sometime around where she hit 128 or 256 bodies. She did need the speed, because she wasn't content to simply direct people. Some of her rushed into relatively open areas, helping someone climb to their feet before either suddenly disappearing or splitting off into other directions to assist. She wasn't strong, but she wasn't as frail as she let on. Since I'd met her, I was pretty sure she'd gotten into better shape. Then again, I met her shortly after she recovered from horrible burn wounds. Madame Multitude did exactly nothing to Gloom. She couldn't even think about the Bunverixians, and it was laughable to say she would go up against Darkstar Girl. Even so, she was likely the most instrumental in saving civilians. Many of them recognized her, and with her enhanced reaction, times she could avoid being trampled by those who were too crazed to realize she was helping. The people who would be the actual targets were herded inside, with Midnight and I holding up the rear. Fortunately, Gloom wasn't any more interested in being trampled than the rest of us, and seemed happy with whatever chaos she had already caused. So she left the crowd to its own devices, instead focusing on people as they tried to rush inside. She basically flew at us, a black and spooky form that was more ghostly than physical. I knew that the effects of her power were at least tenfold when actually touched, and I was not looking forward to it. But then she ran face first into an energy barrier, suddenly getting knocked backwards. Midnight wasn't surprised, but he noticed I was. Did you think Selmothians couldn't deal with transubstantial assaults? Besides the fact that Bunverixians have tried things like that in the past, I did give an overview of every villain I'd personally faced. She can probably just walk in, but I'm not telling her that. Impressive, I said. Too many Bunverixian saucers had already started landing, and Darkstar Girl seemed about done with her first brawl. I'd probably have to make her attack me instead of whatever more efficient thing she could be doing. There was one thing missing, though. Spot was nowhere to be seen or felt. I ducked under incoming blaster fire as we slipped into the embassy. The doors were flanked by soldiers. Should we deny civilian access? They asked Midnight. Better let them in. But they'll have to stay in the secondary lobby. Some people were running in the wrong direction, even with Madame Multitude having told them the correct course of action. They would be more at risk in the embassy, but people weren't always rational. What a pain. Now we couldn't shut the doors, and Darkstar Girl fanatics might slip in among them. Maybe that was part of the plan the whole time. Time to start checking people for powers. Midnight could handle all the important people.